Chen Fei, the chosen child of destiny, was reborn 7 years earlier, only to find himself caught in a deadly crisis. The moment Chen Fei opened his eyes, he was struck speechless by the scene before him. He was lying on the floor of the Shanghai Academy, his head throbbing faintly. Not far away, a familiar figure was desperately trying to cover her torn clothing. Senior Jiang Yi? Chen Fei asked in astonishment as he took in the situation. Memories surged back like a tide. He recalled the brutal war on the Yuling continent's future, where humans and spirit beasts joined forces to fight against the 10 evil kings. He had been a death soldier who discovered the Slaughter Codex in the 9 Netherlands, only to be ambushed and killed by the 6th evil king. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the freshman welcome party 7 years ago. In that instant, Chen Fei's heart trembled. Just then, a sinister heat began spreading through his body, and he remembered that he and Jiang Yi had been drugged with a hallucinogenic potion called ephemeral bliss. Worse still, Jiang Yi had been restricted with a seal, rendering her unable to use her spiritual power. The memories of that tragic night came flooding back. That incident had severely damaged his spiritual sea, costing him 3 years to recover. Now, given a second chance, Chen Fei was determined to prevent history from repeating itself. However, the drug's effects were already taking hold, and he needed a way out of this predicament. Suddenly, Chen Fei remembered the 1,000 Venom Goo dormant within him. Focusing inward, he finally located the small black segmented worm no larger than a fingernail near his heart. At that moment, a translucent, dark yellow parchment materialized before him, detailing the attributes of the 1,000 Venom Goo. Hermaphroditic, level 1 tier 1 strength, assassin type and poison type aptitude, clevel potential with the possibility of advancing to SS level. Chen Fei immediately attempted to communicate with the 1,000 Venom Goo. However, the cunning parasite refused to submit, claiming that as long as it continued to reside within him, it could endlessly absorb spiritual energy. Left with no choice, Chen Fei resorted to extreme measures. He stood up and channeled his remaining spiritual power into his fist, striking his chest with all his might. Blood spurted out, and the searing pain seemed to momentarily suppress the sinister heat. Seeing this, Jiang Yi's anger subsided slightly as she realized the man before her was also struggling to resist the drug's effects. Chen Fei continued negotiating with the 1,000 Venom Goo, threatening to seal his heart with spiritual energy, trapping it in a permanent parasitic state. Yet, the venomous creature remained defiant, confident that no one would truly risk their own life. Determined, Chen Fei inflicted even greater harm on himself, this time collapsing heavily to the ground. Both man and parasite were stunned. This person was ruthless even to himself. The 1,000 Venom Goo stared at the human before it, someone who acted completely against common sense. For the first time, a wave of panic surged within it. Chen Fei's ruthlessness far exceeded its expectations, as if he didn't care about his own life at all. Do you have a death wish? The 1,000 Venom Goo's voice trembled noticeably. Life? Ha ha ha. Chen Fei let out a burst of maniacal laughter, the crazed expression on his face, leaving the 1,000 Venom Goo momentarily stunned. It suddenly realized something was off. Wasn't it supposed to be the villain here? So why did it feel like the victim now? Before it could sort out its thoughts, Chen Fei's hoarse voice interrupted. I've already died once. What is there to fear? You have 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Fei's fist was raised high again. Damn it. Can you act like a normal person? The 1,000 Venom Goo panicked. What do you mean, 3 seconds? At least give me some time to think. Hey, your hand. Bang. Another heavy punch landed, this time on Chen Fei's own chest. The impact caused Jiang Yi, who was lying on the bed, to shudder involuntarily. Seeing Chen Fei's determination, Jiang Yi's resentment toward him began to fade, replaced by hatred for whoever had drugged her. However, as her hostility toward Chen Fei subsided, the drug's effects grew stronger. So hot, Jiang Yi was on the verge of losing control, her eyes misty, radiating an intoxicating allure. She began to tug at her clothes aimlessly, slowly inching closer to Chen Fei. Chen Fei's eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. Although he could barely maintain his composure now, if Jiang Yi willingly threw herself at him, he might truly lose control. Women, only slow down my blade. Chen Fei swore silently to himself. He immediately raised his fist again and shouted, 1,000 Venom Goo, will you agree or not? The 1,000 Venom Goo was utterly terrified now. It could clearly sense Chen Fei's life force rapidly depleting. A couple more punches, and this lunatic might actually kill himself. Chen Fei might not care about dying, but the 1,000 Venom Goo had no desire to perish alongside him. Wait, let's talk this out. The 1,000 Venom Goo was on the verge of tears. It had never encountered such a deranged human before. Seeing its hesitation, Chen Fei raised his fist once more. Jiang Yi was drawing closer, and his voice grew colder. Stop. I'll agree, all right? The 1,000 Venom Goo finally surrendered completely. Chen Fei immediately lowered his fist, letting out a quiet sigh of relief had finally bluffed his way through. Quick, form the contract. Drawing upon knowledge from his past life, Chen Fei swiftly conjured a faint blue hexagram. It was a binding equality contract, ensuring that neither party could harm the other. Once established, the contract was irreversible unless the beast companion died. However, this would also result in backlash for the beast tamer, ranging from losing strength to fatal consequences. Cornered with no other options, the 1,000 Venom Goo reluctantly agreed. In an instant, the contract was sealed. Goo. I'll call you Xiao Goo from now on, Chen Fei said, transferring Xiao Goo into his beast space. When Xiao Goo first entered the space, it discovered a beast companion pool within. As soon as Xiao Goo entered the pool within the beast taming space, it immediately sensed the healing energy contained in the water, which could even slowly enhance its cultivation. However, an unexpected change occurred. An ancient book floated out of the pool, emanating a terrifying pressure that made Xiao Goo shudder. Under this overwhelming force, Xiao Goo seemed to see a primordial beast opening its massive, bloodthirsty jaws, as if any slight movement would lead to eternal doom. To make matters worse, the book, titled Slaughter Codex, domineeringly occupied 90 of the pool's space, leaving Xiao Goo with only a pitiful corner. How could a human's beast-taming space contain something this terrifying? Xiao Goo was on the verge of tears. Chen Fei noticed the disturbance in the beast-taming space and, upon seeing the Slaughter Codex appear, let out a sigh of relief. Although the codex was beyond his control, at least it was still there. Xiao Goo, forget about all that and help me deal with this floating dream. Quickly, Chen Fei urged anxiously. The situation outside was growing dire. Jiang Yi had already wrapped her arms around Chen Fei, pressing herself tightly against him. Chen Fei felt an uncontrollable surge of heat rising within him, his hands instinctively moving toward her. When Xiao Goo materialized and saw the two entangled, it bashfully turned its head. So embarrassing. Embarrassing my foot. Just help already. Chen Fei snapped angrily. If you don't act now, I'll have Brother Codex deal with you. The mention of Brother Codex sent a shiver down Xiao Goo's spine. I'm scared. I'll get to work right away. Xiao Goo activated its Devour skill, attempting to absorb the floating dream affecting the two of them. However, as a mere level 1, tier 1 beast, its skill was still at the novice level, and the absorption efficiency was painfully low, barely managing to keep one person conscious. Seeing Jiang Yi begin to tear at Chen Fei's clothes, the situation became even more critical. In a moment of desperation, Chen Fei thought of the Slaughter Codex. He directed his consciousness into the codex and finally saw the nearly transparent information panel. Slaughter Codex. Quality, sacred artifact. Material, potential, abilities. 1. Eye of Appraisal. Can identify beasts, spirit plants, and spirit items recorded in the codex. 2. Storage space, 10,000 cubic kilometers. 3. Slaughter Value Conversion System. Slaying living beings grants slaughter value. Skill upgrades. Novice Proficient 1,000 points, Proficient Expert 10,000 points, Expert Peak 100,000 points. Aptitude upgrades. CB 10,000 points, BA 100,000 points, AS 1,000,000 points. Beast Tamer rank advancement, 1,000 points per stage. Advancing from beginner to intermediate requires 10,000 points. Current slaughter value, 23,000 accumulated from the previous life's dangerous regions. Note, special conditions may reduce slaughter value consumption. Seeing this information, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. At last, he had found hope to resolve the dire situation at hand. Staring at the panel showing 23,000 slaughter points, Chen Fei felt a moment of daze. These points were accumulated after he obtained the Slaughter Codex, earned through massacring countless skeleton creatures in the perilous lands. He hadn't expected them to finally prove useful today. When he chose to use the slaughter points, the system immediately returned a critical message. Once the codex is utilized, all skills and contracted beasts must belong to the assassin class. This contractual attribute caused Chen Fei to pause in thought. A pure assassin route meant extreme offensive capability. This path could either become incredibly powerful or highly vulnerable, depending on how a beast master manages it. However, this method of enhancing strength through slaughter points seemed much faster than the usual methods employed by other beastmasters, such as Bloodline Evolution or Spirit Evolution. Having made up his mind, Chen Fei issued the command to use the Slaughter Codex. In an instant, the codex erupted with dazzling red light, forming a mysterious hexagram pattern within the beast space. It turned out that the Slaughter Codex also required a contract. Chen Fei quickly completed the contract ritual. Once the contract was sealed, Chen Fei felt an immediate sense of control over the codex, and only he could see it when summoned. Without hesitation, he allocated 1,000 slaughter points to Xiao Goo, enhancing its Devour skill from the beginner level to the proficient level. Xiao Gu immediately felt the transformation, its devouring speed doubling at least. Although this ability was now sufficient to gradually eliminate the toxins from both of their bodies, time was running short. Hostile forces could break in at any moment. Gazing at the remaining 22,000 slaughter points, Chen Fei deliberated carefully. These points were enough for him to advance to a mid-level Beastmaster, but they might not suffice to also enhance Xiao Gu's abilities. After a moment of thought, he decided to focus on further strengthening skills and potential. He allocated another 10,000 slaughter points to Xiao Gu. The Devour skill instantly advanced from proficient to mastery level, gaining two powerful effects: significantly increased absorption efficiency and the ability to absorb all toxins except for unique ones like soul, time, space, and reincarnation toxins. As Chen Fei prepared to enhance Xiao Gu's potential, the Slaughter Codex automatically flipped to the page for the 1000 Venom Goo, displaying 8 possible evolution paths: poison, devouring, goo techniques, reproduction, insect swarm domination, physical enhancement, speed, and camouflage. The system informed him that he could select only 5 of these options, but due to the complex combinations, the final evolution outcome would remain unpredictable. Among the 8 options, Chen Fei quickly identified a few essential ones. Poison, as it was the core characteristic of the 1000 Venom Goo and had to be retained. Reproduction, which could enable the cultivation of an army of 1000 Venom Goo and was worth considering. And devouring, which was crucial for the future development of the Devour skill. As for insect swarm domination, given Xiao Gu's current strength, the benefits seemed minimal. However, in later stages, the value of this ability would increase significantly. If used wisely, it could form a powerful Zerg army. Faced with the final evolution path, Chen Fei carefully weighed his options. Camouflage was quickly ruled out, as the 1000 Venom Goo was already small enough to avoid detection, unlike larger beasts. Speed and physical enhancement, while improving its overall strength, were unnecessary considering the 1000 Venom Goo specialized in stealth and assassination rather than direct confrontation. Ultimately, he decided to preserve the Goo's core characteristics. A crimson glow once again surged into Xiao Gu's body, but this time, the transformation was entirely different. Xiao Gu experienced an unprecedented metamorphosis, as if its very body and soul were ascending to a higher level. Its form expanded rapidly, growing from the size of a fingernail to the length of a finger. Hardened, armor-like segments began to appear along its body, significantly boosting its resilience and vitality. On its head, a blade-like horn emerged, gleaming with a sharp, dark luster clearly designed to pierce through prey and facilitate parasitism. Its aptitude improved dramatically, leaping from grade to grade. The 1000 Venom Goo evolved into the 10,000 Venom Goo, with 4 notable advantages. Skill effects were comprehensively enhanced. Its toxin absorption rate and attack power increased significantly. Even if the host died, the 10,000 Venom Goo could survive in a parasitic state, albeit with some backlash, and its reproduction and hatching speed saw remarkable improvement. Upon noticing the third advantage, Chen Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. If the 10,000 Venom Goo had been parasitic within him, his earlier threats would have been rendered meaningless. When Xiao Gu regained consciousness, it was stunned by its transformation. Is this really me? I've gotten so much bigger. And this armor, it's amazing. Stop admiring yourself and start absorbing toxins. Chen Fei interrupted its self-indulgence. Xiao Gu immediately activated its Devour skill, and with the dual enhancements, its absorption speed was now 8 times faster than before. Chen Fei silently marveled at the power of increased aptitude. The skill's upper limits had been noticeably elevated. No wonder Scrade beast companions sparked frenzied bidding wars among major families. They were indeed worth every bit of their value. 2 minutes later, the effects of ephemeral dream faded, and the burning sensation subsided, leaving both of them fully conscious. The atmosphere, however, turned awkward. Jiang Yi's clothes were disheveled, revealing glimpses of her figure. "Senior, the poison has been neutralized," Chen Fei stated bluntly. Jiang Yi had intended to continue pretending to be unconscious, but with her ruse exposed, she quickly turned to fix her attire. When she faced him again, her cheeks were still flushed, making her appear especially delicate and alluring. For most, this side of Jiang Yi would have been irresistibly tempting, but for Chen Fuho was acutely aware of the dangers ahead. There was no room for distraction. Chen Fei slowly stood up, the pain from the 3 punches he had taken earlier still throbbing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi noticed something different about him. Though his youthful and refined features remained unchanged, his deep, dark eyes now carried a maturity that far exceeded his age. Seeing that Chen Fei's face looked a little pale, Jiang Yi immediately grew anxious. "Are you okay? Do you need help? We'll go find the school doctor right now." "Wait a second, senior." Chen Fei quickly reached out to stop Jiang Yi as she was about to turn and leave. Seeing her pause in confusion, he lowered his voice and said, "Don't you think this whole situation is strange? We both fell victim to dream of a lifetime, and we were even placed in the same room. This can't be a coincidence." He paused for a moment before continuing his analysis. I'm just an ordinary freshman, hardly someone worth targeting. But you, senior, are different. At only 20 years old, you're already an advanced beast tamer, the star of the sophomore class, a true prodigy. As he spoke, Chen Fei couldn't help but recall the hierarchy of beast tamers. From low to high, there were beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and king-level beast tamers. Correspondingly, the beasts were also ranked from level 1 to level 5. Level 3 beasts were considered commanders, level 4 were generals, and level 5 were kings, matching the king-level beast tamers. Each level was further divided into 9 stages. Jiang Yi's father, Jiang Nan, was a renowned king-level beast tamer. With her exceptional talent and abundant resources, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Yi advanced to master or even king level. Chen Fei sighed inwardly. In the timeline of his previous life, this trap had a devastating impact on Jiang Yi. Her cultivation was stagnant for 4 whole years, and she ultimately faded into mediocrity. In that world where strength commanded respect, failing to become a king-level beast tamer meant being reduced to cannon fodder. What saddened him even more was that despite extensive investigations, the mastermind behind the scheme was never uncovered, leaving a lingering regret in Chen Fei's heart. But this life was different. Having been reborn, Chen Fei was determined to approach the investigation from a new angle and start tracing clues from another group of suspects. After listening to Chen Fei's analysis, Jiang Yi suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "This trap it's targeted at me, no. It's more likely aimed at my father." The thought sent a chill down her spine. If this conspiracy succeeded, with her father's temperament, there was no way he would let it slide. The wrath of a king-level beast tamer could shake an entire city to its core. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Jiang Yi turned to Chen Fei. "So, do you have someone in mind, Junior?" Seeing that Jiang Yi had finally caught up with his train of thought, Chen Fei began to organize the investigation clues from his past life. His eyes were deep and contemplative as he slowly laid out his analysis. Senior sister's primary competitor is Xia Zhujun from the Xia family. Although she's the daughter of a king-level beast tamer and has repeatedly lost to senior sister, she's proud and upright, not the type to resort to such despicable acts. Chen Fei paused briefly before continuing. As for Nalan Yiwu, even though his family and senior sister's family are sworn enemies, he's purely a battle maniac. He neither has the mind for scheming nor the time to mess with illegal substances. In his past life, the investigation had gone in circles between these two directions. The Chen family investigated Xia Zhujun, while the Jiang family looked into Nalan Yiwu, but both efforts led nowhere. Eventually, the emergence of the 10 evil kings overshadowed this case, burying it in the annals of history. Having endured the darkness of his previous life, Chen Fei's perspective had broadened. The culprit may not necessarily be a student. It could be a teacher, or even someone seemingly unrelated. Jiang Yi massaged her throbbing temples, her face full of confusion. "Then who do you suspect? Teacher Song Gong, or Teacher Shuelei?" Chen Fei said gravely. His words hit like a thunderclap, leaving Jiang Yi stunned. Weren't these two the very teachers assisting her with the freshman welcome event? While they indeed had the opportunity and capability, she couldn't help but question, what would their motive be? Her voice was hoarse. Chen Fei let out a cold laugh. "Eliminating a genius is that motive enough? How could you think of something so dark?" Jiang Yi stared at him in shock. Chen Fei couldn't be bothered to explain. The darkness he had witnessed in his past life far surpassed this. He simply wanted to leverage the Jiang family's resources to investigate these two. Whether she believed him or not was of no concern to him. Glancing at the time, Chen Fei removed his blood-stained jacket and tossed it into a trash can, preparing to leave. Just before stepping away, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A friendly reminder. "There's 1,000 Venom Goo lurking near your heart." Not long after leaving, he ran into Bai Yong, who was rushing over. This second-year student, ranked 3rd in his class, had been pursuing Jiang Yi for some time. If Bai Yong were to catch them alone together, Chen Fei's current capabilities as a novice beast tamer wouldn't stand a chance. To avoid this potential time bomb, Chen Fei left the Beast Taming Academy overnight. He had already learned all he needed. His life came first. Perched on his shoulder, Xiaogu couldn't help but tease, "When you're ruthless, you're really ruthless. But when you're scared, you're so timid." Chen Fei grabbed Xiaogu and held him up, a smug expression on his face. "Thanks for the compliment. Being timid is my strong suit." Xiaogu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Chen Fei reached out and flicked Xiaogu's rock-hard body. Xiaogu winced in pain and grumbled, "Only you could make being timid sound so refined. You're the only one who can dress up tactical retreat so eloquently." As the two humans and the beast playfully bickered, Chen Fei seized the moment to deal with the remaining 2,000 kill points. He used 1,000 points to upgrade his parasitic skill to a proficient level, and the other 1,000 to enhance his overall strength. Currently, he was at the 2nd tier of the beginner-level beast tamer rank. while Xiaogu was at the second tier of level 1. Standing before the door of his family home, Chen Fei's hand trembled involuntarily. The memories of his parents' tragic deaths at the hands of the evil King Number 9 in his previous life haunted him. He feared that opening this door might shatter the illusion and reveal it all to be just a dream. "Dad, Mom, I'm home," he called out. Chen Qingyun, unshaven and rugged, and Xia Zhixue, with her elegant and refined demeanor, looked at him in confusion. "Didn't you just leave for school a few days ago? Why are you back so soon?" Seeing his parents alive and well, Chen Fei felt a slight release of the tension that had gripped his heart. He decided to be honest. "I got injured." As a master-level beast tamer, Chen Qingyun immediately stepped forward to check on him. Xia Zixue's eyes reddened as she quickly summoned a human-faced spirit flower with 4 blossoms. Each flower bore a face resembling that of a young girl. Chen Fei quickly assessed its stats. A level 4, Tier 3 healing elemental beast within a grade potential, capable of advancing to S grade. It mastered peak-level healing, proficient entanglement, and soundwave attack skills. This confirmed that his mother's strength had also reached the master level. "Tell us what happened," Chen Qingyun demanded, breaking Chen Fei's train of thought. Without hesitation, Chen Fei recounted the entire incident and revealed his suspicions. He knew his current abilities were insufficient and had to rely on his parents' power. The couple exchanged a glance, surprised by the chain of events that had occurred during a simple banquet. "It seems that things are far from peaceful in the rear lines after the strange infestation," Chen Qingyun muttered, mentioning that he would find Jiang Nan to demand compensation. In truth, he intended to join forces to investigate the matter. After all, when someone targets their child, no parent would stand idly by. "So, what are your plans now?" Chen Qingyun asked directly, sensing that Chen Fei had no intention of staying at school. After a brief silence, Chen Fei firmly declared, "I want to go to the front lines." He explained that to grow stronger quickly, he needed constant combat experience, and the front lines provided the perfect opportunity. "No way," his parents objected in unison. "The front lines are far too dangerous for a beginner-level beast tamer like you." Anticipating their resistance, Chen Fei persisted. "The only reason I survived this ordeal was because I contracted a poison-type beast. To help it grow, I need a large supply of toxic creatures. The Baiyue mountain range in the 8th district is teeming with venomous insects and snakes, making it the ideal place for its development. I can join a medical unit to specialize in detoxifying others while improving my skills." Seeing their furrowed brows relax slightly, he pressed on. "Besides, if someone dares to poison the daughter of a king-level beast tamer, the school isn't necessarily safe either. It's better for me to join a medical team you trust, where I'd actually be more secure." His reasoning managed to sway his parents. However, even the medical teams were not entirely safe, leaving them in a difficult position. "Let us think about it. In the meantime, summon your beast companion when I'd like to take a look." Chen Qingyun frowned as he looked at the small beast in Chen Fei's palm. "Isn't this a crank thousand Venom Goo? Such a useless beast will only slow down your cultivation progress." However, once a contract was formed, it couldn't be undone, and Chen Qingyun sighed inwardly. The little creature, upon hearing this harsh assessment, bared its tiny fangs in defiance, clearly displeased in Chen Fei's hand. "Father, take a closer look," Chen Fei said with a calm smile. Chen Qingyun leaned in for a better look and quickly noticed something unusual about this thousand Venom Goo. It was larger than usual and covered in a unique layer of armor. "Wait, this isn't right. This is a rank 10,000 Venom Goo. It's hundreds of times rarer than the 1,000 Venom Goo." Xia Zhixue's eyes widened in astonishment as well. A rank 10,000 Venom Goo was indeed a rare find, 1 in 10,000. If nurtured carefully, it had the potential to ascend to a rank in the future. This realization brought some relief to the two parents, though they were unaware that the little creature had already mastered 1 advanced skill and 1 proficient-level skill. The next day, Qing Academy was abuzz with excitement. The legendary senior Jiang Yi personally showed up at Class 2 of the freshman year to look for Chen Fei, sparking envy and curiosity among the male students. To them, it was baffling how someone like Chen Fei, who was at the bottom of the class, could catch the attention of a star senior like Jiang Yi. "Jiang, Chen Fei has taken a 1-month leave, saying there's an urgent matter at home," the homeroom teacher informed her at just the right moment. Jiang Yi left with a hint of disappointment. She had come specifically to thank Chen Fei, and had even brought a gift. After returning home and conducting an investigation through Jiang Nan, she confirmed the existence of the 1,000 Venom Goo, a creature that only appeared in the Baiyue mountain range. This discovery made her even more curious about how Chen Fei had recognized the 1,000 Venom Goo and identified its presence hidden within her heart. The incident sparked considerable discussion across the academy. Upon hearing about it, Bai Yang immediately ordered his subordinates, "Find out everything about Chen Fei and make sure he stays away from Jiang Yi." As someone backed by a king-level powerhouse, Bai Yang's commands were naturally carried out without question. Meanwhile, Chen Fei had already left Tianqing City and was on his way to the front lines. Immersed in his journey, He studied a stack of books on the 10,000 Venom Goo, including skill analysis of the 10,000 Venom Goo, potential evolution paths of the 10,000 Venom Goo, and mastering the 10,000 Venom Goo, a potential nightmare, among others. Many of the insights within these books captivated his imagination. The skill, Venomous Kiss, revealed Xiao Gu's astounding potential to Chen Fei. By absorbing and accumulating various poisons, Xiao Gu could create even more potent compound toxins. The more types of venom it absorbed, the stronger its power became. Whether it was venom sprays, poisonous mists, or deadly stinger strikes, each attack could deliver fatal damage. This stealthy and swift assassination method was no less deadly than the explosive attacks of fire elements or the ferocity of thunder-based assaults. After the parasitic skill advanced to the proficient level, Xiao Gu could now produce 2 eggs at a time. These eggs would hatch into Goo larvae, slightly weaker than their mother, and parasitize enemies. The larvae not only partially transferred the absorbed spiritual energy and toxins back to the mother Goo, but also grew stronger as the skill proficiency increased. Over time, the number of eggs would multiply, and the larvae's strength would approach that of the mother Goo. More importantly, the mother Goo could pass on its insights to its offspring, accelerating their skill development. The future potential of the Devourer skill was equally exciting. Although it currently could only absorb spiritual and toxic energy, its range of absorption would expand significantly with increased proficiency. Imagine draining an enemy's blood completely within a minute. Such a horrifying prospect would terrify any opponent. As a unique existence that was both a beast and a goo insect, Goo also possessed the ability to control parasitized targets. With basic mastery of the corpse control skill, it could achieve this feat. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the success rate. These extraordinary abilities finally made Chen Fei understand why Goo had such immense potential. It took him an entire day to determine its development path. Venomous Kiss and corpse control were essential skills, while Parasite and Devour would prioritize proficiency upgrades. Stealth-related skills like lurking and concealing one's presence were also critical. Just as Chen Fei was about to let his mind rest, the car suddenly came to a halt. "Uncle Ding, what's going on?" Chen Fei asked as he got out of the car. "Do you see that magnificent wall over there? That's the front line," Deng explained. It was built using earth element skills by hundreds of 4th-level beasts and 2 5th-level beast kings working together. Behind the wall lies Baiwei City, where the army is stationed. But there are a few 1st and 2nd-level beasts on the run ahead. Let's clear them out along the way. Deng summoned his main battle pet, a 3rd-level, 9th-tier crystal mantis. This battle pet, covered in white crystalline armor, boasted incredible defense, nearly impenetrable to beasts of the same level. Its greatest strength was its extraordinary speed. Though its attack power was relatively modest and its methods straightforward, it remained a highly reliable weapon of destruction, earning it a grade aptitude rating. The surrounding beasts, rather than retreating at the sight of the crystal mantis, charged forward recklessly, displaying the characteristic desperation of those corrupted by the eerie forces. With a single slash, the crystal mantis cleaved a 2nd-level bloodclaw spider in half. Xiao Fei, never underestimate beasts corrupted by the eerie forces, even if they're already dead. As Deng spoke, a fist-sized mass of black, sticky worms suddenly emerged from the spider's corpse, attempting to burrow into the crystal mantis. These are black slime worms, products of the eerie corruption. They can invade a host's body through any orifice and seize control. A 1st-level black slime worm can even control a 2nd-level beast. Physical attacks are ineffective against them. Even severed parts of their bodies remain alive. The crystal mantis immediately swatted the black slime worm away and then used its crystal pillar skill to trap it. When the crystal pillar shattered, the worm disintegrated into tiny specks of light. These lessons were paid for in blood. "Xiao Fei, you must be extremely cautious on the front line." Chen Fei nodded solemnly. "I understand, Uncle Deng." What weighed heavily on his mind wasn't the early-stage eerie creatures like the black slime worms, but the even more terrifying entities he was about to face. The later-stage eerie creatures were so formidable that even knowing their weaknesses didn't guarantee their defeat. "Uncle Deng, leave a couple of half-dead ones for me to try." Deng was stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Fei to make such a request. Frowning, he looked at Chen Fei. "Xiao Fei, are you sure? Your beast companion has only recently formed a contract with you. Its combat abilities are still very weak. Even if these low-level beasts stood still and let you attack them, you might not succeed." Chen Fei, however, showed no hesitation. "Uncle Deng, with you by my side, they'll be safe. I just want to give it a try and see how big the gap is between me and these beasts." Seeing his determination, Deng decided not to argue further. His concern wasn't for Chen Fei's safety, but rather for the blow to his confidence. After all, the level 1, Tier 2 10,000 Venom Goo couldn't even break through the beast's defenses, let alone kill them. To help Chen Fei maintain his confidence, Deng directed his crystal mantis to severely injure the bloodclaw spider, even cutting off 4 of its legs to greatly reduce its mobility. Just as Chen Fei prepared to let his 10,000 Venom Goo make its move, Dang Ying suddenly widened his eyes in shock. What leapt off Chen Fei wasn't just one 10,000 Venom Git, was dozens of them. These tiny creatures, only half the size of Xiao Gu, moved with flea-like agility, quickly surrounding the crippled level 1, Tier 7 Bloodclaw spider. Some of the goo attempted to burrow into the spider's mouth, while others infiltrated through its wounds. Thanks to their advanced armor-piercing ability, 10 of them successfully parasitized the spider, navigating through its organs in search of the elusive black slime worm inside. By the time the black slime worm reacted, it was already encircled. However, its defenses far surpassed those of the 10,000 Venom Goo. One goo that ventured too close was instantly engulfed in the worm's mucus, its life snuffed out. Xiao Gu, have them pull back. Absorb spiritual energy with Devour first, then launch venom attacks. Chen Fei decisively commanded. Although the venom had limited effects on the highly defensive black slime worm, absorbing spiritual energy was still a way to grow stronger. Xiao Gu, detonate. At Chen Fei's command, the 10,000 Venom Goo simultaneously self-destructed. A system notification followed. You have slain a level 1 Bloodclaw spider. Gained 5 kill points. You have slain a level 1 black slime worm. Gained 5 kill points. Only 5 points. Chen Fei realized how challenging it was to accumulate kill points. No wonder that in his previous life, as a Tier 2 master, he had only managed to accumulate 23,000 kill points in the final half-day. It was clear he would need to plan more strategically to gather kill points in the future. Dang Ying was momentarily stunned when he saw the Bloodclaw spider explode into a bloody mess. He turned to Chen Fei in disbelief. Wasn't that just a level 1 juvenile beast? How could it have such destructive power? Xiao Fei, what exactly did you do? Chen Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing special. I just had the 9 little 10,000 Venom Goo parasites inside the Bloodclaw spider self-detonate. Hearing this, Dang Ying felt a chill run down his spine. Whether it was the Bloodclaw spider or the black adhesive worm, even at the 6th or 7th tier, they were still fundamentally level 1 beasts. Facing the simultaneous detonation of 9 level 1 beasts, resistance was futile. However, this kind of self-destruct tactic was typically a last resort in life-or-death situations. Yet Chen Fei had casually used it on a crippled beastan with 9 goo at that. The extravagance of it all was simply over the top. Silently, Dang Ying retracted his earlier doubts. The 10,000 Venom Goo was not only capable of breaking through defenses, but also acted as a mobile bomb. He could already envision Chen Fei's future combat style. Wherever he went, nothing would be left standing. Uncle Dang, let's try that level 2, first-tier rock armor scorpion over there, Chen Fei said, pointing to a nearby target. This rock armor scorpion possessed the attributes of earth, metal, and poison, with its entire body encased in a tough, stone-like armor. While its heavy armor made it slow and less gifted compared to Dang Ying's Phantom Crystal Mantis, its defensive capabilities were extraordinary. This time, Dang Ying was cautious and refrained from voicing any doubts. He was genuinely curious to see how Chen Fei would handle this immobilized rock armor scorpion, trapped under a crystalline pillar. Xiao Gu, attack the rock armor scorpion's sides. Chen Fei quickly commanded. The sides of the rock armor scorpion were its weakest points, but even so, regular attacks were unlikely to penetrate. Thus, the self-destruction tactic made a reappearance. 5 little 10,000 Venom Goo surrounded the scorpion's side and detonated simultaneously, finally creating a small breach in its armor. For the 10,000 Venom Goo, this opening was more than sufficient. The remaining goo swarmed in and repeated the process. Watching this, Dang Ying couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. This strategy was downright shameless. The battle continued. Soon, Xiao Gu reported back. Chen Fei, the black adhesive worm inside is level 1. 9th tyrant hasn't reached level 2 yet. Call me master, Chen Fei corrected. I won't, Xiao Gu stubbornly retorted. Chen Fei sighed in exasperation. Unlike other beasts that respectfully called their tamers master, Xiao Gu was particularly rebellious. Shifting his focus, Chen Fei issued another command. Control the number of explosions. Don't kill the black adhesive worm outright. Xiao Gu directed the remaining 10,000 Venom Goo to retreat, leaving only 6 to detonate. The black adhesive worm was gravely injured but not dead. While the rock armor scorpion's external shell remained intact, its internal organs were in shambles. Xiao Gu, parasitize the black adhesive worm, then use corpse control, Chen Fei instructed. This was an experiment wanted to test whether the black adhesive worm, created through the eerie invasion, could be controlled. The corpse control skill was still new to Xiao Gu, and the first attempt failed. However, with ample spiritual energy reserves, Xiao Gu could keep trying. On the 24th attempt, success was finally achieved. Level 2, first-tier rock armor scorpion defeated. Gained 20 slaughter points. The system notification chimed. While the points seemed decent, advancing the parasitism skill to mastery required 10,000 slaughter points equivalent to killing 500 level 2 beasts. Moreover, without Deng Ying's assistance, Xiao Gu wouldn't have stood a chance against the rock armor scorpion. This path to power was destined to be long and arduous. Deng Ying stared in shock at Xiao Gu and Chen Fei's hands. A level 1 beast defeating a level 2 beast was something he had never thought possible. Even with his help, Xiao Gu's displayed potential was nothing short of astonishing. After clearing the battlefield, Deng Ying took Chen Fei to report to the medical team. However, unnoticed by either of them, a black adhesive worm quietly crawled into the depths of the mist. Deng Ying didn't take Chen Fei directly to the medical department. Instead, he led him up onto the city wall. Standing at the high vantage point, Chen Fei looked out and saw a dense forest shrouded in a gray mist. Beyond that lies the Baiyue mountain range, Deng Ying said, pointing into the distance. 5 years ago, the mist began spreading from the western part of the continent, claiming countless lives. Even king-level experts who ventured in to investigate barely managed to return, often gravely injured. He continued explaining that while the mist eventually stopped expanding, it gave rise to many bizarre and dangerous life forms, frequently causing beast tides. To counter this threat, humanity established 12 battle zones along the mist's edge, with the Baiyue mountain range designated as the 8th battle zone. Xiao Fei, until you're strong enough, never take even a single step into the mist, Deng Ying warned sternly. Chen Fei understood this well. His knowledge of the mist might even surpass Deng Ying's. When they arrived at the medical team, Deng Ying helped Chen Fei complete the necessary formalities. Before leaving, he reminded him once more, nothing is more important than your safety. Sitting across from Chen Fei was Cheng Jingjing, an elegant woman wearing black-framed glasses. As the head of the medical department, this master-level beast tamer, who was not yet 30, exuded an air of cold sophistication. Chen Fei was no stranger to her in his previous life. Report, Commander. I am Chen Fei. Chen Fei straightened his back, exuding a military demeanor far beyond that of a rookie, which caught Cheng Jingjing by surprise. Tell me about your beast-taming ability, Cheng Jingjing asked directly. My beast pet can absorb various toxins, Chen Fei replied. This answer immediately piqued Cheng Jingjing's interest. In the toxin-infested paradise that was the Baiyue mountain range, there were only 48 toxin-type healers among the 50 medical teams. Chen Fei's ability was a perfect fit to fill the gap. Report to Medical Team 49, Cheng Jingjing said with a wave of her hand. When Chen Fei arrived at Medical Team 49, he saw a bald young man riding a report, Captain Zhou Yan. Your ability? Zhou Yan asked curtly. Toxin-type healer, Chen Fei. Bang! Zhou Yan slammed his pen onto the table. Damn it! I was just about to ask Director Cheng for more personnel, and here you are. What kind of twisted fate is this? Chen Fei, right? Welcome to the 49th Medical Unit. Zhou Yan's voice suddenly turned gruff, laced with a few coarse words, completely different from his earlier demeanor. Chen Fei looked up at the team leader in front of him. Despite his own height of 1.8 meters, he barely reached Zhou Yan's shoulder. Zhou Yan extended his massive hand and gave Chen Fei a heavy pat on the shoulder, making him feel like his bones were about to shatter. Captain, are you sure you weren't in a combat unit before? Chen Fei asked, rubbing his sore shoulder. Zhou Yan laughed, rubbing his bald head. How'd you know? I actually was in a combat unit, specialized in defense and focused on strength-type beasts. Later, by some twist of fate, my third contracted beast turned out to be healing type, so I got transferred here to lead the medical team. Now I can heal and protect the team best of both worlds. Chen Fei let out a breath of relief. He preferred Zhou Yan's straightforward personality. The two soon arrived at the 49th medical room, but before they could enter, a female doctor with a bun hairstyle, Lin Qi, stopped them. Captain, it's urgent. A soldier who's been bitten by a frost ant just arrived, Lin Qi said with a grave expression. Frost ant? Zhou Yan's brows furrowed. Lin Qi explained, it's only a brank beast, but its cold venom is extremely lethal. It can freeze someone to death. We don't have any fire-type healers here, and wood-type and light-type treatments aren't effective against this kind of poison. Nearby, the captain of the 21st Reconnaissance Unit, Su Kuei, interjected anxiously, can you save him or not? Just give me a straight answer. You can't handle such a common poison? Zhou Yan pushed Chen Fei forward. Let me introduce your new poison-type healer, Chen Fei. Lin Qi leaned in and whispered her concern to Zhou Yan. Captain, he looks way too young. He's only a beginner at Tier 2. Can he really handle this? Zhou Yan pulled out his car keys, ready to arrange for a transfer, but Chen Fei had already stepped toward the patient. A moment later, he calmly said, it's done? Done? All right, they'll just go start the car and Zhou Yan stopped mid-sentence. Wait, what did you just say? It's cured? Hearing Zhou Yan ask again, Chen Fei finally turned his head and replied casually, yeah, it's cured. With a mastery-level devour skill, dealing with this kind of cold poison is a piece of cake. Zhou Yan and Lin Qi exchanged incredulous glances. Lin Qi quickly stepped forward to examine the patient thoroughly. Moments later, he exclaimed excitedly. It's really cured. That was so fast. Zhou Yin was stunned and thought to himself, this time, we've really struck gold. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Qi asked, how did you do it? This clearly exceeds the capabilities of a beginner-level Tier 2 beast tamer. Chen Fei had already prepared his explanation. Poisons are categorized into 6 types: dermal poison, blood poison, neurotoxin, elemental poison, soul poison, and anomalous poison. Each type is further divided into 4 levels, ranging from mild toxins to incurable ones. My beast companion can treat up to level 3 poisons within the first 4 categories, and its skill level is proficient. Lin Qi suddenly understood. No wonder. The Frost Ant's poison is a level 2 elemental poison, which falls within your treatment range. A proficient level skill definitely explains the rapid recovery. Then his eyes widened. Wait, a Tier 2 beast companion already has a proficient level skill? Zhou Yin and Su Kuei also realized this and were secretly astonished. After all, ordinary beast companions typically had to reach Tier 3 before mastering proficient level skills. This guy was definitely a genius. Chen Fei merely smiled faintly and said nothing more. He couldn't possibly reveal that Xiao Gu had already mastered the Devour skill at the mastery level. People would be scared out of their wits. After Su Kuei left with his comrades, Zhou Yin threw an arm around Chen Fei's shoulder. Come on, we're having a feast tonight, and you'll get to meet the rest of the team. Chen Fei agreed readily. Getting to know the team members and their beast companions was crucial for improving survival rates on the battlefield. Zhou Yin began the introductions. This is Lin Qi, our vice captain. You've already met him. This is Nangong Sha, our strongest healer. As long as you've got a breath left in you, she can keep you alive for half a day. And this is Yang Xian, the only member of the team without a beast taming talent, but his martial arts rejuvenation technique is top-notch. Hearing the words martial arts, Chen Fei gave Yang Xian a few more glances. On the continent of spirit beasts, beast tamers were the mainstream, but not everyone was born with that talent. Martial arts provided another path, also rooted in spiritual energy but focused on enhancing oneself. Some martial kings could even slay ordinary demon kings with a single strike. However, martial arts legacies were limited and not as systematically developed as beast taming. Chen Fei stroked his chin in thought. Come to think of it, he could consider learning martial arts. After all, most people dedicated all their energy to beast taming and had no capacity left to pursue martial arts. Chen Fei silently contemplated the differences between beast tamers and martial artists. Unlike beast tamers, who need to invest significant resources to train their beasts, he now had access to slaughter points, which could directly enhance his proficiency in martial techniques. While beast tamers were undeniably powerful, most of them had a glaring weakness in defense. Mastering some martial arts could effectively compensate for this flaw. However, obtaining martial arts techniques was no easy task. Even the most basic level 1 technique required 200 contribution points, whereas he currently only had a meager 2 points. There were various ways to earn contribution points: defending against beast tides, capturing live anomalous creatures, scouting the misty regions, and even treating injured soldiers. Besides exchanging points for martial arts, they could also be used to acquire spiritual fruits, rare materials, high-quality demonic beast blood, or even beast eggs, though all of these came with a hefty price tag. As night fell, Chen Fei and Yang Xian were assigned to share a room. To avoid disturbing Chen Fei's rest, Yang Xian voluntarily went to the training room to practice martial arts. Meanwhile, Chen Fei summoned Xiao Gu and immediately activated shared vision. Through the shared vision, he saw that Gui had successfully manipulated the parasitic black slime worm to invade a level 1, rank 9 bloodthirsty black snake. Although the black slime worm lacked the offensive power of the bloodthirsty black snake, once it successfully invaded the snake's body, the tide of battle completely shifted. As expected, the black slime worm quickly took full control of the bloodthirsty black snake. In the outer regions of the Baiyue mountain range, Goo began its hunting spree. This area was primarily inhabited by level 1 and level 2 demonic beasts, making it relatively safe for Goo, now in control of the bloodthirsty black snake. Its hunt was not aimless. Leveraging the black slime worm's unique sensory abilities, it specifically targeted other black slime worms. It avoided stronger foes and attacked weaker ones, steadily accumulating slaughter points. Defeated level 1 Frost Ant, slaughter points 5. Defeated level 1 Bloodclaw Spider, slaughter points 5. Defeated level 1 Black Slime Worm, slaughter points 5. Meanwhile, Chen Fei kept an eye on the progress of the other Shaowan Dugu parasites. Though most had been killed or injured, one managed to encounter a rare opportunity. It parasitized a level 2, rank 3 Thunder-Eyed Ape while the beast was gravely injured after fighting another creature over a red Zhu fruit. This parasite, which Chen Fei named Goo, had not yet fully controlled the Thunder-Eyed Ape, a high-tier A-grade beast with mastery over lightning, but it had successfully concealed itself within the host. Watching his slaughter points steadily increase, Chen Fei lay down, content. If Goo Air could eventually gain full control over the lightning-powered Thunder-Eyed Ape, his future slaughter point income would undoubtedly skyrocket. At this moment, he was more certain than ever that contracting with Xiao Gu had been a wise decision. With the constant notifications of slaughter points ringing in his mind, Chen Fei drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Chen Fei immediately checked his slaughter points. The current balance showed 480. He nodded in satisfaction, had taken down 96 level 1 beasts overnight, which was quite an impressive pace. At this rate, in just a few days, both he and Xiao Gu's strength could advance several levels. Thinking about this, Chen Fei couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the sacred tome. It was practically a cheat code. "Good morning, Vice Captain," Chen Fei greeted energetically. Lin Chi glanced at the spirited Chen Fei, then at the groggy young Exine beside him and sighed. "You two share the same dormitory. How can there be such a big difference?" Young Exine pouted. "I trained until late last night before going back. Someone was already sleeping like a log. How can it be the same?" Lin Chi turned to Chen Fei, his tone serious. "By the way, there's something you need to know. The medical room is usually quite idle unless there's a patient or a special situation. Your main focus now should be on training and improving your beast strength. You're only at beginner stage level 2, which is way too weak. You can't even protect yourself. To follow the team into the fog, you'll need to be at least a mid-level beast tamer." Hearing the urgency in Lin Chi's words, Chen Fei scratched his head awkwardly. "Got it, Vice Captain. I'll work hard." The morning was relatively quiet, so Chen Fei went to the Baiwei City Library and borrowed a few books. The Complete Guide to Venomous Insects and Beasts, Common Venomous Creatures of the Baiwei Mountains, Toxin Combination Encyclopedia, and on the possibility of mental toxins mutating into soul toxins. These were all for studying the venomous kiss skill. He focused intently on the records about the Hell Platypusa demonic beast containing 101 types of toxins, capable of combining them at will to create neurotoxins, elemental toxins, and more. However, the books also noted that not all toxins could be perfectly combined. Some conflicting toxins, when mixed, could even neutralize each other. After learning about the distribution of venomous beasts in the Baiwei Mountains, Chen Fei decided to send Gu Yi to hunt these creatures to help Xiao Gu accumulate toxins. Upon hearing the plan, Xiao Gu was immediately displeased. "Chen Fei, you're mistreating my descendants. They work harder than oxen and horses." Instead of arguing, Chen Fei asked, "Xiao Gu, if someone threatened your life, wouldn't you do everything you could to grow stronger?" "Of course. If I get stronger, I can go back and crush them," Xiao Gu replied decisively. "Good, that's the right mindset." Chen Fei nodded approvingly. "Right now, I'm facing the threat of a demon king. I have to grow stronger quickly, even if it means using extreme measures." Xiao Gu's eyes widened in shock. "You? A beginner beast tamer? What kind of demon king would bother with you? Don't believe me, huh?" Chen Fei gave a mysterious smile. "Then let's make a bet. 2 months from now, the medical team will face a major crisis. 6 months from now, there will be a small-scale beast tide in the Baiwei Mountains. And a year from now, a large-scale beast tide will erupt here. If I'm wrong, they'll stop pushing your descendants so hard." After listening to Chen Fei's analysis, Xiao Gu fell silent. If Chen Fei truly could predict the timing of these events, then the so-called Demon King crisis he mentioned might very well be real. After a moment of deliberation, Xiao Gu raised his head, his tone resolute. "All right, I'll take the bet with you." A faint smile appeared on Chen Fei's lips. He was confident about this wager. After all, the strange occurrences in Baiwei City had all taken place during his recovery period following his injury and withdrawal from school events he had witnessed firsthand. Now, he was already preparing for the upcoming upheaval, which would be a prime opportunity to accumulate kill points. Meanwhile, Lin Chi would occasionally observe the newcomer's performance during her free time. She noticed that although Chen Fei showed little interest in cultivation, his awareness of safety was remarkably sharp. The books he read, in Lin Chi's opinion, were quite valuable, not only for Chen Fei but for the other team members as well. As she was pondering this, a familiar figure entered the medical room. It was Su Kuei, who had been there just the previous day. "It's you again?" Lin Chi couldn't help but ask. Su Kuei gave a wry smile and explained, "Our reconnaissance team had just reached the outskirts of the Baiwei Mountains when we were ambushed by a swarm of frost ants. No idea which fool stirred up their nest." Hearing this, Chen Fei silently closed the book in his hands and avoided eye contact. Feeling a bit guilty, suspected this was likely the handiwork of Gu Yi. "Frost ants, huh? Come over here for treatment," Chen Fei called out. Whether it was beast companions or beast masters who had been bitten, with Xiao Gu around, these frost poisons were no big deal. Once the treatment was complete, Chen Fei took out a small venomous goo worm, which he referred to as Gu-san. "Wait, take this with you." Su Kuei and his team stopped to examine the tiny creature in Chen Fei's palm. "Is this your beast companion?" Chen Fei nodded and explained that it was the offspring of his beast companion. Carrying it could help resist most toxins. Su Kuei and his team lit up at the revelation for scouts who regularly ventured into the wilderness. This was practically a lifesaver. However, Chen Fei quickly added that there was a condition. Seeing the sudden tension on Su Kuei and his team's faces, he hurriedly clarified, "Don't worry, it's simple. Here's a list of poisonous plants and flowers, complete with descriptions and pictures. If you come across any during your patrols, just let Gu-san take a few bites. If possible, bring some samples back as well." Su Kuei and his team exchanged glances before breaking into relieved smiles. "That's it? This hardly counts as a condition. It's just a small favor for us. Consider it done." Seeing this, Lin Chi and Yang Xian nodded quietly to themselves. Chen Fei's character was indeed commendable. This gesture was akin to giving out free antidotes. After watching the scouts leave, Chen Fei stroked his chin in thought. Letting Gu-san accompany Su Kuei's team was both safe and an efficient way to gather toxins. It was indeed a solid plan. Now, how should he strategize his next move? Half a month later, Chen Fei's abilities had improved significantly. With the continuous accumulation of slaughter points, he had advanced to a level 7 junior beastmaster, while Xiao Gu had reached level 7 tier 1. Notably, Xiao Gu's progress was entirely reliant on Gu Yi's kills and Gu Air's siphoning of the Thunder-Eyed Ape's spiritual energy. If not for the limitation that beast pets could not surpass their master's strength, Xiao Gu's advancement might have been even faster. At this point, Chen Fei's slaughter points balance reached 2,045. Without hesitation, he allocated 2,000 points to upgrading 2 skills, Venomous Kiss and Corpse Control. After Venomous Kiss was upgraded from the beginner level to the proficient level, the number of toxins it could release increased from 3 to 5, with a significant boost in their lethality. Similarly, the Corpse Control skill was enhanced to the proficient level, raising the success rate of controlling creatures weaker than himself to 70. Even for targets up to 3 tiers stronger than himself, it had a 20 success rate. Although the success rate against targets 5 tiers above him was extremely low, dealing with the current level 3 tier 2 Thunder-Eyed Ape seemed promising, especially once Gu Air reached level 9 tier 1. What excited Chen Fei the most was that the bloodthirsty black snake controlled by Gu Yi had reached a critical point for a breakthrough through continuous combat practice. This level 1 tier 2 bloodthirsty black snake not only expanded the range of targets it could hunt, but occasionally hunting level 2 beasts also brought substantial slaughter points. Chen Fei whispered to Xiao Gu, "Release this batch of little Xiao Gus." These level 5 and level 6 10,000 Venom Goo larvae had already developed the ability to protect themselves in the outer regions of the Baiyue mountain range. Whether through parasitism or corpse control, as long as their safety was ensured, they would become a stable source of slaughter points. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Baiyue mountain range, a team led by Su Kuei was moving swiftly. Suddenly, a team member spotted a nether ice fruit, a rare spiritual herb known to enhance the potential of ice-type beasts, immediately grabbing everyone's attention. Su Kuei raised his hand to signal the team to halt and asked, "Who needs this?" Seeing everyone shake their heads, he decided to bring it back to trade for contribution points. However, just as he warned the group to watch out for a guardian beast, one team member was ambushed and collapsed instantly. "Captain, it's a level 5 tier 2 ghost ice centipede," someone shouted. The ghost ice centipede, having succeeded in its sneak attack, burrowed underground, waiting for another opportunity to strike. The situation was critical. Su Kuei immediately ordered the team to retreat and summon Gu-san from his beast pet box. "Third Master, please save Xiao Yu." At this point, Gu-san had become the team's savior, earning the respectful title of Third Master. Gu-san quickly bit into the tiger's mouth area of Xiao Yu's hand and began extracting the venom. In just 2 minutes, the poison was completely neutralized. The sight left everyone present in awe. The fact that Third Master could neutralize the venom of a level 2 beast was truly impressive. "From now on, we can walk around the outskirts of the Baiyue Mountains like we own the place," one team member said excitedly. "I feel like Sanye's skills are more than just proficient," another team member said, staring at the 10,000 Venom Goo in his hand with a puzzled look. "A first-tier beast with mastery-level skills? That's unheard of." Since Gu-san isn't affected by the Ghost Ice Centipede's poison, the Netherworld Ice Fruit is as good as ours. The team members exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. That day, Team 21 had a bountiful harvest, with everyone's backpacks stuffed to the brim. This unusual success caught the attention of other teams, especially Team 25's captain, Wang Ji, who was on friendly terms with Su Kuei. "Su, my friend," Wang Ji said as he sidled up to Su Kuei, lowering his voice. "What's going on with your team lately? You're coming back fully loaded every time, and you haven't even needed the medical ward anymore. You used to be there every other day." Su Kuei and his team exchanged knowing smiles, motioning for Wang Ji to lean in closer. "Wang, this is just between us, alright? Don't let it spread." A little genius arrived at Medical Ward 49, and his beast, Sanye, is something special. It can neutralize all ordinary poisons. Seeing Wang Ji's skeptical expression, Su Kuei placed Gu-san in his palm. Don't be fooled by Sanyi being just a first tier, 6-step 10,000 Venom Goo. It can even counter the poison of a second tier, 5th step Ghost Eyes Centipede. Are you serious? Wang Zhi's eyes widened in astonishment. After Su Kuei repeatedly confirmed it, Wang Zhi wasted no time and dashed off to Medical Ward 49. At the medical ward, Wang Zhi quickly found Chen Fei buried in a pile of books. After a brief discussion, Chen Fei agreed to lend him a 10,000 Venom Goo, only asking for one simple condition. During the team's routine feeding of their beasts, they should set aside some resources to replenish the Goo's spiritual energy. Don't worry, Wang Zhi said, patting his chest confidently. As long as I have anything to eat, I'll make sure it gets its share too. With everything arranged, Chen Fei returned to his research. The complete guide to assassin-type beasts, the most valuable assassin skills to cultivate, the strongest assassin beasts in history, ancient assassin beast compendium with the date of the intermediate beast tamer exam approaching. It was time to start considering his second beast companion. Since I'm pursuing the ultimate offensive path, the second beast companion must complement Xiaogu's weaknesses, Chen Fei pondered carefully. Duplicated skills and traits would only lead to diminishing returns. He began mentally organizing the common skills of the assassin class. Stealth, the ability to move like a phantom, hiding one's presence and silently approaching prey, with mastery leading to complete invisibility. Shadow manipulation, controlling shadows to execute assassinations, appearing and vanishing unpredictably. Illusion, creating confusion in the enemy's mind before striking, opening opportunities for a lethal blow. Then there were the rarer, more bizarre abilities. Soul attacks, curses from afar, time freeze. These domineering skills often required beast companions with extraordinary potential to master. Time-based abilities, for instance, could never be comprehended by a beast lacking the innate talent, and creatures capable of such power were at least S rank or higher. Time reigns supreme, space rules as king, destiny remains untouchable, and causality claims the throne. Chen Fei murmured the ancient saying. But finding a beast that was both suitable and destined to join him was no easy task. It would have to be taken one step at a time. Researching late into the night, Chen Fei eventually felt the strain in his back and shoulders. He decided to retire to his room for some rest. Lying in bed, he habitually summoned the Slaughter Codex, and when he saw the balance displayed as 1,025 points, he abruptly sat up. There were only 45 points left yesterday. How did it increase by 980 points in just one day? He immediately checked the sources. Gui contributed over 400, the newly deployed Wandu Goo added nearly 200, but what surprised him most was that the Thunder-Eyed Ape had provided more than 300 points. Could it be that Gu finally succeeded in corpse control? He quickly activated shared vision, and sure enough, he saw through the Thunder-Eyed Ape's perspective. The ape was locked in combat with a second tier, first stage Bloodthorn snake, which it tore apart in just a few moves. Even more astonishing was that a first tier, 9th stage black slime worm leaping from the snake's corpse was struck down by a bolt of lightning before it could react, shattering into pieces. Kill notifications immediately appeared. Killed second tier, first stage Bloodthorn snake. Slaughter value 20. Killed first tier black slime worm. Slaughter value 5. This Thunder-Eyed Ape is truly impressive. Chen Fei immediately extracted 1,000 points of slaughter value to enhance his strength. As an 8th stage junior beast tamer, he still needed 11,000 points to advance to the intermediate level, but tonight, he could finally sleep peacefully. Just then, a report came in from Recon Team 60. While on a mission, they had been ambushed and surrounded by a mutated plant known as the 9 Phantom Flower. Originally, this plant only released hallucinogenic toxins for self-defense, but after the invasion of the mist, it had undergone terrifying changes. The poisonous mist it emitted now not only caused hallucinations, but also had highly corrosive properties. A soldier accidentally stepped into a trap and was instantly reduced to a pool of blood. The members of Recon Team 60, horrified by the sight, retreated in panic, only to realize they were trapped in place. They had no choice but to stay there for an entire day. Fortunately, Wang Zhi's patrol team arrived just in time. Assessing the situation, Wang Zhi immediately summoned his creature known as Siyi, a potent venomous goo. This creature, named Goo Si by Chen Fei, displayed extraordinary abilities. It could neutralize neurotoxins, dissolve corrosive substances, and devour all forms of poison. Not only did it absorb the deadly toxins on site, but it also eradicated the 9 illusion flowers that had ensnared Team 60. Team 60's captain, Yi Kaixiang, was amazed by what he witnessed and became deeply intrigued by the venomous goo. Seeing that Siyi was already exposed, Wang Zhi decided to reveal its origins and details without reservation. As word spread, Treatment Room 49 quickly became the most popular spot. Visitors came in droves, nearly wearing out the threshold with their constant comings and goings. Calls like, looking for Brother Chen Fei. Is Healer Chen Fei here? And Recon Team 12 would like to invite Brother Chen Fei for a meal, echoed incessantly. Yang Xian was utterly bewildered by the scene. After some inquiries, he discovered that these people were not there for medical treatment, but specifically to find Chen Fei. This left him utterly puzzled. How could Chen Fei, who spent all his time in the medical room, know so many people? Lin Qi and Zhou Yin were equally astonished by the commotion. They began speculating. Could Chen Fei have some special identity or a prestigious background? After all, even Zhou Yin, who had been managing the medical room for quite some time, had never seen such a spectacle. Suddenly, Lin Qi clapped his hands as if recalling something critical. Remember when Chen Fei gave away a small venomous goo? Ever since then, although Team Su Kuei stopped visiting, other recon teams have been coming non-stop. Yang Xian had an epiphany. Are you saying all these people are here because of the venomous goo? What was even more shocking was Zhou Yan's discovery that Chen Fei's spiritual energy cultivation had already reached level 9 of the beginner stage. In just 25 days, he had advanced by a full 7 levels. While this might not surpass the spirit realm's record of advancing to the intermediate stage in 22 days, it was still astonishing. To put it into perspective, it typically took an ordinary person 4 to 5 months or even over a year to reach this level. Even with abundant resources, it would take at least 2 months. This realization hit Yang Xian the hardest. Seeing Chen Fei, who spent his days training and sleeping, achieve such progress made him question everything. Could talent truly outweigh hard work? As Xiao Gu's strength advanced to level 9 of Tier 1, Chen Fei decided to adjust his strategy. The level 7 Tier 1 black slime worms had become too weak for Goo Yi. However, not wanting to waste this resource, Chen Fei instructed Goo Yi to return to the city for now. Captain Zhou, I have an urgent matter to address, Chen Fei said as he met Zhou Yin at the base of Squad 49. This was the first time Chen Fei had made a request since arriving here nearly a month ago. It was also thanks to his joining that Squad 49 had gained such recognition recently. Captain Zhou, my beast companion has parasitized a live black slime worm. I'd like to offer it to the military for research. Do you know if there's a suitable container to securely hold it? Zhou Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Are you saying you captured a live black slime worm? When Chen Fei nodded in confirmation, Zhou Yan instinctively pinched the bridge of his nose. As an experienced beast tamer, he was well aware of the black slime worm's characteristics: tenacious vitality, ferocious temperament, and an extreme bloodlust when encountering humans. These creatures didn't bleed, had high resistance to toxins, and were even difficult to subdue with anesthetic skills from other beasts. Only attributes like sleep, hallucination, soul manipulation, or crystal-based abilities could barely restrain them. The idea of a novice beast tamer capturing such a creature alive was almost unbelievable. Well done, Zhou Yin said, patting Chen Fei on the shoulder. But keep in mind, black slime worms have been captured before, so the contribution points you'll earn might not be as high as they once were. Be prepared for that. As for the container, I'll go request one from the minister. Thank you, Captain. The contribution points don't matter much, every little bit helps, right? Chen Fei replied with a smile. That's true, huh? Zhou Yin chuckled as he made his way to Minister Chang Jingjing's office. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, Zhou Yin opened the door to find not only Chang Jingjing but also a tall man with a commanding presence, Minister Xie Sun of the Reconnaissance Department. His face was framed by a thick silver beard that gave him a stern appearance, though Zhou Yin knew the minister to be approachable. After saluting the two ministers, Zhou Yin got straight to the point and explained his purpose for coming. Chang Jingjing tapped her fingers rhythmically on the desk as she listened, a thoughtful expression on her face. Chen Fei again? A novice beast tamer causing this much commotion, she mused aloud. During her 3 to 4 years in office, she had never encountered a situation where a novice beast tamer required the personal attention of the reconnaissance minister, let alone one who had managed to capture a black slime worm alive. Alright, Zhou Yin, use my name to request a crystal containment box. It's made from the mineral crystals of a Tier 4 beast, so there's no way a Tier 1 black slime worm can break out of it. Also, have Chen Fei come here as well. Understood, Minister. Zhou Yin saluted sharply before leaving the office. It wasn't until Zhou Yin left that Xie Sun's gaze shifted back to Cheng Jingjing. Old Cheng, it seems your medical department has really struck gold. Who's old? Your whole family is old. Cheng Jingjing immediately bristled, her face darkening. I haven't even gotten married yet. How am I old? Xie Sun couldn't help but retort. Listen to yourself, doesn't that sound contradictory? As for how talented Chen Fei is, we'll have to see it with our own eyes to be sure. Not long after, Chen Fei entered the room. As a master-level expert, Cheng Jingjing immediately locked onto Chen Fei's cultivation level. The moment she probed, her heart skipped a beat. This young man before her had already reached the peak of Tier 9 at the beginner level, with a solid foundation that suggested he could break through to the intermediate beast master level at any time. Recalling that Chen Fei had only been at Tier 2 when he first arrived, his cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing. This kid's talent is even greater than mine? Cheng Jingjing thought to herself in shock. After all, it had taken her 2 full months to become an intermediate beast master, and even then, her family had hailed her as a genius. But Chen Fei's speed was undoubtedly on another level a genius among geniuses. Suppressing her internal surprise, Cheng Jingjing introduced him. Chen Fei, this is Xie Sun, the head of the Reconnaissance Department. He's here to see you. Hello, Minister Xie. Chen Fei greeted respectfully. He knew a bit about this powerhouse who had a close relationship with his parents. Unfortunately, in the original timeline, this once-peak Grandmaster-level expert had ultimately fallen to the hands of the ninth evil king. Xie Sun chuckled heartily. I'm someone who likes to get straight to the point. Out of the 120 reconnaissance teams under my command, 23 are already equipped with your Wandu Goo. It seems to be quite exceptional. Would you mind letting Minister Cheng and me have a look? Chen Fei hesitated inwardly. Fully exposing Xiao Gu's abilities in front of two powerhouses might not be the wisest decision. Noticing his hesitation, Xie Sun added, "Don't worry, we have no intention of probing into the details of your beast companion. We merely want to test its detoxification abilities. If it proves effective, I hope to equip every reconnaissance team with a Wandu Goo." Understanding Xie Sun's intentions, Chen Fei summoned Goo Yi. With its enhanced strength, Goo Yi's physique had noticeably bulked up, and the faint aura of malice it exuded hinted at the battles it had recently endured. Soon, two poisonous beasts were brought into the room. Xie Sun introduced them. This is the Tier 2, Level 7 Red Lotus Flame Butterfly, native to the mid-regions of the Baiyue Mountain Range. The other is the Tier 3, Level 1 Ghostface Venom Spider, found at the boundary between the mid-region and inner core. If your Wandu Goo can neutralize the poisons of these two creatures, it would be a tremendous asset to our reconnaissance teams. Feigning hesitation, Chen Fei responded, "Let's give it a try. I'm curious about Xiao Gust limits as well." Under the soldier's control, the Red Lotus Flame Butterfly released tiny, pollen-like toxic particles. This Tier 2 poison, once ingested, would cause severe burning sensations in the internal organs, leading to certain death if not treated promptly. Although such poison was trivial for Xiao Gu, who had mastered advanced devouring techniques, Chen Fei instructed it to slow down and pretend to struggle. After a full 10 minutes, Gui finally absorbed the flame poison completely. "Should we test the poison of the Tier 3 Ghostface Venom Spider next?" Xie Sun asked. Chen Fei quickly waved his hand with a wry smile. "No, Minister Xie. Xiao Gu says the Red Lotus Flame Butterfly's poison is already its limit. The poison of a Tier 3 beast crosses two major levels. It's best not to take the risk." Hearing this, Xie Sun and Cheng Jingjing both nodded in understanding. Indeed, if a Tier 1 beast companion could neutralize Tier 3 toxins, it would be far too terrifying. Even though the poison of a Level 3 beast couldn't be neutralized, the result still filled Xie Sun with joy. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Not bad at all. A Level 1 10,000 Venom Goo can already counter the poison of a Level 2 beast. Once it advances to Level 2, it might even handle Level 3 poisons. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. If that's the case, my troops can venture into the central region without having to circle around the outskirts anymore. Currently, some reconnaissance teams did take the risk of entering the central area, but they required poison-specialized healers to accompany them. Xie Sun frowned as he added, "Healers need to cultivate as well. They can't be running around with the squads every single day." But Chen Fei's beast is a different story. Turning to Chen Fei, he asked eagerly, "Your 10,000 Venom Goo can reproduce and split, right? I want to reserve a batch. Once it levels up to Level 2, make sure every squad in my team gets one." Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Jingjing cut in sharply, "Xie Sun, you're going too far. You want my people to do your bidding, and you don't even offer anything in return?" Xie Sun quickly gestured with his hands to calm her down. "How could I not be prepared? The specifics depend on what Chen Fei needs in terms of resources." Without hesitation, Chen Fei replied, "I want to accumulate contribution points to exchange for martial arts techniques." Xiao Gu's growth was already secured by kill points, but martial arts were the key to improving his self-defense capabilities. This response left both Xie Sun and Cheng Jingjing momentarily stunned. They exchanged a surprised glance at another person aiming to dual cultivate in beast taming and martial arts. Many had fallen on this path before. Cheng Jingjing couldn't help but advise, "Chen Fei, human energy is limited. Wanting everything will only make your future path harder to walk. I appreciate the minister's concern, but I still want to give it a try," Chen Fei said firmly. Cheng Jingjing opened her mouth to argue, but ultimately let out a cold snort. "Fine, do as you please. After all, you're Chen Xingyun's son, none of my business." Xie Sun immediately presented two options. First, you can rent a Level 2 10,000 Venom Goo for 5 contribution points per month, with the cost increasing as it levels up. Second, in addition to that, I can use my personal privileges to let you pick a Level 2 martial arts technique directly, something worth 1,000 contribution points. However, he paused for effect. "You'll have to transfer to the Reconnaissance Division." Cheng Jingjing's face darkened instantly. a menacing aura radiating from her as if she might lash out at any moment. Xiesun, you audacious scoundrel, poaching someone from right under my nose? You're something else, acting like you're the king of the underworld. Xiesun awkwardly rubbed his nose. It was indeed a bit underhanded, but he defended himself nonetheless. You can't restrict his freedom. Let him decide for himself, can't you? Decide, my foot. Cheng Jingjing erupted. My soldiers are none of your reconnaissance division's business. Say another word, and I'll personally throw you out. No, Lao Cheng, could you be reasonable for once? The sound of an argument echoed through the office. Chen Fei stood off to the side, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Normally reserved and composed, Cheng Jingjing was now brimming with intensity, a presence so commanding that even the toughest of men might step back in caution. At that moment, Chen Fei noticed his kill points had quietly surpassed the 10,000 mark. Just as he was contemplating how to allocate these points, both Cheng Jingjing and Xie Sun turned their gazes toward him in unison, waiting for his decision. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei spoke. I appreciate Minister Xie's kind offer, but I prefer the healing division over the reconnaissance division. He explained his reasoning simply. While working in the reconnaissance division would allow him easier access to the Baiyue Mountains to accumulate kill points, the rigid rules there such as fixed patrol areas and set entry and exit times would restrict his freedom. Hearing this, Cheng Jingjing's expression visibly softened. Xie Sun, on the other hand, sighed lightly and remarked, what a pity. Then he decisively concluded, in that case, we'll proceed with the first plan. Not long after, he got up and took his leave, leaving Cheng Jingjing and Chen Fei alone. Chen Fei, Cheng Jingjing said, her expression serious, are you really planning to dual train in martial arts? Yes, I want to study it for self-defense, Chen Fei replied without hesitation. Cheng Jingjing fell silent, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk. After a long pause, she finally said, since Xie Sun tried to entice you with a Tier 2 martial art, I can't be stingy either. Using my personal authority, I'll allow you to select a Tier 2 martial art. But remember, if you find that martial arts training interferes with your primary studies, you must stop immediately. Overjoyed by her words, Chen Fei expressed his gratitude repeatedly before heading straight to the martial arts archive. Rows upon rows of martial arts manuals were neatly arranged, and he began browsing through them swiftly. Blazing Flame Finger, a Tier 2 fire element technique capable of piercing through Tier 4 beasts when perfected, even challenging Beast Kings. However, it required a fire element aptitude. Thunder Armor, a Tier 2 lightning element technique that could form a protective thunder armor upon mastery, nearly impervious even to Beast Kings. Unfortunately, it required the rare lightning element. What frustrated Chen Fei further was the notation on these manuals. Non-assassin techniques cannot be learned or enhanced using kill points. Left with no choice, he turned his attention to the assassin techniques. Shadow Step relied on shadows, but its limitations were significant. Mist Veil technique conflicted with the eerie mists he might encounter in the future. Phantom Sound technique emitted hypnotic sound waves that could trap enemies in illusions. Hidden Origin technique concealed one's cultivation and aura, and upon mastery, could even render the user invisible. The last two techniques intrigued Chen Fei the most, leaving him deep in thought. The Illusion Sound technique focuses on creating illusions and can be useful in any situation, making it a solid choice. However, Chen Fei ultimately set his sights on the Hidden Origin technique. This method not only conceals cultivation and killing intent, but also, at higher levels, allows one to achieve the incredible ability of becoming invisible. Compared to the Illusion Sound technique, the Hidden Origin technique has a lower entry barrier, though it becomes increasingly difficult to advance later on. But for Chen Fei, this was not an issue. He had no bottlenecks that typically hinder others in their cultivation. Invisibility, huh? Chen Fei murmured to himself, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. After making his decision, he spent 200 contribution points to exchange for a basic spatial ring. Although this ring was far simpler than the Sacred Tome, with only 10 cubic meters of storage space and incapable of holding living beings, it was sufficient for providing a cover. Back in his dormitory, Chen Fei immediately checked his current slaughter value, 10,200 points. Without hesitation, he extracted 10,000 points and infused them into his body. In an instant, a red glow surged through him, and his vision became sharper, his eyesight significantly enhanced. The system promptly notified him. Cultivation level increased to intermediate stage, Tier 1 Beast Tamer. One additional Beast Companion slot unlocked. All physical attributes greatly improved. Clenching his fist to feel the surge of power, Chen Fei understood that even with his enhanced strength, his physical body could only contend with Tier 5 Level 1 beasts or below. Against beasts of the same tier, he would still be at a disadvantage. The most pressing matter now was to find a stronger host for Xiao Gu and elevate it to a Tier 2 beast. Chen Fei sent out Gui on a search, with Gu Air, now at Tier 2 Level 5, assisting in the task. Thanks to the Thunder-Eyed Ape's formidable lightning-based abilities, Goo Air had already established itself as a dominant force in the outer regions. It didn't take long for it to pinpoint a target, a Tier 2 Level 7 big glowing mantis. This rare light element beast had a moderate size and excelled in offense, defense, and healing. The thunder-eyed ape launched a powerful lightning strike from a distance, nearly roasting the big glowing mantis on the spot. However, the mantis reacted swiftly, erecting multiple layers of light shields for protection while rapidly healing its wounds. Despite the thunder-eyed ape's imposing size, the mantis showed no fear, retaliating with a sharp blade of light. A clear wound appeared on the hardened body of the thunder-eyed ape, enraging it to the point of fury. It pounded its chest wildly, letting out an earth-shaking roar before launching into a chaotic and ferocious battle with the emerald mantis. Wherever the two beasts clashed, weaker creatures became collateral damage. System notifications continuously popped up. Eliminated level 5 Tier 1 Rock Armored Scorpion, kill value 5. Eliminated level 6 Tier 1 Thorn Spider, kill value 5. Watching the steadily rising kill value, Chen Fei felt a surge of delight. If not for the emerald mantis being 2 tiers stronger than the thunder-eyed ape, it might have already been defeated. Now, with their strengths evenly matched, it had become a test of endurance. What made the situation even trickier was the presence of Goo Yi, lurking nearby with predatory intent. When the protective energy shield of the emerald mantis shattered, revealing a wound, Goo Yi seized the opportunity and sprayed a stream of specially formulated venom. This was Mushroom Number 1, a neurotoxin Chen Fei had meticulously concocted. It combined the hallucinogenic effects of illusion grass with the paralyzing venom of ghost moon goo worms, among other toxic elements. Though only a level 2 toxin, it could simultaneously induce paralysis and hallucinations upon contact with a wound or ingestion. Caught off guard, the emerald mantis was poisoned. As its body began to stiffen, the thunder-eyed ape landed a heavy blow, knocking it unconscious. Goo Yi immediately attempted parasitism and corpse control, but the power gap was too vast. Even after exhausting its spiritual energy, it failed. However, Chen Fei remained unfazed. At the very least, parasitism would allow it to siphon more spiritual energy than the thunder-eyed ape could. With that, Chen Fei commanded the thunder-eyed ape and the rest of his myriad venomous goo to systematically hunt down powerful beasts and black slime worms for parasitism or corpse control. This maximized efficiency, bringing most level 2 beasts within Su Kuei's patrol zone under his control. It was then that Xiao Gu fully grasped Chen Fei's fearsome capabilities. With your plan, in a little while, you could even launch a small-scale beast tide, couldn't you? A glint of dark light flashed in Chen Fei's eyes as he revealed a cryptic smile. Don't you think it's exciting? If anyone dares to come after me, I'll just unleash an army of beasts and watch them panic. Shameless. Cunning. Xiao Gu exclaimed, then added with a grin, but I must say, a master like you suits me perfectly. That night, Chen Fei began studying the hidden origin technique. With the Assassin's Codex in hand, all he needed was to grasp the basics. The rest could be handled using kill value. This freed up more time for training Xiao Gu. As he delved deeply into his studies, his concentration was abruptly broken by the ringing of a phone. Chen Xingyun's voice came through the phone, and Chen Fei immediately straightened up. This call was about the 3 matters he had asked his father to investigate: the origin of the Wandu Goo poison, the distribution channels of the drug Fleeting Dream, and the High-End Club that had betrayed humanity first in his past life, Tingyu Wu. Although the connection between Tingyu Wu and the Jiangyi incident was still unclear, Chen Fei had nonetheless included it in the scope of the investigation. Dad, what did you find? Chen Fei asked, his voice serious. Chen Xingyun spoke slowly. Xiao Fei, not much progress. Fleeting Dream was banned over a decade ago and can only be found on the black market. However, we did uncover a suspicious individual on the black market who calls himself the Disseminator. He seems to have access to quite a few prohibited items. Disseminator? Chen Fei frowned slightly. As someone who had spent his previous life in the military, he had no recollection of this name. There's something even more significant, Chen Xingyun continued. The background of Tingyu Wu is extremely complex, with its members including high-ranking officials and military personnel. I initially considered pulling back our investigators, but we unexpectedly discovered that Disseminator had been disguising himself and entering and exiting Tingyu Wu through its back door. There's definitely something wrong with that place. Chen Fei exhaled heavily. As expected, the matter was tied to Tingyu Wu. If someone wanted to defect to the Mist and betray humanity, the first step would be creating chaos and eliminating key individuals. Zhang Yi's ordeal was likely part of this sinister plot, and he himself had been one of its most insignificant pawns. Let me guess, Chen Fei said with a cold smirk. Has a teacher been to Tingyu Wu? Yes, that's correct. Was it Song Gong or Shuele? Neither. This unexpected answer left Chen Fei stunned. If it wasn't one of them, then who could it be? The list of people who would have been able to get Jiang Yi to drink the Fleeting Dream without suspicion was already very short. Am I overlooking some critical clue? He muttered, furrowing his brow, his face filled with frustration. Sensing his son's disappointment, Chen Yun offered some reassurance. Don't worry. We've been keeping the disseminator under close surveillance. Oh, and there's some good news. Jiang Nan is not only a king-level beast tamer, but also the president of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. In gratitude for you saving Jiang Yi, he's agreed to let you choose an A-grade beast egg. An A-grade beast egg? Chen Fei's expression finally softened at this unexpected surprise. Chen Fei rubbed his temples, pondering the situation at hand. Since the second beast companion slot had been unlocked, checking out the A-grade beast eggs provided by the Jiang family seemed like a good idea. Even if they weren't suitable for him, gifting them to his parents or selling them would be viable alternatives. In the Spirit Beast continent, Spirit Stones served as the universal currency, divided into 4 tiers: lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. One mid-grade Spirit Stone could be exchanged for 10 lower-grade ones, and the rest followed the same progression. On the market, a grade beast companion could sell for 100,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, while in a grade 1 could fetch 1 million. As for grade beast companions, they were astronomically priced, usually traded with upper or supreme grade Spirit Stones. I got it, Dad. I'll be back in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fei calculated silently. Unexpected variables always caught people off guard, but for now, the priority was to enhance his strength. After assigning tasks to Xiao Gu, he refocused on studying the hidden origin technique. Half a month later, on September 16th, the train has arrived at the station. Please transfer carefully. As the announcement played, Chen Fei stepped into the carriage and found his assigned seat. Glancing around, he noticed that the carriage was filled mostly with students. A teacher was introducing information about the opponents in the upcoming 3-school exchange competition. Tianqing Academy has some strong freshmen: Shangguan Shihua, a mid-tier stage 3 beast tamer, with 2 A-grade beast companions that excel in both offense and defense. Chu Lai, also mid-tier stage 3, possesses 2 A-grade beast companions, one of which has lightning attributes, delivering incredible damage. The strongest, however, is Su Kan, the top freshman, at mid-tier stage 5. With just 1 Eagle Tiger beast, he swept through all his peers. This beast, with its tiger body and eagle claws, combines elemental, flight, and sonic attributes, making it a formidable A-grade companion. More importantly, Su Kan awakened his abilities before turning 18, so his true strength might still be hidden. Hearing this, Chen Fei lost interest. This level of competition no longer held much significance for him, though it did give him insight into his peers' capabilities. He hadn't expected the strongest to already reach mid-tier stage 5. Without the Sacred Codex, he doubted he could even reach mid-tier stage 3 at this point. Just then, his phone buzzed. Unlocking the screen, a message popped up. Return to Shanghai Academy immediately. We found a lead on the culprit. Upon seeing the message from Chen Yun, Chen Fei suddenly sat up straight. Had they found the killer? This unexpected news immediately changed his plans to go home. Instead, he decided to head to Tianqing Academy. Half an hour later, the train arrived at the station right on time. Chen Fei followed the crowd as they exited the train car and began walking in the direction of Shanghai Academy. Wait, that person isn't one of our Qinfeng Academy students. He just overheard all of our plans. Lu Xiaohu suddenly pointed at Chen Fei ahead, his voice filled with clear anger. The other students snapped back to attention, quickly catching up and surrounding Chen Fei. Hey, are you a student from Shanghai Academy? One of the students asked suspiciously. Chen Fei hesitated slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Kind of. I mean, most of my time has been spent on the front lines, so I haven't really had much connection to Shanghai Academy beyond the first few days. Lu Xiaohu narrowed his eyes, his tone probing. We're from Qinfeng Academy. What year are you in? Can you point us in the right direction? Without any suspicion, Chen Fei replied, first year. The place you're looking for is in the West Battle Zone. Go through the entrance, turn left, and cross a lake. It's right there. So, you are a spy sent by Shanghai Academy? Lu Xiaohu and the others immediately erupted. You're here to gather intel on our plans so your academy can gain an advantage in the Tri-Academy Exchange and the 100 Cities Tournament, right? Chen Fei looked utterly baffled. The Tri-Academy Exchange? The 100 Cities Tournament? What does that have to do with me? You've got it all wrong. I was just passing by. He turned to leave, but Lu Xiaohu had already issued a command. Xiao Qi, stop him. A 7-star vine beast immediately launched its entangling skill. At that moment, a flash of emerald light surrounded Chen Fei, was the protective barrier of his emerald mantis. His expression instantly darkened, and the silhouette of the emerald mantis appeared on his shoulder. A suffocating wave of killing intent swept over Lu Xiaohu and his group, causing them to instinctively step back. Without needing any orders from Chen Fei, the emerald mantis, now at level 2, stage 8, sprang into action. It unleashed its cage of light, skill first, followed by a rapid flurry of sharp light blades. The opposing 7-star vine beast, only at level 2, stage 3, stood no chance. It couldn't even evade. If not for Chen Fei signaling it to hold back, the attack would have left the Vine Beast gravely injured. By the time Lu Xiaohu and his group snapped out of their shock, Chen Fei was already gone. They could only gather around the injured Vine Beast to assess its condition, only to discover that the wounds had already been treated with light-based healing, magic clearly the work of the Emerald Mantis. This left Lu Xiaohu feeling both frustrated and relieved. What are you all standing around here for? Their supervising teacher, Tao Zhou, arrived with a group of second-year students, only to find everyone huddled together. He was met with nothing but silence. Tao Zhou's face darkened. What is it that's so hard for you to say? Seeing everyone frozen in silence, Lu Xiaohu had no choice but to muster up his courage and speak. Teacher Tao, here's the situation. In our train carriage, we happened to meet a first-year student from Shanghai Academy. Worried he might overhear our plans, we wanted to keep him there. But he summoned a Tier 2, Level 8 Emerald Mantis. The moment the words, Tier 2, Level 8 were uttered, Tao Zhou's eyes sharpened instantly. Are you sure it's Tier 2, Level 8? Positive. Everyone answered in unison. And what is this person's strength level? We don't know. You fought him and still don't know his strength? What a bunch of idiots. Tao Zhou scolded angrily. In truth, it wasn't entirely their fault. Chen Fei's mastery of the hidden Yuan technique had reached a proficient level, making it difficult even for advanced beast tamers to discern his cultivation level, let alone these intermediate level ones. This little incident cast a shadow over the first-year students of Qinfeng Academy. They were already troubled by Su Kan, who was at intermediate tier 5. Now, a Chen Fei at intermediate tier 8 had appeared out of nowhere. Was there even a point in continuing this exchange competition? At this moment, Chen Fei had already arrived at the school's reception room. When he pushed open the door, he saw the couple Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue, as well as Jiang Yi and her father, Jiang Nan, seated inside. All eyes immediately turned to him. Although Chen Fei's hidden Yuan technique was proficient enough to hide his cultivation from advanced beast tamers, it was ineffective in front of master level ones, let alone a king-level beast tamer like Jiang Nan. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue exchanged a glance, a glimmer of joy flashing in their eyes. Xiao Fei has already reached the level of an intermediate beast tamer? Not bad, he's progressing quickly. Jiang Nan observed Chen Fei from afar, intrigued by this young man his daughter frequently mentioned. Knowing that Chen Fei had dared to suspect his teacher of being the culprit made him believe this young man was far more mature than his peers. When Jiang Yi saw Chen Fei, she couldn't help but show a hint of exasperation. That guy finally showed up. Seated at the main position was Su Shanhai, the president of Shanghai Academy. He was an elderly man with graying hair, exuding both authority and kindness. The academy was named after him. Since Jiang Nan was visiting, he had to personally attend to the matter. Now that everyone's here, perhaps you can explain the purpose of your visit? Su Shanhai asked. This is a long story, so I'll let Brother Chen explain, Jiang Nan said, turning his gaze to Chen Qingyun. Chen Qingyun didn't hold back and went straight to the point. President, are you familiar with a place called Tingyu Wu? Su Shanhai squinted and pondered for a moment before shaking his head, indicating he wasn't aware. Seeing this, Chen Qingyun proceeded to explain the events surrounding the ephemeral dream incident in detail. Something like this happened? Su Shanhai was stunned to learn that someone had been scheming against students within his academy. He felt deeply embarrassed. If the parents hadn't come to him, he might never have known about it. After a long silence, Su Shanhai sighed deeply. Since you've come seeking answers after more than a month, I assume you've made some progress? Chen Qingyun said sternly, given Jiang Yi's advanced level 5 abilities, anyone capable of carrying out such actions beyond her perception range is no ordinary individual. After our investigation, we have narrowed down the suspects to the faculty members at Shanghai Academy. He paused, his gaze fixed on Su Shanhai, watching for any reaction. More importantly, we traced the origin of a fleeting dream to a merchant known as the Disseminator. Su Shanhai furrowed his brows into a deep crease, his expression heavy as he awaited further explanation. This Disseminator is quite peculiar, Chen Qingyun continued. He has access to high-end venues like Tingyu Pavilion. From what I know, many of Shanghai Academy's teachers are members there. Su Shanhai quickly pieced the situation together in his mind. A teacher from Shanghai Academy must have purchased a fleeting dream from the Disseminator at Tingyu Pavilion and used it against Jiang Yi. His fist slammed onto the table as he exclaimed, "Which teacher did this? This is a disgrace to Shanghai Academy. Chun, just say the name no matter who it is, I will not show favoritism." It's not that simple, Chen Qingyun shook his head. That night, only two teachers, Song Gong and Shuelei, came into contact with Jiang Yi. However, neither of them has ever been to Tingyu Pavilion. We've thoroughly examined all their social connections, and none of them have any ties to it. Su Shanhai froze. Wait, are you saying this has nothing to do with any of our academy's teachers? He nearly cursed out loud, restrained only by the seriousness of the setting. Chen Fei, standing nearby, perked up his ears, sensing a critical piece of information was about to be revealed. Sure enough, Chen Yun changed his tone. While Teacher Song has no connection to Tingyu Pavilion, he is indeed the one responsible. This statement left both Chen Fei and Su Shanhai bewildered. Seeing their confused expressions, Chen Yun remained calm and said, "Bring Teacher Song here, and everything will become clear." Before long, Song Gong entered the reception room. Slightly overweight and balding, he hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile. "Principal, you were looking for me?" Su Shanhai immediately unleashed his authoritative presence. "Song Gong, what were you doing on the night of the welcome party?" "Naturally, I was busy organizing the event." "Shuelei can vouch for me," Song Gong replied, his smile unwavering. "Was Shuelei by your side the entire time?" "Not the whole time," Song Gong answered honestly. "So, you took the opportunity when Shuelei was away to drug Jiang Yi?" Song Gong's pupils dilated instantly. "How could that be possible? I've always been upright and honorable. Why would I ever stoop to such despicable acts?" Su Shanhai turned to Chen Yun, signaling for him and his team to take over. Xia Zhixue stepped forward, summoning a level 4, tier 3 deer-like beast. The beast before them was similar in size to an ordinary deer, but its most striking feature was its unique antlers entwined with emerald green vines adorned with vibrant, colorful flowers. It was the most beautiful beast Chen Fei had ever seen, and even Jiang Yi, standing nearby, was utterly captivated, staring at it without blinking. Xia Zhixue gently stroked the forehead of the Huaxian deer and introduced it. "This is a Huaxian deer. It has the ability to discern lies and perceive people's true intentions." Chen Fei silently praised his mother's cleverness. Although such a supportive ability might not be useful in everyday situations, it was incredibly fitting for the current moment. Surprisingly, faced with a beast capable of distinguishing truth from lies, Song Gong remained calm and composed. "A clear conscience fears no accusation. Go ahead and ask whatever you want." The atmosphere grew tense. Xia Zhixue frowned slightly and began a barrage of questions. "Did you drug Jiang Yi during the freshman welcome party?"
No.
"Did you place a restriction on Jiang Yi?"
No.
After each question, the Huaxian deer shook its head, indicating that Song Gong was not lying. The situation was becoming problematic, and Chen Fei furrowed his brows. Things were veering off course. At that moment, Jiang Nan stood up. "Let me handle this." Xia Zhixue then withdrew the Huaxian deer. Jiang Nan summoned a tiger-shaped beast wreathed in azure flames, a hallmark of soul fire. Chen Fei immediately opened the sacred tome to check its information. Multicolored soul beast, level 5 tier 2. Specializes in illusion, soul, and assassin categories, with grade potential and the prospect of advancing to SS grade. Core skills include soul interrogation and soul shackles, both mastered to peak proficiency, capable of directly interrogating and restraining souls. Chen Fei was inwardly shocked. This was the strength of a king-level expert. Every skill was awe-inspiring. As someone who also trained in soul and assassin techniques, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. Jiang Nan wasted no time and cast soul interrogation on Song Gong. "On the night of the freshman welcome party, did you poison Jiang Yi?" "I did." Song Gong's soul finally revealed the truth. Chen Fei and Jiang Yi both perked up, sensing that the truth was about to come to light. Jiang Nan pressed on. "Why did you target Jiang Yi and Chen Fei?" Song Gong's soul stammered out its response. "To sever the path of talent. Our target was Jiang Yi. Chen Fei was incidental. It could have been any guy." Chen Fei's expression darkened, and he clenched his teeth. "I always knew I was just collateral damage, but did you have to be so blunt about it?" Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was in shock. The confession from Song Gong aligned perfectly with what Chen Fei had claimed earlier. Even Jiang Nan couldn't help but take a few more glances at Chen Fei. This young man's deductions were indeed spot on. "How did you obtain a dream of floating life?" As soon as the question was asked, Song Gong's expression twisted in agony, as though enduring unbearable pain. "A dream of floating life. It was given to me by someone," he answered with great difficulty. "Who?" "A chef." This unexpected answer left everyone present stunned. Jiang Nan furrowed his brows and pressed further. "Which chef?" "I don't know. I saw him for the first time too." Song Gong responded in pain. Just as Jiang Nan was about to probe for more details, a sudden change occurred. Song Gong's soul began to shake violently, breaking free from the control of the iridescent soul beast. A strange, eerie smile appeared on his face. "Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll generously tell you." His voice turned cold and sinister. "We dwell in the realm where black and white intertwine, gathering between chaos and order. We worship here, listening to the teachings of the ancient gods. The gods say, humanity is inherently evil and must be judged." Then came a burst of maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, what if I told you I was making it all up? Would you believe me?" Before the words fully settled, an azure flame suddenly ignited on Song Gong's body. It was his soul self-immolating. Yet he seemed unaffected by the pain, maintaining that eerie smile. He's already dead, Jiang Nan sighed softly. The scene sent chills down everyone's spine. To manipulate and kill a soul so effortlessly in Jiang Nan's presence, this power was terrifying. Chen Fei felt as though he had stepped into a foggy abyss, surrounded by unknown dangers. After composing his thoughts, Jiang Nan analyzed. Song Gong was indeed the culprit who poisoned, but he might have been unaware of it. Certain special spirit beasts can manipulate human memories. He was likely hypnotized and had his memories rewritten. This explains why the flower fairy beast couldn't discern the truth, because these events never existed in Song Gong's memories. Su Shanhai stepped forward, gently closing Song Gong's eyes, and instructed others to send the body back to his family. With a grave expression, he said, "This force is incredibly dangerous. Even a first-tier grandmaster like Song Gong fell victim. There must be a king-level beastmaster behind this. We should eliminate them as soon as possible to prevent greater calamities." At that moment, Chen Xingyun's phone rang. He put it on speaker, and a report came through. Report: WVE breached Ting Yu Wu. Aside from some clan heirs drinking, a few officials, and some staff, there's no one else inside. After Song Gong's soul admitted to being the murderer, Chen Xingyun immediately ordered the team to take action, but the operation ended in failure. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew heavy, and Su Shanhai's proposal was abruptly cut short before it could even begin. "Mom, Dad." Chen Fei broke the oppressive silence. "Why are you so certain that the one who poisoned was Song Gong and not someone else?" "I'll answer that." Jiang Yi stepped forward, her expression serious. "Do you remember the 1,000 poison goo hidden in our hearts?" Chen Fei nodded. He had once asked Xiao Gu about it, but at the time, Xiao Gu was still in its egg state and had no awareness of the outside world. Jiang Yi continued to explain. Back then, the 1,000 poison goo was only at level 1, stage 6. Its soul was too weak to withstand the soul interrogation of the multicolored soul beast. Over the past month, I've been nurturing the 1,000 poison goo, and only after it reached level 2 did I conduct the soul interrogation. The result directly pointed to Teacher Song. This explanation made Chen Fei suddenly understand. Jiang Yi's goo insect was indeed much stronger now, already possessing self-awareness. The existence of the 1,000 poison goo not only became a critical flaw in the case, but also served as a key factor that allowed both families to work together to investigate the matter. Although many questions were answered, Chen Fei still felt a heavy weight in his heart. Behind the case involving Song Gong lay a much larger, more mysterious organization. This made him even more eager to enhance his own strength. Enough. Jiang Nan waved to interrupt the discussion. "That's all for today. You two youngsters just listen and don't spread this outside." Take Chen Fei to pick out a beast pet egg. After leaving the conference room, the two walked in silence. Finally, Jiang Yi broke it. "Why haven't you been attending school lately?" "I went to the front lines." "The front lines?" Jiang Yi abruptly stopped in her tracks, staring at Chen Fei in disbelief. "Even advanced beast tamers aren't allowed there. How could you, someone who just awakened, dare to go?" "Wait." She suddenly thought of something. "You didn't go to the 8th district, did you?" Seeing Chen Fei's confusion, she explained. "Because of the 1,000 poison goo. This type of goo insect only exists in the Baiyue mountain range." "Did you go to investigate why the 1,000 poison goo appeared in Tianqing City?" Chen Fei fell into deep thought. This was indeed an important clue he had overlooked earlier. If not for Jiang Yi's reminder, he might never have noticed it. This meant that Baiyue City likely had an insider as well. This realization heightened Chen Fei's vigilance. There truly is no place that's absolutely safe. Strength is the only thing that matters. As they walked along, the two happened to pass by the battle zone. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd as someone recognized a familiar figure. "Wait, isn't that Senior Jiang?" Jiang Yi was seen walking with a male student, chatting and laughing. Someone nearby whispered in explanation, "That's Chen Fei from our class. He took a leave of absence just a few days after the semester started." This immediately triggered a wave of exclamations. "What? Senior Jiang, the campus flower, is already taken?" Someone cried out in disbelief. "Don't do this to me. She's my dream goddess." Another voice wailed in despair. The scene drew even more attention. People remembered how Jiang Yi had once gone out of her way to visit Class 2 to find Chen Fei. Now, seeing them laughing and chatting together sparked all kinds of speculation. The students from Qianfeng Academy were also drawn to the spectacle. Among them, Lu Xiaohe's eyes widened in surprise. "Isn't that the guy who owns a level 2, stage 8 jade mantis?" "No way." The students from Shanghai Academy were incredulous. "Chen Fei's just a freshman. How could he have such a high-ranking beast? Even Su Kan, the top dog, isn't that strong?" Lu Xiaohu shot an annoyed glare at the doubters. "I got beaten up by him right at the school gate. You think I'd make this up?" At this, everyone's gaze toward Chen Fei changed. Even the prodigies like Shangguan Shihua and Chu Lai couldn't help but take notice, only to find that they couldn't gauge Chen Fei's cultivation level. This could only mean one of two things. Either his cultivation was far superior to theirs, or he had mastered a concealment technique. But Beastmasters rarely had the time to study martial arts. Clearly, the former seemed more likely. Just as everyone was marveling at Chen Fei's strength, another gasp erupted from the battle zone. Su Kan, a level 5 intermediate Beastmaster, had his Eagle Tiger Beast knocked to the ground. The shocking part? The opponent wasn't from Qianfeng Academy, but from the Elemental Academy, known for specializing in elemental creatures. This academy, long dismissed by Qianfeng, was now displaying astonishing power. The opponent is level 6 intermediate. When did their school start producing such strong Beastmasters? There are way too many geniuses these days. Someone murmured thoughtfully. I've heard that an influx of geniuses often signals impending disaster. They're born to face calamity. Stop spouting nonsense. Another person immediately retorted. In the end, the students from Shanghai and Elemental Academies continued to watch the drama unfold, while those from Qianfeng Academy quietly nursed their bruised pride. Meanwhile, Chen Fei remained blissfully unaware that simply walking alongside Jiang Yi had led to him being imagined as some kind of hidden powerhouse by everyone around him. Lu Xiaohu wore a bitter expression, frowning as he said, "Are we seriously the weakest? Our strongest is only at intermediate level 4. At this rate, we're doomed." In the arena, despite the defeat of the Eagle Tiger Beast, Su Kan remained calm. His trump card was about to make its appearance. A figure of white and blue soared into the air, a massive dragon with fleshy wings and a body encased in glistening ice armor. Its towering frame stood over 3 meters high, an awe-inspiring sight that even caught the attention of Chen Fei and Jiang Yi. This was an ice frost dragon, a subdragon species, yet its strength had reached level 5 of the second tier. It possessed dual attributes of elemental and flight abilities, with an impressive grade potential and the possibility of advancing to SS grade in the future. The dragon commanded 2 powerful skills, Arrow Storm, which unleashed a barrage of icy arrows like a meteor shower, and Pure Ice Barrier, which condensed moisture in the air into a sturdy crystalline shield, especially effective against fire-based attacks. Both skills had been honed to a proficient level. Even if it's a subdragon, it's still a dragon. The lowest potential it could have is grade. Su Kan definitely isn't from an ordinary family, murmured spectators, their amazement echoing through the stands. Coincidentally, Su Kan's opponent had summoned a fire attribute beast, which was completely countered by the frost dragon, leading to a swift victory. Interesting, this is getting interesting. Tang Jian laughed heartily, as if he had finally met a true rival. Down below, the students of the Elemental Academy joined in with knowing grins. When Brother Tang laughs, life and death hang in the balance. It seems he's taking this seriously now. After all, he's never lost to anyone in the same grade. Moments later, Tang Jian summoned his Asia, magnificent bird with a body shimmering in shades of blue and violet, trailing 3 elegant, long tail feathers. This was the Violet Thunder Phoenix, a rare beast with Phoenix bloodline, its strength at level 6 of the second tier. Like the Frost Dragon, it had elemental and flight attributes with grade potential and the promise of reaching SS grade. It wielded 2 advanced skills, Thunder Prison, which trapped foes in a cage of lightning, and Thunder Serpent Bind, which unleashed serpentine lightning strikes. Both skills were also at a proficient level. The airborne battle between the dragon and the phoenix erupted instantly. 6 massive blue thunder snakes were launched by the Violet Thunder Phoenix, only to be frozen midair by the Frost Dragon's icy aura. However, the phoenix proved cunning, secretly forming a small, inconspicuous white lightning serpent with far greater power than its earlier attacks. The white lightning serpent stealthily circled around and struck the Frost Dragon's wings, paralyzing it with violet electricity and sending the dragon crashing to the ground. As the tide seemed to turn in favor of the Violet Thunder Phoenix, a semi-transparent ice web descended from above the Frost Dragon's secret technique, Frostweave Net. Though it appeared delicate, the web was imbued with intense cold, suppressing the phoenix. Both towering beasts fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, the battle was far from over. The Violet Thunder Phoenix emerged unscathed. It had deliberately descended to get closer to the dragon and activate its electromagnetic field. When the Frostweave Net had fallen, the phoenix had already countered with a white lightning cage. Its apparent fall was merely the result of the impact from the collision of the 2 forces. The battle between the 2 beasts reached its climax. The Purple Thunder Phoenix seized the momentum to swiftly approach the Frost Dragon, unleashing a sudden electromagnetic field of lightning. It seemed to have gained the upper hand, but the Frost Dragon's counterattack was unexpectedly formidable. It quickly conjured layers of ice shields while its wings endured the electric shocks. These shields not only mitigated most of the damage, but also gave the dragon a brief window to launch a devastating counterstrike. As the Purple Thunder Phoenix descended, the Frost Dragon lunged with a ferocious bite. Its thick, icy armor made it fearless in close combat. However, the Phoenix demonstrated astonishing melee abilities. In an instant, The two beasts locked into a vicious struggle. The dragon clamped its jaws tightly around the phoenix's neck, spewing freezing ice continuously, while the phoenix's electromagnetic field relentlessly corroded the dragon's body. Amazing, gasped the audience in awe. Both of them rely on cunning strategies, yet now they're locked in a brutal close combat battle. The outcome was decided in a flash. The frost dragon collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. In a contest of nearly equal abilities and techniques, the slight difference in rank proved decisive. The level 2, Tier 6 Purple Thunder Phoenix ultimately triumphed over the level 2, Tier 5 Frost Dragon. Sukin silently recalled the fallen dragon into his beast space and turned to walk toward a corner, his back radiating a sense of desolation. High above, the victorious Purple Thunder Phoenix circled and cried out, proclaiming its triumph. The students of Shanghai Academy were filled with regret. We were so close to a tie. If we had won, it would have made things much easier against Shangguan Shihua and Chu Lai later. But soon, they remembered their last hope. Wait, we still have Chen Fei, the big shot. Chen Fei, however, looked puzzled. Since when did I become the big shot? I didn't even know that myself. Zhang Yi, standing nearby, smiled as she sized him up. Looks like our junior has earned quite a reputation among the freshmen. Chen Fei shook his head frantically, his head bobbing like a rattle drum. No, 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 this is all a misunderstanding, he explained hastily. How could the 1000 Venom Goo be a match for a level 6, Tier 2 Purple Lightning Phoenix? Zhang Yi thought about it carefully and realized he was right. After personally nurturing the 1000 Venom Goo for over a month, she was well aware of its potential and capability, as it was impossible for it to improve so drastically in such a short time. Could you all have mistaken him for someone else? Zhang Yi tried to defend Chen Fei, but the crowd unanimously denied it, saying, no mistake, it's definitely this Chen Fei. Stop hiding and summon your level 8, Tier 2 Big Low Mantis already. Since you've been exposed, there's no point in keeping it a secret anymore. Chen Fei sighed inwardly. If it weren't for Lu Shao's sudden sneak attack, the Big Low Mantis wouldn't have revealed itself while trying to protect him. Just then, Su Shanhai strolled over. Oh, what's all this commotion? He remarked with a grin, bringing some good news. In the second-year match, Shanghai Academy has already secured victory. If we win the first-year match as well, the spot will be ours. Chen Fei glanced at the second-year students standing in the background and thought to himself that even without Zhang Yi competing, these senior students were undeniably strong. Chen Fei, Su Shanhai said, shifting his tone, with my assurance and the Jiang family backing you. If you're confident, you should give it a shot. Without even thinking, Chen Fei waved his hand in refusal. Sorry, principal, but I really can't win. He had zero interest in matches with such a disparity in strength. It felt like adults bullying children to him. Su Shanhai, unfazed, smiled and threw out a tempting offer. How about a level 2 Bodhi fruit? He went on to explain that while the Bodhi fruit couldn't directly enhance a beast's cultivation level or skill proficiency, it could improve their comprehension, making it easier to break through stagnant skills. A level 2 fruit represented 50 years of maturity, while level 3 was 100 years. The higher the maturity, the better the effect. Chen Fei still shook his head, but a flicker of interest flashed in his eyes as he discreetly held up 5 fingers. For one, he didn't want to miss the chance to enhance his strength, and two, since the Big Low Mantis was already exposed, he might as well get the Bodhi fruit while he was at it. No way. Su Shanhai's expression shifted instantly. Do you think Bodhi fruits grow on trees? The most I can give you is 2. Chen Fei stayed silent, but changed his gesture to 4 fingers. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Yi sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Haggling over terms in front of every Aeneid was as if he didn't even consider the opponent worth his time. Even if the opponent was enscraved Purple Lightning Phoenix, how could Chen Fei be so confident? You little rascal. You really won't let go without seeing the rabbit. Su Shanhai feigned hesitation before relenting. Fine, 3 it is. But you have to defeat Elemental Academy. If you lose, you won't get a single one. In truth, ever since Chen Qingyun and Jiangnan had visited, Su Shanhai had sent someone to investigate Chen Fei's background. Learning that this kid was thriving in Baiyu City and had even thrashed Qianfeng Academy's people at the school gates this morning made him inwardly ecstatic. Gaining such a talented student was worth far more than 3 level 2 Bodhi fruits. For someone who could afford to run Shanghai Academy, such resources were a drop in the ocean. Don't worry, since I promised, I must win this. Chen Fei stood at the edge of the arena, his gaze firm. His confidence stemmed from the second-tier spirit beasts snoring away in the sacred tome. Tang Jian eyed Chen Fei cautiously. He had heard of the latter's formidable by Guang Mantissa beast with only a great aptitude, yet capable of bridging a 2-tier gap in strength. Such a threat demanded vigilance. Do you want to let your Purple Thunder Phoenix recover further, or shall we start right away? Chen Fei asked. Rest. Tang Jian replied decisively. As a rational prodigy, he knew that underestimating an opponent when recovery time was available was a grave mistake. Chen Fei wasn't in a rush either. He casually sat down and opened a comprehensive guide on soul-type spirit beasts to study. The Songgong incident had made him keenly aware of the importance of soul defense, even considering training a soul-type beast as a safeguard. This scene left everyone present stunned. A gifted genius who remained diligent in learning such individuals were the most terrifying. Even Tang Jian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Opponents this well-rounded were exceedingly rare. 10 minutes later, under the care of an Element Academy teacher, the Purple Thunder Phoenix had recovered about 70 to 80% of its strength. Do you prefer a unknown battle, or shall we go all in? Tang Jian asked as he stepped onto the arena. Chen Fei closed his book and stood up. All in, it's quicker and easier. Tang Jian immediately summoned the Purple Thunder Phoenix and the mysterious Fire Bat. Chen Fei, in turn, called forth 2 spirit beasts from the sacred Tomia 2nd tier, 8th level by Guang Mantis, and a 2nd tier, 6th level Thundereye Ape. Though both were a grade in aptitude, the Thundereye Ape exuded a battle-hardened aura that rivaled the Purple Thunder Phoenix's presence. Tang Jian's face darkened instantly. His strongest beast, the Purple Thunder Phoenix, was now facing the similarly element-aligned Thundereye Ape. A swift victory seemed unlikely. Just as Chen Fei was about to command the Bai Guang Mantis to use Flash Burst, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the arena. It was Tao Zhou, the team leader from Qinfeng Academy, and Du Shangjia, the team leader from Element Academy. The arrival of these 2 master-level experts rendered Chen Fei's concealed essence technique completely ineffective. I've always had a question, Tao Zhou said, looking at Su Shanhai. How does an intermediate 3rd-tier beast tamer control a 2nd tier, 8th level Bai Guang Mantis? Or is it that this Bai Guang Mantis doesn't actually belong to him? The crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned to Chen Fei, waiting for his explanation. Chen Fei was prepared. It's true that I'm only an intermediate 3rd-tier beast tamer. I've always been upfront about that. As for the Bai Guang Mantis and Thundereye Ape, they are indeed not my contracted beasts. He paused for a moment. They are subordinates of my contracted beast. As he spoke, he gestured for the Bai Guang Mantis to approach. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a small goo insect crawled out from within the Bai Guang Mantis. It's gooey. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the scene seemed to wake from a dream. The Bai Guang Mantis and the Thunder-Eyed Ape were merely parasitized hosts. The true protagonists were the Tier 2 Level 3 goo worms. The audience collectively gasped. Using Tier 2 Level 3 goo worms to parasitize a Tier 2 Level 8 Bai Guang Mantis? That was a sheer waste of resources. The Bai Guang Mantis was clearly far superior in potential compared to the goo worms. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. So Chen Fei isn't some big shot after all, just someone playing clever tricks. Such shortcuts won't hold up for long. Once everyone else grows stronger, he'll be left far behind. Tao Zhou sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. I thought Shanghai Academy had finally produced a remarkable genius, but it turns out he's just a trickster. You people will do anything to win, won't you? Su Shanhai maintained his smile. The fact that Chen Fei successfully parasitized the Bai Guang Mantis and Thunder-Eyed Ape is evidence of his skill. The rules never said he couldn't do this, right? Isn't the ability to strategically use the rules also a form of strength? Tao Zhou's face turned grim as he retorted, the rules might allow it, but what's the point of such tactics? What will he use to compete against experts like Tang Jian and Su Kan in next spring's 100 Cities tournament? With that, he raised his hands in a gesture of appeal. I asked the city lord to judge this matter. As his words fell, Huangfu Mingfei appeared on the stage. Known as the scar-browed city lord, this middle-aged man, though weathered in appearance, exuded an aura of power even stronger than Jiang Nan's. Huangfu Mingfei's expression was cold and impassive as he spoke. Since it's within the rules, there is no issue. Or are you suggesting that if you encounter similar tactics in the 100 Cities tournament, you should just surrender outright? Seeing Tao Zhou rendered speechless, he continued, let today's incident serve as a reminder to everyone. While the potential and cultivation of beast companions are important, a beast tamer's strategic ability is equally critical. There are countless examples of class or class beasts defeating class beasts. I suggest you broaden your horizons and explore the world beyond. The scope of Tianqing City is still too narrow. With that, Huangfu Mingfei's figure vanished from the stage. Indeed, as a second-tier city, Tianqing City still lagged significantly behind the first-tier cities. Su Shanhai, still smiling, said cheerfully, since the city lord has spoken, let's continue the competition. Tao Zhou was left speechless, but the members of Elemental Academy and Qinfeng Academy stared daggers at Chen Fei, their eyes brimming with hostility, as if they wanted to tear him apart. If looks could kill, Chen Fei would have died 1,000 times over. The students of Shanghai Academy exchanged uneasy glances. This was indeed a difficult situation to judge. However, most of them felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Thankfully, Chen Fei was one of their own. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. While his tactics might not be considered entirely honorable, the students still chose to support him at this moment. After all, it was better than being suppressed by the Elemental Academy. On the arena, Chen Fei and Tang Jian faced off once again. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Chen Fei curved his lips into a smirk. Since my cards are already on the table, there's no point in hiding anything anymore. Come on out, everyone. Before the words even finished, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded on the stage. 16 formidable Tier 2 beasts appeared in perfect formation. Rock Armor Scorpion, Cloud Swallowing Locust, Bitter Woe Bird, Phantom Sound Leopard, Purple Thunder 9 Heaven Lion. Along with the already known Thunder-Eyed Ape and Emerald Mantis, the display was absolutely overwhelming. The entire crowd fell into stunned silence. Whether they were first-year freshmen or second-year seniors, all were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Su Kan, Tang Jian, and Shangguan Shihua felt their scalps tingle. This strategy was completely unexpected. Facing 16 beasts, each at least rank, who wouldn't feel a surge of fear? The audience erupted into a flurry of discussion. How can anyone fight this? Just admit defeat already. Damn, this is getting my blood pumping. I'm drooling over those beasts. Even the weakest is brank. This isn't just dirty. This is taking the beast swarm tactic to a whole new level. Zhang Yi stared at Chen Fei in stunned silence, recalling how just a month and a half ago, he had only possessed a Tier 1 level 2000 Venom Goo. The transformation was simply astonishing. Tao Zhou and Du Shengjie were so furious their faces turned dark, choosing to look away entirely. Meanwhile, Su Shanhai's smile only grew brighter, and even Huang Fu Mingfei, floating in the air, nearly lost his composure and fell, exclaiming, "What a damn genius." On the stage, Chen Fei casually waved his hand. "We can continue now." Tang Jian silently cursed in his heart. Facing such a lineup, it wasn't just a matter of 2 versus 16. Even going unknown with the Emerald Mantis or Thunder-Eyed Ape would be a challenge. He cast a resentful glance at Tao Zhu. If it weren't for his interference, things wouldn't have come to this. In the end, Tang Jian let out a sigh. "I concede." The crowd sighed in unison. It wasn't that Tang Jian wasn't strong enough. It was just that at this stage, Chen Fei's Peidoan strategy was simply unbeatable. Of course, once Tang Jian and Su Kan advanced to high-level beast tamers, relying solely on the numbers advantage of the beast swarm tactic wouldn't be as effective. Unless Chen Fei could match their cultivation speed and maintain his advantage with Tier 3 beasts, it seemed unlikely. After all, expecting a brank 1000 Venom Goo to keep up with the speed of a shrank Purple Thunder Phoenix was clearly far-fetched. Chen Fei recalled his 16 beast companions, leaped gracefully off the stage, and walked over to Su Shanhai to claim the 3 Bodhi fruits. Satisfied, he then left with Zhang Yi. As they watched his figure disappear into the distance, the crowd couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Zhang Yi handed over an exquisite box. "All right, this is for you. Thank you for saving me that day." Chen Fei turned his head, and when he saw what was inside the box, his eyes froze. What? The heart of a level 4 Goo King. In this world, there are professions dedicated to cultivating Goo insects through an extremely cruel process, throwing thousands of poisonous insects into the same container and letting them devour and battle each other until only one survives. That survivor becomes the Goo King, and its potential is at least rated a grade or higher. The heart of a level 4 Goo King is the remnant left behind by a deceased demon general level Goo King. If one were to acquire the heart of a level 5 Goo King, it would be the ultimate king of kings, with a value surpassing even that of an Scrayed beast companion. Chen Fei's heart trembled. This Goo King's heart could not only help Xiao Gu advance further, but also had a value far beyond that of an Grade beast companion egg. After all, whether a beast companion egg could grow to the level of a demon general was uncertain, but this was the genuine heart of a demon general. Zhang Yi noticed Chen Fei's expression and gave a sly smile. "Didn't you form a contract with the 10,000 Poison Goo? This is exactly what it needs to evolve. Besides, while the heart of a level 4 Goo King might be precious to you, in my family, it's just a decoration." She paused, then teased with a mischievous tone. "Or are you saying that my innocence isn't worth a single Goo King's heart?" "That's not what I meant." Chen Fei hurriedly explained, flustered. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. "I know that's not what you meant. So just accept it. This way, we can call it even." "Even?" Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't have to be too entangled with this time bomb. He took the Goo King's heart, and the codex immediately displayed its details. Quality, level 4 Goo King's heart. Source, Demon Spider Goo. Effect, provides a certain chance for the 10,000 Poison Goo to evolve. Note, combine with 20,000 kill points to fill the gap and achieve flawless evolution. Originally, it required 100,000 kill points to upgrade from grade to a grade, but now it only needed 20,000. This was a completely unexpected windfall. "Thank you," Chen Fei said excitedly, pretending to place the Goo King's heart into his spatial ring but actually storing it directly in the codex. Such a valuable item was far safer there. Chongqing Chamber of Commerce. Standing before him was a shop in Tianqing City, which also had numerous branches in other cities. "Miss, you've arrived." An elderly man with impeccable attire and neatly combed hair greeted her with a slight stoop. "Uncle Fu, I bought you some pear blossom cakes." Zhang Yi handed him the bag she was holding. "Ah, thank you, miss." Uncle Fu smiled as he accepted it. "Let's go to the third floor," she said, and Uncle Fu led the way ahead. Chen Fei followed Zhang Yi, carefully observing the layout of the entire shop. The first floor displayed a large number of beasts, with the lowest being grade C. Among them were even some grade A specimens, and this was just what was visible on the surface. The second floor was dedicated to storing beast evolution materials. Shelves were lined with a dazzling array of spiritual flowers, herbs, and various bloodline essences, each worth a fortune. Seeing all this, Chen Fei couldn't help but silently feel grateful for the slaughter codex he possessed. It allowed him to enhance his abilities through accumulated kill points, saving time, effort, and money. When they reached the third floor, what caught his eye was an area neatly organized with beast eggs. Each section was equipped with professional incubators and strictly categorized by aptitude levels. Zhang Yi pointed to one area and said, "This is the grade A section. Would you like Uncle Fu to give you a detailed introduction?" Chen Fei scanned the grade A section, noticing around 50 to 60 beast eggs. His gaze was soon drawn to a smaller section nearby, which displayed only 3 eggs. "These wouldn't happen to be grade S, would they?" Chen Fei asked curiously. "That's right." Zhang Yi nodded. "But they're all auxiliary types." Chen Fei immediately understood why these grade S eggs remained untouched. In this world of survival of the fittest, even the most advanced auxiliary beasts couldn't compare to a combat-type beast that could fight. Not to mention, their prices were exorbitant. "I'll take a look myself," Chen Fei said. Choosing a beast isn't just about aptitude. It's also about intuition. After Zhang Yi and Uncle Fu left to enjoy some tea, Chen Fei began his careful selection. His eyes first landed on a Bai Yin Phoenix bird egg. It had grade A aptitude and carried a trace of Phoenix bloodline, but unfortunately, it was an elemental type, which didn't suit his needs. Next, he examined a 9 Nether Phantom Python egg. Although it combined poison, illusion, and assassin traits with an astonishing potential of grade SSS, its massive size made it unsuitable for an assassin. Moreover, its poison abilities overlapped with Xiao Gus, so he had to pass on it. The Abyssal Demon Butterfly egg also had exceptional aptitude, but butterfly-type beasts were generally too fragile. Their flight speed couldn't match that of bird-type beasts, making it less than ideal as well. After a long time of browsing, Chen Fei realized that the assassin-type beasts available either had overlapping abilities or notable flaws. He turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "Are there any others besides these?" Zhang Yi set down her teacup and asked calmly, "Couldn't find what you were looking for?" Chen Fei shook his head with a wry smile. "Not really. Your standards are quite high." Zhang Yi stood up and beckoned to him. "Come with me." This time, instead of heading upstairs, Zhang Yi led him to the basement. It was more of a storage room than a proper basement. When the lights turned on, the room was revealed to be filled with piles of beast eggs. "A new batch of beast eggs arrives every day, but I haven't had time to sort through them yet," Zhang Yi explained. "They range from grade to a grade, and the ones you looked at earlier might just have been grade. Want to take another look?" "Let's take a look first," Chen Fei nodded. "If nothing works out, we can always go back to the third floor." Half the day passed, and Chen Fei still hadn't found anything suitable. He understood why many powerful beasts were viviparous, while egg-laying beasts were often birds, turtles, or venomous creatures like snakes and insects, which clashed with Xiao Gu's nature. Just as he was about to give up, something caught his attention in the corner. It was a blue-black object that stood out from the rest. Chen Fei walked closer and discovered an unusually heavy egg. Its surface was rough like stone, covered in mysterious patterns, and it looked nothing like a typical beast egg. He immediately summoned the sacred tome to check its information. Dreamshade Soul Fox Fossil. Attributes: Illusion, Soul, Dream, Assassin. Potential: a grade, with the possibility of advancing to SS grade. Notes: an ancient and rare soul beast. Even the weakest individuals are grade. Due to congenital deficiencies, it has been downgraded to a grade with a shortened lifespan. It was sealed using a grand sealing technique, freezing both its time and life force, thus turning it into a fossil. Releasing the seal will restore it to life. Special note: requires 100,000 kill value to unseal and remedy congenital deficiencies, advancing it to grade. This was the most detailed description Chen Fei had ever seen. To his surprise, it wasn't an egg at all but a fossil formed after being sealed. 2 aspects particularly excited him. First, the Dreamshade Soul Fox combined 4 major attributes: illusion, soul, dream, and assassin, making it even more versatile than Jiang Nan's multicolored soul beast. The more attributes it had, the more skills it could learn. A single Dreamshade Soul Fox could master 3 unique attribute-based skills, which was incredibly powerful. Second, while ordinary beasts required 1 million kill value to advance from a grade to grade, awakening and upgrading this Dreamshade Soul Fox required only 100,000 kill value, making it an absolute bargain. The illustration in the sacred tome further captivated Chen Fei. Unlike Jiang Nan's soul beast, which was shrouded in cyan flames that obscured its form, the Dreamshade Soul Fox had pristine white fur, an elegant long tail, and dark-colored fur on its face and paws. Most strikingly, it had a pair of dark horns atop its head, adorned with the same mysterious patterns found on the fossil. That's incredible. You're the one. The Dreamshade Soul Fox's appearance surpassed all of Chen Fei's expectations for a soul-type beast. Chen Fei approached Jiang Yi, suppressing the joy in his heart and deliberately revealing a hint of disappointment on his face. He was well aware that if she realized the true value of this fossil, it would be nearly impossible to acquire it. Jiang Yi took the fossil and handed it to Fu Bo, who was standing nearby. Fu Bo is an expert in this field. Let him take a look for you. This action made Chen Fei tense up. He watched as Fu Bo's palm flickered, summoning a miniature Lingxian monkey, about the size of a squirrel monkey. This is a Lingxian monkey, a support-type beast, Jiang Yi explained. Though it lacks combat ability, it possesses a special skill called the Eye of Life, which can sense the life within beast eggs and determine their attributes and potential. Chen Fei, having never heard of such a skill, was amazed by its uniqueness. The Lingxian monkey's eyes glowed faint green as it connected its gaze with Fu Bo's. I can see it's a fox-type beast, Fu Bo stated slowly. Its potential is around grade A, and it likely has dual attributes of the soul and illusion types. These words perfectly matched the descriptions in the sacred texts, leaving Chen Fei secretly astonished. However, Fu Bo's tone shifted, making Chen Fei's heart tighten. The life force of this little fox beast seems to be quite weak. Even if it hatches successfully, it may have congenital deficiencies. With that, the Lingxian monkey withdrew its skill, and Fu Bo applied a warm towel to his eyes, complaining about how exhausting the skill was. Chen Fei silently breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Fu Bo hadn't recognized it as the ancient Yumeng Soul Fox. Junior, are you sure you want to choose this one? Congenital deficiencies are hard to overcome, Jiang Yi asked with concern. Chen Fei nodded firmly. This is the one. They'll find a way to deal with its deficiencies. What matters most is that soul and illusion-type beasts are incredibly rare. That's true, Jiang Yi agreed, recalling her father's stunning soul beast. She no longer tried to dissuade him. Then it's yours. Next time you visit the Evergreen Trade Association, they'll give you an 8.8 discount. Receiving this exclusive member benefit, Chen Fei expressed his gratitude and quickly left, eager to return and enhance the little creature. However, just as he reached a secluded area, a group of people surrounded him. You're Chen Fei, aren't you? The Scarface leader asked with a hostile tone. Before Chen Fei could answer, they summoned their Beast Sate second-level beasts, along with 3 third-level, second-tier commander-class beasts. We know you can summon 16 second-level beasts, so we brought a senior beast tamer. 3 third-level beasts are more than enough to deal with you. The scar-faced man sneered. Realizing they only intended to teach him a lesson, Chen Fei discreetly released his little poison goo while saying, Wait. If you tell me the reason, I won't summon my beasts and will let you hit me. Hey race, a piece of advice. Stay away from women you shouldn't touch. The scar-faced man snapped impatiently, signaling his men to attack. Piecing it together, Chen Fei already had a pretty good idea of what this was about. Chen Fei quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. The fact that someone knew he could summon 16 beast pets meant they were undoubtedly from one of the 3 academies. As for the untouchable woman, it was clearly referring to Jiang Yi, and the one so protective of her was most likely Bai Yang. Too bad you have no idea about my true strength, Chen Fei said calmly, snapping his fingers. In an instant, 36 second-level beasts appeared before him. Half of them were carefully stored corpse puppets he kept in the sacred tome space. While their individual strength was not impressive, their sheer number provided a significant layer of security for him. The moment the beasts appeared, Chen Fei had already activated his shield skill. Even 3 third-level beasts would need to expend considerable effort to break through this defense. Upon witnessing this, Ma Zi's face turned pale. What the hell? Weren't there supposed to be 16? The intel is all wrong. Even the advanced beast tamer showed a look of shock. While 3 third-level beasts were formidable, taking on 36 second-level beasts would likely leave them utterly exhausted. But this was not all Chen Fei had up his sleeve. While their attention was focused on the beasts, over 100 tiny Goo insects had already discreetly spread out. Ever since Xiao Gu had advanced to the 2nd level, it could hatch 5 eggs a day. These insects were just a small fraction of the Goo army it had cultivated. The target of these tiny Goo insects was not the beasts but the beast tamers themselves. They simultaneously released a colorless, odorless toxin that Chen Fei had named colorless poison number 1. By the time anyone noticed something unusual in the air, the toxin would already have invaded their bodies. Within moments, several opponents succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Only the advanced beast tamer managed to remain standing, albeit while leaning heavily against a wall. You actually resorted to poison? That's so underhanded, he said hoarsely. Wow, not bad. Your poison resistance is decent, Chen Fei said as he backed away. You should be grateful that colorless poison number 1 isn't fully perfected yet, or the consequences would have been far worse. Before leaving, Chen Fei left behind some specially formulated toxins. While not lethal, they would keep his opponents bedridden for 1 or 2 months, plagued by incessant itching. At the same time, the tiny Goo insects quietly burrowed into the beasts to parasitize them. Unless discovered, these beasts would become Xiao Gus, spiritual energy ATMs. Back home, Chen Fei summoned Xiaogoo. Why do you always bother me when I'm sleeping? Xiaogoo complained angrily. Well, look who's got such a bad temper after waking up. Chen Fei habitually tried to flick it, only to hurt his finger on its hard shell. This is all your fault. Xiaogoo bared its teeth. You make me hatch eggs every single day. I'm so tired I don't even have the energy to stay awake. Of course, I need more sleep. Clearly, Xiaogoo was deeply dissatisfied with its exhausting lifestyle. Chen Fei deeply understood Xiaogoo's hardships, gently cradling it in his palm as he comforted. We're still weak now, so you'll have to endure for a bit. But look, I've brought you something good. As he spoke, he took out the heart of the level 4 Goo King. The moment Xiaogoo saw it, its eyes lit up with excitement. It lunged forward eagerly, clutching the heart tightly, and exclaimed repeatedly, I want it. I want it. It's mine. Seeing Xiaogoo's impatient demeanor, Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. It's all yours. I couldn't consume it even if I wanted to, Chen Fei said with a laugh. He then summoned the slaughter codex. The current slaughter value displayed was 25,010. Over the past few days, thanks to the contributions of numerous level 2 beasts, the value had been increasing by 2 to 3,000 a remarkable growth rate. Chen Fei extracted 20,000 slaughter points and infused the energy into Xiaogoo's body while selecting 5 growth directions: poison, devouring, goo, reproduction, and insect swarm dominion. Quick, eat the heart of the Goo King, he urged. Xiaogoo devoured the heart of the Goo King in just a few swift bites, not even taking the time to savor it. Suddenly, its entire body began to glow red, and mysterious patterns spread across its surface. So hot, it hurts. Xiaogoo cried out, writhing in pain on the table. Chen Fei's heart clenched as he watched. Wasn't this supposed to be a flawless evolution? Why was it so excruciating? He wanted to help but was powerless, left with no choice but to wait anxiously. After a full minute, the phenomenon gradually subsided. Xiaogoo's appearance underwent a stunning transformation. Its body remained small and agile for stealth and parasitic attacks, but it was now covered in jet-black armor adorned with flowing dark gold patterns, exuding an aura of regal majesty. The system displayed, Xiaogoo's aptitude had risen from grade to a grade, successfully evolving into the 10,000 Poison Goo King. Newly acquired abilities included enhanced skill effects, increased toxin absorption and attack potency, improved reproduction efficiency, and the ability to nurture 10 special hatching goo to assist in propagation. Additionally, it gained dominion over lower-level insect swarms and, due to the fusion with the heart of the Goo King from the demon spider goo, acquired the entry-level skill, Silver Silk Bind. Chen Fei was ecstatic. This enhancement was incredible. With the 10 hatching goo, Xiaogoo no longer had to tirelessly reproduce every day. Combined with the new control skill, it could now execute a perfect combo of controlling, poisoning, parasitizing, and corpse manipulation. Xiaogoo's 8 development directions: poison, devouring, goo, reproduction, insect swarm dominion, physical enhancement, speed, and camouflage now had a 9th addition. Control. This was a pivotal evolution. Checking Xiaogoo's skill statuses, parasitism, devour, corpse control, and toxic kiss had all reached mastery level. Advancing further would require 100,000 slaughter points, while upgrading from a grade to grade aptitude would demand an astonishing 1 million slaughter points. As expected, slaughter points are what we lack the most. Chen Fei sighed, then placed the Phantom Soul Fox fossil on the table. The immediate priority was to level up in strength, followed by accumulating 100,000 slaughter points to awaken the Phantom Soul Fox. Its eerie soul-based and dream-based abilities had always left him feeling uneasy. In the dead of night, an eerie silence blanketed the world. A pale red full moon hung in the sky, casting an ominous glow. In a desolate corner of Tianqing City, rows of graves stood silently under the moonlight. The dark soil and trees formed a shadowy graveyard that stretched all the way to a chapel at the far end. The chapel's white walls stood out starkly in the night, and the stained glass windows displayed intricate, mysterious patterns, as if whispering tales of faith. At the boundary between the graveyard and the chapel, The stark contrast of black and white was striking. If Chen Fei were here, he would surely recall the phrase, "We dwell in the realm where black and white intertwine." Inside the chapel, 5 individuals were seated around a deliberately placed round table. At the head sat a figure draped in black robes, their body wrapped in bandages, leaving only a single eye visible. This figure was known as the High Priest. "Arbiter, why did your mission fail?" The High Priest's raspy, sharp voice shattered the stillness. The Arbiter, wearing a grim Reaper mask, exuded a chilling aura of death. "Everything went according to plan. I'm unsure where it went wrong," he replied, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Perched on a chair, the jester-masked figure raised a hand. "I can vouch for that. We, the Watchers, noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps Jiang Nan left a hidden trump card with Jiang Yi." The High Priest fell into contemplation, tapping his finger on the table. If the plan against Jiang Yi had succeeded, Ting Wu wouldn't have been destroyed so soon. No matter, well, simply set another trap. He turned to another figure. "Sower, how is your research on the medicine progressing?" All eyes shifted to the Sower, the only one without a mask. Though his current appearance was but one of many disguises, he would be nearly impossible to identify in a crowd. The Sower produced 4 crimson pills. These are called spirit-gathering pills. They can help beast tamers focus spiritual energy during cultivation, accelerating their progress. However, they are addictive, and the energy they draw in may not only be spiritual, but could also attract malevolent forces from beyond. The other 4 nodded in approval and gave the Sower a thumbs up. "Excellent. Begin mass production and let these pills spread across the continent." Finally, the High Priest turned his gaze to the figure wearing a weeping face mask. "Weaver, this is a soul fragment bestowed by the Master. May it aid you in advancing to the rank of King-level Beast Tamer." As a Grandmaster-level Tier 6 Beast Tamer, the Weaver was just one step away from reaching the King level. "Thank you for the Master's gift," he said reverently. "High Priest, I will soon enter seclusion. However, before I do, please allow me to use the power of dreams to eliminate those prodigies." The High Priest's fury over the fall of Ting Wu still simmered within him. Dream-based assassinations were notoriously enigmatic and difficult to trace. Even if Jiang Nan suspected something, finding the true culprit would be nearly impossible. Moreover, sending a Grandmaster-level tamer against a single advanced beast tamer and 2 intermediate beast tamers tilted the odds heavily in their favor. That move was indeed steady. The High Priest decisively made the call, while adding a key point. "In addition to Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and Su Kan, we must also include Chen Fei." The Weaver cast a puzzled glance, prompting the High Priest to explain. "Chen Fei is a critical piece in dealing with the scheme involving Jiang Yi. Although that plan failed, he managed to escape unscathed. This has led me to consider that perhaps it wasn't Jiang Nan who helped Jiang Yi break the trap, but Chen Fei instead." Those present found this speculation a bit far-fetched. How could a low-level Tier 1 figure possibly counteract the toxicity of a fleeting dream? However, the High Priest insisted, even if there's only a 0.0001 chance, he must be eliminated. These words further solidified everyone's admiration for the High Priest's prudence. With the High Priest's approval, the Weaver immediately sprang into action. Behind him emerged a shadowy, gray-black specter, resembling a menacing wolf yet difficult to discern clearly. He accepted 4 strands of hair handed over by the observer and lightly tossed them to his beast companion, the Heavenly Nightmare Beast. Using the aura within the strands, he began infiltrating the target's dreamscape. At the Chen residence, the sleeping Chen Fei was completely unguarded as he was drawn into a peculiar dream. In the dream, he found himself in a gray wasteland, with ashes perpetually drifting through the air and the ground littered with countless skeletons. This was none other than the 9 Netherlands, one of the 4 great ominous lands, in the place of his death in his previous life. As Chen Fei lamented to himself that this was surely a nightmare, a massive humanoid skeleton began approaching him. Its foot alone was larger than Chen Fei's entire body, forcing him to roll away clumsily to evade it. To make matters worse, the skeletal remains on the ground began trembling and quickly assembled into various bone beasts, bone tigers, bone bulls, bone snakes, and morebi the thousands, all charging toward him. This scene was a chilling replica of his past life. Back then, over 1,000 people had entered the 9 Netherlands, only to be slaughtered by these bone demons, each possessing at least the power of a Tier 3 beast. Chen Fei fled desperately, and after losing his pursuers, found himself in another perilous Aryan eerie land where blood-red flowers bloomed amidst countless beast skeletons. Suddenly, Chen Fei noticed blood dripping from his arm and caught the sharp scent of iron. This realization jolted him to his senses. The dream felt far too real. He understood that he might have fallen into a deadly trap, with someone attempting to kill him through the dream. In the real world, Chen Fei's body trembled uncontrollably, yet he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. Xiao Gu, his loyal companion, noticed his distress and anxiously called out with its consciousness, Chen Fei, what's wrong? Answer me. Receiving no response, Xiao Gu grew increasingly frantic. In desperation, it bit down on the area between Chen Fei's thumb and forefinger, but detected no traces of poison. Staring at the life-or-death plight of its master, the little beast, who often thought of Chen Fei as somewhat dog-like, felt utterly helpless for the first time. Though it had always respected Chen Fei's methods, it could now do nothing but watch as danger loomed ever closer. Dream killing operates on multiple levels. At a basic level of proficiency, the practitioner can only intervene in a dream to create illusions, causing death in the dream to translate into reality. At higher levels of mastery, the practitioner can freely manipulate the dream's content. The most terrifying capability is inducing an endless loop within the dream, leading the victim's consciousness to collapse, leaving them as a living corpse unable to awaken. However, such a skill requires at least flawless level proficiency to execute. The current crisis clearly belongs to the most basic form of dream intervention, as the practitioner cannot control the dream's content. Otherwise, given Chen Fei's current predicament, unable to summon his beast companions, or use the Codex of Slaughter, would have already perished in the dream. Blood seeped from the wound on his arm, immediately triggering a violent reaction from the bloodthirsty man-eater flowers. Countless spores swarmed toward him like sharks drawn to blood. Chen Fei dared not hesitate and bolted along the safe route he remembered, sprinting deeper into the perilous Nine Nether grounds. Along the way, he had to be exceptionally cautious, not only avoiding the deadly spores, but also steering clear of the ground riddled with thorny vines. These demonic plants would awaken instantly upon contact, ensnaring and draining even a fourth-level demonic beast in moments. By the time he reached the inner perimeter, Chen Fei was covered in wounds. Even so, he dared not approach the central bone temple, for a terrifying entity resided there, the Void Skeleton King. This fourth-level being, a fusion of spatial, necromantic, and assassin attributes, had once annihilated their team of 61 members and 264 demonic beasts in a single battle, leaving only 3 survivors. Chen Fei activated the hidden origin technique to suppress his aura to the bare minimum, terrified of being discovered by that harbinger of death. But he knew this was not a sustainable solution. If he couldn't escape the dream, his physical body would eventually deteriorate as his consciousness failed to return. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and Su Ken were also in grave danger. Jiang Yi, with her advanced beast-taming abilities, was barely holding on, while Tang Jian and Su Ken were already bleeding from their 7 orifices, their condition critical. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as Jiang Nen woke with a start. It was the sound of the soul imprint he had placed on Jiang Yi shattering. He rushed into Jiang Yi's room and found her drenched in cold sweat. A dream-based skill. Who dares? When I find you, I'll grind your bones to dust. Jiang Nan quickly dialed for backup, as dream-related abilities were not his specialty. In a church, the high priest glanced at the clock. 10 minutes have passed. The Weaver needs to hurry. Jiang Nan is no pushover. Don't let them track down our base of operations. The Watcher approached the Weaver and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a mythical beast. The creature, a black unicorn, had a strikingly unique appearance. The body of a horse, a sharp horn jutting from its forehead, canine-like sensitive ears on either side, a lion's mane for a tail, and hooves resembling the claws of a chelan. This was the earthly unicorn, an strength divine beast inheriting the bloodline of the mythical Ting. It possessed the extraordinary ability to hear all directions and discern truth from falsehood. These abilities made its beastmaster the ideal candidate to serve as the Watcher within their organization. The earthly unicorn raised its head and emitted a gray light that enveloped both the Weaver and the Sky Dream Beast. Instantly, their dream manipulation abilities were amplified. The Weaver was thrilled to discover that he could now subtly alter the contents of dreams, a breakthrough that exhilarated him, as he sensed the Sky Dream Beast was nearing the threshold of peak-level dream abilities. At that moment, the dreamscape where Chen Fei resided began to quake violently. The ground split into massive fissures, and everything around him started collapsing into the abyss. Damn it! Chen Fei cursed inwardly, realizing the merciless nature of this assault. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that only a bone temple stood firm, seemingly protected by some mysterious force. Faced with an impossible situation, Chen Fei felt a mix of helplessness and fury. Just 2 months after his rebirth, he was already staring at death again. Fate seemed to be toying with him cruelly. He had never intentionally provoked anyone nor committed any heinous acts. Why was this happening to him? Fixing his gaze on the bone temple, Chen Fei gritted his teeth and leapt inside. The moment he stepped into the temple, a shadowy figure stirred in the corner. It was the hidden Void Skeleton King, which rose to its full height and instantly teleported in front of Chen Fei, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Chen Fei let out a bitter laugh and closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. However, the fatal strike he anticipated never came. Opening his eyes, he found the Skeleton King leaning in to scrutinize him closely. "You carry the scent of my master," the Skeleton King growled in a deep, resonant voice. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Chen Fei hesitated before cautiously asking, "Your master?" "My master, the wielder of the Slaughter Codex," the Skeleton King replied before turning away. It walked toward a chair by the temple's altar, where the skeletal remains of a human sat. The Skeleton King retrieved a finely crafted box from the corpse's hand and handed it to Chen Fei. Inside the box was a letter, revealing a tragic story. The Shadow Emperor had been betrayed by someone close to him, and all his beast companions, except for Shao Kong, the hidden void Skeleton King, had perished in battle. Shao Kong had used a powerful spatial transference skill to protect his master, allowing the Shadow Emperor to escape with his life. However, the skill's overextension caused Shao Kong's power to regress to a mere 4th level. In the letter, the Shadow Emperor entrusted 2 wishes: to care for Shao Kong and, once strong enough, to avenge him by killing the Lunar Emperor. Only then did Chen Fei understand why the Skeleton King said he carried a familiar scent. It was because he had already bonded with the Slaughter Codex. The letter concluded with a warning. While the Codex could enhance one's power, aptitude, and mastery, its user must continuously kill and bear the karmic consequences that followed. As Chen Fei prepared to sit down and rest, the soul tablet on the altar suddenly began to tremble. A thunderous voice erupted from deep below. "Leave!" In an instant, the dream shattered, and Chen Fei's consciousness returned to reality. Chen Fei jolted upright in bed, gasping for air, his clothes soaked in cold sweat. His face instantly twisted with a fierce killing intent, every inch of his skin exuding an icy chill. "Jiang Yi nearly cost me my life last time, and now she's trying to cut off my escape route," Chen Fei muttered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "This isn't just petty rivalry anymore, this is a fight to the death. If I get the chance, I'll uproot this organization entirely." Xiao Gu observed the shift in Chen Fei's demeanor. In the past, it would have been terrified by this menacing aura, but since the contract was signed, it no longer feared him. It knew that this bloodthirsty killing intent would never be directed at itself. "Chen Fei, are you okay? What just happened? Let me check on you," Xiao Gu exclaimed anxiously, circling around him. Watching the rarely talkative Xiao Gu so concerned, Chen Fei felt a warmth in his heart, and the ominous aura surrounding him dissipated. He reached to wipe the sweat off his face, but his hand gripped something. It was the will from his dream. This wasn't just a dream? Chen Fei frowned deeply. And what was that final roar? What's the connection between the 9 Netherlands and the Shadow Emperor? And beyond the rank of King-tier Beastmaster, what other levels exist? A torrent of questions swirled in his mind, causing his head to ache. One thing was certain: there would be no more sleep for him tonight. Meanwhile, in the church, the Weaver clutched her head in agony, blood seeping from beneath her mask and soaking into her clothes. The shadowy form of the nightmare beast grew dim, clearly having suffered severe damage. The high priest abruptly stood. "What's going on?" The spreader quickly retrieved a dark yellow pill, removed the Weaver's mask, and slipped it into her mouth, revealing the face of a woman in her early 30s. The dream was forcibly shattered, the Weaver said weakly, leaning back in her chair. "Either we touched a taboo, or we encountered a dream-related spiritual artifact. Damn it, we didn't succeed with a single one. Those 4 youngsters haven't even traveled far from home. What kind of taboo could they possibly invoke?" The high priest countered dismissively. "It's more likely that Jiang Nan or Su Shanhai used some kind of spiritual artifact." The Arbiter, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Sending a master-level operative was already a cautious move, yet it still failed. "It seems these kids have incredibly tough luck." All eyes turned to Jiang Yi. 2 consecutive failed attempts to eliminate this prodigy meant that a more meticulous plan would be required. "Weaver, you should stay out of sight for now," the high priest instructed. "Focus on recovering and aim to advance to King-tier Beastmaster as soon as possible. Once you do, the organization's strength will reach new heights." "Understood, High Priest." As soon as the words were spoken, the lights in the cathedral suddenly extinguished. The mysterious round table vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind only a few drops of still wet blood on the floor. A strange object, something between a plant vine and an octopus, tentaclescently extended from the mural and wiped away the remaining blood completely. On the morning of September 17th, Chen Fei bid farewell to his parents and set off once again on his journey to Baiwei City. The events of the previous night still sent shivers down his spine, leaving him with only one thought: to become stronger. Only by truly growing in strength could he escape the relentless crises that kept coming his way. Before leaving, he borrowed another batch of books to continue his studies on the road. These books detail the characteristics of dream-based abilities. When used skillfully, dream-based techniques could indeed achieve undetectable killings. The most basic of these, dream interference, allowed the user to manipulate the environment, characters, and even beasts within a dream to achieve lethal outcomes. More advanced skills included dream interrogation, which could reconstruct a dream to coax the target into revealing the truth when traditional interrogation or soul-probing methods failed. Nightmare murmurs could subtly influence reality through persistent dream-based suggestions. The dream projection skill was particularly powerful, allowing terrifying dreams to briefly manifest in the real world for intimidation purposes. With sufficient mastery, the practitioner could even temporarily materialize creatures from dreams into reality. Though this carried a risk if the target was strong, they might sense the anomaly. As Chen Fei reflected on this, a thought struck him. The roar from last night was likely caused by the forbidden entity beneath the bone temple sensing the dream projection, shattering the dream with its outburst. Despite its risks, the skill held immense practical value. If he could project the hidden void Skeleton King during a battle, wouldn't it be an easy way to overpower his enemies? It seemed this skill was a must-learn. Although the Phantom Dream Soul Fox had yet to be unsealed, Chen Fei had already mapped out its skill training route. With the help of 3 Bodhi fruits, it shouldn't be an issue. I can already tell it's going to have a life full of hard work, Xiao Gu remarked with a click of its tongue. Chen Fei spread his hands helplessly. I'd love to roam the continent with all of you, carefree and unburdened. But look around, does anyone seem to be giving us that chance? Just wait, Xiao Gu declared, raising its paw with determination. Once my incubation Goo spawns an army of 10,000 Venom Goo, we'll crush all our enemies beneath us. Chen Fei couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. You're getting cocky now that you're aiming to become the king of 10,000 Venom Goo? What good is your army if someone takes you out from inside a dream? Xiao Gu's movements froze, as if suddenly realizing the gravity of the issue. Let the little fox come out quickly to guard my soul and dreams. That way, it'll be invincible, Chen Fei said with a hint of smugness in his tone. But what if the hidden void Skeleton King drags you into another dimension and crushes you completely? How would you handle that? Chen Fei suddenly threw out a rather unsettling scenario. Chen Fei, do you have to ruin the mood like this? Xiao Gu's voice noticeably dropped, sounding dispirited. Chen Fei's lips curled into a teasing smile. Oh, I can be even more of a buzzkill. For instance, a divine beast with time manipulation powers could travel through the river of history and erase your parents. Or a life element creature could shorten your lifespan to just 1 month. Or worse, a dark element being could strip away all your senses, leaving you in eternal loneliness and fear. Stop, stop, stop. Xiao Gu's face turned pale instantly as he frantically raised his hands in surrender. I give up. My God. Are there really that many things that could kill me? Chen Fei, give me some kill points now. I need to get stronger now. I must get stronger. Seeing Xiao Gu's panicked expression, Chen Fei couldn't help but feel his mood lighten. Having someone like Xiao Gu around ensured life was never too dull. By the time Chen Fei arrived at Baiyu City, it was already late afternoon. Before he even reached Medical Room 49, he could hear the chaos inside. Blood stained the floor, and injured personnel were everywhere. Quick, light element healers, stop the bleeding first. Wood element healers, see if you can reattach the severed arm. Use Chen Fei's 10,000 Venom Goo immediately. Outside the medical room, Su Kuei and Wang Ji were squatting on the ground, smoking with furrowed brows. When they saw Chen Fei approaching, they hurriedly stubbed out their cigarettes and stood up. Xiao Fei's back, Su Kuei said with a bitter smile. With Third Master's protection, we dared to venture into the central zone. But something strange happened today. The beasts over there went completely berserk, attacking anything in sight. He paused, his expression darkening with fear. Wang Ji picked up where he left off. And it wasn't just the crazed beasts. We also felt violent tremors underfoot. Suddenly, something emerged from underground, dragging both our teammates and their beast companions down with it. The Earth-based skill finally forced the mysterious creature to emerge from the ground, revealing its astonishing Sizia massive worm nearly 20 meters long and over a meter thick. Despite being a Tier 3 beast, its defensive capabilities far exceeded the norm. Neither physical attacks nor elemental ones had much effect, and even the most penetrating lightning strikes could only leave a fleeting scar on its body. Faced with such a monster, the two squads had no choice but to retreat. After hearing Wang Ji's description, Chen Fei asked, besides its size, what other features does it have? Wang Ji recalled, it has 3 pairs of eyes on its head, but the most distinctive feature is its massive mouth, which can split into 4 sections. At the tip of each section, there are blade-like hooks. Once it grabs its prey, it drags them underground immediately. These characteristics allowed Chen Fei to instantly identify the creaturite was a rift earthworm, a minion of the 9th Evil King. He warned, beasts like this, which live underground for long periods, don't actually rely on their eyes. Those are just for show. They primarily locate targets by sensing scents, sounds, vibrations, and heat. If we can lure it into an open area and cut off its escape. He stopped mid-sentence, and everyone quickly understood his point. Since the rift earthworm lacked visual capabilities, This was its fatal weakness. If only you'd been there at the time, Sukue said, patting Chen Fei on the shoulder with a sigh. Looks like reading more books really pays off. Wang Ji chimed in. Yeah, we should learn from Chen Fei and start reading more. Their assumption that Chen Fei's knowledge came from books actually made him breathe a sigh of relief. He gazed toward the misty, gray Baiyue mountains in the distance, unease stirring in his heart. In his past life, the rift earthworm had only risen to prominence 3 years later, by which time it had grown into a 100-meter-long beast capable of destroying cities. Its early appearance now might signify that other minions or even the evil king himself had already begun moving, though they were still lying low, not yet at full strength. This thought heightened Chen Fei's sense of urgency. After some brief conversation, he went to the medical room to assist, doing everything he could to lend a hand. Later that night, Chen Fei quietly released 36 Tier 2 beasts outside the city. Previously, he had been cautious, targeting only beasts controlled by the black slime worms. But after the Dream Crisis and the Rift Earthworm incident, his mindset had completely shifted. Beasts lurking in the mist were like blades that could strike at any moment. Even if they weren't yet under the black slime worm's control, they could still become pawns of other evil beasts. Instead of waiting for the worst, it was better to eliminate potential threats in advance. These beasts being slain might have become future demon kings. Chen Fei's heart skipped a beat as this thought crossed his mind. Resolving to be even more ruthless, he immediately ordered Xiao Gu to expand their targets beyond just the black sticky worms. Every creature in the mist was now fair game. An idea struck him then, and he remembered the 10 hatchling Goo stored in the sacred tome space. Xiao Gu quickly provided astonishing data. Each hatchling Goo could produce 100 little 10,000 poison Goo Kings daily. With 10 of them, that meant 1,000 per day, all with the strength of a level 2, Tier 1 beast. This is incredible. Chen Fei's pulse quickened as he calculated. In just 10 days, I could amass 10,000 of them. Even if they can't kill the earth-splitting demon worm outright, they could at least tear a hole in it. Without hesitation, he decided to release the day's batch of little 10,000 poison Goo Kings. However, instead of using them for killing, he planned to have them seek out stronger beasts to parasitize. If these 1,000 Goo Kings could transform into 100 level 2, Tier 5 beasts, the effort would be more than worth it. Besides, as their strength grew, so would their numbers. Soon, the results began to roll in. Killed a level 2, Tier 2 Lion Scorpion Demon, gaining 20 slaughter points. Killed a level 2, Tier 3 Purple-Eyed Silver Snake, gaining 20 slaughter points. Killed a level 2, Tier 5 Frost Demon Bull, gaining 30 slaughter points. Chen Fei noted this was the first time he'd seen a reward exceed 20 slaughter points. The higher the tier, the greater the rewards. In just 1 hour, his slaughter points had surged by nearly 800. Once the 10,000 Poison Goo King army was fully formed, this number would only climb higher. The next day, Sukue led his team on a routine scouting mission. As soon as they entered the outskirts of the mountain range, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses. Before them lay a field littered with the corpses of demon beasts. Even the usually fearsome nether frost ant nests had been completely annihilated. Captain, this feels like a massacre. What kind of monster could wreak such havoc? One of the team members exclaimed in horror. Sukue ordered his team to stay put while he rode his speed-type beast to survey the area. The scene was drastically different from a typical beast tide. When a beast tide occurred, the outskirts would fall eerily silent as the creatures gathered in one area. But this was something else entirely. It seemed more like a powerful beast was slaughtering indiscriminately to grow stronger. The sheer scale of the carnage was beyond anything even Sukue, an advanced beast tamer, had ever seen. There might be a level 4 beast roaming here, Sukue concluded grimly. Returning to his team, he immediately ordered them to report the situation to the Reconnaissance Division and alert all scouting teams to remain vigilant. He also instructed them to notify the border defense units in Baiyue City to monitor the mountain range closely. Let's hope nothing catastrophic happens, Sukue prayed silently, his unease growing. That day, Reconnaissance Department information spread like a tidal wave, and the entire team operated in a state of high alert, fearing the onset of a major incident. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Chen Fei, had just woken up from a deep sleep and stretched lazily, checking the balance of his slaughter points, 12,600. A slight smile appeared on Chen Fei's lips. Gaining 12,000 slaughter points overnight was truly unexpected. Without hesitation, he extracted 10,000 points and infused them into both himself and Xiao Gu. Instantly, he felt his cultivation level soar rapidly. However, a concern soon surfaced in Chen Fei's mind. Advancing in power too quickly might draw unwanted attention. The worst-case scenario? Becoming a research subject and dissected. This realization made him determined to improve his mastery of the Yin Yuan technique, at least to the level where he could deceive even a master-level beast tamer. As he was lost in thought, Xiao Gu gently poked his cheek with its paw, silently reminding him of the 2-month agreement. Only 12 days remained until the medical room bloodshed incident. Although Chen Fei hadn't been present in his previous life, he vividly remembered the carnage in Medical Room 16, an entire medical team wiped out, along with several reconnaissance squads. The total death toll amounted to the equivalent of 7 or 8 squads. Chen Fei was preparing to investigate Medical Room 16 when he ran into Su Kuei and Wang Ji at the entrance. The two were discussing anomalies in the reconnaissance zones. Old Wang, are you absolutely sure there's nothing unusual in your assigned area? Su Kuei asked persistently. I'm telling you, there's nothing. Ask me 100 times and the answer won't change. Wang Ji replied in exasperation. Chen Fei subtly turned his head to avoid being noticed, hiding his awkward expression. Clearly, the actions of the mini-venomous Goo Kings had already drawn attention. But this revelation also sparked an idea in Chen Fei. What if he preemptively cleared out the beasts around Medical Room 16? Could that potentially prevent the impending tragedy? With this thought, Chen Fei immediately instructed Xiao Gu to relay orders to its offspring, commanding them to advance toward Medical Room 16 and eliminate any beasts they encountered along the way. At that moment, Su Kuei and Wang Ji revealed their true purpose for being there. Minister Chan asked us to check on the progress with the venomous Goo. Without a word, Chen Fei summoned 120 level 2, stage 1 mini-venomous Goo Kings. The sight left the two men utterly stunned, exclaiming, "Wow, Chen Fei, you've already become an intermediate beast tamer?" Although Zhou Yin, Lin Qi, and others were no longer surprised by such displays, Yang Xian still looked utterly incredulous, as though marveling at how talent truly overshadowed hard work. Keep it low-key, Chen Fei said with a wave of his hand, dismissing the matter lightly. After a few brief instructions, he hurried off toward Medical Room 16. Upon arriving, he found only 2 medical practitioners on duty inside. Chen Fei walked straight up to one of the young men with curly hair. "Hello, where's your captain? Why are there only 2 of you here?" Ji Tairong, leaning lazily against the wall, replied, "The captain went into the mountains. Are you here for treatment, or something?" "In the mountains?" The timing made Chen Fei suspicious. Did he mention when he'd be back? "Not really," Ji Tairong shook his head. "He just said he was going to look for evolution materials for beast companions." This answer made Chen Fei frown slightly. A medical team's captain taking members into the mountains to gather materials seemed unusual. He discreetly pulled out a few low-grade spirit stones from his pocket and slipped them into Ji Tairong's hand. "What kind of evolution materials are they looking for that's so secretive?" Ji Tairong quickly pocketed the spirit stones and lowered his voice. "I heard there's a rumor about the 5-colored divine stone flower appearing in the mountains. You know how valuable that thing is. A lot of medical and scouting teams are competing for it." The 5-colored divine stone flower? Chen Fei had no recollection of such a plant, so he summoned the sacred tome to check for information. 5-colored divine stone flower. Grade: a level spiritual plant. Habitat: grows on 5-colored soil. Features: 5 petals, each representing one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Uses: combined with specific materials, it can promote the evolution of elemental-type beasts, with a chance to awaken a new elemental attribute. Notes: flowers with 6 or 7 petals increase aptitude by 1 grade per additional petal, with a significantly higher chance of awakening. Special reminder: 5-colored soil is extremely rare. Do not waste it. The information made Chen Fei's heart stir. Single-element or dual-element beasts were common, but beasts with 3 or more elements were exceedingly rare. If the 5-colored divine stone flower could grant a 3rd element, even if the resulting aptitude wasn't S-level, it would be close. If it's so valuable, why aren't you going after it? Chen Fei asked. Ji Tairong looked exasperated. Who knows if the flower is even real? Why would I, mid-level, rank 7 healer, throw my life away for something uncertain? Even if there's something to gain, it wouldn't be my turn anyway. One last question: where did this information come from? No idea, Ji Tairong shrugged. It just started spreading out of nowhere. No one knows who leaked it. After leaving, Chen Fei carefully pieced together the suspicious elements. The 5-colored divine stone flower required 5-colored soil, yet there had never been any records of such soil in the Baiyue mountain range. The information had spread suddenly but remained localized. Most importantly, the timing coincided too closely with the recent bloodshed incident. Xiao Gu, select a few speed-type corpse-controlling beasts and head to the vicinity of Medical Zone 16. Track those teams. If you notice anything unusual, share your vision with me immediately. But this investigation stretched on for several days. On September 23rd, the mission to locate Medical Team 16 remained at a standstill. Chen Fei decided to shift his focus toward enhancing his strength. First, he used his accumulated slaughter points to upgrade the hidden origin technique from proficient to mastery level. This upgrade brought 2 major advantages. Not only could it conceal his cultivation level, aura, and killing intent, but it could also extend this concealment effect to his beast companions. More importantly, unless an opponent reached Grandmaster level 5, they would be unable to detect his true cultivation level. This threshold was indeed a turning point. Chen Jingjing was still at Grandmaster level 3, and Xie Sun was only at Grandmaster level 4. Chen Fei carefully planned to maintain his apparent strength at intermediate level 3 to avoid drawing attention. Then, in one determined effort, he elevated his power to intermediate level 9, nearly exhausting all his slaughter points in the process. For now, Chen Fei paused his cultivation upgrades. He was waiting for two things. First, for Xiao Gu to advance to level 9 of Tier 2, and second, to accumulate 100,000 slaughter points to summon the Phantom Soul Fox. At this point, Chen Fei's army of 10,000 Venom Goo Kings had already reached the area under Medical Team 16's jurisdiction. Xiao Gu burrowed into a low-grade spirit stone, basking in its abundant spiritual energy. The army advanced relentlessly, leaving no vegetation in its wake. Keep killing, don't stop, Chen Fei commanded. Let's see if we can lure out Medical Team 16 or Reconnaissance Teams 86 and 87 responsible for this region. 5 days passed, yet Medical Team 16 remained absent. Such negligence explained why this area had become the epicenter of violent incidents. Suddenly, Xiao Gu emerged from the spirit stone. Chen Fei, the vanguard has spotted a group of people. This was a message relayed by one of the speed-type beasts Chen Fei had sent to search for the medical team. Through shared vision, Chen Fei witnessed a shocking scene. A ragged group of people covered in dust and dirt, desperately fleeing for their lives. Some had lost arms, others legs, and had to rely on others to carry them. Their disheveled state was pitiful. From the badges on their uniforms, it was clear they belonged to Medical Teams 15 and 16, as well as Reconnaissance Teams 86, 87, and 88. A group that originally consisted of over 50 members had now been reduced to barely 20. What was even more astonishing was that they had appeared at the boundary between the middle zone and the inner perimeter. Even Grandmaster-level experts like Chen Jingjing and Xie Sun dared not set foot in the inner perimeter, where even king-level beast tamers would struggle to survive. The outer zone was plagued by black sticky worms, the middle zone by earth-splitting demonic worms, and the inner perimeter was even more perilous. This bloodshed was evidently far more severe than anyone had anticipated. Chen Fei immediately headed to Chen Jingjing's office. The situation had clearly escalated beyond what an intermediate beast tamer could handle. Come in. Chen Jingjing's voice called out. What brings you here? She seemed relatively satisfied with Chen Fei's progress in cultivation, at least relieved that martial arts hadn't hindered him. Chen Fei quickly recounted the events of recent times to Chen Jingjing, especially emphasizing the matter of the 5-colored divine stone flower. He explained that his contracted beasts, which possess incubation abilities, had been left to grow independently in the Baiyue mountain range. It was these beasts that discovered several small teams fleeing from the inner region. Hearing this, Chen Jingjing frowned deeply, her face darkening instantly. Are these people tired of living? Venturing into the inner region just for the 5-colored divine stone flower? That's practically suicidal. She grabbed Chen Fei and stormed off toward Medical Room 16, angrily berating the reckless team members along the way. From a distance, Ji Tairong saw Chen Jingjing approaching with a grim expression and immediately panicked. Minister. Minister what? Chen Jingjing snapped, launching into a scolding tirade. Are the rules just for show? The medical team is only allowed to operate in the middle zone. Who made that rule? And what about the requirement to request leave for trips lasting more than 2 days? You've been gone for 5 days without a word. If Chen Fei hadn't informed me, were you planning on never reporting back? As she spoke, Chen Jingjing slammed her fist onto the table, leaving a large hole in its surface. Chen Fei and Ji Tairong both swallowed nervously. Clearly, the minister's body was enhanced with attributes from a strength-type beast. If that punch had landed on a person, the consequences would have been devastating. After her anger subsided slightly, Chen Jingjing asked, Chen Fei, where are they now? They've just passed the middle zone and entered the outer perimeter, Chen Fei replied. Chen Jingjing immediately pulled out her phone and called Xing Xiaoshan, the Minister of City Defense. Old Xing, shut the city gates immediately. A few small teams will be returning shortly. Arrange for them to be placed in the temporary observation rooms. Do not let them enter the city. Make sure your people keep their distance to avoid contamination or parasitic infection. Xing Xiaoshan, a level 8 Grandmaster Beast Tamer and Baiyue City's first line of defense, immediately caught the gravity in Chen Jingjing's tone. How serious is this? He asked. They went into the inner region. Chen Jingjing growled through gritted teeth. Xing Xiaoshan drew a sharp breath. Had lost his left eye in the inner region and now had to wear an eye patch. If even someone of his caliber had suffered such losses, how could these small teams possibly come out unscathed? Got it. We'll take care of it right away. You and Xie Sun should come over too. This doesn't look good. After hanging up, Chen Jingjing turned to head toward the temporary observation rooms. Chen Fei quickly stopped her. Minister, take me with you. I can send my contracted beasts into the observation rooms and share their vision with everyone. That way, we can avoid direct contact with them. Chen Jingjing considered this for a moment and then nodded. Alright, come with me. The members of Squad 16 finally escaped the Baiyue mountain range, panting heavily as they arrived in front of the city gates. Open the gates. Open them now. We have a teammate in urgent need of medical attention, shouted Chu Zhongxing, the captain of Squad 16's medical team, his voice hoarse and desperate. His gaze darted anxiously between his injured teammate and his lover, who had been poisoned by the apocalyptic berserk ant toxin. With the limited medical resources at their disposal, there was no way they could handle such a deadly poison. They desperately needed help from a high-level poison specialist healer. However, the guard stationed at the city gate stood motionless, coldly announcing, "Apologies, but according to the latest orders, please proceed to the temporary observation shelter." The temporary observation shelter was located in the open area between the city walls and the Baiyue mountain range, fully exposed to potential attacks from wild beasts. This news struck Chu Zhongxing like a thunderbolt. "Are you abandoning us? What did we do to deserve this?" he demanded furiously. Everyone knew that those sent to the observation shelter, even if they made it out alive, would endure unimaginable suffering. The guard, expressionless, repeated, "This is Minister Xing's order, and we must comply." Just as Chu Zhongxing was about to argue further, a teammate gently tugged at his sleeve. "Forget it. Maybe news of us entering the restricted zone has leaked, and that's why they're being so cautious." Chu Zhongxing opened his mouth but swallowed his words. Instead, he pleaded, "Well, go to the observation shelter, but please send a poison specialist healer to treat the apocalyptic berserk ant toxin immediately." "The healer is already on the way and will be there soon," the guard replied curtly. Left with no choice, Chu Zhongxing led his team toward the observation shelter. The so-called shelter was actually an oversized crystalline chamber, constructed using a level 4 crystal-based skill. It consisted of 3 layers. The innermost layer contained compartments, the middle layer provided reinforcement, and the outermost layer offered shade and privacy. Meanwhile, Cheng Jingjing, Xie Sun, Xing Xiaoshan, and Chen Fei were already waiting in the monitoring room, observing Chu Zhongxing and his team through screens. Cheng Jingjing turned to Chen Fei and asked, "Your beast pet could neutralize toxins from level 2 beasts back when it was only level 1. Now that it's reached level 2, it should be able to handle the level 3 apocalyptic berserk ant toxin, right?" Chen Fei pretended to ponder for a moment before responding vaguely, "Well, give it a try, but I'm not entirely sure." "Go on, and have your beast pet share its vision with us," Cheng Jingjing ordered. Without delay, hundreds of tiny venomous Goo Kings leaped out of Chen Fei's body. The densely packed swarm made everyone in the room instinctively take a step back. "Chen Fei, just how many offspring has your venomous Goo King produced?" Xie Sun couldn't help but ask. Around 10,000, I think," Chen Fei replied evasively, though even he wasn't entirely certain of the exact number. This figure left the 3 master-level experts visibly stunned. 10,000 attacking at once? No mid-level beast tamer could possibly survive that. "The reproduction rate is just staggering," Xie Sun remarked, half in awe and half in disbelief. Chen Fei replied calmly, "It's thanks to some fortunate opportunities. My beast pet is now an A-grade venomous Goo King." He deliberately avoided discussing the rapid advancement of his cultivation, though he was candid about his pet's exceptional potential. Discovering one's potential early, especially when noticed by influential figures, isn't necessarily a bad thing. It often requires a certain allocation of resources. Upon learning it was the Goo King, Xie Sun refrained from further inquiries, though he couldn't help but inwardly lament the missed opportunity. Such talent, he thought, would have been invaluable under his command. Nearby, Cheng Jingjing's eyes flickered subtly as she took note of the interaction, resolving to stay vigilant. She knew she had to guard against the shrewd Xie Sun potentially poaching talent in the future. At the same time, Chen Fei's entire focus was on Chu Zhongxing and his team. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, Chu Zhongxing hadn't perished in the Baiyue Mountains but had been murdered in a medical ward. This realization only reinforced his certainty that even more horrifying events were yet to unfold. As the Xiaogu creatures entered the scene, their shared vision transmitted the unfolding situation to Chen Fei. His top priority was to direct the Xiaogu to neutralize the deadly poison afflicting Chu Zhongxing and his companions. They had encountered a swarm of doomsday ants, ranked between levels 5 and 7 of the 3rd tier. Even the weakest among them possessed an A-grade qualification, while the queen ant had reached the formidable grade. Such highly venomous beasts were so dangerous that not even 4th-tier demon generals would dare provoke them lightly. The poison in their bloodstream, classified as a level 3 toxin, could cause blood denaturation, tissue necrosis, and even suppress cardiovascular and respiratory functions. Without prompt treatment, death was inevitable. Initially, Chu Zhongxing didn't recognize the Xiaogu King creatures and immediately summoned his beast companion, prepared to defend himself. His harrowing experiences in the Baiyue Mountains had made him exceedingly cautious. Only after the reconnaissance team explained that these were helpers sent by the poison specialist Chen Fei did he reluctantly lower his guard, though he still refused to dismiss his beast companion. For the Xiaogu, the Doomsday Ant's venom was not particularly challenging to handle. Nevertheless, Chen Fei instructed them to slow down the treatment process. Just then, Cheng Jingjing's voice came through the monitoring system. Explain yourselves. What exactly happened? Why did you venture so deep into the inner region? The group exchanged uneasy glances, unable to respond immediately. Finally, Chu Chengsheng put away his beast companion, sat down wearily, and organized his thoughts before speaking. We heard rumors of the five-colored divine stone flower appearing in the central area of the Baiyue Mountains. All 5 squads couldn't resist the temptation and brought only their core members to search for it. At first, we believed that a brief exploration in the central region wouldn't pose much danger. He recounted how their first day had passed uneventfully, and how they had been overjoyed on the second day when they actually discovered the 5-colored divine stone flower. Even as he spoke, the lingering fear was evident on everyone's faces. Seeing no interruptions, Chu Chengsheng continued. We found 5 flowers in total, just enough for each squad to take one. We thought this would avoid conflict. But as we cautiously approached, the surroundings abruptly changed. It was all an illusion, a mirage. This natural phenomenon, often controlled by certain beasts, was not particularly lethal but was so convincingly realistic that it could easily deceive its victims. Chu Chengsheng's voice grew hoarser as he went on. Once we realized it was a trap, we tried to retreat immediately, but it was already too late. The moss on the ground suddenly came alive, writhing and lunging toward us. Xiao Yuan was the closest and got touched by the moss. He fell to the ground, writhing and screaming in agony. Our medical team exhausted all their light and wood-based skills, but nothing worked. Within seconds, Xiao Yuan went silent, his entire body fused with the moss, becoming its nourishment, which caused even more moss to grow. None of us had ever encountered anything so bizarre. We had no choice but to flee for our lives. I've encountered this moss before. Xing Xiaoshan suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a heavy seriousness. His gaze was fixed on the eerie moss as he continued. It was during my solo pursuit of a fugitive in the Baiyue Mountains. I hadn't even reached the inner region when I witnessed a high-level Tier 9 beast tamer being devoured by the moss without even a chance to struggle. His words cast a shadow over everyone's expressions. If even a Tier 9 expert could be so easily consumed, the odds of survival for Chu Chengsheng and his group against such a threat seemed grim. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. The most terrifying dangers are not the powerful enemies but the unpredictable ones. Cheng Jingjing gestured for Chu Chengsheng to continue. He took a deep breath and began. That bloodthirsty moss cut off all our escape routes, leaving us no choice but to flee in the direction where there was no moss. But soon, we realized a fatal problem: we were completely lost. No matter how far we walked, the scenery around us remained identical, as if we were trapped in an enormous illusion. It was like the legendary phenomenon known as ghost walls. Chen Fei furrowed his brow. While mirages are known to exist, ghost walls didn't seem far-fetched either. However, the appearance of the 5-colored divine stone flower, the deadly moss, and the bizarre illusion all in succession felt far too coincidental, more like a carefully designed trap. Chu Chengsheng's voice began to tremble. When we finally escaped the ghost walls, we realized we had accidentally entered the inner region. It was a nightmare. Tier 4 demonic beasts were everywhere, and the roars of Tier 5 beast kings echoed in the distance. But what was even more horrifying were the creatures we had never seen before. Strange beings with human bodies and red lantern heads, tree spirits that moved and were covered in grotesque, distorted human faces, a 3-headed demon chimera with 1 lion head, 1 leopard head, and 1 ape head, and storm serpents with bat wings and scorpion tails. We were scared out of our minds and ran for our lives. Our team of 42 kept losing members, and in the end, only 18 of us survived, all of us wounded. As he spoke, fear lingered in Chu Chengsheng's expression. Cheng Jingjing and Xie Sun turned to Xing Xiaoshan, hoping for guidance. But Xing Xiaoshan could only shake his head. The last time I entered the inner region was over a year ago. I have no idea what it's like now. Chen Fei, however, seemed deep in thought. He recalled a rumor from his previous life. The 8th evil king among the 10 evil kings was known for stitching together different types of demonic beasts. These monsters not only retained the characteristics of their original forms, but also gained significantly enhanced strength. The bizarre creatures Chu Chengsheng described were likely experimental creations of this evil king. The thought that the 8th evil king had already emerged and was secretly gathering power weighed heavily on Chen Fei's heart. He wished he could share what he knew to warn everyone and urge them to stay vigilant. Chen Fei was restless, unable to easily share the critical information he held. After all, the identity of a reborn was not something to reveal lightly. He pondered for a moment, and then an idea struck him. If Xiao Goo could infiltrate the inner region and share its vision, allowing everyone to witness the truth firsthand, wouldn't that serve as the best evidence? However, the success of this plan hinged on strength. For Xiao Goo to safely sneak into the inner region, at least Tier 3 advanced level power was required. More importantly, they needed a being like the Phantom Dream Soul Fox, capable of seeing through illusions. Without such an ability, even the most formidable combat power would be futile, endlessly trapped in an illusion. As the group was deep in thought, the Xiao Goo team had already completed the task of clearing the Doomsday Ant's venom. Through shared vision, they noticed the 18 survivors were in a severely weakened state, with one woman named Lingling still unconscious. Cheng Jingjing stepped up to the microphone. You will all be confined to the temporary observation house for half a month. Meals will be delivered daily. Only after confirming there are no issues will you be allowed to leave. Faced with this decision, Chu Chongsheng and the others could only reluctantly accept. Turning to Chen Fei, Cheng Jingjing said, "This time, you've earned a third-class merit. If you hadn't detected this in time, the consequences of letting these people into the city would have been unimaginable." She then looked at Xiesun and Xing Xiaoshan. "Do either of you have objections?" Both shook their heads in agreement. Indeed, the greatest fear wasn't casualties, but the potential of something harmful being brought into the city. Back in his dormitory, Chen Fei tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The trail of the 8th Evil King weighed heavily on his mind. Since rest was out of the question, he decided to observe the situation through Xiao Gu's shared vision. By now, an advanced team had already ventured into the middle region. Although Tier 3 beasts roamed there, it wasn't entirely without opportunity. Gui was commanding the Emerald Mantis to lead the Xiao Gu team in stealth operations from the shadows. In such an environment, their small size was actually an advantage for assassination missions. They soon identified their targeta Tier 3, Level 1 Wrath Lotus Flame Butterfly. This evolved form of the Red Lotus Flame Butterfly had an great potential, with its flame poison upgraded from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Even skin contact could cause excruciating burns that seared to the bone. These creatures often moved in groups of 3 to 5, posing a significant threat in the middle region. However, their frail bodies were a notable weakness, providing Goo Yi with an opportunity. Thousands of Xiao Wan Poison Goo Kings were already in position, awaiting Chen Fei's command. As the Wrath Lotus Flame Butterflies approached, Xiao Gu gave the order, "Attack with Silver Silk Bind." In an instant, thousands of spiderweb-like threads shot out, creating a breathtaking scene. Even Tang Jian's Purple Thunder Phoenix would have been stunned by such an overwhelming offensive. Sometimes, sheer numbers could indeed lead to a qualitative leap. Moreover, the Silver Silk Bind had now reached mastery level. Tier 2 beasts couldn't break free, and even Tier 3 beasts would require time to struggle out. Faced with this dense web attack, the Wrath Lotus Flame Butterflies were clearly unable to escape quickly. 3 massive cocoon-like structures swiftly emerged on the ground, tightly enveloping the furious Lotus Flame Butterflies. Trapped within, the butterflies immediately unleashed their Crimson Lotus Bloom ability. A blazing red lotus unfolded around them, radiating intense heat in an attempt to burn away the confinement. This defensive yet offensive skill was formidable, capable of breaking free from the web-like restraints in roughly half a minute. Gui acted decisively, maneuvering the 3 cocoons quickly toward the outskirts. Staying to fight on the spot would only attract more furious Lotus Flame Butterflies. The priority was to transport the captured prey away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the mini venomous Goo Kings launched a series of coordinated toxic attacks. Mushroom number 1 struck first, releasing a dual toxin of paralysis and hallucination. Following closely, venomous bug number 1 unleashed a deadly concoction, meticulously crafted from 14 different poisons. This blend of third-level blood and neurotoxins immediately took effect, as if invisible venomous threads were constricting the victim's entire body, rendering it immobile. The toxins began eroding bodily functions, and not even the protective Crimson Lotus aura of the furious Lotus Flame Butterflies could shield them from its effects. Nightmare number 1's plant-based toxins then seeped in, dragging the targets into an endless nightmare. Combined with the prior attack from colorless number 1, the layered onslaught of 4 toxins overwhelmed the unsuspecting third-level beasts. To make matters worse, Xiao Gu's Kiss of Venom added another layer of devastation, while the Xiao Gu army stood ready to launch a second wave of webbing. Once the 3 furious Lotus Flame Butterflies, now rendered powerless, were brought to the territory of the Thunderclap Ape and the Emerald Mantis, they faced a relentless barrage of attacks. In the end, one succumbed to the poison, while the other 2 were successfully captured alive. Killing a single third-level, first-tier furious Lotus Flame Butterfly brought in 100 slaughter points, but Chen Fei was in no rush to kill the remaining 2. Instead, he chose to parasitize and control them while they were at their weakest. This allowed him to gain command over the combat power of 2 third-level beasts. With these 2 controlled furious Lotus Flame Butterflies, combined with the powerful control abilities of the Xiao Gu army, he could systematically lure in and subdue more third-level beasts. Although the process was incredibly complex, Chen Fei understood that this was a necessary step in building a Tier 3 beast army. His goal was to use this army to hunt more Tier 3 beasts and create a positive cycle. For him, time was the most valuable resource. With enough time, even with just Xiao Gu as his sole beast companion, he was confident he could take control of half of the Baiyue mountain range. Time flew by, and before long, it was the end of September. Everything in the temporary observation house appeared normal, with no unusual occurrences. This brought a sense of relief to Chu Chengsheng, Cheng Jingjing, Xing Xiaoshan, and the others. It seemed that things were moving in a positive direction. However, fate always had a way of playing tricks. Boom, boom. A few deafening explosions suddenly echoed from the direction of the observation house. Cheng Jingjing and the others immediately rushed to the city wall, only to be met with a shocking sight. The entire observation house had been forcefully displaced from its original position. The outermost crystalline dome was shattered, and the remaining 2 layers were covered in web-like cracks. Although the people inside were temporarily safe, fear was written all over their faces. At the original site of the observation house, a massive crater had appeared. Judging by its size, it was unmistakably the work of a rift earthworm. Xing Xiaoshan acted decisively, ordering the Earth-type beast tamers to fill the hole while summoning his own beast companion. Chen Fei curiously observed the unfamiliar powerhouse's beast. 9-turn Crystal Serpent. Strength, Tier 4, Level 8. Attributes, Crystal Type, Tank Type, Power Type. Aptitude, S-Class potential to advance to SSS Class. Skills. 1. Crystal Manipulation Peak Level. Can control underground minerals to create large-scale destructive crystals. 2. Crystal Translocation Master Level. Allows teleportation or traversal using crystalline materials. Due to skill proficiency, it can only be used 3 times daily. Upon seeing the crystal translocation skill, Chen Fei suddenly understood. No wonder Xing Xiaoshan had been able to escape from the depths of the Baiyue mountain range. Proper use of this skill was akin to spatial teleportation, making it unparalleled for escaping danger. The 9-turn Crystal Serpent swiftly manipulated the underground crystal veins, forming towering crystal pillars to seal the crater. It then built defensive structures around the observation house, effectively preventing further damage from burrowing beasts like the rift earthworm. Not to be outdone, Cheng Jingjing summoned her own beast. Greenwood Spirit Ape. Strength, Tier 4, Level 3. Attributes, Elemental Type, Support Type, Healing Type. Aptitude, S-Class potential to advance to SSS Class. Skills. 1. Life Restoration Peak Level. Absorbs wood element life energy to heal others. 2. Nature's Affinity Master Level. Can communicate with plants within a specific range. The Greenwood Spirit Ape gracefully waved its hand, scattering seeds around the observation house. In an instant, green sprouts broke through the soil, growing rapidly into towering 2-meter-tall trees. As the trees swayed, specks of green light drifted toward Chu Chengsheng and the others inside the observation house. In mere moments, not only were their spirits calmed, but their injuries also healed significantly. At that moment, Chen Fei gained a deeper understanding of the gap between S-Class and A-Class creatures. The Greenwood Spirit Ape could perform long-range, group healing, while his mother's human face Linghua could only heal at close range. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. Without the interference of the earth-splitting worm, the temporary shelter regained a fleeting calm. Just as Chu Chengsheng and the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief, an urgent voice shattered the brief silence. Lingling, Lingling, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Lingling, who had been unconscious all along, suddenly woke up. But instead of asking questions, she clutched her abdomen and began writhing on the ground in agony. It hurts. There's something inside me. Stop crawling. Please stop crawling. Her screams were filled with despair. Lingling started banging her head against the floor, and Chu Chengsheng's heart clenched painfully. He wanted to summon his beast pet to heal her, but then he remembered that the Greenwood Spirit Ape was still outside. If a 4th-tier beast couldn't heal her wounds, what could he possibly do? Cheng Jingjing rushed over after hearing the commotion. Chu Chengsheng, what's going on? Before she could finish her sentence, a horrifying scene unfolded. Lingling's body suddenly stiffened, and her abdomen burst open violently. Blood, flesh, and shattered organs sprayed everywhere, staining the bed, the floor, and even splattering onto the others' clothes and Chu Chengsheng's face. The girls let out blood-curdling screams, and everyone instinctively retreated. Even Chu Chengsheng, the leader of the medical team, couldn't help but lean against the wall, retching. From Chen Fei and Cheng Jingjing's vantage point, the transparent walls of the temporary shelter were streaked with streams of blood. Through Xiao Gu's shared vision, they clearly saw the gruesome scene inside, their stomachs churning at the sight. Something's crawling out of Lingling's body. Ding Si, the closest to the scene, screamed and bolted for the exit. A black sticky worm emerged from Lingling's corpse. Enraged, Chu Chengsheng commanded his beast pet to attack, but to his shock, the black worm shattered like porcelain, splitting into countless sesame-sized miniature black worms that floated into the air, quickly filling the entire room. Ding Si was the first to react. She rushed to the door of the shelter, pounding on it frantically. Minister, let me out. The room is full of black worms. I don't want to die. I don't want to die like Lingling. The others also descended into panic. Minister, open the door. Those black worms are about to reach us. Minister, please. Are you really going to watch us get killed by these black worms? Cheng Jingjing's face darkened. She wanted so badly to save them, but she had no choice but to remain silent. Chen Fei flipped open the sacred tome, and the information before him caused his pupils to contract slightly. It turned out they weren't dealing with ordinary black slimes this time, but their evolved form, the Black Slime King. The tome provided a detailed description of the Black Slime King's attributes. Level 3, Tier 8, a fusion of poison, vitality, and assassin traits, with strength potential and the capability to ascend to SS rank. Its most troublesome skill was spore diffusion, allowing it to split its body into countless spores. As long as a single spore survived, it would never truly die. This ability could be used for escape or parasitism, and its proficiency had already reached mastery level. No wonder when Chu Chongsheng struck, the Black Slime King instantly shattered into thousands of spores. These spores, light as dandelion seeds, floated with the wind. If the temporary shelter were opened, they would scatter in all directions. Even more terrifying, these spores didn't need to enter through the mouth. Simply landing on skin was enough for them to parasitize. After a period of fermentation, they would develop into a full entity, ultimately bursting out of the host's body, just as they had with Lingling. This was precisely why Cheng Jingjing didn't dare take any risk. She couldn't guarantee the spores wouldn't drift into the city. Even a single spore infiltrating the city could have catastrophic consequences. At this moment, Chen Fei fully grasped the gravity of the massacre from his past life. No wonder 7 or 8 teams had met their demise. What was even more chilling was that the Black Slime King before them had grown from just one spore. Its original form likely still lurked deep within the Baiyue Mountains. This realization brought a measure of calm to Chen Fei. While Xiaogu was formidable for its tier, it wasn't strong enough to contend with the Black Slime King, especially against its spore diffusion ability. If the opportunity arose, Xiaogu would have to be upgraded to rank. As Cheng Jingjing and Xing Xiaoshan hesitated, Ding Si and the others had already been fully infected. Their eyes turned completely black, devoid of any life. Suddenly, Ding Si raised his head in an eerie manner and fixed his gaze on Cheng Jingjing. You humans really are cold-blooded. You could save your companions, but you refuse to, just standing there watching as I slaughter them? It was clear that aside from the Black Slime King, another sinister presence capable of manipulating minds was at play. Under its influence, the surrounding soldiers began to look at Cheng Jingjing and Xing Xiaoshan with eyes filled with disappointment, anger, and resentment. This was blatant psychological warfare. If they didn't intervene, the soldiers would grow discontent with their leaders. If they did intervene, the risks would escalate exponentially. Should anything go wrong in the city, Cheng Jingjing and her team would still be held accountable. It was a situation designed to corner them, and if the plot succeeded, the morale of Baiyue City would suffer greatly. Xing Xiaoshan could have ordered the 9-turn crystal serpent to crush the temporary shelter, but the Black Slime King deliberately spared Chu Chongsheng, wanting him to agonize publicly before all the defenders on the city wall. Do it. Xie Sun gritted his teeth. If you don't act now, the consequences will only get worse. Just as Xing Xiaoshan was about to command the 9-turn crystal serpent to deliver a fatal strike, the temporary shelter was suddenly engulfed in a grayish-purple toxic mist. The infected individuals collapsed one after another. The source of the poison turned out to be the small Xiaogus inside the shelter. Everyone turned to Chen Fei in surprise, and he happened to glance back at them. Once parasitized by the Black Slime King's spores, they're beyond saving. As for Chu Chongsheng, keep him. He's still useful. Xing Xiaoshan frowned in confusion. What have you figured out? Chen Fei fixed his gaze on Chu Chongsheng, his expression heavy as he explained. This purple toxic mist is a level 3 neurotoxin and blood poison toxin number 1. Even a level 3 beast might not withstand it without preparation. Yet you, a human, remain completely unharmed. He deliberately emphasized the word human. Xing Xiaoshan and Cheng Jingjing exchanged a meaningful glance, clearly aware of the deeper implication in Chen Fei's words. Without further comment, Xing Xiaoshan gestured for the 9-turn crystal serpent to move Chu Chongsheng into another crystalline container. He then ordered the temporary observation room to be fully crystallized. With a sharp, cracking sound, the crystallization process was swiftly completed. The spores of the Black Sticky Worm King and the figures of Ding Si and others dissolved into scattered starlight, leaving behind only traces of black gleaming powder, which the Xiaogu carefully collected. Minister, you're too ruthless. Chu Chongsheng pounded on the crystalline container, his voice hoarse and anguished. My lover, my brothers, my comrades were in there. You didn't even give them a chance for rescue and just executed them like that? Then why not kill me too, so I can reunite with them? His shoulders shook violently, and his voice broke with emotion. The soldiers on the city wall watched the scene unfold, their sympathetic gazes directed at Chu Chongsheng. while their discontent toward Xing Shaoshan and the others grew even stronger. He's lying. A sudden voice shattered the heavy atmosphere. Everyone turned to see the long-absent Chen Qingyun and his wife standing there, with Xia Zhixue accompanied by a flower spirit deer capable of discerning human emotions. Chen Fei gave a subtle nod, maintaining a deliberate distance. Old Xia, you're finally back. Cheng Jingjing breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xia Zixue's combat abilities were limited, her role as the Minister of Logistics and Interrogation, alongside her auxiliary beast companions, was critical in warfare. Xia Zhixue got straight to the point. Chu Chengsheng, why are you crying outwardly but laughing inwardly? Her words caused Chu Chengsheng to visibly freeze. You killed my comrades, and now you slander me, he retorted angrily. The surrounding guards murmured among themselves, expressing sympathy for Chu Chengsheng and quietly criticizing the harshness of those in power. Chen Qingyun furrowed his brow and immediately summoned a unique bat-like beast, the six-eared sonic bat. This level 4, tier 5 beast had 6 ears and cyan-colored eyes, with dual attributes of soundwave and flight. Its potential rating was level, with the possibility of advancing to SS level. Not only was it skilled in sonic booms and soundwave barriers, but its extraordinary hearing ability allowed it to detect the faintest heartbeats and breaths of its prey. This ability was a key factor in Chen Qingyun's unparalleled success in the tracking department. The moment the six-eared sonic bat appeared, it immediately constructed an invisible soundwave barrier, effectively blocking Chu Chengsheng's crying from affecting the guards. Then, it released a special resonance that instantly dispelled the abnormal state clouding the guards' minds. The guards snapped out of their trance, instinctively touching their faces. What just happened? They glanced at each other in confusion. Hearing that cry made us uncontrollably want to comfort him. But now that feeling is completely gone. It dawned on them that they had fallen victim to a soundwave-based skill. Seeing the guards regain their clarity, Chu Chengsheng dropped his pretense and sneered. I heard you weren't in Baiyu City. I didn't expect you to return so quickly. You're not Chu Chengsheng at all. Who are you? Xia Zhixue demanded sharply. Take a guess. Let's see if you can figure it out. The other person let out a sinister laugh, and before the sound faded, a bizarre scene unfolded. Chu Chengsheng froze entirely, transforming into a human statue. His face retained that eerie smile, identical to the expression Song Gong had before his death. Chen Fei immediately sent a small 10,000 Venom Goo King to investigate, and the findings were shocking. The statue was hollow inside. No wonder the black adhesive Worm King's spores couldn't parasitize it, and the poisonous smoke had no effect. Chen Fei muttered, a chill running down his spine. Was it a statue from the beginning, or did it become one after the black adhesive Worm King appeared? The 5 master-level beast tamers present wore grim expressions, none of them able to detect the anomaly earlier. Clearly, the world after the mist's arrival had far exceeded their understanding. Xing Shaoshan gestured for the guards to disperse. The disappointment they had felt earlier was completely replaced by deep unease regarding Chu Chengsheng's strange transformation. One thought dominated their minds: avoid entering the Baiyu Mountains at all costs. In the meeting room, the 5 ministers and Chen Fei sat in silence. After a long pause, Cheng Jingjing finally broke the silence, asking Xia Zhixue why she returned earlier than expected. Upon learning it was due to Chen Fei's warning, Xie Sun and Xing Shaoshan suddenly realized the truth. Chen Fei was the son of Chen Qingyun. Cheng Jingjing proposed upgrading Chen Fei's merit from 3rd class to 2nd class. Xing Shaoshan agreed, saying, if he hadn't detected the issue in time, allowing this group to infiltrate the city, the black adhesive Worm King's spores would have spread uncontrollably, leading to unimaginable consequences. Chen Qingyun suggested keeping the 2nd class merit confidential to avoid unnecessary attention, a sentiment everyone agreed with. Finally, Xing Shaoshan turned on the projector, displaying photos related to the incident. He posed a crucial question. Chu Chengsheng's claim of accidentally entering the inner perimeter, just how much of it is true, and how much is false? Xie Sun shared his speculation, which was clearly a mix of truth and falsehood. If it had been entirely fabricated, Ding Si and the others would have already spoken up to refute him. Cheng Jingjing picked up the conversation, her brows slightly furrowed. This kind of half-true, half-false information was the most worrisome. Regardless, there have indeed been significant changes within the inner perimeter, she said solemnly. The Earth Rift worms, the Black Slime Worm King, and that unknown entity capable of turning people into clay puppets. All these point to even harder days ahead. The meeting lasted for several hours, during which a series of new regulations were established, primarily aimed at preventing sudden accidents in the Baiyu mountain range and reducing soldier casualties. After leaving the meeting room, Xiao Gu leapt onto Chen Fei's shoulder, his tone heavy. You were right, something big has indeed happened. Chu Chengsheng and the others still couldn't escape their doom. At this moment, Xiao Gu finally began to believe Chen Fei's claim of being hunted by the Demon King. Silently, he resolved to grow stronger to help his master escape danger. Yeah, not a single one could be saved, Chen Fei sighed. Despite warning Chang Jingjing in advance and even urging his parents to leave early, he ultimately couldn't change anything. This inner perimeter. How is it any different from hell? That eerie smile brought back memories of how Chen Fei had nearly lost his life in a dream. He had long suspected there was more to the five-colored divine stone flower incident, and now it seemed likely that this event too bore the mark of the mysterious organization. These beasts who treat human lives as worthless. Chen Fei clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Xiaogu, take out what you've collected. It turned out that when the 9-turn crystal snake crushed the black slime worm king spores, Xiaogu had managed to preserve some residue-valuable crystallized spore powder. This rare material was 1 in a million. Although the amount wasn't enough for the goo worm to learn the spore diffusion skill, the discovery thrilled Chen Fei. If he could gather enough of it, Xiaogu could master this exceptional escape skill. As for how to obtain more crystallized powder, Chen Fei already had a plan in mind. Over the following week, Chen Fei devoted himself to strengthening his abilities. With his kill points accumulated to 90,000, he resolved to reach the final 10,000 even if it meant sleepless nights. Xiaogu's cultivation had also advanced to level 2, rank 7. However, while the Jade Mantis and Thunder-Eyed Ape had decent potential, they could no longer keep up with Chen Fei's pace. Out of sentiment, he chose not to kill them, but also didn't want to leave them to perish in the Baiyue mountain range. After much deliberation, Chen Fei approached Su Kuei and Wang Ji, acquaintances who owed him gratitude for the matter involving the 3rd and 4th lords. They had always been ready to help whenever he needed. Brother Chen Fei, what brings you to us today? The two asked. Here's the thing, Brother Su, Brother Wang, I have a batch of beasts I want to sell. Let me know if you're interested, Chen Fei said directly. Su Kuei and Wang Ji exchanged a glance, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. Chen Fei's sudden actions left them puzzled, but their experience told them that this young man always had a way of bringing surprises. With a wave of both hands, Chen Fei caused the beasts within the sacred tome space to gradually reveal themselves. These creatures, previously tamed by Xiaogu, still bore the marks of domestication. Instead of being ferocious, they now displayed a demeanor of friendliness toward humans. Su Kuei and Wang Ji's smiles froze instantly. A Tier 2, Level 8, Grade A Baiguang Mantis. A Tier 2, Level 6, Grade A Leitong Ape. They counted one by one, gasping in shock. Out of the 20 beasts, 12 were grade on impressive lineup that would undoubtedly make any trading guild envious. So, gentlemen, which one catches your eye? Chen Fei asked with a smile. The two men's eyes sparkled with interest, but neither spoke for a moment. Finally, Su Kuei scratched his head and chuckled wryly. Brother, to be honest, I really like this Leitong ape, but unfortunately, short on funds. Chen Fei interjected with a grin. How about this? I'll give you a special deal. 20% off, and you can pay with contribution points. 600 points for grade B, 2,000 points for grade A, and it'll even allow installments. Hearing this, their eyes lit up. A beast of this caliber would typically cost millions of mid-grade spirit stones on the market. Chen Fei added, these are entrusted to me by a friend, mainly to ensure they find owners who will genuinely care for them. Su Kuei immediately made up his mind. Then I won't hold back. I have 1,200 contribution points and 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The deal was finalized, and Chen Fei even returned 20,000 spirit stones, reminding him, have someone check the beast condition. If there are any issues, come find me. Sure enough, an inspection revealed only minor soul damage, which would heal soon. Word spread quickly, and the rest of the beasts were sold in no time. Chen Fei tallied his earnings, 3,800 contribution points and over 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, with additional contribution points from the military yet to be counted. And this was just at an 80% price. He couldn't help but marvel at the enormous profit margins of major trading guilds. With this unexpected windfall, Chen Fei eagerly headed to the exchange area, excited to see what treasures he could acquire. Chen Fei arrived at the exchange area, first looking for materials that could help Xiaogu evolve. He carefully examined the various options available. The Queen Bee crystal caught his eye, a heart crystal from the Cloud Mist Queen Bee, a level 5 Demon King. When combined with 600,000 slaughter points, it could evolve Xiaogu to the flawless level. However, despite being a level 5 Demon King, the Cloud Mist Queen Bee's strength was only close to Shrank. At a cost of 4,000 contribution points, its heart wasn't the best choice for Xiaogu at this stage. Next to it, the Sky Crystal Bloodline drew his attention, a bloodline from the Sky Crystal Ant King, a level 4 Demon General. Though its grade was lower, its strength potential made it more suitable for Xiaogu. However, the price of 5,000 contribution points forced Chen Fei to put it on his list of future goals. Moving to the martial arts section, Chen Fei noticed that the techniques were categorized into 4 levels. Level 4 martial arts were rare, while level 3 techniques were the highest most people could access, each costing around 3,000 contribution points. Unfortunately, the available options: 2 assassin type, 1 poison type, and one illusion type overlapped with the abilities of both Xiao Gu and the Phantom Dream Soul Fox, making them temporarily impractical. In the end, Chen Fei spent 600 contribution points on a level 4 giant mushroom. This magical plant could alter its size freely and, when combined with different amounts of slaughter points, could either grant Xiao Gu a size-enhancing skill or strengthen its silver thread-binding skill. After careful consideration, Chen Fei chose the latter. He fed the mushroom to Xiao Gu while injecting 10,000 slaughter points to make up for the shortfall. Soon, Xiao Gu's silver thread-binding skill underwent a new mutation. It could now expand the sprayed web up to 4 times its original size. Although the enlarged web couldn't shrink back, this unexpected change was enough to catch enemies off guard, significantly increasing the success rate of capturing targets. Xiao Gu's combat capabilities had indeed taken a significant leap forward. With the mutated silver thread ensnare ability, Xiao Gu demonstrated hunting skills far beyond his level. Through shared vision, Chen Fei quickly identified a key target: an elite Ghost King duck of level 3, tier 3. While this creature only had an overall great aptitude, its great potential and poison resistance allowed it to dominate its territory in the Baiyue Mountains, preying on venomous insects, snakes, and ants. The battle erupted in an instant. Hundreds of spider webs shot toward the Ghost King duck, but it responded with nothing more than a disdainful glance. Just as it prepared to escape using its agility and the terrain to its advantage, an unexpected turn of events occurred. All the webs suddenly expanded to 4 times their original size, each reaching an astonishing diameter of 4 meters. This sudden transformation caught the Ghost King duck off guard. By the time it realized it had underestimated its opponents, it was too late. Swarmed by a group of level 3, tier 1 enchanted beasts under control, even its extraordinary poison resistance was rendered futile. The moment the Ghost King duck lost consciousness, Gooey sprang into action, burrowing into its body. Though the difference in power meant Gooey could only achieve parasitism rather than full corpse control, this still marked a significant breakthrough. Meanwhile, Goo Air, ever the lucky one, successfully took control of a level 3, tier 2 phantom ghost wasp. Known for its remarkable speed, this Agrade creature was virtually unmatched in the central region, though its focus on speed came at the expense of both defense and attack capabilities. Leveraging the advantage of the mutated silver thread ensnare, they managed to subdue a total of 68 level 3 low-tier enchanted beasts. This formidable team launched highly efficient hunts, targeting level 2 height ear and level 3 low-tier creatures. Each kill yielded substantial slaughter points. Killing a level 2, tier 9 bloodmark spider earned 50 points, a level 2, tier 9 ghost dove demon earned 50 points, and a level 3, tier 1 thunder spider earned 100 points. The accumulation rate was several times faster than before, a progression that greatly satisfied Chen Fei. Several days later, when the slaughter points finally surpassed the 100,000 mark, Chen Fei entered the storage space of the Sacred Codex. In this pure white dimension, he cautiously began the unsealing process. Knowing that the grand sealing technique of the Dream Soul Fox originated from ancient times, he dared not attempt the unsealing within the city, fearing unnecessary chaos. The 100,000 slaughter points converged into a dazzling red light, striking the sealing fossil with immense force. The fossil trembled, cracks forming across its surface as it emitted a vivid crimson glow that bathed the entire storage space in red. Witnessing this, Chen Fei felt relieved he had chosen this location. As the cracks widened, fragments of the fossil fell away, revealing a mysterious pattern resembling the Big Dipper constellation. As the pattern shattered further, the true form of the Dream Soul Fox was finally unveiled, a mystical creature no larger than an ordinary cat, with fur as white as snow and twin horns atop its head. Between its eyes, a faintly visible vertical pupil added to its enigmatic allure. Chen Fei's gaze was instantly drawn to the Yumeng Soul Fox. This ancient mythical beast was even more stunning in reality than in the images. Its mysterious aura was so captivating that it left him holding his breath. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the Yumeng Soul Fox for Chen Fei. Strength level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Attribute systems, Soul, Illusion, Dream, Assassin. Potential rating, S-Class, with the potential to advance to SS Class. It possessed 3 astonishing abilities. The first skill was Soul Detachment, the ability to temporarily separate an opponent's soul from their body, leaving the target completely unable to control their physical form. Although its current proficiency was at the skilled level and the detachment effect lasted only 0.2 seconds, the potential of this ability was mind-blowing. The second skill was Phantom Clone, using intricate illusions to create a duplicate identical to its original form, with each clone retaining 50 of the original's attack power. At its current proficiency level, it could only create 1 clone, but as mastery increased, it would not only be able to generate more clones, but the clone's power would also draw closer to that of the original. The third skill was Dream Projection, the ability to temporarily manifest objects or beings from dreams into the real world. Currently, it could project entities 3 tiers above its own strength, with a duration of 30 seconds. Chen Fei was rendered speechless with astonishment. Each skill exceeded his expectations, especially dream projection, a rare ability possessed by only the rarest of mythical beasts. The uniqueness of Phantom Clone also set it apart from ordinary illusion techniques, rivaling the rarity of dream projection. He couldn't help but imagine when the Yumeng Soul Fox's proficiency improved, and 7 or 8 clones appeared simultaneously, how could any enemy possibly counter that? But what shocked Chen Fei the most was the soul detachment skill. The ability to directly shake an enemy's soul out of their body was unparalleled in its power. He began to imagine. What if this skill were paired with a soul binding ability, preventing the detached soul from returning to the body for 1 or 2 minutes? What kind of devastating consequences would that cause? Or, even more terrifying, what if a stronger soul attack were used to destroy the detached soul entirely, causing the enemy's body to collapse instantly? The more he learned, the more fascinated Chen Fei became. Just as he felt an uncontrollable urge to move closer and embrace this incredible creature, the Yumeng Soul Fox slowly opened its eyes. The spirit fox, Yumeng Hunhu, caught sight of Chen Fei's figure and instinctively tried to prop itself up and retreat. However, the effects of its long-standing seal had not completely faded, and its limbs remained weak and powerless. Sensing the little fox's wariness, Chen Fei deliberately kept his distance and instead reached out with his consciousness to communicate. Little one, your seal has been lifted, and your congenital deficiencies have healed. The world outside is vast. Would you like me to show you around? Though still wary, Yumeng Hunhu did not sense any malice from Chen Fei. On the contrary, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from hema resonance born from the healing imprint left by the sacred tome within the fox, which harmonized with Chen Fei's aura as the tome's chosen bearer. In a flash of thought, the two found themselves within Chen Fei's dormitory. The spirit fox scanned the unfamiliar surroundings, its eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. How long has it been since I was sealed? It asked softly. Chen Fei could only offer a rough estimation. Probably around 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years? The fox's pupils widened in shock, its voice trembling. Is my family still alive? Even as the question left its lips, its expression turned despondent. Understanding its feelings, Chen Fei spoke gently to console it. The Yumeng Hunhu clan is rare, but it has not gone extinct. If you're willing to follow me, once we both grow strong enough, I promise to help you search for your kin. But for now, we're facing a great crisis, and whether we can survive the coming calamity is still uncertain. Sensing the sincerity in Chen Fei's words, the spirit fox gradually let down its guard. When Chen Fei suggested taking it outside to explore, it gazed into his eyes for a long moment before finally nodding softly. Chen Fei carefully cradled the fox in his arms, gently stroking its soft fur. The warmth of his embrace brought a rare sense of comfort to the ancient creature. Standing atop the city wall, the spirit fox gazed out at the scene before it. The mist-shrouded, undulating Baiyue mountain range, the bustling streets of Baiyue City teeming with life, soldiers chatting and patrolling, and various beast companions engaging in combat training. Everything felt utterly foreign, as though it no longer belonged to this era. In this unfamiliar world, the only thing that offered a faint sense of familiarity was the presence of this human by its side. Will you really help me find my kin? The spirit fox asked quietly. Chen Fei glanced down with a gentle smile. If we survive the catastrophe ahead, I promise to help you find your family. As he spoke, he bit his finger, channeling spiritual energy to trace an intricate purple 3-star array in the air. At its center, the character for Oath glowed with a solemn light. This was an oath array, witnessed by the heavens, akin to a covenant array. It was a mandatory lesson at the academy, and anyone who broke such a vow would face the wrath of the heavens. It was the most binding and trustworthy of promises. As the spirit fox gazed at the oath array before it, its heart trembled. This human was not deceiving if truly intended to help it reunite with its clan. No longer hesitating, it slowly extended a trembling paw and gently pressed it against the glowing array. In an instant, a surge of violet light erupted, signaling the formation of the contract. Chen Fei immediately began inscribing the second contract array. And so, the Phantom Dream Soul Fox officially became his second beast companion. Looking at the pure white soul fox before him, Chen Fei had a sudden inspiration. I'll call you Mingbai from now on. The Phantom Dream Soul Fox immediately looked displeased. I already have a name. It's Chiyu. Also, I'm female and Mingbai sounds awful. Chen Fei's face was full of awkwardness. Why didn't you say you had a name earlier? Well, you didn't ask, Chiyu retorted with a sidelong glance. Alright, fine. Chiyu does suit you better. Chen Fei agreed with a nod before explaining. Chiyu, you should head into the beast space to recover for now. I'll help you regain control of your body faster. When Chiyu entered the beast space, she noticed something unusual. The space, which should have had 2 separate gateways, had been forcibly merged into a shared resting area by the Slaughter Codex. In the pool, she saw the Slaughter Codex and a small goo worm. This is Xiaogu, my first beast companion. Chen Fei introduced them to each other. Qiyu glanced at Xiaogu and bluntly said, "Ugly." "Oh?" Xiaogu looked indignant. "What did I ever do to you?" "For your information, I'm considered quite imposing among the 1,000 Venom Goo clan." "Still ugly," Qiyu replied mercilessly. The Slaughter Codex trembled violently on the side, clearly trying to suppress laughter. Even Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaogu was furious. "This is too much. Qiyu, you're new, so we'll let it slide. But Chen Fei and Codex bro, what's your deal?" Feeling provoked, Xiaogu summoned dozens of clones and smirked. "Seniority matters here. You should call me Big Brother because I have way more descendants than you." Qiyu remained expressionless as the patterns on her horns suddenly glimmered. In an instant, Xiaogu's soul was forcibly expelled from its body, floating above the pool for 0.2 seconds before snapping back in. The brief experience left Xiaogu utterly shaken, stripping away any trace of arrogance. Chen Fei was equally stunned by the display. Even though Qiyu was only at level 2, Tier 1, her soul separation skill, still at a proficient level, had managed to overwhelm Xiaogu, who was at level 2, Tier 7. Was this the true power of Scrade potential? Qiyu collapsed weakly into the pool, her expression pained. Chen Fei quickly asked about her condition. "I'm fine," Qiyu said faintly. "Soul separation is a secret technique unique to my clan, nearly impossible for other species to learn. At most, I can use it across a 70-year gap, but it comes with backlash. I just need some rest." A secret clan technique? This unfamiliar term piqued Chen Fei's curiosity. After ensuring Qiyu was settled, he immediately set off for the library in Bayou City, determined to uncover more. Only the most powerful races can possess racial secret techniques. This ancient saying flashed through Chen Fei's mind. According to legend, these secret techniques are intrinsically tied to the first generation and represent unique abilities that certain races are born with, requiring no later learning. After poring over numerous ancient texts, Chen Fei could only find scattered fragments. There were neither methods for cultivation nor records of their origins. Left with no other choice, he turned his attention to books on soul arts, dream manipulation, and illusions, aiming to refine and enhance tactical combinations around Qiyu's existing skills. In the soul arts category, he first focused on the soul prison seal. This skill can imprison a soul in a dark, alternate space after it is forcibly separated from the body. As proficiency increases, the duration of imprisonment grows longer. Complementing this is soul severance, which can inflict damage on wandering souls, causing severe harm even if the physical body remains intact. Higher proficiency allows for the release of multiple blades simultaneously. For defense, Chen Fei chose the Soul Guard skill, which can be activated to mitigate damage when he or Xiaogu faces soul-based attacks. Witnessing a vibrant soul beast perform soul interrogation that day also left a deep impression on him. In the realm of dream manipulation, Chen Fei prioritized defensive skills, selecting dream interference and dream barrier. As for illusion techniques, Mirror Mirage was a must-learn skill, capable of creating illusions nearly indistinguishable from reality. To counter layered illusions, the skill Illusion Break Reincarnation was indispensable, enabling him to trace back to the origin of an illusion. Since Qiyu could not wield abilities like poison, parasitism, or corpse control as Xiaogu could, Chen Fei opted for assassin-style auxiliary skills such as stealth, camouflage, and concealment to improve the success rate of ambushes. These dozen or so skills placed immense pressure on Chen Fei, as the future killing points required for mastery would be astronomical. Fortunately, Qiyu's exceptional talent allowed it to master several skills with just 2 Bodhi fruits, while the rest were achieved through self-comprehension and advantage, far surpassing Xiaogu. However, in terms of realm advancement, Qiyu lagged far behind Xiaogu, who could continuously improve through parasitism. It seemed all of Qiyu's innate gifts were concentrated in these 3 domains. At that moment, the scene shifted to the black market in Tianqing City. A beast tamer named My Phone was searching for old Jia to purchase spirit-gathering pills. Upon learning that the price had tripled, My Phone was furious but gritted his teeth and bought a bottle, determined to break through to the master level. After My Phone left, old Jia packed up his stall and slipped into a secluded spot. With a quick wipe of his face, his appearance transformed completely. Even his signature large black tooth vanished. Before long, a new vendor sporting a thick beard appeared on the bustling black market street, quietly blending into the lively crowd. In mid-October, My Phone locked himself in his room, even welding the door shut with a torch. Despite having ascended to the rank of a master-level beast tamer, he dared not take a single step outside. The reason was deeply unsettling. A faint yet ominous aura lingered around him, eerily similar to the presence of the monsters in the mist. Anyone with significant power could sense it. This discovery terrified My Phone, forcing him to bury the secret deep within, fearing that exposure would lead to his immediate execution as a malevolent entity. Suddenly, a shadowy humanoid figure appeared in the room, with 2 circular objects hovering over its shoulders. A soft boom echoed like the sound of a drum. Only then did my phone realize that the objects were shadows of war drums. Who are you? My phone demanded, summoning his beast companion and tensing his entire body. The figure remained silent, and another boom resonated from the drum. Moonlight Beast, use light radiance. My phone commanded, aiming to dispel the shadow with a light-based skill. To his shock, the figure remained unaffected, standing immovable even under the intense illumination. This proved that what he was seeing was not a shadow-based skill but some form of illusion. With no other choice, my phone ordered the lunar phantom butterfly to create multiple layers of illusion barriers. Yet, the drumbeats continued to penetrate, as if the figure had already unraveled all his abilities. Suddenly, the drumbeats quickened, growing more intense. My phone sensed something was terribly wrong. The sinister aura dispersed throughout his body now surged rapidly toward his heart. If the drumbeats persisted, his heart would surely burst from the overwhelming energy. Stop! Stop! What do you want from me? My phone shouted, no longer caring about the figure's identity, desperate for the torment to end. But the drumbeats continued, and the aura ravaged his insides like countless ants gnawing at his heart. He writhed in agony on the floor, his body contorting to near breaking point as every cell screamed in torment. Please, stop. I'll agree to whatever you want. As soon as the words left his mouth, the excruciating pain vanished instantly. Drenched in cold sweat, my phone gasped for air, his mind blank. The shadow finally spoke, its voice raspy and grating. Remember this feeling and your promise. Your body and soul now belong to me. Don't even think about betrayal, or you will endure a hellish punishment. Train diligently. I will return for you. And remember, I am the war drum master. The shadow gradually dissipated. If not for the lingering pain in his body, my phone might have believed it was all just a nightmare. He slumped against the wall, trembling as he picked up a fruit knife and aimed it at his heart, yet he couldn't bring himself to act. Death seemed like the simplest escape, but the fear of death was an insurmountable chasm. In the end, he dropped the knife and broke down in tears. This was not an isolated incident. Elsewhere, many faced the same grim choice: surrender to control or die. What was even more horrifying was that those who died were found with their internal organs hollowed out, leaving only an empty shell of skin, yet their bodies continued to live in a grotesque parody of life. Some corpses were even implanted with green, leech-like soft worms that wriggled eerily before opening their eyes. Meanwhile, in Biowesity, Chen Fei, after over a month of effort, had finally accumulated enough slaughter points. He immediately spent 50,000 points to enhance himself, advancing from a mid-level 9th-rank beast tamer to a high-level 1st-rank beast tamer. This breakthrough brought two significant benefits: unlocking a new beast companion slot and a comprehensive enhancement of his physical abilities. The system displayed the requirements for further advancement. Each rank in the high-level tier required 50,000 slaughter points, while ascending from the 9th rank of the high level to the 1st rank of the master level would demand a staggering 500,000 points. At the same time, both Xiao Gu and Qi Yu had advanced to 3rd level 1st rank. This period had been particularly perplexing for Qi Yu. Despite doing seemingly nothing, his strength had surged effortlessly, as if breakthroughs were as simple as drinking water. He couldn't help but wonder, was cultivation a million years in the future really this easy? Looking at the two level 3 beasts before him, Chen Fei clenched his fists, a surge of excitement coursing through him. In less than 4 months since his awakening, both his and his beast companion's strength had far surpassed what he had achieved at the same point in his previous life. But now, it was time to consider his third beast companion. He quickly reviewed the traits of various beasts in his mind: poison type, parasitic type, incubation type, soul type, illusion type, and dream type. He already had those covered. What he needed was a beast that could perfectly complement his current lineup. Time type and space type beasts were the most desirable, but they were incredibly rare across the entire continent, nearly impossible to come by. Seal type beasts were equally remarkable. Whether sealing speed, movement, or even souls, they could leave opponents of the same level utterly helpless. With greater strength, they could even seal the heavens, earth, and dimensions. However, such beasts were rarer than pure-blooded dragons, prompting Chen Fei to rub his temples in frustration. After browsing through the pet shops in Biowesity, he still hadn't found a suitable option. But well, some things just couldn't be foresaid. Let fate decide. Since he had now advanced to a high-level beast tamer, it was time to take Qi Yu out for some real combat training. The mist-shrouded Baiwei mountain range was the perfect destination. But before heading into the mountains, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Food, water, and protective gear were all essential. With the 600 contribution points he had just earned from his second-class merit, combined with his previous savings, Chen Fei now had a total of 3,800 points at his disposal. This second-class merit not only gave him priority in applying for a team leader position after his promotion to high-level beast tamer, but, more importantly, allowed him to exchange for various resources. However, given that all his beast companions were assassin types, which made him more suited to working solo. Chen Fei decided to forego applying for a team leader position. If he excelled at ambushes and poison, why bother with direct confrontation? In the exchange area, Chen Fei's attention was first drawn to the crystal shield. This piece of defensive equipment, valued at 200 contribution points, was crafted from the level 4, stage 8 9-turn crystal serpent raised by Xing Shaoshan. When crushed, it generated a shield capable of withstanding attacks from level 4 beasts for 30 seconds. So that's how Xing Shaoshan earns his contribution points, Chen Fei mused. Maybe I could have Qiyu create tools using its soul, dream, and illusion abilities? Pairing them with Xiao Goo to rack up kill points would be a perfect synergy. As he entertained the thought, his eyes landed on another piece of defensive equipment, the sonic barrier, also priced at 200 contribution points. Chen Fei carefully examined the sonic barrier in his Hansa defensive tool crafted by the 6-eared clear sound bat, a level 4, tier 5 creature. It could block attacks from soundwave-type beasts below level 4, tier 7, but it was a one-time use item. 6-eared clear sound bat? Isn't that one of Dad's beasts? I could just ask him for it, Chen Fei thought to himself. Ultimately, he exchanged 600 contribution points at the store for 3 shields, the Crystal Shield, Lightning Shield, and Ice Shield. Additionally, he obtained 3 sonic barriers from Chen Qingyun and various life-saving and healing potions from Xiaji Xue. Once fully prepared, Chen Fei activated the hidden origin technique, concealing his presence entirely. This technique is truly handy, but reaching its peak level requires 100,000 slaughter points. That's ridiculously expensive, he mused as he set off toward the Baiyue mountain range. Upon entering the outer region, Chen Fei summoned Xiao Goo and Qiyu. The beasts in the outer area were too weak to even serve as training targets for Qiyu. At the same time, he instructed Xiao Goo to summon a massive army of controlled corpses. This force included 2 level 3, tier 5 beasts, 12 level 3, tier 4 beasts, and 36 level 3, tier 3 beasts. The number of lower-tier beasts was so large it wasn't worth counting. Thanks to Xiao Goo's mutated silver thread binding ability, this army could capture even stronger beasts. Such a force would be enough to overwhelm a large number of high-level beast tamers. However, Chen Fei still had concerns when it came to someone as talented as Jiang Yi. With her family background, her beasts are at least scrayed. Scrayed beasts with rare skills are the most troublesome, and sheer numbers might not be enough. If Xiao Goo gets controlled, the consequences could be disastrous. When he reached the border between the inner and middle regions, Chen Fei paced cautiously, not daring to venture deeper. The memory of Chu Chongqing's fate still haunted him. Suddenly, he halted, noticed that the ground ahead was unusually soft, the soil damp, and dotted with scattered pools of water. This is a marshland, Chen Fei thought warily. In this world, marshes not only posed a risk of sinking, but also concealed the threat of unknown beasts lurking beneath the surface. Xiao Goo, have Goo Air control the phantom ghost bees to scout ahead. With their speed, the phantom ghost bees could retreat quickly even if they encountered danger. The phantom ghost bees deliberately buzzed loudly as they circled the marsh several times before hovering in place. After a brief moment of calm, ripples began to spread across the water, and then the entire marsh shook violently. A massive creature burst out of the water. It was a crocodile-like beast, its back and head covered in sharp spikes. The venom scale crocodile, a formidable creature of tier 6 level 3 strength, combines poison, tank-like durability, and raw power into one terrifying entity. Within a grade potential, it even has the chance to ascend to the rare SS grade. Its 3 core abilities are not to be underestimated. Its mastery level Savage Charge makes it nearly unstoppable during a charge, boosting both speed and attack power. Energy Amplification, also at mastery level, absorbs physical and elemental damage from enemies and converts it into energy for itself. And its adept level Giganify allows it to expand its size several times over. Such an opponent was one neither Chen Fei nor Qiyu dared to take lightly. However, Chen Fei understood the importance of seizing the initiative. He immediately gave Qiyu a meaningful glance. "Your turn to shine," he said. Qiyu nodded solemnly, her face grave, and instantly activated her mastery-level skill, Soul Severance. This ability, though capable of controlling targets up to 8 levels higher for 0.5 seconds, could only be used 3 times a day, as overuse would harm her own soul. The venom scale crocodile, mid-leap, froze abruptly and crashed heavily into the swamp below. Without hesitation, Qiyu unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive skills: Soul Prison, to bind the crocodile's soul, Soul Rend, to weaken it, and Illusory Mirage, to drag it into a chaotic illusion. Even when its soul returned to its body, the venom scale crocodile remained trapped in a state of confusion. But Qiyu's assault didn't stop there. She followed up with Dream Projection, summoning a tier 3 level 3 subspecies Crystal Sky Dragon. This was an S-grade entity, the likes of which Chen Fei had only encountered before in the form of the Void Skeleton King. The moment the Crystal Sky Dragon appeared, it launched a relentless offensive. First came Crystal Spear Barrage, raining down countless razor-sharp crystal needles from above. Next was Thunder Crystal Prison, which encased the crocodile and unleashed devastating lightning, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Finally, it attempted Blood Crystal Seal, aiming to crystallize the crocodile's blood. Unfortunately, the projection dissipated due to Chi Yu's depleted energy reserves. Otherwise, this final attack might have been fatal. When the venom scale crocodile finally regained consciousness, only one thought remained in its mind: escape. Faced with such terrifying soul-based abilities and the overwhelming power of the Crystal Sky Dragon, its will to fight had been utterly shattered. The poison-scaled crocodile was utterly terrified, as if its very soul had fled. This fierce beast, which had ruled the swamps for years, now seemed as though it had seen a ghost. Never had it imagined facing such a formidable opponent. Xiaogu had already set up an inescapable trap. Even without Chen Fei's instructions, hundreds of spiders, led by Gu E and Gu Air, were on high alert. Thousands upon thousands of webs were ready to give this crocodile an unforgettable lesson. However, Chen Fei's attention was entirely focused on Qiyu at the moment. The little creature was utterly drained, its spiritual energy nearly depleted. The backlash from the separation of its soul had left it weak and dispirited, lying helplessly in his arms. Now you know what exhaustion feels like, huh? Chen Fei lightly tapped Qiyu on the head, his tone stern. I told you to make a move, but I didn't tell you to reveal all your trump cards. If you fail to take down your enemy in one strike, it'll be you who ends up dead. Qiyu had no response. It knew all too well that if Chen Fei and Xiaogu hadn't been there, the poison-scaled crocodile would have easily crushed it in its current weakened state once it regained its composure. Wu Qiyu let out a low whimper, its voice filled with dejection. Am I really that dumb and weak? Sensing Qi's low spirits, Chen Fei gently stroked its head. I didn't warn you on purpose earlier because I wanted to see how you'd perform in a real fight. Honestly, Qiyu, you're incredible. You fought 5 levels above your own and not only managed to hold the poison-scaled crocodile at bay for so long, but even scared it out of its wits. That's no small feat. He continued in a serious tone, but you need to be more strategic in future battles. Your trump card is meant for a decisive, one-hit kill. It should only be used at the most opportune moment. That's the whole point of this combat training, to help you master your abilities and understand the limits of each skill. Chen Fei then began analyzing in detail. Take your dream projection skill, for example. This time, you projected the Celestial Crystal Dragon. But can you summon such a powerful entity next time? What if you can only project a weaker creature? Wouldn't that put you in a bind? He pointed out that while Qi's skills all had devastating potential, its practical application of them in combat was far from refined. This was the key area they needed to focus on in future training. There's also the matter of teamwork, Chen Fei added. Xiao Gu's individual skills may not be as dominant as yours, but it has the advantage of numbers. There are 100 or 230 beasts here at your disposal. Why push yourself to such extremes? Xiao Gu's Silver Threadbind can control enemies across tiers, but it just needs a crucial second or two. Your soul and illusion-based skills can easily create that time gap, allowing everyone to gang up on the enemy. Wouldn't that be much easier? Under the influence of Chen Fei and Xiao Gu's cunning and opportunistic combat philosophy, Qiyu nodded thoughtfully, clearly taking these lessons to heart. These experiences would soon translate into real combat prowess. With that, Chen Fei established a fixed training schedule. They would spend 2 days in the Baiyue mountain range, return to the city on the 3rd day for rest, and then head back into the mountains for more training. While training Qiyu, Chen Fei also continuously strategized on improving the synergy between his 2 companions. Over time, the bond and strength of the trio grew by leaps and bounds. Boom, boom. Just as Chen Fei stepped into the outskirts of the Baiyue mountain range, the sound of trees crashing to the ground echoed violently. It was clear that more than one tree had fallen. He immediately realized that a large demonic beast must be engaged in a fierce battle. Donning his mask, Chen Fei concealed his presence and cautiously approached the source of the commotion. It was worth noting that in recent days, he had spent all 100,000 slaughter points he had accumulated on enhancing his hidden origin technique. The proficiency of the Yin Yuan technique had advanced from the mastery level to the pinnacle level, bringing 2 significant enhancements. First, it greatly strengthened the ability to conceal one's cultivation, aura, and killing intent, allowing one's presence to be reduced to the bare minimum. Second, when activated, it formed a microbarrier around the user, seamlessly blending them into the surrounding environment. If the user remained completely still, this barrier could produce a chameleon-like invisibility effect. Notably, cultivators below King level 5 could not detect the concealment effects of the pinnacle level Yin Yuan technique. Chen Fei followed the traces of battle and quickly discovered that the fight had shifted from a dense forest to an open area. At that moment, Su Kuei gave the command, 3, 2, 1. There it is. The demon worm has surfaced. Now's our chance. The battle erupted instantly. An earth element beast initiated that stone prison skill, transforming the soft ground into solid rock in an instant. Following this, the ice element beast from Wang Zhi's team layered a thick sheet of ice over the petrified soil and then sealed it with a crystalline barrier. Under this triple-layered confinement, even the formidable Rift Earth Demon worm struggled to break free. Standing atop a tree, Chen Fei finally caught a clear view of the Rift Earth Demon worm's true form. Despite being a worm, this massive creature was covered in armor as tough as solid stone. Its bull's-eyed eyes, dulled and lifeless from living underground for long periods, were unsettling. However, its most terrifying feature was its four-part mouth, oozing a nauseating pale green slime. The system revealed that this was merely a second-generation worm, yet its attributes were already astonishing. Level 3, Stage 8, with 4 dominant properties: Elemental, Tank, Poison, and Life. Its aptitude had reached its grade level, with the potential to evolve to SS grade in the future. The worm had mastered 2 major skills: Savage Charge and Fragmented Rebirth, both at the mastery level. Particularly noteworthy was its Fragmented Rebirth skill, granting it a remarkable regenerative ability akin to that of an earthworm. Even if its body were severed, it could regenerate and return to life. Reading this information, Chen Fei couldn't help but gasp. If a second-generation worm was already this terrifying, how powerful would a first-generation worm be? No wonder a single adult Rift Earth Demon worm could easily obliterate an entire city in the past. The battle raged on. Illusion element beasts worked to distract and restrain the worm, while the rest of the team focused their firepower on its frozen body parts. Having learned from their previous encounter, the team was well prepared this time. They first used fire and lightning element skills to break through the worm's defenses, followed by wood element withering skills to weaken its regenerative ability. Simultaneously, they used ice element skills to freeze the blood at the wound, and finally, sharp metal element skills to continually expand the injury. This well-coordinated strategy, utilizing even the most basic elemental skills of the 5 elements, inflicted severe damage on the Rift Earth Demon worm. The earth-splitting worm was sliced in half, its green blood spreading across the ground. The group erupted in cheers. "We finally took it down. Xiao Jin, we've avenged you." Chen Fei observed the entire battle, nodding to himself. "Did you see that, Qiyu? This is what perfect teamwork looks like." Each beast only had to attack once or twice, and by leveraging the interplay of the 5 elements, they achieved maximum efficiency. Plus, every beast still has plenty of spiritual energy left, ready to handle any unexpected situations. This was precisely why he avoided overlapping attributes when selecting beasts. Just as Chen Fei was about to leave, 2 members of Su Kuei's team approached the earth-splitting worm's corpse, intending to check for collectible crystals. "Guer, quickly, have the phantom ghost be stop them," Chen Fei suddenly shouted. The earth-splitting worm has the ability to regenerate from severed parts. That segment isn't truly dead yet. The phantom ghost bee darted out instantly, knocking the 2 men aside. Su Kuei, Wang Zhi, and the others immediately went on high alert, ready to command their beasts to attack the bee. But then they saw it unleash several wind blades at the worm's severed head. Realizing its ruse had failed, the segment dodged the attack. Chen Fei called the bee back. "Just the warning is enough. They'll soon understand the worm's regenerative nature. This thing is still alive?" Su Kuei and the others exclaimed in shock. "If it's this tough, let's smash it into pulp." As they prepared for a second round of attacks, the ground suddenly trembled. Another earth-splitting worm burst out of the soil, swiftly dragging the severed segment underground before vanishing, lying in wait for a sneak attack. Although Su Kuei's team had become familiar with the worm's tactics, their attention was suddenly diverted by a creature in the sky. It was a bizarre being with the body of a lion and 3 heads: a lion's head, a leopard's head, and an ape's head. Its back bore fleshy wings, and its tail was even stranger. One was a scorpion's stinger, while the other was a living snake's head. The system displayed: Fallen 3-headed hybrid, level 3, rank 9. Elemental, wind, flying, poison, sonic, and support attributes. Its aptitude was forcibly elevated from grade A to grade S, but further enhancement is impossible without fusing additional elements. It possesses triple the spiritual energy, but its lifespan is short, and its power growth is slow. Seeing this information, Chen Fei's body trembled as he drew in a sharp breath. Just as expected, this fallen 3-headed beast is indeed a stitched creation. Chen Fei carefully examined the creature before him, his heart filled with shock. Through detailed analysis, he confirmed that the 8th Evil King had already emerged and was conducting experiments using third-ear beasts. Even more alarming was the fact that this creature matched the description left by Chu Chongsheng before his death. This indicated that Chu Chongsheng had not only ventured deep into the inner region but had likely encountered even more terrifying entities, ultimately leading to his demise. What shocked Chen Fei the most was the terrifying attributes of this stitched monster. Its power had been forcibly elevated from an rank to an rank, which was already astonishing. However, It also possessed 6 elemental attributes and 3 times the spiritual energy. On top of its original abilities, it had gained 5 entirely new skills. It was like facing the ultimate boss in a video game. If a third-tier beast could be this horrifying, how much more powerful would a fourth-tier beast or a king-tier beast be? No wonder, in his previous life, the 10 evil kings alone were enough to leave humanity gasping for breath. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air, the first wave of attack from the fallen three-headed beast. The sound wave, emitted by the central lion head, was an intimidation skill that could induce fear and mental sluggishness in creatures of equal or lesser strength. Although Su Kuei and Wang Ji, the strongest members of their respective squads, were affected the least, the situation was still extremely critical. They quickly shouted to remind everyone to stay alert, while Wang Ji commanded his beast companion to deploy a soundwave barrier to counteract the effect. However, this was only the beginning. A ring of purple light suddenly appeared around the fallen three-headed beast, followed by a second ring. Even the seasoned Su Kuei was taken aback. Double amplification? Such a thing was unheard of. The group immediately launched a barrage of multicolored attacks, only for them to be effortlessly blocked by a simple wind shield from the creature. This demonstrated that, after the double amplification, the power of this third-tier beast had already approached that of a fourth-tier demon general. Retreat. Despite their reluctance, Su Kuei and Wang Ji realized that with a lurking earth-splitting demon worm still in play, retreat seemed to be their only option. Unfortunately, the fallen three-headed beast had no intention of letting them go. It unleashed 4 consecutive enhanced killing moves: Sonic Intimidation, Whirlwind Slash, Poison Fog, and Golden Arrow Rain. Faced with such an overwhelming barrage of area attacks, retreat was no longer possible. The group had no choice but to raise their defensive shields, bracing themselves for the terrifying onslaught. Chen Fei knew this was no time to stand by and watch. He quickly issued commands to Qi Yu and Xiao Gu, then fell silent, focusing intently on observing the results of their training. Qi Yu's vertical pupils narrowed into a slit, locking onto the fallen three-headed beast. It immediately activated Mirror Flower, Water Moon, attempting to interrupt the creature's skill casting. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu commanded thousands of tiny Xiao Gusts to launch an aerial assault, spraying silver threads that expanded to 4 times their size upon nearing the target. The 2 skills did momentarily distract the fallen three-headed beast, but the effect was minimal. Mirror Flower, Water Moon lasted less than 0.1 seconds, and the webs were violently shredded by the wind barrier. The gap between their power levels and entire 8 tiers was simply insurmountable. Even with the web's expansion effect, their upward trajectory had already significantly weakened their impact. This scene unfolded before the eyes of Su Kuei and the others. With a raspy voice, Chen Fei shouted, "If there's anyone here capable, please help me interrupt that creature's skill casting. I promise a great reward. I can only buy you 1 second at most. The rest is up to you," a voice replied. Su Kuei was overjoyed. "Thank you. We're from Recon Teams 21 and 25. You can find us later." Chen Fei didn't respond further, instead turning to Qi Yu and Xiao Gu. "1 second, can you manage it?" Xiao Gu leapt onto Qi Yu's head, confidently thumping its chest. "Absolutely." Qi Yu rolled its eyes in disdain. If not for the urgency of the situation, it would have thrown Xiao Gu off immediately. "Oh, and Qi Yu, share your vision with me," Chen Fei added. His curiosity about the stitched-up creature piqued. Xiao Gu quickly mobilized 7 beasts with illusion and soul-type skills to launch a feint. Though their numbers were small, even 0.1 seconds of disruption would be enough. Next, faint glowing patterns appeared on Qi Yu's horns as it activated the soul severance skill. To everyone's surprise, the fallen three-headed beast had 6 souls, though each one was unusually frail. Chen Fei suddenly understood the forced fusion of 6 different beasts to enhance its abilities had inevitably caused damage to its souls. Without waiting for further orders, Qi Yu followed up with Soul Cleave, targeting the lion soul at the center of the fallen three-headed beast. Chen Fei held his breath, his eyes fixed on this critical strike. When the soul blade sliced into the lion soul, 6 spirits writhed violently, as if bound together by invisible chains. Though this strike failed to completely destroy the fallen three-headed beast, Yu's attack successfully interrupted its movements, buying Su Kuei and the others a critical 2-second window to retreat. "Thanks, boss. We're pulling back now." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Su Kuei and his group had already activated their acceleration skills and disappeared into the distance. Chen Fei stood in place, watching them leave, then recalled Yu into the beast's space for rest and quietly retreated into the shadows. With his current strength, continuing to engage the fallen three-headed beast would undoubtedly be unwise. The beast, now without a target, roared furiously into the air, its cries echoing through the silent night. Chen Fei returned to the cave he had recently claimed. It had originally been the territory of a Tier 3 beast, but after some modifications, it had become a comfortable temporary shelter. A campfire burned quietly inside the cave, while a ring of Tier 4 beast ashes scattered at the entrance emitted a scent that effectively kept most low-level monsters at bay. Xiaogu, share your vision. Through the vision transmitted by Xiaogu, Chen Fei observed a unique underground world. In the darkness, the night-sniffing rat was navigating a complex network of underground tunnels. This was part of a well-prepared tracking plan. When the Rift Earthworm's severed body had escaped, he had sent the night-sniffing rat to follow it. Though the rat was not suited for combat, its exceptional scent tracking and night vision abilities made it the perfect choice for underground pursuit. Before long, the night-sniffing rat located its target. The severed body of the Rift Earthworm curled up and focused on healing its injuries. Chen Fei unfolded his map of the Baiyue mountain range. The map, divided into 60 sections, marked 3 concentric zones labeled A, B, and C, representing the inner, middle, and outer regions, respectively. Report the location. Approximately 30 kilometers to our northwest. Xiaogu responded after communicating with the tiny Xiaogu embedded in the night-sniffing rat. Chen Fei quickly circled a spot on the map, the border between Area A36 and Area B36. This location was at the edge of the inner zone, and venturing there recklessly with his current strength would be too risky. However, this discovery sparked an idea. While he was no match for the fallen three-headed beast, the Rift Earthworm might be a suitable opponent for practice. Despite its massive size and strong vitality, its abilities were not particularly formidable. In fact, its large size could be a disadvantage, making it an ideal target for a small, agile creature like Xiaogu to launch sneak attacks. Just then, a pang of hunger interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. He realized he hadn't eaten in a long time. From the sacred tome space, he retrieved a vanilla rabbit. Known for feeding on fragrant herbs, its meat had a unique flavor. Seasoned with salt and pepper, the roasted rabbit emitted an especially mouth-watering aroma. Shiryu, Xiaogu, dinner's ready. Despite Shiryu's large size, 2 rabbit legs were enough to satisfy it. Xiaogu, on the other hand, was a little glutton who could devour the entire rabbit and still want more. Fortunately, with a steady income of spirit stones and the ample storage of the sacred tome space, Chen Fei had no concerns about food supplies. Chen Fei took out 5 2-pound earth spirit fish from his storage space. These rare fish, nurtured in underground spiritual springs, were not only rich in spiritual energy, but also had tender and flavorful meat. Skillfully, he used the heads and tails to make soup while grilling the fish bodies over the fire. Soon, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. Although Chiyu was already full, he couldn't resist asking for another. Chen Fei, I want more. I want more. Meanwhile, Xiaogu, who had already devoured 2 whole fish, still looked unsatisfied. We're out. The last 2 are mine. Chen Fei said helplessly, eyeing Xiaogu, who possessed a devouring skill. He thought to himself, if that skill ever evolved to a higher level, his entire stockpile would surely be consumed. Seeing Chen Fei refuse, Xiaogu turned to Chiyu. Chiyu, you're already full. How about sharing half of yours with me? Without even looking up, Chiyu swatted the drooling Xiaogu away with a paw. Get lost. You're ruining my meal. Xiaogu looked like he was about to cry. Do you think I want to be like this? I'm still hungry. As the smallest member with the largest appetite, he felt utterly wronged. After finishing a bowl of soup, Chen Fei felt about 80% full. He was about to offer the last earth spirit fish to Xiaogu, but when he reached out, he found the grill empty. Huh, where's the fish? His heart tightened. Enemy attack. Stay alert. Chiyu immediately dropped his half-eaten grilled fish and moved cautiously to Chen Fei's side, while Xiaogu jumped onto his shoulder. The man and the 2 beasts stood on guard, but the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Chen Fei, the scouts outside say they didn't notice anything passing through, Xiaogu said, scanning the area. No, my fish was definitely stolen, Chen Fei said firmly. His words sent chills down Chiyu and Xiaogu's spines. They had been less than a meter away from the fish, but hadn't sensed anything unusual. They decided to use another fish as bait. Chen Fei sprinkled extra spices on it and used the hidden origin technique to conceal his and the 2 beasts' presence. Suddenly, the flames flickered slightly. Chen Fei whispered, Chiyu, prepare to use soul severance. In the next instant, the shadows near the grilled fish twisted, and a black claw shot out like lightning, snatching the fish and retreating back into the shadows in the blink of an eye. It moved so fast that even Chiyu, ready to unleash his skill, couldn't react in time. The 3 of them stood frozen in shock. Luckily, Chen Fei managed to catch a glimpse. It was a 3rd-tier, first-stage feline-type demon beast. Though extremely rare in the Baiyue mountain range, its ability to manipulate shadows and its incredible speed clearly marked it as no ordinary creature. Determined, Chen Fei took out a few more earth spirit fish, silently vowing to capture this mysterious fish thief no matter what. This time, Chen Fei raised the grill higher, cleverly avoiding the shadow below. With this setup, if the cat demon wanted to get the earth spirit fish, it would have to completely leave the protection of the shadows. Xiaogu grinned smugly, looking as if he had set the perfect trap, but Chen Fei flicked his forehead lightly. "Don't steal my lines," he said. Standing to the side, Qiyu shook his head quietly at the scene. Unexpectedly, a gust of wind swept through, and the fish hanging midair vanished into thin air. When they looked closely, they realized the black cat hadn't emerged from the shadows. Instead, it had created a hole in the ceiling, leapt down to snatch the fish, and escaped effortlessly using an earth-burrowing technique. "This is just ridiculous." The three of them stared at each other in disbelief. A cat that not only masters shadow stealth but also knows earth techniques? Refusing to give up, Chen Fei immediately brought out another earth spirit fish. This time, Xiaogu used a spider web to seal off the ceiling and the surrounding walls, cutting off the cat demon's earth-based abilities. The trio kept their eyes fixed on the shadow, ready to catch it in the act. But in the next moment, a spider web shot out from the shadow, wrapped around the fish, and swiftly retreated into the darkness. The sight left all three of them dumbfounded. Shadow abilities, assassin skills, elemental powers, and now it could even use spiderwebs? Meanwhile, outside on a tree, the black cat was leisurely enjoying its stolen meal. Watching the exaggerated reactions of the three inside the cave, it couldn't help but feel amused. After finishing its meal, it elegantly groomed its fur. The ensuing encounters left Chen Fei and the others even more astonished. During the fourth attempt, the campfire suddenly transformed into a fiery bird that snatched the fish. On the fifth try, after they sealed off the cave entrance, the leftover soup turned into a small snake that carried the fish underground. The sixth attempt was the most shocking. 6 identical black cats leapt out from the shadows, creating chaos and taking the fish once again. This time, Chen Fei finally got a clear look at the mysterious cat demon. Apart from its uniquely striking eyes, its pitch-black appearance was no different from an ordinary cat. Purple double pupils. Throughout history, double pupils have always signified extraordinary potential. Chen Fei gazed into the black cat's unusual eyes, and the inner turmoil in his heart dissipated instantly. Double pupils symbolized uniqueness, so the black cat's peculiar traits were no longer surprising. He lay down, preparing to sleep, as a final plan to deal with the black cat flashed through his mind, poisoning it. He could use Xiaogu's venom or insect eggs hidden in grilled fish. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If the black cat had the ability to detoxify and manage to escape, it might never come back to steal fish again. In truth, the black cat's remarkable qualities had already intrigued Chen Fei. He didn't want to take extreme measures. As long as this creature continued to crave the delicious grilled fish, there would always be an opportunity. The next morning, Chen Fei stepped out of the cave to find the mist denser than usual, reducing visibility to just 50 meters. He wasn't sure if it was due to the early hour or some other reason. "Let's go meet the earth-splitting demon worm," Chen Fei declared, leading Xiaogu, Qiyu, and a massive army of beasts toward Zone B36. He was well aware of the demon worm's hunting methods, relying on scent and sound, which presented a potential vulnerability they could exploit. The first step was to create the scent of blood. Under Xiaogu's direction, the controlled beasts swiftly hunted down a large number of massive bovine and equine creatures, piling their carcasses on the grass. The blood seeped into the ground, potentially luring the demon worm while also attracting numerous carnivorous beasts. Chen Fei didn't drive away these scavengers. Their presence only made the bait seem more convincing. The entire morning passed without any sign of the earth-splitting demon worm, though the killing value steadily increased. Chen Fei decided to grill a fish to satisfy his hunger and test whether the black cat had followed him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a grilled fish mysteriously vanished. He couldn't help but smile. This gluttonous creature had followed him all the way from Zone B48 to B36 just for a grilled fish. As he prepared to ladle out some soup, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the water in the pot. Finally, it was time. He immediately set aside thoughts of the black cat and quickly moved toward the pile of carcasses with Xiaogu and Qiyu. By then, most of the scavenging beasts had fled, leaving only a few birds pecking at the remains. Suddenly, the ground ruptured as an earth-splitting demon worm burst forth, grabbing a bovine carcass in its jaws and attempting to retreat underground. This was a different worm from the one they encountered yesterday, a level 3, stage 7 demon worm. Minutes later, as the demon worm surfaced again, Qiyu was already prepared. It unleashed soul detachment in an instant, successfully locking onto the target before the worm's massive body could react. The demon worm's soul was forcibly expelled from its body, leaving its physical form limp. Then came soul severance, weakening the worm's spiritual energy, followed by soul prison, dragging its soul into a dark dimension. At the same time, Xiaogu commanded tens of thousands of miniature Xiaogus to release silver threads and deploy their 4 most potent toxins. Hundreds of controlled level 3 beasts also focused their attacks on a single point of the demon worm. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before the earth-splitting demon worm could respond, it was already sliced into 2 pieces. In the distant forest, startled birds took flight, a harbinger of the approaching fallen three-headed beast. Perhaps due to the still weak power of the earth-splitting worms, the fallen three-headed beast had become their protector. Whenever the worms were in danger, this terrifying creature would always appear in time. Although Chen Fei missed the chance to completely eliminate the earth-splitting worm, his mission was already accomplished. Sheta had personally confirmed that Qi Yu and Xiao Gu could overpower the worms in battles of the same level. Before leaving, Chen Fei left a gift. Thousands of Xiao Gu burrowed into the severed body of the earth-splitting worm. As long as a few managed to successfully parasitize, he could gradually enhance his mastery of corpse control techniques, eventually gaining full control over the worm. This was a crucial part of his infiltration plan. With the worm's strength increasing, it could lead him to the Brood Mother, and possibly even the Evil King. When the Evil King invaded the human rear lines, Chen Fei intended to accelerate his own strategic moves within the mist. Upon returning to the city, Chen Fei went straight to a shop. "Boss, Earth Spirit Fish, give me as many as you have." Each fish cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones, but they were not only delicious but also enhanced spiritual energy. He bought 300 fish and one got it only for himself and his two beasts, but also to continue winning over the mysterious black cat. Next, Chen Fei entered the library and began researching texts about dual pupil beasts. After poring over a substantial amount of material, he finally understood their rarity throughout history. Only 189 species had been documented, and it could take centuries or even millennia for one to appear. What shocked him even more was that the black cat was not among the recorded species, making its rarity comparable to that of Qi Yu. The books detailed the potential abilities of dual pupil creatures. Not only basic elemental control but also powers over soul, illusion, life, and mind, extending to advanced domains like sealing, binding, time, and space. One passage stood out. Dual pupil beings are favored by the heavens, destined to be kings or saints, paragons of virtue or embodiments of evil. They can discern human hearts, foresee fortune and calamity, observe fate, and glimpse the secrets of the heavens, yet they cannot see through themselves. Born with divine potential, they rarely meet a good end. At this point, the words of the Shadow Emperor echoed in Chen Fei's mind. Gain and loss are the laws of the universe. However, he paid little heed to the ominous prediction of a tragic end. Whether he could get through the current challenge was still uncertain, yet Chen Fei was preoccupied with figuring out how to win over that black cat. As he prepared to return to his dormitory, his phone buzzed with a new message. It was a training notice from the chief instructor of the Baiqing tournament at Shanghai Academy, requesting his return to campus for a 2-month intensive program to prepare for the competition at the end of January next year. The name Baiqing tournament stirred waves of emotion in Chen Fei's mind. As the most prestigious event in Daxia, the tournament brought together elite representatives from 162 cities. Beyond serving as a platform for talent selection, it also determined the allocation of city resources. Rumor had it that the champion team would receive an Scrayed Beast or an Scrayed Beast egg as a reward. But to Chen Fei, these things seemed trivial. How could those Scrayed Beasts up for grabs compare to Qi Yu, or rival the double-pupiled cat demon? Instead of expending effort on chasing a dispensable prize, it was better to focus on taming the cat demon and reaping slaughter points along the way. Without hesitation, he deleted the message and continued observing the movements of the earth-splitting demon worm. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Academy, Chief Instructor Sun Chuang was frowning as he looked over the 19 students in front of him. One was missing: Chen Fei, the student who had only attended a few classes. Even Zhang Yi, the daughter of a Tier 3, Level 7 King-level Beastmaster, had shown up, yet this boy had quite the personality. This training camp was a critical initiative personally arranged by City Lord Huangfu Mingfei. The purpose of the 2-month program was to assess each student's strengths and limits to devise the best strategies for the tournament. As for Chen Fei, a student whose main beast was merely a grade 10,000 poison goo, and who had taken a few missteps in the past, if he continued to be absent, he would inevitably be downgraded to a substitute. It wasn't just Sun Chuang. Students like Zhang Yi and Sukin were also looking around for Chen Fei. Even Tang Jian, who had been brought in due to his exceptional skills, was scanning the area. Though Chen Fei was absent from campus, his stories quietly circulated, stirring curiosity and intrigue among many. At the same time, another roundtable meeting was taking place in the chapel. This time, a new participant award drummer joined, bringing the total to 6 attendees. The high priest tapped the table, questioning the weaver about progress in cultivation since obtaining the fragments of the Lord's soul. Upon hearing that the weaver would likely advance to a king-level beastmaster within 1 or 2 months, the high priest nodded in satisfaction, emphasizing the need to complete the breakthrough before the Baiqing tournament. When someone questioned why they were targeting the tournament participants instead of Jiang Yi, the high priest gave a knowing smile. Only the arbiter remained indifferent, questioning the significance of such minor schemes. The high priest didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood up, using a handkerchief to wipe a painting on the wall piece depicting a triangular pattern and a single eye. He posed a rhetorical question about the millions of years of human history, hinting that acting rashly with their current strength was akin to striking a stone with an egg. He spoke with deep meaning. The day the Lord awakens will be the day of our true rebirth. At the end of November, the cold wind was biting. Chen Fei reflected on the past month he had spent in the Baiyue Mountains. His strength had improved to advanced level 2 beast tamer, while Xiaogu and Qiyu had both advanced to level 3 tier 2. This progress was entirely due to combat experience and the absorption of spirit stones, without using any slaughter points. Currently, the account held 354,000 slaughter points. It seemed like a lot, but at the advanced beast tamer level, each rank up required 50,000 points, leaving little room for extravagance. After some thought, Chen Fei decided to continue training with spirit stones and save the slaughter points for other purposes such as upgrading Xiaogu's aptitude. Elevating it from grade A to grade S would undoubtedly bring a qualitative leap in power. The Tianjing bloodline required 5,000 contribution points, but he currently had only 3,200. Borrowing from Chen Xingyun should suffice, and if that failed, he could always use spirit stones to make up the difference. As for slaughter points, hunting for a few more days would replenish them. Fish is ready, Chen Fei called out loudly. This shout wasn't just meant for Xiaogu and Qiyu, it was also directed at a black cat lurking not far away. Over the past month, they had developed a certain tacit understanding. Every time Chen Fei entered the Baiyue Mountains, the black cat would follow him at a distance, neither too close nor too far. Whenever he grilled fish, he would throw a piece or two its way. Gradually, the black cat stopped hiding and would boldly perch on a nearby tree to enjoy the meal. Chen Fei quietly observed this peculiar cat. Mutated dual pupil black cat. Strength, level 3 tier 1. Attributes, mimicry type, assassin type. Aptitude, grade S, with potential to ascend to grade SSS. Unique skill, mirror of mimicry. By touching an opponent's body, it has a chance to copy one skill limitations. The opponent's strength must not exceed the cat's by more than 9 tiers. Each beast can only yield one copied skill. Currently can store up to 6 skills. Skill proficiency, master level. Copied skills. 1. Shadow stealth master level. Allows blending into shadows for stealth. 2. Fire manipulation proficient level. Enables control of fire forms. 3. Earth escape technique. After reading this information, Chen Fei suddenly understood. No wonder this cat had such a diverse array of skills. They were all copied. Its innate ability was solely the mirror of mimicry, but this was practically a divine skill. With a high enough success rate, it could replicate any type of ability, from basic elemental skills to bizarre ones, and potentially even top-tier spatial and temporal abilities. Truly, being a dual-pupil beast was an extraordinary gift. How about joining me? I guarantee you'll live in luxury. Chen Fei conveyed through his consciousness. This was his first attempt to actively communicate with the dual-pupil black cat, cautious not to startle it. The black cat merely glanced at him indifferently, offering no response. It turned over and continued napping. Chen Fei could only shake his head helplessly and quietly resumed savoring his grilled fish. However, Chen Fei was in no rush. As long as the double-pupiled shadow cat continued to follow, the opportunity would eventually present itself. Chen Fei, Xiaogu suddenly shouted excitedly. Gucci has successfully controlled the earth-splitting worm. Hearing this, the grilled fish in Chen Fei's hand instantly lost its appeal. Quick, share the visual feed. The scene immediately shifted to a massive basin within the inner region of the Baiyue mountain range. The terrain was sunken, perpetually shrouded in mist, with sunlight struggling to penetrate. The damp environment had become a haven for numerous 4th and 5th level demonic beasts. The earth-splitting worm stood at the edge of Zona 16, facing a group of terrifyingly eerie creatures. Humanoid monsters with glowing red lanterns atop their heads, goat-head humanoids wielding enormous scythes, 6-headed leopards. Each exuded an overwhelming aura of a 4th level demon general. In comparison, the fallen 3-headed monster seemed relatively weaker. What was even more unsettling was the likelihood that these creatures, like the fallen 3-headed monster, possessed unpredictable and unique abilities. Chen Fei quickly grasped the dire situation. If these monsters attacked the city simultaneously, Xing Shaoshan and his team would stand no chance. He immediately dialed Chen Xingyun's number. Dad, this is an emergency. Gather Minister Chang Jingjing and Minister Xie immediately. This is more serious than the Chu Chongxing incident. Soon, the ministers convened. Through Minister Chen's insect familiar, they witnessed the 10 formidable and bizarre creatures firsthand. The oppressive atmosphere left everyone in the room breathless. Chang Jingjing spoke gravely. It seems Chu Chongxing's descriptions were all true. Xie Sun's gaze fixed on the earth-splitting Worm King, which stretched nearly 80 meters in length, far exceeding the reports from Su Kuei and Wang Zhi's team. Xing Shaoshan's facial muscles twitched, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. That goat-head creature with the scythe. It's the one that took my left eye. It can manipulate minds and souls, nearly driving me to take my own life. If not for the 9-turn crystal snake's timely rescue, I wouldn't have survived. The expressions of everyone present grew increasingly grim. This was just one corner of the inner region, and it was already this terrifying. How much more powerful could the king of the eerie beasts be? As they prepared to observe further, the earth-splitting worm burrowed underground, plunging the visual field into darkness. Chen Fei continued to explain, "Ministers, all of this corroborates Chu Chengxing's account. I've also studied the three-headed monster that Brother Su Kuei encountered. It seems to possess an extremely rare life fusion ability, forcibly stitching together multiple demonic beasts to exponentially increase their power 2- or 3-fold. The cost, however, is a drastically shortened lifespan and weakened soul." He refrained from elaborating further. The information he had shared was already sufficient to alert everyone present and steer them away from repeating the mistakes of the past. As soon as the call ended, the gazes of Cheng Jingjing, Xie Sun, and Xing Xiaoshan immediately locked onto Chen Xingyun and his wife, making the couple's scalps tingle. "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop staring at us like that." Chen Xingyun couldn't help but speak up. Xie Sun patted Xing Xiaoshan on the shoulder and chuckled. "Old Chun, how did you raise such a son? Care to share your parenting secrets with us?" "Seriously, compared to my brat, Chen Fei is miles ahead. With his recent discovery, he's guaranteed at least a third-class merit, maybe even a second-class one," Xing Xiaoshan said enviously. Cheng Jingjing's eyes gleamed with approval. Chen Fei has truly maximized the potential of the myriad Venom Goo King. Sending countless goo insects into the inner perimeter ensures at least one success. He's not only fitting for the medical division, but could also excel in the reconnaissance department. Xie Sun immediately looked regretful. "I told you ages ago to transfer Chen Fei to my team, but you just wouldn't agree." "Why should I? He didn't want to join your team, and I didn't force him," Cheng Jingjing retorted coldly. The two began bickering again. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhixue watched the scene unfold, feeling increasingly gratified. They had initially thought Chen Fei contracting the myriad Venom Goo was nothing extraordinary, but now it truly validated that saying, "There are no weak beasts, only weak beast tamers." "Enough, stop arguing," Xing Xiaoshan interrupted. "The priority now is figuring out how to handle and prevent the situation." The two, who had been trying to lighten the mood, immediately sobered up. Xie Sun casually sat down. "What else can we do? Recruit people. We can't possibly handle those monsters with just the 5 of us, can we?" "Oomph, a bunch of cowards," Cheng Jingjing snorted. "They're all afraid of being swallowed by the mist. If they really wanted to come, they would have been here already." Back when the mist first descended, before the 12 war zones were established, how many master-level beast tamers died? Even king-level tamers fell in significant numbers. Now, people hide in the rear, living off the legacy of their ancestors. Fewer and fewer experts are willing to defend the 12 war zones. The group delved into this issue, discussing strategies for preparation and defense now that they understood the enemy's background. In the following days, Chen Fei continued shuttling between the Baiyue Mountains and Baiyue City. He discovered that the 300 Earth Spirit fish he had stocked up on had been completely consumed in just a month. Left with no choice, he began substituting rabbit meat and chicken. While he, Xiaogu, and Qiyu enjoyed the food, the heterochromatic emo cat seemed utterly disdainful and soon disappeared. "It left already?" Chen Fei felt a bit dejected. He had thought that feeding it over time would build a bond, but it turned out the little creature was just there for the fish. "Forget it. Some things can't be forced. It's more important to focus on improving my strength," he thought to himself. Currently, he was still 11,000 slaughter points short of reaching 400,000. As for contribution points, he had already obtained 1,000 from Chen Xingyun and exchanged tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones for the remaining 800 points. Once he returned today, Xiaogu would finally be able to evolve again. "Let's go. Time to get to work," Chen Fei said as he prepared himself. "Today, we'll see if we can take down a Tier 3, Level 5 monster." He first shared detailed information about the mesmerizing serpent with Xiaogu and Qiyu. This is a Tier 3, Level 4 mesmerizing serpent. Apart from its venomous attacks, its most dangerous ability is its ocular technique. Once its eyes lock onto you, you'll fall into a dazed state and be pulled into an illusion. However, all of its abilities are concentrated in its eyes, making its physical defense relatively weak. After finishing his explanation, Chen Fei stepped aside to observe. He decided not to interfere in the battle, allowing the two beasts to act freely. Qiyu was already highly proficient in its skills. What it needed most now was to sharpen its instincts in combat. Chen Fei planned to intervene only in life-threatening situations, summoning Qiyu back to the beast space to recover if necessary. This kind of training simulated real wilderness battles, fostering both ferocity and combat intuition. Unlike before, Qiyu didn't start this fight by using its energy-draining soul-stripping technique. This powerful skill consumed 1/5 of its spiritual energy with each use, severely affecting its endurance. Instead, it opened with mirror illusion, Chi's strength lay in its ability to construct a realistic illusion of an ancient spiritual plant garden. Within the garden were rare treasures such as the five-colored divine stoneflower, the dragon saliva grass that granted traces of true dragon bloodline, the sacred virtue bamboo that helped break through bottlenecks, the Tao heart tree for finding one's spiritual path, the golden cicada fruit for learning the golden cicada molting technique, and the supreme purity water that purified both body and soul. Having experienced these treasures firsthand, Chi could perfectly recreate their appearance, aura, and spiritual energy. This enticing spiritual plant garden was irresistible, even for a creature adept in illusions like the mesmerizing serpent. A brief half-second of distraction was all Xiao Gu needed to land a fatal blow. With its silver threads and venomous attack, the serpent was killed before it could even use its ocular technique. Chen Fei nodded in approval. The coordination between Xiao Gu and Qi Yu was becoming increasingly seamless, and their control over spiritual energy had reached a new level of refinement. Each battle was approached with maximum efficiency, opting for ambushes over direct confrontation and employing poison without hesitation. This was the hallmark of an assassin-class fighting style. As night fell, the dense fog swallowed what little light remained. Chen Fei didn't dare light a fire outside the cave, wary of attracting unknown creatures. With 400,000 slaughter points accumulated, it was time to return to the city. Before leaving, he made one last effort to search for the elusive double-pupiled ink cat, but his efforts yielded nothing. Just as he was about to leave, resigning himself to the thought that he was fated never to encounter the ink cat, the unexpected Hapanita mysterious double-pupiled ink cat suddenly appeared before him, holding a fish in its mouth that was larger than its own body. The moment Chen Fei saw the cat with dual pupils, he froze in place, visibly startled. The black cat, carrying a parrotfish in its mouth, walked toward him gracefully. It hadn't left. It had only gone hunting. Instantly, the gloom in Chen Fei's heart dissipated. The black cat placed the fish on the ground and lightly tapped it with its paw. "Are you asking me to cook it?" Chen Fei asked tentatively. The black cat nodded solemnly, a trace of drool escaping from the corner of its mouth, though it quickly wiped it away with an elegant swipe of its paw. "All right, we're not going back tonight," Chen Fei said cheerfully. He dragged the fish to the riverbank, carefully cleaned it, and then brought it back to the cave to prepare for roasting. Despite the busy work, an uncontrollable smile lingered on his face the entire time. As the black cat savored the roasted fish, Chen Fei quietly moved closer, reaching out to touch its unusually sleek fur. But before he could, the black cat suddenly raised its head, its dual pupils locking directly onto his gaze. Chen Fei's hand froze midair, and his heartbeat quickened, a nervousness surging that surpassed even the perilous moments he had faced before. "I just wanted to ask if you'd like to join our family," Chen Fei stammered. The black cat remained silent, lowering its head to continue eating. Frustrated, Chen Fei rubbed the back of his head and sighed inwardly. Unlike Xiao Gu and Qi Yu, who could communicate verbally, there was always a way to find common ground with them. But the black cat's silence made it the most challenging to deal with. Just as Chen Fei was about to walk away in defeat, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "You carry a strong presence of purple energy. That's what has been drawing me to you." Chen Fei spun around abruptly. The black cat had finally spoken. He pondered the meaning of its words. Those with dual pupils were said to foresee fortune and calamity, perceive energy flows, and glimpse the secrets of the heavens. Could this purple energy represent his fate? Thinking back to his second chance at life, surviving in an era of eerie invasions and discovering the Slaughter Codex, his luck indeed seemed extraordinary. "I've been observing you all for over a month," the black cat continued. "Your rapid progression is astonishing to me, and I need that kind of speed. I have revenge to take." Chen Fei's interest was piqued. "The revenge you're seeking, it's tied to your past, isn't it?" The black cat elegantly licked its paw and began its tale. "That's right. I was once just an ordinary demon cat, weak in strength, mediocre in talent, unable to find my place in either the human world or the forest. One day, driven by hunger, I came across a peculiar purple fruit. It had intricate patterns on its surface and exuded an irresistible fragrance. I couldn't help but swallow it." The black cat's voice grew lower. "The moment the fruit entered my stomach, I felt full, but my entire body felt like it was going to explode. My eyes, especially, were shrouded in grayness, leaving me blind to everything. When I woke up, I was lying in the arms of a human. Though I couldn't see her face, she carried a unique jasmine scent, faint but comforting. From that day on, she had her beast companion tend to my injuries every day. At that moment, I truly felt like I had encountered an angel." The dual-pupiled black cat recounted its past to Chen Fei, its voice brimming with uncontrollable emotion. It described how it had been saved by a woman, how she had nursed it back to health with meticulous care. "When I recover, I want to repay her. I want to become her bonded beast," the cat declared with unwavering determination. Chen Fei listened quietly, sensing the weight of this memory from the cat's pauses and bursts of emotion. Over a month later, the black cat had fully healed, even its eyes beginning to recover. When it opened them again, the world appeared entirely different, colors more vivid, light more brilliant. Finally, it saw the face of its savior clearly, a beautiful woman with enchanting dimples. The woman noticed the cat's dual pupils and, after some investigation, discovered they were caused by a rare spiritual fruit called the creation dual pupil fruit. When the black cat offered to form a bond with her, the woman gladly accepted. As the story reached this point, the cat's eyes flickered with a complex mix of longing, resentment, and hatred. Disaster had struck as they were on their way home to finalize the bond. A gray fog filled with screams and blood surrounded them, and in their desperate escape, they encountered a terrifying Intitya six-winged angel, a monstrous humanoid beast. Despair spread across the woman's face, and in the next instant, the six-winged angel struck with its sword. Blood splattered as she fell into a pool of crimson, never to rise again. That six-winged angel, did it not have a head? Chen Fei asked suddenly, his tone heavy. The black cat looked up in shock. How do you know? It owes you a life, and it owes me one too, Chen Fei said bitterly. He explained that the headless angel was the same creature that had served as the sixth evil king, ambushing him in the 9 Netherlands of Doom. Chen Fei immediately began inscribing a pact array. How about we join forces for revenge? If you form a bond with me, I swear to help you slay the headless angel. The dual-pupiled black cat, able to sense the sincerity in Chen Fei's heart, agreed. The bond was successfully formed, and the cat became Chen Fei's third bonded beast. It told Chen Fei that its name was Wu Yun, given by the woman because of its jet-black fur. Just as everyone was introducing themselves, Goo suddenly demonstrated its power. A swarm of hundreds of third-year beasts and tens of thousands of second-generation Goo insects surrounded them in an instant. Even within the sacred space, countless unhatched insect eggs lay in wait. The overwhelming display left Wu Yun, despite its dual pupils, stunned. At that moment, it finally understood why Goo dared to call itself Big Brother. A single insect could indeed rival an entire army. After returning to Baiwei City, Chen Fei immediately headed to the contribution point exchange area, eagerly redeeming the Tianjing bloodline. As one of the most powerful bloodlines in the stone element category, its strength had already been fully demonstrated through Xing Shaoxin's 9-turn crystal serpent and Qi Ye's projection of the Tianjing dragon. Chen Fei gazed at the bloodline in his hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. This evolution allowed him to choose 6 out of 9 categories: poison, devour, goo, reproduction, insect race domination, physical enhancement, speed, camouflage, and control. He quickly made his decision, following his usual choices and adding the control category. Goo, let's begin, Chen Fei commanded. Goo immediately devoured the bloodline of the Tianjing Ant King. Without hesitation, Chen Fei injected 400,000 slaughter points. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted, and he swiftly transferred Goo to the sacred tome space. The commotion caused by this evolution was no less intense than that of Qiyu, as it marked a qualitative leap from grade A to grade SA breakthrough in the level of life itself. Inside the sacred tome space, Goo writhed in agony. Its body seemed to undergo an endless cycle of disintegration and reconstruction, a pain far beyond human imagination. Nearby, Qiyu and Wu Yun shuddered in fear. Faced with such a violent evolution process, Chen Fei could only watch anxiously. Yet Gu's extraordinary will to survive was unstoppable. This level of suffering couldn't hinder its progress. When the light finally subsided, the transformed Goo stood before them. It retained its original size, but now sported a pair of imposing wings and was clad in a suit of dark crystalline armor. Unlike the diamond-like luster of the 9-turn crystal serpent, this appearance was more suited for nocturnal stealth. The changes brought by the evolution were far-reaching. Its aptitude leapt from grade A to grade S, and its title evolved from the 10,000 poison Goo King to the Nether Crystal Goo King. The effects of all its skills saw significant enhancement. 10 special hatching Goo evolved into hatching broodmothers, increasing daily hatching capacity to 1,000. Second-generation insects gained hatching capabilities, allowing them to hatch 1 insect per day. By integrating the Tianjing Ant King's bloodline, it acquired the Ant King's wings, along with new crystal element and flight attributes. It mastered an entry-level gravity crystal skill, enabling it to create crystals embedded with gravity fields. This evolution brought Chen Fei immense satisfaction. Goo not only evolved from dual attribute to 4 attribute, vastly expanding its potential for skill acquisition, but also gained flight abilities and the gravity crystal skill. The latter, in particular, allowed it to produce crystals with lasting gravity field effects, which could be reused as long as energy was replenished. Chen Fei carefully reviewed the skill description. Due to its low proficiency, the current gravity multiplier is 2x, and the crystal energy lasts for 10 seconds. Seeing this data, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. The value of this skill far surpassed its surface appearance. Although gravity fields themselves aren't rare, many beasts possess this ability. Most ordinary gravity fields are limited to being released centered on the user. The greatest advantage of this skill lies in its flexibility. It can lure enemies into a specific area and remotely trigger the gravity field through the crystal, making it a perfect ambush skill. With this in mind, Chen Fei was already planning more crystal-based skills for Gu. Crystal Shift, a life-saving skill comparable to Shadow Stealth that could even allow the Beastmaster to escape alongside Ithis, was a must-learn ability. Crystal Shield, Crystal Manipulation, and Crystal Arrow Rain were common yet practical skills that, while relatively easy to master, each had their unique uses. However, considering Gu's level of comprehension, a significant number of Bodhi fruits might be needed to aid its learning. As Chen Fei pondered, Gu had already begun attempting to fly. It flapped its wings and fell on its first try, but remained undeterred. After repeated attempts, it finally wobbled into the air. Although its flight trajectory was still unstable, this achievement was enough to make Qi Yu and Wu Yun cast envious glances. Chen Fei, I did it. I'm flying. Gu exclaimed excitedly. From now on, I'll take you all flying with me. Seeing its jubilant expression, even Chen Fei temporarily put aside his concerns about Evil King number 6. Considering Gu's Ant King wings were relatively small and incapable of creating storms or using wing-based attacks like other bird-like beasts, Chen Fei decided to have it learn the skill Radiant Phantom. This skill not only allowed for a secondary acceleration but also enhanced stealth effects as proficiency increased. Combined with Chen Fei's concealed origin technique, it would greatly boost their assassination capabilities. Watching Gu practicing tirelessly in the air, alongside Qi Yu and Wu Yun leisurely licking their paws nearby, a surge of pride welled up in Chen Fei's heart. 3 class beast companions, this lineup had already placed him at the pinnacle, far surpassing his former self. Just wait, Headless Angel, he thought to himself. Give me a little more time, and we'll settle this once and for all. Afterward, Chen Fei approached his father, Chen Xingyun's room, and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. No contribution points left, Chen Xingyun said with a glare as he opened the door. Chen Fei grinned cheekily. Do I look like that kind of person? I came to admire the 6-eared sonic bat. Dad, your beast companion is amazing. Hearing his son's praise, Chen Xingyun couldn't hide his pride and immediately summoned the 6-eared sonic bat. Dad, what's the strongest and most practical soundwave skill? Chen Fei asked. Chen Xingyun's interest was instantly piqued, and he began explaining in detail. Sonic Shockwave, Sonic Blade Storm, and Sonic Barrier are all common skills. But something like Withering Soundwave, which can weaken vitality, is more unique. As for truly powerful skills, Ultrasonic Wave is the top choice. With enough proficiency, it can emit sound waves imperceptible to both humans and beasts. While his father was engrossed in his explanation, Chen Fei quietly summoned Wu Yun, instructing it to touch the 6-eared sonic bat and begin copying its skills. This was his true purpose for coming here. With the powerful skill of the replica mirror in his possession, Chen Fei decided to restructure Wu Yun's skill set. He carefully analyzed the current situation. Wu Yun's mastery of elemental skills like fire control and earth escape was too basic to be of much use in critical scenarios. Particularly, the fire control skill was severely limited since Wu Yun lacked innate fire elements and had to rely on external fire sources. This rendered the skill completely ineffective in terrains like water regions. After thorough consideration, Chen Fei decided to first add soundwave-based skills, which were the most lacking in the current team of beast companions. Wu Yun successfully replicated an entry-level skill called Sonic Shatter, a technique that compresses and accumulates sound waves before releasing them. This attack targets the enemy's eardrums, causing anything from temporary deafness to severe damage. Although currently effective only against weaker opponents, the unexpected nature of this attack made it highly valuable. Next, Chen Fei turned his attention to Xia Zhishua's beast companion and successfully replicated the healing skill, Stellar Rejuvenation. This entry-level skill draws energy from the stars to perform healing, with its effects increasing by 20 at night. While it can currently only handle external injuries, its proficiency could eventually expand to heal mental, spiritual, and soul-related damage. This skill perfectly complemented the nocturnal operations of assassins. Wu Yun's skill reorganization was thus completed. The Shadow Stealth skill was retained, while Shadowbind, Sonic Barrier, and a unique support skill called Amplification Seal were added. The Amplification Seal skill allows Wu Yun to condense a mark and imbue it into a target, boosting the power of their next attack by 10. As proficiency increases, the effect could become even stronger. This effectively addressed the team's lack of a decisive finishing move. Time flew by, and before long, it was late December. The streets were adorned with festive decorations, bustling with vendors, and filled with children joyfully running about in new clothes, exuding the spirit of celebration. Yet beneath this cheerful surface, hidden currents stirred. Inside a church, 6 glasses of red wine sat on a round table, as a group raised their glasses to celebrate the Weaver's promotion to a king-level beast tamer. The high priest's face lit up with joy as he continued. I bring more good news. Our Lord has shown signs of revival and will soon initiate the first trial for humanity. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other members within the church were instantly invigorated, exclaiming in unison, Praise the Lord. At last, the day has come. One member clenched his fist tightly and growled under his breath, Finally, my great vengeance will be realized. Another shouted outright, Humanity, the day of reckoning is here. The high priest raised his hand, signaling for silence. Let us not get too carried away. This is merely a minor test. However, it is time for us, the infiltrators, to take action. His gaze swept across everyone present as he began assigning tasks. Drumbearer, you are tasked with delivering this information to all the exiled. The high priest emphasized the term exiled, their collective term for the humans under their control. Watcher, continue to closely monitor the movements of the royal-level beast tamer families. The more detailed the intelligence, the better. Arbiter, head to the Imperial City as soon as this meeting concludes. There are personnel waiting to assist you there. Weaver, use the energy to eliminate the individuals listed on this document. Finally, the high priest retrieved an irregular, grayish-brown crystal from his robes and handed it to the last person. Sower, crush this plague crystal and mix it into the spirit-gathering pills. Be warned not consume it yourself, or you too will become a carrier of the plague. The sower carefully accepted the crystal, swiftly placing it into an ornate box before storing it in a spatial ring. That will be all. I look forward to hearing your good news, the high priest concluded. The five silently departed, leaving the high priest alone in the church. He bowed deeply before a mural on the wall. Lord, everything is in place, awaiting only your formation discs. Suddenly, the mural trembled, and several tentacles extended outward, each holding a supreme-grade spirit stone etched with intricate, arcane patterns. The flowing, exquisite designs formed mysterious symbols that even the high priest could not comprehend. A deep voice resonated in his ears. These formation discs are divided into 3 categories. Use them wisely. Additionally, I grant you a beast of malice. Before the voice faded, a bizarre creature appeared before the high priest, its upper body humanoid, its lower half that of a spider. The voice continued, This is the puppet spider queen, an class entity embodying devouring, puppet, poison, and assassin abilities. It can continuously grow stronger by consuming humans or beasts. Most importantly, its puppet abilities will allow you to control those disobedient little ones. The high priest's eyes gleamed with excitement. This unprecedented creature, especially its rare puppet attribute, was exactly what he needed to resolve many of his challenges. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. I shall not fail you. The tentacles slowly retracted into the mural, leaving no trace of their appearance. In the Baihui Mountains, Chen Fei crouched steadily on a large tree, gazing down at the mountain of corpses below. His cultivation level registered as a high tier level 4 beast tamer, while his 3 beast companions were all at level 4, tier 3. Suddenly, the tree trunk shook violently. It's here. Chen Fei murmured under his breath. His 3 beasts immediately perked up in alert. In the next moment, a massive earth-splitting worm burst out of the ground, its aura revealing it had reached level 9, tier 3, significantly stronger than the ones they had encountered before. The battle was imminent. Xiao Gu emitted a dark light, instantly activating 6 gravity crystals buried in the surrounding area. With his mastery at an advanced level, the crystals unleashed a 6-fold gravity field. The unsuspecting earth-splitting worm was immediately pinned to the ground, its movement drastically slowed, though it retained some ability to act. At that moment, Wu Yun launched a chain of attacks. First came the Soundwave skill, Resonance Shatter, precisely targeting the worm's auditory system and rendering it deaf for 3 seconds. Following that, the pre-prepared support skill Amplification Seal was activated, boosting Xiao Gu's next attack power by 50. Xiao Gu immediately channeled the elemental energy of the crystals within, forming a dazzling barrage of crystal arrows. Each arrow was a sharp, double-pyramidal prism, measuring 2 meters in length. This technique, learned from the celestial crystal dragon, was smaller in scale compared to the dragon's abilities but deadly enough for the current battle. Under the 6-fold gravity field, the power of the crystal arrow barrage was significantly amplified. Just as the earth-splitting worm was about to activate its defensive skill, Qi Yu's soul-severing technique interrupted its casting with precision, showcasing the seamless teamwork honed over months of training. The dense rain of crystal arrows poured down like a storm, pummeling the ground within a radius of dozens of meters and leaving countless deep craters. Despite its tough hide, the earth-splitting worm couldn't withstand such a ferocious assault. The portion of its body hidden underground, sensing the mortal danger, attempted to sever itself to escape, but it was too late. When the attack ceased, the once flat grassland had transformed into a massive crater over 20 meters in diameter. The earth-splitting worm's mutilated corpse lay within, its famed regenerative ability rendered useless. This crystallized combination attack, blending the power of the three beasts, had become their most devastating trump card. Seeing the thoroughly lifeless Rift Earth Demon worm, Chen Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. Managing to take down even half of this formidable creature relying solely on the strength of his three beasts, without the aid of other Tier 3 beasts, was no easy feat however. Realizing that this was merely a vassal of the ninth Evil King, Chen Fei couldn't help but ponder just how terrifying the true power of the Evil King himself might be. Suddenly, a few low, guttural beastly roars echoed from a distance. That familiar sound instantly made Chen Fei recognize the fallen three-headed beast. During their encounter a few days ago, he had noticed the creature's fluctuating aura, a clear sign that it was on the verge of breaking through to Tier 4. Glancing at his three beasts, Chen Fei quickly formulated a plan. With the addition of Wu Yun, there might be a chance to take it on. He immediately gave the order, "Goo, send your offspring airborne." With Goo's evolution, its descendants had likewise seen a corresponding enhancement. The sight of hundreds of small Gus taking to the skies was nothing short of spectacular. The fallen three-headed beast soon discovered the lifeless remains of the Rift Earth Demon worm and erupted into a fit of rage, unleashing a series of deafening roars. Using echolocation, it quickly pinpointed Chen Fei's position. Although Chen Fei had concealed his aura and killing intent with the hidden origin technique, his physical presence couldn't entirely evade detection. In a fury, the fallen three-headed beast launched an all-out assault without hesitation. Amplified sonic intimidation, whirlwind shredding, poisonous mist engulfment, and a rain of golden arrows all aimed at Chen Fei's location. This time, however, Chen Fei chose not to retreat. With Goo's crystal teleportation ability, he could shift positions at any moment to evade the attacks. Goo, activate the gravity field, Chen Fei commanded while repositioning himself. In the air, the small Gus each conjured sturdy crystal shields and charged toward the fallen three-headed beast, carrying gravity crystals. Along the way, Wu Yun provided them with soundwave barriers, significantly weakening the impact of the sonic attacks. The small Gus wobbled their way to the fallen three-headed beast's side, and Goo immediately triggered the gravity field. Under the crushing weight of 6 times the normal gravity, the beast was forced to descend to the ground. The moment it landed, Wu Yun unleashed an amplified shadow bind. Chains of shadow emerged from the ground, temporarily restraining the creature. Although cross-dire combat meant the binding effect would only last for a brief 2 seconds, that was all Goo and Qiyu needed. Hundreds of small Gus simultaneously unleashed a rain of crystal arrows from above, while Qiyu, empowered by Wu Yun's amplification, performed a soul slash. The attack struck the fallen three-headed beast's weakest lionhead soul with pinpoint accuracy, instantly dimming its vitality. As the souls within its multiple heads regained awareness, they began fighting for control of the body, ignoring the dense rain of crystal arrows above. Observing this, Chen Fei mused thoughtfully. Such forcibly stitched-together creatures were inherently unstable, and this kind of internal conflict was inevitable. Crystal drop. At Chen Fei's command, the sky rained down with crystal arrows, bringing an end to the fallen three-headed beast that had been on the verge of ascending to Tier 4. The victory of Goo, Qiyu, and Wu Yun over the fallen three-headed monster filled Chen Fei with immense satisfaction. This battle not only showcased the trio's strength, but also revealed their potential to contend with the followers of the 10 Evil Kings. Just as Chen Fei was about to step forward to recover the stitched monster's corpse, which held significant research value, an unexpected change occurred. The monster's abdomen began to writhe violently, prompting Chen Fei to instinctively leap back several steps while signaling Goo to activate its crystal shield. In an instant, a strange bluish-green substance began to seep out from the ruptured abdomen of the monster. It was the moss that Chu Zhongxing had once mentioned. Remembering the tragic fate of the high-level 9th-tier beastmaster who had been devoured alive, Chen Fei shuddered and, without hesitation, turned and bolted. The moss spread over the corpse of the fallen three-headed monster with alarming speed, as though it sought to prevent anyone from studying it. What was even more terrifying was how quickly the bluish-green menace extended outward, engulfing nearby rocks and trees. In mere moments, an area spanning dozens of meters was covered in a writhing carpet of moss, its grotesque movement enough to send chills down one's spine. While fleeing for his life, Chen Fei quickly reviewed the moss's information. Name: Bloodthirsty Moss, 2nd generation. Level 4, Tier 2. Attributes: Elemental, Devour, Life, Demonic Plant. Potential: S rank, with the possibility of advancing to SSS rank. Skills: 1. Bloodthirsty Reproduction. Rapidly reproduces upon contact with biological blood. The stronger the bloodline, the faster the reproduction mastery level. 2. Moss Seed. Can implant itself into a living being. Upon the host's death, it uses their blood and spiritual energy to propagate mastery level. Special notes. The second-generation moss requires a continuous supply of blood to survive, or it will die within a month. Before dying, it leaves behind seeds for potential reawakening. This information sent a chill down Chen Fei's spine. So long as there was blood, this moss was nearly indestructible, even more horrifying than the Black Slime King. If it were to infiltrate a city, the consequences would be catastrophic. What was even more terrifying was the realization that this was merely the second-generation form. The capabilities of the first-generation form were unimaginable. Chen Fei attempted to have Xiao Gu release various toxins, mushroom number 1, colorless number 1, and so on, but none of them had any effect on the moss. As a demonic plant, it was immune to toxins targeting the respiratory and circulatory systems. Soundwave attacks were equally ineffective, and single-target abilities like soul extraction were powerless against the moss's collective nature. Even Qi Yu's 3 signature bizarre skills failed entirely when faced with this opponent. At this critical moment, Wu Yun's abilities seemed inadequate. Even with fire control skills, without a powerful source of fire, its potential was limited. Xiaogu made a swift decision, conjuring a crystal box and hurling it backward in an attempt to trap part of the moss. Under Xiaogu's control, the crystal box disintegrated instantly, successfully eliminating a portion of the trapped moss. This discovery brought sudden clarity to Chen Fei. While the moss swarmed together, possessed power comparable to a level 4, Tier 2 beast. When separated, each unit of moss might not even reach the standard of a level 4 beast. Unfortunately, Xiaogu's strength was limited. The crystal box could only contain a small portion of the moss. To encompass the entire swarm, at least the power of a king-level beast tamer would be required. The situation was dire, and the group of 1 human and 3 beasts had no choice but to use crystal teleportation to retreat to the city. To prepare for contingencies, Chen Fei instructed Xiaogu to set up crystals at 3 locations: the dormitory, the crystal ornament in Chen Qingyun's room, and the storage space of the Sacred Codex. Although the Sacred Codex's storage space was the safest option, it had a critical flaw: it only allowed exit from the entry point. If the bloodthirsty moss lay in ambush, they would be trapped with no escape. Back at the dormitory, the group collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The 3 beasts were visibly dispirited, especially Wu Yun, who realized it couldn't even handle a bloodthirsty moss, let alone the headless angel. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Fei consoled them. Don't be discouraged, this is simply a gap in strength. You can challenge lower-level beasts with weaker potential, but against elite opponents of the same level, the difference becomes apparent. The beasts finally understood. They were only level 3, Tier 4, while their opponent was already level 4, Tier 12, gap that was challenging to bridge. Seeing their spirits lift, Chen Fei continued his analysis. There's no such thing as an unbeatable skill. It's all about countering and complementing. For example, when dealing with plant-based monsters, elemental abilities are highly effective. A single fire attack can do the job. This moss relies on blood to survive. If we can seal it off, it will wither naturally. Our current disadvantage is merely due to a lack of countermeasures. The 3 beasts exchanged glances, realizing the logic was sound. Instead of lamenting their inability to retaliate, they should be grateful for escaping from a level 4 beast. Though the experience was perilous, it gave them a clearer understanding of their own strength and the vast challenges ahead, instilling a sense of humility that would guide their future training. Meanwhile, reports of anomalies continued to flood in. Zone C48 was unusually silent, with no signs of large beasts. Squad 102 encountered a level 4 beast in Zone B56. Flocks of bird monsters were seen scattering in Zone C2, and traces of what appeared to be a startled cloud flame skunk beast were found in Zone B44. As these reports poured in, Xie furrowed his brows, lost in deep thought. Based on these reports, it's highly likely that a beast tide is approaching. A sharp, piercing alarm tore through the sky, echoing across the city in endless loops. Chen Fei, who had just returned to the city, instinctively looked up, his gaze fixed on the towering city walls. Just 3 minutes later, a second alarm sounded. 2 alarms. This was the unmistakable signal of an impending beast tide. Chen Fei's expression grew serious as he calculated the timing in his head. The semi-annual beast tide was indeed drawing near. It was clear that preparations needed to be accelerated. Before long, a summons was issued. Chen Fei quickly made his way to the infirmary, where Zhou Yin was already standing at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back. Is everyone here? Zhou Yin scanned the group. All present. All right, I'll keep it brief. Everyone knows what 2 alarms mean. Now, they'll announce the orders from above. First, no one is allowed to leave the city. Second, the medical team will be divided into 2 shifts, one on standby at the city walls, the other focused on producing various emergency potions. Third, his gaze landed on Chen Fei. Chen Fei, you're going straight to the front lines. Yes, sir. Although Wu Yun possessed the power of the starry healing, Chen Fei didn't mention it. In fact, he was eager to be on the front lines. The memories of his past life remained vivid. Being trapped in Chen Qingjian's room, helplessly listening to the endless explosions outside, unable to do anything. That sense of powerlessness and waiting was something he never wanted to endure again. This time, he would face the battlefield head-on and seize every opportunity to earn slaughter points. The city was already in a state of heightened tension. People moved swiftly through the streets, each with a clear purpose. On the city walls, soldiers who had previously been stationed every 50 meters were now concentrated every 5 meters, with additional troops on standby in the rest areas. Earth Element Beast Tamers prepare. Earth Collapse Technique. Xing Xiaoshan was busy organizing the battlefield outside the city. Earth Element Beasts quickly dug a deep trench filled with an array of traps, then covered it with a thin surface layer. This served as the second line of defense, positioned beyond the poison zone at the edge of the Baiyue mountain range. Subsequent third and fourth lines of defense would also be established. Chen Fei began his preparations as well. Xiaogoo, have your offspring adjust their strategy focus on hunting beasts below Tier 3, Level 4. After advancing to grade quality, Xiaogoo had few rivals of the same level in the outer and middle zones of the Baiyue mountain range. While it could take on stronger beasts, doing so was too time-consuming. The priority now was to quickly accumulate slaughter points. At the same time, he was deploying third-generation insects from the Sacred Tome. Over the past month, he had been hatching 1,000 insects daily, amassing 30,000 second-generation insects. Some had already been deployed, while 10,000 were reserved for breeding third-generation insects. Each second-generation insect could produce one third-generation insect, and in 10 days, he had cultivated 100,000 third-generation insects with power equivalent to Tier 3, Level 1. While their strength was slightly inferior to the second-generation insects, their sheer numbers were enough to sweep through half of the outer zone and even push into the middle zone. Now, Chen Fei officially took action. He released 100,000 third-generation goo worms into the wild, retaining only 10,000 second-generation worms for continued incubation. Wherever the army of goo worms went, their efficiency in hunting was astonishing. Killing a second-tier, Level 5 Red Essence Spirit earned 30 slaughter points, eliminating a second-tier, Level 9 Earth-burrowing Turtle granted 50 points, and taking down a third-tier, Level 1 Ghostfire Worm yielded 100 points. The battlefield was littered with crystals. Chen Fei ordered Xiaogoo to devour the prey thoroughly, leaving not a trace of blood for the bloodthirsty moss. In just one day, he accumulated over 40,000 slaughter points. But this was far from enough. Chen Fei's ambitions were much greater, craved more slaughter points, not only to enhance his power, but also to refine his skill proficiency. In fact, ever since the Goo Worm army entered the Baiyue mountain range months ago, the hunting had never ceased. Chen Fei's progress was staggering. Even Tang Jian and Su Can, who trained under favorable resource conditions, had only reached the level of advanced first-tier beast tamers, and their states remained unstable. Moreover, the skills of their beast pets largely remained at the proficient level, while Chen Fei had already elevated dozens of his skills to mastery. Even if Tang Jian and Su Can were given 3 more months, they would struggle to catch up with Chen Fei's pace. With the impending beast tide, Chen Fei decided to focus on enhancing his area effect AoE skills. After careful selection, he ruled out Qi Yu's single-target soul-based skills, as well as auxiliary skills like Dream and Illusion, and also excluded Wu Yun's support-based abilities. Ultimately, he chose to prioritize Xiaogoo's Crystal and Poison AoE skills for cultivation. When the Crystal Arrow Rain skill was upgraded from Mastery to peak level, its power surged dramatically. The size of the crystals doubled to 4 meters tall, their number skyrocketed to 500, and each crystal was surrounded by 10 smaller crystals. Even more terrifying, each crystal could be infused with explosive attributes like fire, lightning, or poison, capable of inflicting fatal damage on creatures within a 5-tier difference in strength. Even targets exceeding this range could suffer severe injuries if they failed to use defensive skills. Similarly, the Poisonous Kiss skill also advanced to peak level, achieving remarkable upgrades. The Poison Mist range expanded, the types of toxins increased from 8 to 12, and it gained the ability to condense poisonous seeds that could be detonated at will. Most astonishingly, it could now refine 2 types of ultra-poisonous toxins between Tier 3 and Tier 4 in potency that could resist typical healing and detoxification skills. Even Xiaogoo's Devour skill might struggle to absorb them. The investment of 200,000 slaughter points brought such formidable advancements, finally giving Chen Fei the confidence to hold his ground during the beast tide. Late at night, Chen Fei had just lain down when he felt the bed shaking. The tremors started off faint but grew stronger. This was quickly followed by 3 sharp alarm sounds to signal that a beast tide was approaching. Chen Fei frowned deeply. Unlike the attacks during the day in his previous life, this beast tide was launching at night. What had changed? There was no time to ponder. He immediately rushed toward the city wall. Meanwhile, deep within the Baiyue Mountains, the various masterminds had already gathered. The scythe goat beast sneered as it gazed at the distant city walls. That wall is such a nuisance sight should have been torn down long ago. Lantern, didn't we agree to attack 2 days later during the daytime? Why the sudden change? The lantern monster let out a sinister cackle. Oh that? You'll have to ask the Insect King. The Black Slime Insect King turned around. For the past few days, some creature has been slaughtering the beasts in the mountains. I've already lost several thousand of my offspring. If we wait any longer, there won't be any beasts left to summon a tide. What's the point of waiting? The goat beast smirked playfully. Interesting. Who's the gutsy one behind this? Could it be that lunatic who killed 3 monsters and even outran the moss beast? At that moment, an ancient tree bearing human-faced fruits known as the group's strategist and referred to as boss spoke up. Enough chatter. Let's assign tasks. The masked ghost tree unfurled a few pieces of paper with its vines. These are intelligence reports from Bayou City. The humans have set up 4 defensive lines, which could heavily deplete our forces. Insect King, send your offspring ahead. Whether they self-destruct or use other means, clear out those toxic traps for me. As you wish. The Insect King responded. Soon, a swarm of second-tier beasts charged out from the horde. Normally, these creatures would be mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, but tonight they had a crucial mission to scout the path. They feigned the first wave of attack, their true purpose being to trigger the first line of toxic defenses. As purple, green, and red toxic fumes began to spread, the soldiers on the city wall quickly noticed something was amiss. The alarms blared. Light element beast tamers, fire illumination flares. At the command, countless light orbs shot into the sky, illuminating the ground before the city walls. Strangely, within the toxic mist, there were no visible corpses, nor were there any beasts charging forward. Xing Shaoshan approached Chen Fei. Xiao Fei, your beast's offspring are still in the Bayou Mountains, right? Chen Fei nodded. Yes, they'll share their vision with you right now. Through the shared vision, Xing Shaoshan saw that the creatures touching the toxic fog were merely a group of second-tier beasts. His expression darkened immediately. The enemy was clearly prepared this time. They knew how to clear minds first. This was no mindless assault. Just as Xing Shaoshan was reeling from the revelation, the ground suddenly heaved as if something was tunneling beneath. Chen Fei's first reaction was, earth-splitting demon worm. Sure enough, a massive creature burst out of the ground, only to burrow back in just as quickly. It was so fast that even Xing Shaoshan didn't have time to react. Moments later, the second line of deep trench defenses was triggered, and explosions erupted across the battlefield. The crystal durians buried in the trenches had been detonated. The outer shell of this durian is indeed as hard as the crystals of crystalline beasts. When subjected to pressure, it violently explodes, scattering sharp spikes in all directions. This self-defense mechanism has been cleverly repurposed by humans into a weapon. When caught off guard, this weapon can easily kill a third-tier beast, making it a formidable tool of mass destruction. However, this time, they were up against a 4th-tier Earth Rift worm, a massive creature with thick, impenetrable skin. It relentlessly crushed the crystalline durians, triggering their explosions prematurely. The second line of defense was thus effortlessly breached. Xing Shaoshan and Chen Fei exchanged a grave look. They both realized that this beast tide had escalated into something far more dangerous. It was no longer a simple defensive battle, but had transformed into a full-scale military confrontation. This shift in the situation would inevitably lead to greater casualties. The faceless ghost tree observed the destruction of the second line of defense and let out a piercing laugh. The real war begins now. Go find your opponents. At the ghost tree's command, the beast tide surged forward. Countless second and third-tier beasts, eyes bloodshot, charged toward the city walls. Their endless numbers stretched as far as the eye could see, forming a black flood that consumed everything in its path. Their footsteps made the ground tremble, kicking up a storm of dust. To make matters worse, the sky was swarming with venomous insects, darkening the heavens like a looming storm cloud. The defending soldiers' hands trembled, but they gripped their weapons tightly, holding their ground. They were terrified but could not retreat, for behind them lay Bayou City and countless civilians. Chen Fei, is this what you call small beast tide? Xiao Gu stared in shock at the scene before him. He had once prided himself on his invincible army of 100,000, but the sight of this tide of millions left him utterly shaken. Chen Fei shrugged helplessly. It really is just a small beast tide. The main force is only made up of third-tier beasts. In a true beast tide, third-tier beasts are mere cannon fodder, with far more fourth-tier beasts and even fifth-tier beast kings joining the fray. Xiao Gu, prepare colorless number 1 poison. Chen Fei ordered decisively. Although the first line of defense had fallen, the army of 100,000 goo insects could form a new barrier. Suddenly, the hidden 10,000 Venom Goo revealed themselves, unleashing a colorless, odorless poison. As the beast horde stepped out of the Bayou Mountains, they began collapsing en masse, foaming at the mouth and dying. Even the venomous insects in the sky fell like rain. The faceless ghost tree frowned, its countless human-like faces showing displeasure. Wasn't the first poisonous mist barrier already triggered? What's going on here? Not only the face spirit ghost tree, but also Xing Shaoshan and his group showed puzzled expressions. They had been waiting for the beasts to enter their attack range, only to witness the creatures collapsing and dying before even coming close. This eerie scene raised mutual vigilance while the ghost tree suspected the humans of having hidden strategies. Xing Shaoshan worried that this might be some kind of enemy ploy. Only Chen Fei knew the truth. It was the effect of the colorless number 1 poison. The current version of colorless number 1 was no longer an ordinary level 3 toxin, but an extraordinarily potent super poison that surpassed its level. It could instantly kill level 2 beasts, and even some level 3 beasts with weaker toxin resistance could hardly survive. As the beast horde gathered, the dense clusters of beasts and venomous insects accelerated the spread of the poison, resulting in a chain reaction of creatures collapsing, which created a breach in the defensive line. However, Chen Fei was well aware that this was merely a localized success. Facing a defensive line stretching for miles, even millions of third-generation insects would be insufficient. Individual strength was limited, and the real decisive battle was inevitable. At this moment, all he could do was instruct Xiaogu to fight with full force. Every beast slain would reduce the casualties on their side. As the beast horde approached, the third and fourth defense lines, though somewhat effective, yielded minimal results under the destructive force of the earth-splitting demon worms. At this moment, the military command, Release Sky Techniques, rang out. This was not a specific skill but a unified directive within the army, encompassing a series of large-scale aerial attack techniques such as explosive fire rain, crystal arrow rain, ice arrow rain, and golden blade arrow rain. These group attack techniques, though not the first choice for ordinary individuals, were essential for every soldier, as they were the simplest and most effective means to counter beast hordes. Chen Fei signaled Xiaogu to join the battle, blending its abilities with the various sky techniques to avoid standing out. Xiaogu promptly issued commands to all third-generation insects to strike. What unfolded next left everyone in shock. Beyond the familiar orange fire rain and white ice rain, a third dazzling color emerged in the sky. It was not the shimmer of metal, but the brilliance of diamond-like crystal arrow rain, so numerous that it nearly rivaled the fire rain in scale. This peculiar sight left Xing Shaoshan dumbfounded. Since when did crystal-type beasts become so common? The face spirit ghost tree, goat monster, and black slime worm king were equally perplexed. If humans truly possessed such capabilities, how had they been relentlessly pursued and defeated just a few years ago? Could it be that humans had been secretly cultivating crystal-type beasts all this time? The ghost tree furrowed its brows and turned to the earth-splitting demon worm king for assistance. It's up to you to protect these low-level beasts. Immediately, hundreds of massive earth-splitting demon worms emerged from the ground, each 30 to 40 meters long and at least level 3, tier 8 in strength. They formed a defensive formation at the forefront of the beast horde, employing rock-solid defensive skills, while the beasts in the rear also assumed defensive postures. Watching this unfold, a faint smile appeared on Chen Fei's lips. Clearly, they were still unaware of the true cause of that half-earth-splitting demon worm's death. He secretly instructed Xiaogu to have the third-generation insects ready to trigger a gravity field at any moment, while the various sky techniques were already prepared to launch. Release. With a single command, the sky was instantly illuminated by a dazzling curtain of multicolored rainfire rain, ice rain, golden rain, poison rain, and crystal rain cascaded down like waterfalls. Although the crystals formed by the third-generation goo worms were smaller and fewer in number compared to Xiaogu's, their strength lay in the sheer abundance of these third-generation worms. Most importantly, these crystal arrow rains carried the destructive force of peak-level skills, granting each third-generation worm the ability to fight beyond its rank. Gravity field, activate. Under the amplification of six-fold gravity, the power of the crystals soared exponentially. Even though the third-generation worms only had the strength of level 3, tier 1, these crystals posed a significant threat to level 3, tier 6 beasts and even stronger ones. The deafening cacophony filled the air, the heavy thuds of crystals hitting the ground, the sharp crackling of shattering ice arrows, the thunderous explosions of fireballs, and the anguished roars of beasts all intertwined into an overwhelming symphony. Chen Fei had never experienced such chaos before. It felt as though the entire world was consumed by this earth-shaking bombardment. The rift earthworms struggled to hold the front line, and any beasts caught in the crystal rain behind them were instantly obliterated. The ground was soon soaked in blood. Even more terrifying was the fact that the crystals of the third-generation worms were infused with poison worm number 1A toxin elevated to the level of extreme lethality. As the crystals shattered, toxic mist spread, and yet another wave of beasts fell. A massive breach emerged in the defensive line held by the third-generation worms, forcing reinforcements to be dispatched from other areas. Faced with this dire situation, the masked ghost tree could not remain idle. Rift Earthworm King. It's up to you to bear the brunt. Understood. In the next instant, the ground before Chen Fei surged violently, and an enormous creature burst forth. The Rift Earthworm King, stretching over 70 meters in length, was far more imposing than the second-generation worms, its body clad in thick armor and bristling with menacing spikes. The system immediately displayed its attributes. Level 4, Tier 6, with elemental, tank, poison, life, and magnetic qualities. It possessed S-grade potential, with the possibility of advancing to SS grade. Its two core skills were nothing short of extraordinary. A mastery-level magnetic shield that rendered it immune to ordinary elemental and physical attacks, and a mastery-level life regeneration that allowed it to recover from a single piece of flesh as long as its core remained intact. These revelations left Chen Fei utterly astonished. The rarity of the magnetic attribute, its immunity to conventional attacks, and its near-immortal regeneration made it almost beyond belief. This was the true terror of a first-generation worm, a creature capable of leveling entire cities. The appearance of the Rift Earthworm King signaled that this battle was escalating into a showdown between a master-level beast tamer and a level 4 beast of unparalleled might. Sky techniques, though immensely powerful, are difficult to sustain. These large-scale area attacks consume an enormous amount of spiritual energy and elemental power. It takes at least 2 to 3 minutes to gather enough strength for the next sky technique attack. In this brief interval, the beast tide surged forward like a relentless wave. Swarms of poisonous insects in the air launched the first assault, unleashing clouds of toxic mist and streams of venom that quickly shrouded the city walls in a poisonous haze. Shao Gu devour. Chen Fei gave the order without hesitation. While Shao Gu and the third-generation insects worked hard to absorb the toxins, casualties still occurred on the human side. Not all advanced beast tamers possessed Chen Fei's exceptional combat strength and poison resistance, let alone the more vulnerable intermediate beast tamers. Quick, get him to the treatment room. Where are Chen Fei's Gu insects? We need immediate detoxification. Don't discard that severed limb can heal it. The medical team sprang into action, operating at full capacity. Suddenly, an angry roar pierced the sky. Luan Feng, use a strong wind to disperse this poisonous mist. Cheng Jingjing commanded. Her 9-star wind Luan spread its wings, channeling wind energy to cast a dispersing gale, driving the poisonous fog back toward the beast horde. At this critical moment, the intervention of a Grandmaster-level beast tamer prevented further casualties. Kihi. So the Grandmaster-level beast tamer has finally stepped in? The eerie human faces on the surface spirit ghost tree let out a cacophony of mocking laughter. If I'm not mistaken, this is the head of the human healing division. Mistwind Venom Hawk, go greet her. Poison against healing, how intriguing. A hawk-like demonic beast soared into the air, riding the wind as it closed in rapidly. Screech, a telepathic voice resonated in Cheng Jingjing's mind. Human, come with me elsewhere. I believe you wouldn't want to fight here, would you? Understanding the risk of collateral damage in this location, Cheng Jingjing promptly directed her 9-star Wind Luan to engage the Mistwind Venom Hawk on another battlefield. Meanwhile, a goat-like monster wielding a scythe stood coldly in midair, awaiting opposition. It knew someone would come to challenge it. Sure enough, Xing Xiaoshan sighed faintly. I'll handle this. An old rival, after all. The two immediately shifted to another combat zone. Suddenly, a thundering dragon roar echoed across the sky. The deafening cry of the scorching inferno sound dragon caused the morale of the beast pets on the city walls to plummet. Chen Qingyun quickly commanded his 6-eared resonant bat to create a sonic barrier to shield the defenders, before also departing to confront his opponent on another battlefield. As Chen Qingyun left, Chen Fei felt a twinge of unease. But he quickly reminded himself that Chen Qingyun was not among the casualties in this beast tide, and he felt slightly reassured. At that moment, a strange creature appeared in the Era Sinister being with a red lantern for a head and a humanoid lower body. The malevolent Lantern Wraith. This entity, at the 4th rank and 5th tier, possessed ghost, curse, and summoning attributes, with its grade potential that could potentially advance to SS grade. It wielded 2 major skills. One was master-level ghost general summoning, allowing it to summon underworld specters to do its bidding, with the strength of the summoned entities increasing with proficiency. The other was the Curse of Eternal Night, a technique that could trap the cursed in a dark prison devoid of sound or light. Chen Fei carefully read through the description of proficiency. At the current mastery level, the curse duration was 1 second. As proficiency increased, the curse's duration would extend accordingly. This information sent a chill through Chen Fei's heart. He had heard of curse and summoning abilities before, but ghost type? That was entirely beyond his understanding. This entity clearly did not belong to this continent. The situation in the city was dire. Cheng Jingjing, Chen Qingyun, and Xing Xiaoshan had all left, and Xia Zhixue, being a support type, was unable to participate in the battle. The only one left to count on was Xia Sun. Minister Xia, watch out for that creature. Chen Fei urgently transmitted his voice. It likely possesses both ghost type and curse type abilities. Xia Sun paused for a moment upon hearing this and cast a deep glance at Chen Fei. Thanks for the warning. I know how to deal with it. With that, he led the malicious lantern monster toward another battlefield. Hee hee. The masked ghost tree fixed its gaze on the towering city walls, its eyes full of disdain. So, no experts left in the city now, huh? Without hesitation, it commanded, go forth, six-headed demon leopard, Xuanhu skeleton, and green shadow hare zombie. Each of these monsters had its own unique traits. The six-headed demon leopard was a stitched creature, retaining strength potential but already possessing the strength of level 4, tier 5, with spiritual energy several times that of a typical level 4 beast. The Xuanhu skeleton, infused with a trace of white tiger bloodline and controlled by the masked ghost tree's secret technique, not only maintained its strength power but also gained undead attributes. Lastly, the green shadow hare zombie, a level 4 hare zombie of the zombie type, was known for its imperviousness to pain, impossible to subdue without a master-level beast tamer. The soldiers on the city walls gazed at the three terrifying creatures, their hearts sinking into despair. With all the ministers gone, who could possibly stop these level 4 beasts? Just as Deng Ying and the others were preparing to fight to the death, a familiar voice rang out, "Sorry, I'm late." Chen Fei froze in surprise, only to see Principal Su Shanhai appear beside him. "Hey kid, we meet again." Soon after, Tang Jin's father, Tang Xiyuan, and the Jiang family steward, Uncle Fu, also arrived. The three masters each selected their opponent. Su Shanhai faced the green shadow hare zombie, Tang Xiyuan took on the six-headed demon leopard, and Uncle Fu lured the Xuanhu skeleton away. The balance of the battlefield shifted once more. Chen Fei felt a tinge of relief in his heart, thankful that he had reminded Xing Xiaoshan and the others to prepare in advance. Without that, this battle would have been far more grueling. Meanwhile, the masked ghost tree was seething with rage, its trembling hands crushing the border map into fragments. It hadn't anticipated the sudden appearance of these master-level beast tamers, individuals who were completely absent from its intelligence reports. "Moss, Black Goo Insect King, it's your turn," the masked ghost tree commanded coldly. It was well aware that Su Shanhai and the others had only led away the weaker creatures. The real trump cards were yet to come, namely the bloodthirsty Moss and the Black Goo Insect King, entities that even it regarded with fear. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the bloodthirsty Moss had already begun to act. The blood on the battlefield was instantly claimed by it, and vast patches of moss spread with alarming speed, visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, fresh flesh turned into stark white bones in moments. For the bloodthirsty moss, every battle was an invaluable feast. Chen Fei watched the moss rapidly covering the battlefield, his eyes full of worry. He understood all too well that if they couldn't stop the bloodthirsty moss from absorbing blood, it would soon grow into a terrifying force on par with the 10 evil kings. Yet, with his current strength, even though he was outstanding among his peers, catching up to the older generation in such a short time was an impossible dream. Suddenly, a swarm of black insects flew across the battlefield. Deng Ying immediately commanded the troops to shoot them down, but as the insects fell, countless tiny black spores drifted unnoticed onto the city walls amidst the chaos and flickering light. They were the spores of the Black Goo Insect King. "Ami's stomach! Get out of my body!" Agonized screams erupted from the crowd, and even many beasts began to grow restless and frantic. The spores of the Black Goo Insect King had begun to take effect. It was then that everyone realized the most terrifying aspect of the mist wasn't the monsters with powerful combat abilities, but these strange organisms that could silently invade bodies and reproduce rapidly. They were the true biological weapons. "Xiaogu, use your crystallization ability to seal off these spores," Chen Fei ordered urgently. But to his despair, the spores effortlessly pierced through the crystal containers created by the third-generation insects. It was then that he realized these weren't the spores of a second-generation Black Goo Insect King, but those of a first-generation one. The system displayed, Black Goo Insect King, first generation, level 4, stage 7. Attributes, poison, life, assassin, devouring. Potential, SS class, with the possibility of advancing to the rank of celestial beast. Core skills, spore diffusion and life devour. Each spore dispersed has at least the strength of a level 4, stage 3 creature, and as long as even one spore survives, the Black Goo Insect King cannot truly die. Even more terrifying is its life devour ability, which allows it to absorb the life force and spiritual energy of parasitized targets to enhance itself. Reading this information, Chen Fei finally grasped the true horror of the creature. Each tiny spore possessed the strength of a level 4 beast, making it no wonder Xiaogu's third-generation insects couldn't stop them. What was even more worrying was its life devour ability, which far surpassed Xiaogu's devour skill. Unless something intervened, the Black Goo Insect King's rise to a level 5 Demon King seemed inevitable. Even without the assistance of the kill value from the Slaughter Codex, the evolutionary speed of the Black Sticky Bug King's first generation remained extraordinarily rapid. Amid this beast tide, Chen Fei couldn't help but reflect on the future growth potential of the Bloodthirsty Moss and the Black Sticky Bug King. More importantly, the long-awaited opportunity to obtain Spore Crystal Powder had finally arrived. At this critical moment, a dense buzzing sound approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of bee-like demonic beasts swarmed in, covering the sky. They darted straight toward the spores scattered by the black sticky bug king. With every touch, the spores instantly transformed into gold. Then, with a gentle tap from the bee demons, this gold emitted dazzling light before dissipating along with the spores into the air. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the sacred gold bee king, a second-generation being with a power level of 5th tier, 2nd stage. It possessed the elements of wind, gold, and light, along with characteristics of both the flying and assassin types. Most astonishingly, it had an S-grade aptitude, and its first-generation form even had the potential to ascend to an immortal beast. Its two major skills, Touch of Gold and Healing Wind, had reached exceptional levels. The former could pose a goldification threat to beings below 5th tier, 5th stage, while the latter could heal injuries and restore spiritual energy through gentle wind. A soft breeze swept past, instantly refreshing Chen Fei's spirit. Looking around, he noticed that the injuries caused by the black sticky bug king spores had not only stopped spreading but were also beginning to heal slowly. At this moment, a figure hovered in midair. It was Jiang Nan. With a king-level beastmaster now present, the entire battlefield took a decisive turn. The appearance of Jiang Nan and the sacred gold bee king was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. The ability to stand in midair, a hallmark of king-level beastmasters, exuded an invisible pressure that all living beings on the scene could feel. As a unique existence among 4th-tier metals, sacred gold not only carried the attribute of holy light but was also a nemesis of all evil and malevolent entities. No wonder the sacred gold bee king was rated with an S-grade aptitude. With Jiang Nan joining the fray, the battle now had a clear leader, and the once arrogant demonic forces could no longer maintain their tyranny. When the Mianling ghost tree saw Jiang Nan hovering in midair, its many faces turned green with rage. Not only had several master-level beast tamers arrived, but now a king-level beast tamer had shown up as well? This was simply too much. It quickly glanced back, considering whether to awaken the slumbering demon kings. However, after a moment's thought, it decided retreat was the better option. Retreat, all of you, the Mianling ghost tree commanded. The goat monster, the black sticky worm king, and others quickly vanished into the mist. On the battlefield, the bloodthirsty moss devoured the blood on the ground with lightning speed, then attached itself to the rift earth worm king and burrowed underground, disappearing from sight. The beast horde, now free from control, seemed to awaken from a trance. Upon seeing Jiang Nan in midair, they scattered in all directions. Just like that, the overwhelming beast tide dissipated with Jiang Nan's appearance. The master-level beast tamers gradually returned to the city. Cheng Jingjing noticed that Xing Shaoxin's left arm was bleeding, and his face was pale. She immediately summoned her greenwood spirit ape to tend to his wounds. "Old Xing, are you all right?" Cheng Jingjing asked with concern. Xing Shaoxin shook his head and replied, "It's been a year since we last met, and that beast's mastery of soul techniques has advanced again. I almost fell for its trap." Cheng Jingjing looked around and asked, "What about the rest of you? Is anyone else injured? Master-level beast tamers are our top combat strength right now. Each of you is worth hundreds of advanced tamers. We can't afford to lose anyone." The others indicated they were unharmed, except for Xie Sun, who shook his arm and complained, "Damn it, that lantern monster was a real pain. Not only can it summon ghost soldiers from the underworld, but it also wields cursed powers. It nearly took my life." Though everyone present had their own ways of countering enemies, a heavy air settled over them when the conversation turned to the ghost-type powers they had faced. To lighten the mood, Su Shanhai and Uncle Fu each brought out a corpse, one of a Xian tiger skeleton and the other of a green shadow stiff corpse. These creatures, controlled by necromancy skills, were far less capable in combat and strategy than they had been in life. The other enemies, however, were much stronger. Even when summoning 4 pets at once, they could barely hold their ground. "Taking down 2 of them isn't bad for this battle," someone remarked. "Not bad, my foot," Xie Sun retorted bluntly. "The strong ones in the mist are growing in number, while our strength is limited. Sooner or later, we'll be overwhelmed." This statement brought another wave of silence. Chen Qingyun nodded in agreement and said, "Old Xie is right." This time, the beast tide retreated quickly only because of King Jiang's intervention. Without him, who knows how long this battle would have dragged on. At the end of the day, we exposed more of our trump cards, but still know nothing about the tier 5 beasts. After a few more exchanges, everyone dispersed. Some tended to the wounded, while others cleaned up the battlefield, carefully removing any surviving black sticky worm king spores to prevent them from drifting into the city. Deep within the Baiyue Mountains, the goat monster, lantern monster, Mianling ghost tree, black sticky worm king, bloodthirsty moss, and rift earthworm king gathered together. These 6 were the true core of the tier for evil beasts. The rest were merely stitched together, controlled, or summoned by necromancy. They silently watched as the Myenling ghost tree stitched the severed heads of 6 demon leopards back onto their bodies. "I can't help but envy the stitching skill bestowed upon our leader by the king," said the masked spirit tree, gazing at the recently completed stitched creation. "It's been such a long time since I've seen the king. Otherwise, I'd ask for an upgrade to my control abilities." Relying solely on soul power allowed that Xing Shaoshan to escape. After finishing its task, the masked spirit tree turned to its companions. "Moss, Black Goo Worm King, how was the harvest this time? Enough to ascend to Demon King?" The bloodthirsty Moss let out a low sigh. "Still lacking. We've gathered plenty of low-level beast blood, but now we need something higher grade. If we could absorb the blood of Xing Shaoshan, Chen Yun, and their beast companions, it might just be enough." The Black Goo Worm King chimed in. "I'm in a similar situation, just short of some strong life force." The masked spirit tree pondered for a moment. "That king-level beastmaster won't be leaving anytime soon, and unleashing another beast wave so soon isn't practical. Here's the plan. Head to the neighboring battle zones and pick off the weaklings. Once you've ascended to Demon King, return." The truth was now clear: this beast wave wasn't meant to breach Baiwei City. It was merely a ploy to provide blood sustenance for the bloodthirsty Moss and the Black Goo Worm King. Both beasts and humans were nothing more than fuel for their evolution. The masked spirit tree addressed the others. "Goat, Lantern, Earth Splitter, you all need to push harder as well. When everyone has ascended to Demon King, that's when we'll launch a true attack on Baiwei City. Don't keep the king waiting too long." The beast wave in Zone 8 triggered a chain reaction, with smaller-scale offensives erupting across the other 11 zones. Zone 8 was the most prepared, sustaining minimal casualties. Zone 2, however, suffered the worst losses. Over half their soldiers were wiped out. 3 master-level beastmasters fell, and the city was left on the brink of collapse, urgently in need of reinforcements. Yet, in the face of this dire situation, many master-level beastmasters shirked responsibility. "I could go, but my daughter is only 6. Let me at least see her through her childhood." "I'm not going. There are stronger people to defend the city. Why me? Wouldn't it be better to send a king-level beastmaster? I could go. I have nothing to lose anyway." For most, defending the city was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, with death a constant threat. It was a test of human selfishness versus courage. To make matters worse, hidden enemies began making their move. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and Jiang Yi were targeted for assassination. While Jiang Yi managed to escape unscathed, Tang Jian and Su Kan were gravely injured once again. Tang Xiyuan and Su Shanhai were furious. Su Shanhai slammed his hand on the table. "We fight and bleed on the front lines, and they stab us in the back by targeting our children. How can this even be considered human behavior?" Tang Xiyuan gritted his teeth. "This is outright intimidation. If we dare offer support, they threaten our families. These lunatics will pay for this one day." Even the usually composed Jiang Nan wore a grim expression. They were willing to sacrifice for humanity, but they would not tolerate underhanded attacks. A full-scale investigation was imminent. That day, the fury of the soldiers on the front lines erupted completely. A group of battle-hardened warriors joined forces to issue a strongly worded declaration, demanding a reasonable explanation from those in the rear. If none was given, they threatened to collectively abandon their posts. "If we die, we die together," they declared resolutely. "Why is it acceptable for them to target our families, but not for us to leave the front lines? Are we fulfilling a duty, or are we merely slaves chained here?" This bold and uncompromising statement finally made the complacent, self-indulgent officials realize the gravity of the situation. Without these warriors defending the cities, how could they continue their cultivation in peace? Under immense pressure, an unprecedented large-scale investigation was launched. All departments dropped their ongoing tasks and fully dedicated themselves to the inquiry. Across major cities, a bloody purge began like never before. Anyone who had purchased spirit-gathering pills was detained immediately. Anyone who had been in contact with the disseminators was arrested on the spot. Better to wrongfully detain 1,000 than let a single one slip through. In Tianqing City, the most deeply infiltrated locations were schools, elite clubs, and beast-taming societies. At Shanghai Academy alone, 21 teachers were arrested, leaving parents in a state of panic. If even institutions meant to cultivate the elite were compromised, was there anywhere truly safe? What was even more terrifying was that many of the detainees had already turned into human puppets. Some had been devoured by insects, while others had their hearts shattered by malevolent energy. This made evidence collection extraordinarily difficult and drove home the horrifying reality of the current crisis. A time of pervasive fear and mistrust had quietly arrived. Inside a church, only 4 figures remained seated around a round table. The Arbiter and the Weaver had already left for the Imperial City, while the High Priest, his face wrapped in bandages, listened to the Monitor's report. "The number of exiles discovered by the military, combined with those we intentionally exposed, has reached 80, the monitor reported carefully. The remaining 20 are human elites who can still be utilized. It turned out that those sent to assassinate Jiang Yi were weaker humans under control, merely meant to serve as decoys to mislead the authorities and lower their vigilance. Very good, the high priest said, clapping his hands in satisfaction. A20 retention rate exceeds expectations. When the authorities believe the crisis is resolved, that will be when they are most relaxed and the perfect time for us to strike. This was a meticulously planned feint, designed to allow the remaining operatives to infiltrate their designated targets. As for you, Disseminator, they seem quite interested in you. Find a decoy to throw them off, the high priest ordered. The Disseminator, who today was disguised as a little girl, could alter not only her appearance but even her height at will, a skill that had allowed her to evade capture time and again. May our grand plan succeed, the high priest concluded. After all this unfolded and the beast tide receded, Chen Fei finally found time to check his slaughter points. The current kill value balance is 976,000. Chen Fei stared at the number, his eyes widening in disbelief as a glimmer of astonishment flashed in his pupils. It was the first time in his life he had seen such a massive kill value, nearly touching the million mark. Reflecting on the results of the recent small-scale beast tide, the number seemed reasonable. Just from the upgrade of colorless poison number 1 to ultra-toxic, thousands upon thousands of insects, snakes, and ants had been poisoned to death. Calculating based on each being a second-level beast, this alone contributed 200,000 to 300,000 kill value. Adding the numerous demon beasts eliminated by the Crystal Arrow Rain, the 976,000 figure no longer seemed exaggerated. Not to mention, the kill value potentially amassed by the bloodthirsty Moss might even surpass his own. Faced with this massive windfall, Chen Fei began carefully planning its allocation. The 3 beasts had already reached S-grade aptitude, and advancing them to S-grade would require tens of millions of kill value, an unattainable figure for now. After much deliberation, he decided to allocate 400,000 kill value to rank upgrades, raising himself and the 3 beasts by 2 ranks each. This would elevate him to an advanced rank 6 Beastmaster, while the 3 beasts would reach rank 6 of Tier 3. As for the remaining kill value, he planned to invest it in enhancing the proficiency of 5 key skills. First was the replica domains of Wu Yun, which he upgraded from mastery to peak level. This not only improved the replication success rate by 10, but also added 3 extra skill replication slots. While Chen Fei loathed the corrupted beasts lurking in the mist, he had to admit that some of their abilities were undeniably formidable. For instance, the spore dissemination skill of the Black Slime Insect King, which was highly effective for both damage and parasitism. The second target was Chi Yu's core skill, Soul Extraction. Enhancing this skill brought significant advantages. The control duration was extended by 1 second. It could now bypass up to 9 ranks to affect targets, and it was no longer restricted when used on those weaker than itself. For stronger opponents, the skill could now be used 6 times a day, though caution was required to avoid the risk of soul damage. Lastly, there was Xiao Gu's parasitic skill, which Chen Fei was most familiar with. This skill was also upgraded to peak level, yielding substantial improvements. It could now parasitize beings 9 ranks higher than its own and allowed for the cultivation of an additional 10 hatchling broodmothers, increasing the daily hatch rate to 1,200. As he observed the immense changes brought about by these upgrades, excitement sparkled in Chen Fei's eyes. Chen Fei decided to cultivate 10 more broodmothers. Each broodmother could hatch 200 second-generation insects, producing a total of 24,000 second-generation insects daily. Although their reproduction rate couldn't match the bloodthirsty moss, the second-generation insects had a much longer lifespan, which was their significant advantage. His plan was straightforward. First, amass hundreds of thousands of second-generation insects and let them reproduce into third-generation insects. At this rate, he could gain hundreds of thousands of third-generation insects daily. Just imagining this number was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. If implemented, it would be nothing short of a small-scale insect plague. It seemed that letting Xiao Gu focus on mass production was a wise choice. Faced with the remaining 200,000 plus slaughter points, Chen Fei found himself in a dilemma. Should he enhance his control abilities, strengthen his survival skills, or reinforce his devouring power? After much contemplation, he sighed. Ultimately, the slaughter points were just too few. If he could max out all his skills, he wouldn't need to agonize over such decisions. Chen Fei, the minister wants to see you. Zhou Yan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Got it, heading over now. When he knocked and entered the office, Chen Fei froze. Apart from Jiang Nan, there were 8 other master-level beast tamers present. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Cheng Jingjing got straight to the point. Chen Fei, stop hiding it. What exactly is the potential of your beast companion? Those little tricks of yours haven't escaped our notice. As a reincarnator with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Chen Fei remained composed. Minister, my beast companion is just a grade potential, as you've seen before. His performance amused everyone in the room. These days, honest people are a rarity, someone joked. Tang Siyuan grumbled. Damn it, I've never won a bet against old Su. Su Shanhai flashed a sly grin. I told you, this kid never does anything without a reason. If I hadn't offered 3 Bodhi fruits, he wouldn't have even bothered challenging your son. While Chen Fei was still confused, Xie cleared his throat and brought out a 3rd-generation Goo insect in a dormant state. The insect had been subdued through special means, so even Xiaogu couldn't sense its presence. I found this on my way back after eliminating the lantern monster, Xie explained. I've never seen this species of Goo insect before, but it bears a striking resemblance to your 10,000 Venom Goo King. What's even stranger is that it was helping humans exterminate beast hordes. The first person I thought of was you after all. You're the only one who's contracted a parasite like the 1,000 Venom Goo. It was common knowledge that the 1,000 Venom Goo was a weak parasitic insect, rarely valued by anyone. Yet, somehow, under Chen Fei's care, it had evolved into the formidable 10,000 Venom Goo King. The moment Chen Fei saw the 3rd-generation insect, he realized Xiao Gu's existence had been exposed. It wasn't surprising 10,000 3rd-generation insects swarming and overwhelming a beast horde was far too conspicuous to go unnoticed. All right, they'll come clean, Chen Fei said calmly. This is indeed my beast companion, the Dark Crystal Goo King, with great aptitude. It evolved after consuming the bloodline of the Celestial Crystal Ant King. The crowd showed little surprise upon hearing this. After all, Chen Fei's record of redeeming the Celestial Crystal bloodline was no secret. However, hearing him admit it out loud still left them shaken. Xing Xiaoshan shook his head and sighed. Back in the day, I went through so much trouble to give my 9-turn serpent the Crystal Stone bloodline. I was already at the Grandmaster level then, but even so, I was nowhere near your level now. He trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly stunned, couldn't gauge Chen Fei's strength at all. Noticing Xing Xiaoshan's astonishment, Chen Fei slightly withdrew the effects of his hidden essence technique, revealing his true cultivation as a newly advanced Tier 1 Advanced Beastmaster. Although his progress wasn't as rapid as Su Can or Tang Jian, it was sufficient to conceal his identity, making him appear as a regular prodigy. This way, he could gain the necessary permissions and resources without drawing constant scrutiny like Jiang Yi. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the younger generation who had already grown into an advanced beastmaster. They had initially planned to mentor Chen Fei carefully, but his rapid improvement and the great evolution of his beast companion left them speechless. What else could they teach someone with such extraordinary talent? Xiao Fei has already surpassed us in our younger years. The two exchanged a glance and silently agreed to abandon their plans of lecturing him. Let him forge his own path. All we need to do is support and protect him. Xie Sun patted his chest and assured, with talent like his, plus earning 2 second-class merits, Chen Fei is already a seed candidate for our 8th district. Once he's promoted to a military seed, the resource allocation will naturally follow. Cheng Jingjing quickly added, we need to keep things low-key, though. Erase the records of him redeeming the Celestial Crystal bloodline to keep him off the radar of potential enemies. However, Su Shanhai interjected urgently, but I still want him to participate in the 100 Cities tournament. At his age, missing out on such a stage would be a real shame. Seeing Chen Fei's puzzled expression, Su Shanhai explained, the 100 Cities tournament isn't just a team competition to select talents and allocate resources. The individual competition is even more crucial. The top 100 students from the 1st and 2nd years can enter the Spirit Mansion's secret realm to seize resources. Minister Cheng reached the Grandmaster level at a young age, and Minister Xing far surpassed your parents in strength, all thanks to the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. The Lingfu secret realm? Chen Fei frowned slightly. This term was entirely unfamiliar to him. After all, he had never even participated in the 100 Cities tournament, so it was natural for him to know nothing about such high-level secret realms. Noticing his puzzled expression, Su Shanhai continued to explain. In previous years, Tianqing City was only considered average in the 100 Cities tournament. But this year is a completely different story. The second-year students include Jiang Yi, the daughter of King Jiang, and Xia Zhujun, the daughter of King Xia. The first-year students are even more outstanding, with talents like Tang Jian, Su Can, and of course, you and your army of Goo insects. This year's outcome is truly hard to predict. These words left Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue in silence. They knew all too well that they had only barely reached the level of advanced beast tamers by the end of their first year. Yet, these younger students had achieved the same level in just half a year, a speed that was truly astonishing. Why is the participation limited to 1st and 2nd-year students? Chen Fei asked, voicing his doubt. Su Shanhai smiled as he explained. This is related to the entry requirements for the Lingfu secret realm. First, participants cannot exceed the level of advanced beast tamer. Second, they must be under 20 years old. Finally, the total number of participants is capped at 200. Considering that most awaken their abilities at 18, 3rd-year students are usually already 21 and thus lose their eligibility. Then, What exactly is inside the Lingfu secret realm? Chen Fei pressed further. Su Shanhai shook his head with a wry smile. I can't answer that question either. I've never been inside. That's also why, even at over 60 years old, I'm still stuck at the master level. He added, as one's strength increases, so does human lifespan. A master level individual can live up to 150 years, and a king level individual can reach 200, so at my age, I'm only middle-aged. Everyone turned their attention to Cheng Jingjing and Xing Shaoshan. The two exchanged a glance before the straightforward Cheng Jingjing began to speak. The secret realm is vast inside, and everyone who enters is scattered across different areas. Each person's opportunities are different. Some discover spirit herb gardens, others obtain rare treasures that help their beasts evolve, and some even enhance their strength through illusions. However, everyone eventually encounters a giant mansion. Many martial arts techniques, pill recipes, and rare bloodlines originate from there. It's speculated to be the residence of an ancient sect or a powerful individual, but no one knows for sure. Hearing this, Chen Fei's interest was clearly piqued. Rare treasures, spirit plants, martial arts, all of these resources were incredibly tempting for advancing the strength of his three beasts. If he could find suitable resources and combine them with his accumulated slaughter points, he could significantly shorten the growth cycle of his beasts. Noticing Chen Fei's growing interest, Su Shanhai patted him on the shoulder. Think it over carefully. If you decide to participate, come back to school in mid-January to join the others heading to the Imperial City. This position has always belonged to you, Su Shanhai said firmly, his gaze fixed on Chen Fei. I can even provide you with additional resources if needed. After learning that Chen Fei possessed an army of third-generation Goo insects, Su Shanhai's attitude underwent a fundamental shift. What he initially thought was a pity had now become something he was determined to secure. Such a powerful Goo insect army would undoubtedly dominate in the arena. That's enough for today, Su Shanhai said. Turning to Minister Xing, please arrange for our return. Earlier, Xing Shaoshan had already placed crystals throughout Tianqing City. This was precisely the maximum range that the 9-turn crystal serpent could control, allowing Su Shanhai, Tang Siyuan, and others to provide support at any time. After seeing Su Shanhai and his group off, Chen Fei turned to his parents. Dad, Mom, do you think I should go? Chen Qingyun's face softened into a gentle smile. It's not about whether you should or shouldn't go. It's about what you want. Whatever you decide, we'll support you, as long as you stay on the right path. Got it? Chen Fei nodded heavily. Although his parents hadn't taught him much about beast mastery, they had provided him with a warm and loving home, something he deeply cherished. Oh, right. Chen Qingyun suddenly remembered something and pulled out a soul imprint from his pocket. Here, take this. Chen Fei examined the imprint carefully, sensing a familiar aura. Is this from King Jiangnan? Exactly, Chen Qingyun explained. Once you embed it into your body, King Jiangnan will be able to sense if you're in danger. It can also shield you from a single attack by a king-level beast master. However, it won't be effective against attacks stronger than King Jiangnan's level. Chen Fei was pleasantly surprised. A defensive item like this was far more valuable than a disposable crystal shield. Sincerely, he said, Thank you, Dad. Chen Qingyun nodded slightly. This is because King Jiangnan values your talent and your bond with your beast companions. He wants to protect you for a while. If you get the chance in the future, remember to show your gratitude. I understand, Chen Fei replied, fully aware that his parents must have paid a price to obtain this for him, though they didn't say it outright. He silently resolved to protect his parents in the future and ensure they were safe from the threat of the 9th Evil King. On the surface, the Baiyue mountain range seemed peaceful after the beast tide, but beneath that calm lay immense danger. Even Chen Fei only dared to operate in the outskirts, though his army of 100,000 third-generation insects could venture deep into the range. At that moment, Xiao Gu's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Fei, I've spotted a suspicious individual. Xiao Gu immediately shared the screen with Chen Fei. The display showed that all 60 zones had been adequately deployed with third-generation insects. 36 patrol squads were stationed on the periphery. However, at that moment, an unusual event caught their attention. One of the team members secretly released their beast companion. What made it even more suspicious was that the beast companion sprinted toward the inner zone, and the other beasts along its path surprisingly moved aside to let it pass. The third-generation insects were promptly ordered to follow it discreetly. Through the shared view provided by Xiao Gu, Chen Fei identified the swift Biastigale signal lizard. This palm-sized lizard, though weak in attack and defense, was incredibly fast and highly adept at stealth. Its most remarkable feature was its abdomen, which functioned like a spatial ring capable of storing items. This made it one of the most effective intelligence couriers in the pre-communication device era. Xiao Gu acted quickly, using a toxin to render the A-grade, level 3 tier 2 Gale signal lizard unconscious. For the now vastly improved Xiao Gu, subduing such a target posed no challenge. Ever since arriving in Baiyue City, Chen Fei had been investigating hidden traitors in secret, and now he had finally found a lead. Using a crystal transmission skill, the unconscious Gale Signal Lizard was swiftly transported to Chen Fei. To ensure safety, Chen Fei first had a second-generation insect perform parasitism. Given the current peak-level proficiency in parasitic skills, there was even a fair chance of success on a level 4 Tier 2 beast. Then, Chen Fei commanded, Wu Yun, use the Eye of Enslavement. This was a skill Wu Yun had copied from a creature called the Bloodshed Demon Beast in the Baiwei Mountains. The Bloodshed Demon Beast, a strange six-tailed, single-eyed entity, was notorious for its psychic and ocular abilities, striking fear into reconnaissance teams. Thanks to its dual pupil advantage, Wu Yun not only mastered the Eye of Enslavement perfectly but also enhanced it to a proficient level by consuming kill points. Unlike Xiao Gu's method of draining spiritual energy or corpse control techniques that directly manipulate the body, this skill allowed the target to retain its thoughts while compelling absolute obedience to the caster. Wu Yun, check what it's hiding in its stomach, Chen Fei ordered. Even if the Gale Signal Lizard were returned to its original owner, no abnormalities would be detected. However, it would never be able to disobey Wu Yun's commands or reveal anything about Chen Fei. Under Wu Yun's questioning, the stomach of the swift-winged messenger lizard began to churn before it opened its wide mouth and spat out several intricately crafted redwood boxes. This cautious packaging was clearly designed to prevent the lizard's saliva from contaminating the contents. Chen Fei reached out and picked up the nearest box, lifting its lid. Inside were a few incomplete defense line blueprints, early versions of the 4 defensive lines meant to hold back the impending beast tide. Though the details were not yet filled in, the basic layout of the defenses was already revealed. A chilling realization struck Chen Fei like a thunderbolt. No wonder this beast tide was so unusual, with Tier 2 demonic beasts leading the charge. The enemy had already obtained intelligence on the Poison Mist defense line. The second box contained detailed dossiers on Chu Chongsheng and his team. Chu Chongsheng's file was specifically marked. This individual is greedy and has used teammates as bait to obtain rare treasures. Exploitable. With every word he read, Chen Fei's heart sank further. He had already suspected that the information about the 5-colored divine stone flower had been deliberately leaked. Now, the truth was laid bare. Opening the third box, Chen Fei found a special treasure called Earth-Heavy Adhesive Sand. This metallic sand, rated between Tier 3 and Tier 4, could trap creatures within it and carried a gravitational property. Once fused with a sand affinity demonic beast, it could be endlessly deployed with sufficient spiritual energy. This was no ordinary treasure for beastmasters. It was likely a bait gifted by the enigmatic forces in the mist. The final box bore a label reading, Latest Intelligence. Chen Fei's hands trembled as he opened it, revealing a map of Baiwei City's border defenses. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This was no longer just about selling out the 4 defensive lines. Even the city's defensive map was being handed over. This was madness. No wonder Baiwei City had fallen so easily in his past life. It had already been rotted from within. Chen Fei quickly snapped photos of the contents and returned everything to its original state, creating the illusion that the swift-winged messenger lizard had completed its delivery. Taking a deep breath, he stroked Wu Yun's head and asked about the lizard's owner. Meow. Wu Yun purred contentedly. Its owner is named Chao Gan. The name hit Chen Fei like a sledgehammer, leaving him frozen in place. He turned mechanically, his voice filled with disbelief as he asked again, "Who did you say?" "It's Chao Gan." That answer completely shattered Chen Fei's composure. His mind instantly conjured the image of a man with a face like pale gold and eyes sharp as a hawk's, a one-armed, king-level beastmaster who had been his superior after his rise in the previous life. Chen Fei could no longer remain calm. Xiao Gu shared the footage of the Gale Signal Lizard's owner with Chen Fei. The screen displayed a man in his early 30s, dressed in black combat gear. His arms were intact, which contradicted the one-armed image Chen Fei remembered. However, when Chen Fei got a clear look at the man's face, it felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. That slightly younger-looking face perfectly matched the appearance of the person etched in his memory. In an instant, all the doubts were answered. Why the covert operation to infiltrate the perilous Joyo Abyss years ago had been leaked to the 6th Evil King in advance, leading to an ambush at the entrance. Why every plan in his past life had ended in failure. The source of it all was this high-ranking traitor embedded within their ranks. The revelation sent chills down Chen Fei's spine, shattering his faith in an instant. Before him, Chao Gan was merely an advanced 8th-tier beastmaster, still far from reaching the king-tier level. Yet, with the aid of those entities shrouded in mist, he had managed to bridge that gap within just a few years. Such a meteoric rise in power was terrifying. However, Chen Fei hadn't found any evidence linking Chao Gan to the incident involving Jiang Yi. Otherwise, with old grudges combined with new ones, he would have executed him on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei retracted the Gale Signal Lizard into its crystal and teleported back to the Baiwei mountain range. Xiaogu, release the Gale Signal Lizard in half an hour. That timing should line up perfectly, Chen Fei said, suppressing his urge to eliminate Chao Gan immediately. Now that the target was confirmed, he could afford to wait. There would be time. Not long after, several department heads gathered again. What has Chen Fei discovered this time? Old Chen, your son is truly remarkable. He's practically a master of underground work. Every time he calls us together, it's for something big, and it always keeps us on edge. The group was growing increasingly impressed by Chen Fei's capabilities. When Chen Fei entered the meeting room, the others immediately noticed his unusually grim expression, a stark contrast to his usual smile. He skipped the pleasantries and directly projected the photos he had taken. The laughter and chatter ceased abruptly, and the room plunged into silence. The expressions on everyone's faces mirrored Chen Fei's anger toward a betrayer far outweighed hatred for an enemy. Where did these photos come from? Xie Sun asked through gritted teeth, as the traitor had been one of his subordinates. Chen Fei shared the footage again, this time pinpointing the exact moment Chao Gan recalled the Gale Signal Lizard. The Gale Signal Lizard, I am sure you're all familiar with it. After capturing it, I uncovered these items. Though reluctant to accept the truth, none of them had any reason to doubt Chen Fei's words. I acted without the Gale Signal Lizard's knowledge and avoided alerting Chao Gan. The current situation is this. We've identified him, but he's still in the dark. This allows us to keep monitoring him and, if necessary, use him to feed false information, Chen Fei explained. Eliminating one infiltrator will only prompt the enemy to send another. But if we make good use of this traitor, we might gain unexpected advantages. Beyond this, he also intended to use Chao Gan as bait to uncover other infiltrators within Baiyu City. After all, it was unlikely that Chao Gan was the only traitor. The parasite lurking inside the Gale Monitor Lizard had indeed become a pivotal factor. Xing Shaoshan's eyes lit up as he agreed with the idea. Although Xiesun's expression remained grim, he reluctantly conceded, fine, let him live for now. Let's see what tricks this Chao Gan can still come up with. At that moment, Chen Fei held a small insect in his palm and introduced it. This is Gooey. I left it here before heading to the 100 Cities tournament. It can share its vision with all lurking parasites and command all the insects in the Baiyu Mountains. Chen Qingyun looked at Chen Fei with a serious expression and asked, have you really made up your mind? Chen Fei nodded resolutely. Yes, I have. After the incident with Chao Gan, he finally understood. The infiltration of the human race was inevitable. These people would receive gifts from the mist, acquiring rare treasures and rapidly gaining strength. Without securing more resources, it would be hard to compete with them in the future. Chen Qingyun patted his shoulder. Good. If you've decided, then go for it. I'll prepare some life-saving items for you and ask that old guy Su Shanhai to keep an eye on you. Young people should have some drive. You're steadier than I was at your age. Xie Sun took Gu Yi, intending to place it in the reconnaissance department. Curious, he asked, how many parasites are there in the Baiyu Mountains now? 100,000, spread across the outer and middle regions. Chen Fei replied directly. The number left everyone present in shock. No wonder Chen Fei was always the first to detect various situations. By mid-January, 4 massive extreme shadow eagles, each over 10 meters long, were stationed at the entrance of Shanghai Academy. These flying mounts, responsible for transporting participants to the 100 Cities tournament, were far faster than trains. 19 participating students had already gathered, including 9 first years and 10 second years. Leading the group was Sun Chuang, a rank 1 king-level beast tamer, accompanied by 3 master-level instructors, including Mai Feng, who had recently advanced to master-level rank 4. Sun Chuang clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone, board the extreme shadow eagles. Each teacher will take 5 students. Zhang Yi, Tang Jian, Su Kan, and Xia Zhujun, you're with me. He was particularly attentive to these students, who often found themselves in trouble. Just as Sun Chuang was about to signal the eagles to take off, Su Shanhai suddenly called out to him, wait, there's still one person who hasn't arrived. Wait, Chen Fei is almost here. As Su Shanhai's words fell, Sun Chuang narrowed his eyes. He remembered Chen Fei as the kid who didn't show up for training. Although a spot had already been reserved for him, Sun Chuang still wanted to see for himself what made this person, whom Su Shanhai kept mentioning, so special. When Chen Fei arrived, his presence immediately caught everyone's attention. His cultivation level of Tier 3, Stage 1 was second only to Tang Jian and Su Kan, even surpassing the likes of Shangguan Shihua and others. It was no wonder he had earned Su Shanhai's favor. This level of strength truly deserved the recognition. As Chen Fei stepped into the scene, he could feel gazes coming at him from all directions. Besides the familiar Jiang Yi and Tang Jian, even second-year students were sizing him up. Among the onlookers, one particularly hostile gaze stood out. It came from Bai Yang. Chen Fei met Bai Yang's glare with indifference. Half a year ago, he could only watch Bai Yang's back, but now, armed with multiple peak-level skills, Bai Yang was no longer someone he took seriously. All right, let's move out. Su Shanhai commanded, leading the group as he boarded the Shadow Wing Rock. As the principal, he naturally wouldn't miss such an important occasion. The Shadow Wing Rock spread its wind shield, enveloping everyone within, and sped toward the imperial city. Chen Fei was assigned to the Shadow Wing rock piloted by Sun Chuang, surrounded by familiar faces. Tang Jin wasted no time and called out, "Chen Fei, you're finally here. Let's find a chance to have another match." Clearly, the memory of being overwhelmed by 16 Tier 2 beasts last time still lingered in his mind. Chen Fei casually brushed him off with a few words and exchanged quick greetings with Jiang Yi before settling into silence. Not long after, Xiao Gu's consciousness reached out, informing Chen Fei that it had processed the crystal powder of the Black Slime Worm King's spores, which had been crushed by the Saint Golden Bee King, and transferred it to the Sacred Codex space. Chen Fei retrieved the crystal, a sesame-sized fragment of Tier 5 quality spores, formed from the death of over 1,000,000 spores. This crystal offered the Nether Crystal Goo King a chance to comprehend a unique skill. The characteristic discovered after the Chu Chongqing incident had finally found its use. Chen Fei immediately instructed Xiao Gu to consume the crystal within the Sacred Codex space and infused it with 100,000 slaughter points. A new skill, Crystal Reassembly, was promptly unlocked. This ability allowed the body to split into countless crystal fragments, each capable of parasitism and devouring. As long as one crystal fragment survived, the body could reassemble itself. Furthermore, it could combine with second-generation or third-generation worms to form various shapes, much like an ever-changing set of building blocks. At present, the fragments could split down to the size of a mung bean. The more proficient one becomes, the stronger the ability to split crystals. As Chen Fei unhesitatingly invested slaughter points, Xiao Gu's crystal restructuring skill advanced directly to the mastery level. This ability allowed crystals to be divided from the size of a mung bean to as small as a sesame seed, ultimately reaching the size of a nearly imperceptible 2 mm long gnat. If crystal teleportation was considered a godlike skill for long-distance transport, then crystal restructuring was undoubtedly Xiao Gu's ultimate survival technique. Unless faced with a beast possessing unique abilities or a being vastly superior in strength, it was nearly impossible to completely eliminate Xiao Gu. With this ability, once Xiao Gu's strength reached a level comparable to that of the Black Sticky Worm King, it might even stand a chance in a direct confrontation. While Chen Fei was deeply engrossed in studying Xiao Gu's skills, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up to see a colossal figure blocking out the sunlight. It was a whale-like beast hundreds of meters long, with 2 pairs of wings, one long and one short in its back. This was the four-winged whale Kuan. The system displayed four-winged whale Kuan, level 5, stage 8, possessing devouring, flight, and chaos attributes, with S-level potential and the prospect of advancing to SS level. It was the second existence Chen Fei had encountered that could rival the Headless Angel. If it were willing to participate in the Mist War, it could become a formidable ally for humanity. Sun Chuang explained at the right moment, "Everyone, there's no need to panic. This is the only known four-winged whale Kuan on the continent, carrying the bloodline of the Kuanpeng. It soars the skies year-round and never lands. Its temperament is gentle, and it occasionally interacts with passing flying beasts. Although some have attempted to form a contract with it, all were politely declined. It once said that its sole wish in this life is to leave this realm. Leaving this realm was no easy feat in ancient times. There were beings capable of such a feat, but it had been tens of thousands of years since anyone had heard of an ascension. Over the years, theories like the end of magic and the disappearance of spiritual energy had emerged but were ultimately unproven and gradually faded from public discourse. Thum, the four-winged whale Kuan let out a deep, resonant cry that echoed for miles, commanding awe from all living beings. Then, with a gentle flap of its wings, it vanished without a trace in an instant. Even the extreme shadow eagle, known for its speed, could not track its movements, showcasing its terrifying power. A day later, the group finally arrived at Imperial City. Due to a no-fly restriction, they had to rely on ground transportation. Along the way, the sights and sounds left everyone in awe. As the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom, the prosperity of Imperial City far surpassed that of Sky Azure City. In Sky Azure City, an S-level beast companion was a rare sight, yet here, they occasionally appeared. Sun Chuang led the group through check-in, drawing lots, and accommodation assignments. Tonight, you're free to explore. We'll meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow to study our group stage opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone dispersed, some seeking local delicacies, while others headed to bustling districts for entertainment. Chen Fei, however, went alone to a pet store not to select a fourth pet, but to find rare treasures to enhance the strength of his current 3 beasts. Inside the store, a level 4 beast soul fruit caught his eye, priced at 1.2 million mid-grade spirit stones. It could enhance the soul power of any soul-type beast below the level of a level 5 beast king, and improve their comprehension of soul-related skills. Nearby, a level 5 spiritual root water was displayed, with just 1 drop equivalent to the essence of a 300-year-old Bodhi fruit, capable of enhancing the intelligence of humans and beasts alike. Its price was 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Patting his pocket, Chen Fei realized that his once prized wealth of millions of mid-grade spirit stones now seemed woefully inadequate. Just then, an old artifact caught his attention. This old artifact is a carving, and judging by its appearance, it's quite ancient. Chen Fei was carefully examining the statue in his hands when a sudden thought came from the black cat lying in his arms. Chen Fei, there's something off about the energy of this statue. The black cat, Wu Yun, had already replicated two abilities according to Chen Fei's instructions: camouflage and quicksand manipulation. Camouflage was used to hide its heterochromatic eyes, making it appear as just an ordinary cat demon to outsiders, while the quicksand ability served as a hidden trump card, allowing it to merge with heavy, sticky sand. At this moment, Yun's natural heterochromatic eyes were being used to observe the statue's aura. The statue was a carving of a nine-tailed sacred fox, made from the rare starry sky tree, and priced at 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. It was said to gather a significant amount of spiritual energy at night, enhancing cultivation speed. However, under Wu Yun's heterochromatic gaze, the aura of the starry sky tree, which should have been a deep blue, was instead mixed with strange purple currents, an indication that something unusual might be hidden within the statue. It was worth noting that the starry sky tree itself was exceedingly rare, its value comparable to a 200-year-old Bodhi fruit. What kind of item would require such a precious material to conceal it? Though Chen Fei couldn't discern anything unusual upon closer inspection, he decided to purchase the statue anyway. Opportunities like this are rare. Missing out might be a lifelong regret, he thought to himself. He promptly turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Boss, please wrap this up for me." The shopkeeper, Liang Bing, responded enthusiastically, "Excellent choice, sir. This is a new arrival today. Would you like to take a look at some other items? I can offer you a discount." Chen Fei wandered around the shop for a few more minutes, but didn't find anything else particularly useful. After all, he and his three beasts relied primarily on slaughter points to grow stronger, making many natural treasures unnecessary for them. What they truly lacked were evolution materials. Advancing from S rank to S rank required tens of millions of slaughter points, a daunting figure. Just as he was about to pay, a group of people suddenly surrounded the shopkeeper. One of them spoke up, "Boss, sell this to us instead. We're willing to offer an additional 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. My brother's beast needs the starry sky tree to break through and prepare for the upcoming 100 Cities tournament." Liang Bing looked troubled. "That would ruin my reputation. This gentleman saw it first. If you want it, you'll have to negotiate with him directly." The leader of the group, Shen Lin, stepped forward and addressed Chen Fei. "Hello, would you be willing to let us have this statue? We'll compensate you for it." "Sorry, no can do." Chen Fei refused decisively. At this moment, a chubby man leaned in and whispered to Shen Lin, "Brother Lin, it's confirmed." The treasure-hunting mouse detected the treasure's aura coming from that statue. Although the treasure-hunting mouse had little combat ability, its skill in locating hidden treasures was renowned. This talent had almost driven the species to extinction due to overcapture. That Shen Lin possessed such a rare creature was a stroke of extraordinary luck. He often used the mouse's abilities to find hidden valuables, selling them for profit to enhance his own strength. Although Shen Lin was a first-year student, he already possessed the strength of an advanced Tier 3 Beast Master, surpassing Tang Jian, Su Kan, and others in power. "Can't we negotiate? We can trade other spirit treasures with you." The group continued to plead. Chen Fei shook his head again, refusing. Seeing how determined they were to obtain the statue only strengthened his resolve not to let it go easily. "Boss, check out." "Sure, I'll give you a 2 discount. That'll be 1.47 million mid-grade spirit stones." Chen Fei took the statue and was about to leave, but the group behind him relentlessly followed. "How about a wagered duel?" Shen Lin proposed bluntly. Seeing Chen Fei's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "Private battles between beast companions are forbidden in the Imperial City, and violators are expelled. However, to resolve personal conflicts, the city has established official dueling platforms where battles, even life-or-death ones, are permitted." "We're really interested in that statue." Chen Fei chuckled lightly. "I do admire your straightforwardness. I can't stand people who resort to sneaky tricks. But just because the Imperial City allows duels doesn't mean I have to accept every challenge, right? Besides, you're advanced Tier 3, and I'm only advanced Tier 1. Isn't this a joke?" "Of course, I won't be the one fighting," Shen Lin replied, gesturing to a classmate beside him. "This is Chung Yunhe, also an advanced Tier 1 Beastmaster like you. He'll be your opponent." "Well, wager with Sunluo grass." Shen Lin went on to explain the properties of Sunluo grass. When used alone, it was a deadly poison capable of killing Tier 3 beasts with just a single drop of its sap, and even Tier 4 beasts with weaker resistance to toxins could hardly survive. However, when combined with other spiritual items, it possessed healing effects surpassing even mastery-level healing skills. Excluding items from the starry tree, Sunluo grass was of immense value. Leaning closer to Chen Fei, Shenlin lowered his voice and said, "You must already suspect that the starry tree holds deeper secrets. You wouldn't want to keep being targeted, would you? If you agree to the duel, well, swear an oath not to speak of this matter again, win or lose, and we won't trouble you anymore." Chen Fei pondered in silence. Shenlin's reasoning was sound. He indeed didn't want to stay under constant scrutiny. More importantly, the sacred codex recorded that Sunluo grass could combine with colorless number 1 poison and 50,000 kill points to create an unstoppable poison specifically designed for Tier 4 demonic beasts. While its effectiveness against Tier 5 beast kings was significantly reduced, the colorless number 1 poison had already demonstrated astonishing power during the beast tide. If it could be upgraded to the unstoppable version, its destructive potential would be even more terrifying. All right, I accept. Chen Fei finally made his decision. The group arrived at the dueling arena. Within the expansive grounds stood 10 massive combat platforms, each surrounded by a dense crowd. Some spectators cheered enthusiastically for the thrilling battles, while others were busy placing bets. Shenlin, clearly familiar with the place, led the group to a notary named Huo Ming. The 6th-level master notary greeted Shenlin with a friendly smile as soon as he saw him. "Oh, Shenlin, you're here again." It was only then that Chen Fei realized Shenlin was a regular at this venue. "Uncle Hua, please act as the notary," Shenlin said, taking out a piece of Sunluo grass. "I want to bet this against his starry tree sculpture." "Sure, no problem." Huoming nodded in agreement. Same old rules. One person, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for the notary fee. This fee was essentially a safety measure, as Huoming would intervene immediately if the battle became dangerous. Chen Fei paid the fee without hesitation. "All right, you'll go after the match on platform 10 wraps up," Huoming said just as a wave of boisterous shouting erupted from the crowd. The odds are up. The Fox Squad's Chung Yunha versus the cat-hugging guy. Odds. Chung Yunha 0.1, cat-hugging guy 8. The spectators burst into laughter. Haha, Chung Yunha's odds are only 0.1? That's practically worthless. What can you do? The Fox Squad practically owns this place. Chung Yunha, as their second-in-command, has a perfect 210 record in the dueling arena. He's unbeatable among his peers. Chen Fei quietly listened to the chatter, then calmly retrieved a storage pouch containing 2 million middle-grade spirit stones from his sacred tome space. These spatial pouches, while not as advanced as spatial rings, were practical and convenient without them. The sheer quantity of spirit stones would form a small mountain. "I'm betting on myself to win," Chen Fei declared. "Just a little gamble for fun. With odds this high, it'd be a shame not to join in." The bookmaker hesitated for a moment. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure," Chen Fei replied confidently. The surrounding crowd murmured among themselves. "Wow, this guy's a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. No wonder the Fox Squad targeted him. Probably just some rich fool who doesn't even understand Chung Yunha's strength and is throwing money away. Or maybe he really does have the skills to back it up." Once platform 10 cleared, Huoming signaled for the two combatants to step onto the stage. Chen Fei and Chung Yunha each took their positions in the safe zones at opposite ends of the arena. "This is the dueling arena, not a deathmatch," Huoming reminded them. "Stay within the safe zones to avoid being caught in your beast skills. The duel can be either single beast combat or group beast combat, as agreed upon by both parties." Chung Yunha spoke up immediately. "Single beast combat. The match ends when all 3 of one side's beasts are defeated. How about it?" His beasts lacked control-type skills, making them ill-suited for group battles. "Agreed," Chen Fei replied. With that, Chung Yunha wasted no time summoning his beast. A gray mist coalesced in the center of the platform, forming into a wraith mist, 3rd tier, 1st level, with poison, assassin, and mist attributes. Its a grade potential indicated a strong chance of advancing to S grade. This rare, non-corporeal beast had no organs or blood and could freely alter its physical form, making it a unique presence in the demon realm. Chen Fei studied this unusual opponent with interest. The audience erupted into a wave of commotion. As expected, Chung Yunha summoned his signature beast companion Wu Sui. A strange mist coalesced on the battlefield, its unique combat style leaving a deep impression. No flashy movements were necessary, it simply drifted silently toward its opponent, enveloping them in toxic fumes and spectral mist arrows. Because it lacked a physical form, many beasts collapsed from its venomous attacks before even touching it. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Fei did not engage immediately. Leisurely, he retrieved a chair from the sacred tome space and casually brought out a cup of specially brewed milk tea made with guza tea and Tushan Milka, high-grade beverage capable of alleviating fatigue and replenishing spiritual energy. "This guy," murmured the crowd, their discussions growing heated. Some were irritated by his calm demeanor. Acting all smug. "Let's see if he stays this composed when he loses." With a snap of his fingers, Chen Fei summoned his beast companiona Ghost King Duck. Also at Tier 3, Stage 1. To the audience's astonishment, the duck didn't hesitate. It immediately activated its toxin absorption ability and charged straight into Wu Sui's poisonous mist. That's way too reckless, someone gasped. But to everyone's shock, Wu Sui toxic fog began to dissipate visibly. When the mist had completely cleared, the Ghost King duck let out a satisfied burp, as if it had just enjoyed a delicious meal. Chung Yunhe was forced to recall Wu Sui was the first time he had suffered such a swift defeat in the opening round. Realizing he was up against a true master, he promptly summoned his trump card, the Thunder War Elephant. This colossal beast measured 9 meters in length, its body covered in intricate lightning patterns with arcs of electricity constantly crackling around it. It possessed not only formidable lightning-based attributes, but also tank-like endurance and healing abilities. Its potential was rated at an impressive grade, with a future prospect of breaking through to SS grade. In response, Chen Fei decisively recalled his Ghost King duck. Even the strongest toxin resistance would be no match for lightning, a well-known fact. The atmosphere grew tense as all eyes turned to Chen Fei, eagerly anticipating what kind of beast he would summon to counter the powerful Thunder War Elephant. Although Thunder Elemental beasts are formidable, they are not invincible. Chen Fei glanced around calmly and listed various ways to counter them. Mental type, soul type, and dream type abilities were all their nemesis. However, he quickly added that even with those attributes, taking down the Thunder War Elephant, which possessed both tank-like endurance and healing abilities, would not be an easy task. The ones hiding in the sacred tome space, there aren't many that can deal with the Thunder War Elephant, Chen Fei said with a faint smile. And the ones that can are all beyond level 3, stage 1. Sorry, I might have summoned something slightly overpowered. As his words faded, the battlefield suddenly saw the emergence of an enormous rhino-like beast, even larger than the Thunder War Elephant. This obsidian giant rhino stretched 11 meters in length, its entire body composed of solid rock. Sharp horns gleamed coldly atop its head, its limbs were thick and powerful, and its back arched high like a small mountain. The obsidian giant rhino was a level 3, stage 3 beast, combining rock element, tank type, and soundwave type attributes. With its grade potential, it was expected to evolve into an SS grade beast in the future. Its most formidable ability lay in its power to absorb the energy of enemy attacks and reflect it back. Such a powerful beast was rare even among the second-generation parasite-controlled familiars, and Chen Fei only had 6 of them under his command, all being nurtured as part of his second-tier lineup. Capturing them had been a tremendous challenge for the second-generation parasites, requiring the assistance of Qi Yu and Wu Yun to finally succeed. Upon seeing the obsidian giant rhino's attributes, Shun Lin's expression changed drastically. Uncle Hua, I demand a pause. That beast is beyond level 3. Stage 1. I suspect it's not this man's familiar. Hua Ming found the objection reasonable and immediately brought in a professional appraiser to verify. 2 minutes later, the appraiser confirmed that the beast was indeed a familiar under Chen Fei's third-generation parasite. The audience erupted in astonishment. This is insane. An great obsidian giant rhino, just used as a familiar? That's pure extravagance. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Chung Yunhe gritted his teeth. His Thunder War Elephant unleashed its ultimate combination. A red armor paired with a thunder coat, followed by a ferocious charge. The seamless integration of the 3 skills demonstrated exceptional combat proficiency, explaining his previous record of 21 consecutive victories. However, the disadvantage of attribute suppression proved insurmountable. The obsidian giant rhino first stomped the ground to summon a rock barrier, then activated immovable as a mountain, allowing layers of rock to surge from the earth and encase its body, leaving only its mountain-like back exposed. With a deafening crash, the arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. The spectators craned their necks and stood on tiptoe, eager to see the outcome of this earth-shaking clash. As the dust settled, the devastation of the battlefield gradually came into view. The stone pillars in front of the obsidian rhinoceros were completely shattered. Though fragments of the obsidian armor covering its body had fallen off, the colossal beast remained unscathed. The lightning attacks had barely any effect on it. It relied solely on its defensive armor and brute force charges. With the advantage of a 2-tier power gap, the obsidian rhinoceros held an absolute upper hand. Meanwhile, the Thunder War Elephant was on the verge of collapse, its massive body swaying unsteadily like a drunken giant. Seizing the opportunity, the obsidian rhinoceros let out a deafening roar, sending sound waves surging toward its opponent. Immediately after, it channeled absorbed energy into its horn and launched a ferocious charge. This attack, combining 2 forms of assault, doubled its destructive power. With comparable potential, the 2-tier disparity became the decisive factor. Though the Thunder War Elephant did not fall immediately, it was forced back step by step to the edge of the battle platform. Ultimately, it was pushed out of the arena, utterly unable to fight back. Obsidian Rhinoceros wins. Hua Ming announced Chen Fei's victory while intercepting the beast's momentum. The audience erupted in shock. The Thunder War Elephant, a perennial champion, had been defeated. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. That obsidian rhinoceros is insanely strong. Who in the same tier could possibly rival it? Cheng Yun's loss was inevitable. Cheng Yunhe suppressed his frustration and declared through gritted teeth, "I concede." The words seemed to drain all his strength. Though he still had a third pet beast, it was weaker than the Thunder War elephant. Facing certain defeat, he chose to surrender with dignity. The spectators glanced at their betting slips, filled with regret. What happened to Cheng Yunhe will definitely win. What a scam. Chen Fei packed up his chair with a slight sense of boredom, as though bullying a weaker opponent. Taking the Sunluo grass from Huoming and reclaiming 16 million mid-grade spirit stones, he thought to himself, not bad after all. The bookmaker felt the sting of loss. The total spirit stones wagered weren't enough to cover the payouts, forcing him to dig into his own pockets. But in the official betting arena of the Imperial City, he had no choice but to accept the loss with gritted teeth. Just as Chen Fei was about to leave, Xin Lin appeared, clinging to him like a shadow. "Wait, I want to bet with you again." The crowd immediately perked up. "Looks like there's more excitement coming. If you claim to have third tier, 3-phase strength, do you dare face me in a match?" Xin Lin said, pulling out a piece of soul suppression iron. "I know you're looking for soul-related treasures. This soul suppression iron is no less valuable than the Sunluo grass. Interested?" As a 4th-tier spiritual treasure, soul suppression iron naturally suppressed souls and was ideal for crafting soul-sealing artifacts. Chen Fei's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, with 100,000 slaughter points, I could extract its soul suppression properties to enhance my soul prison sealing skill. How could I pass up such a treasure? Since he's willing to play the role of a money giver, let him do it. Chen Fei thought to himself. After deliberately putting on a hesitant expression, he slowly said, I really can't refuse, but I have one condition: only group beast battles. This restriction was merely to save time for Chen Fei, but in Shan Lin's eyes, it carried a different implication. He interpreted it as a lack of confidence on Chen Fei's part, thinking that he dared not accept a single beast battle challenge. This only boosted Shan Lin's confidence further. All right, as you wish. Xin Lin agreed readily, then turned to Huoming nearby. Uncle Hua, please be our witness again. Huoming, grinning from ear to ear, happily accepted the spirit stones. No problem at all. Such an opportunity was something he wouldn't pass up. Come. Odds are set at 1:1. The bookmaker, having learned from last time's lesson, didn't dare to set the odds too high. After all, no one could guarantee that Chen Fei didn't have an even more powerful beast hidden up his sleeve. If something unexpected happened again, they might not even have enough to cover the losses. The surrounding audience began placing their bets, most of them favoring Xin Lin, and betting on Shan Lin to win. There's no reason for him to lose. Exactly. 2 class beasts. The first-tier ace of Lingchuan Academy in Imperial City. How could he lose? Even though Lingchuan Academy ranks 3rd in the Imperial City, it's still better than most other academies. A 3rd-tier, level 3 strength is indeed formidable. After everyone else had placed their bets, Chen Fei leisurely walked to the betting table. I just earned some earlier, so we'll put it all on myself winning. Anyway, there's nothing to lose. 10 bags, 20 million mid-grade spirit stones in total, all on me. This was everything he had. The bookmaker's scalp tingled, feeling uneasy, but he had no choice but to accept. A bookmaker couldn't refuse bets, or their reputation would be ruined. At this moment, Huoming announced at the right time, Field 8 is now available. Gentlemen, please step onto the stage. The rules are the same as always, so I won't repeat them. Since it was a group beast battle, Shan Lin didn't hold back and immediately summoned 3 of his beasts. The first was an A-grade aromatic fox beast. This rare scent-type beast had the ability to control and alter the air's aroma, affecting the internal organs of other beasts and even interfering with their hormone secretion. If not for its relatively fragile nature and its support-based abilities, this beast could have easily competed for its grade qualification. The second was a Sunflame Flood Dragon. The second beast companion is the Sunflame Flood Dragon, which has reached Tier 3, Stage 3 in strength and possesses elemental, flight, and sonic attributes. Its aptitude is rated at S level, with the potential to advance to SS level. As a flood dragon with traces of true dragon blood, it can transform into a true dragon after crossing the dragon gate. Even the weakest true dragons are ranked above S level in power. Currently, its aptitude is comparable to that of a wyvern, but its potential stands out slightly more. The third beast companion is the Cursed Raven, also at Tier 3, Stage 3, with cursing, flight, and assassin attributes. It, too, has S-level aptitude and the potential to ascend to SS level. As a rare curse-type beast, it can unleash eerie abilities unnoticed by its enemies, immobilizing them, disrupting their consciousness, inducing negative emotions, and even bringing misfortune and endless nightmares. This cursed raven's most unique skill is the Curse of Silence, which, at a master level of proficiency, can seal all of an opponent's abilities within a second. Like Shiyu's Soul Extraction, it is a single-target attack, but its power is even more astonishing, making it a deadly skill for assassins. If it were not already bonded to a master, Chen Fei would have considered making it his fourth beast companion. Confidence comes from strength. Shenlin looked at his top-tier beast companions, convinced he had surpassed most of his opponents. To him, Chen Fei's Obsidian Rhinoceros was hardly worth mentioning. Without other beast companions, Chen Fei was bound to be crushed. One a level paired with two S-level companions truly worthy of being the top freshman at Lingchuan Academy. This time, Shenlin was sure he would win. If he still lost, he vowed to drink chilly water while standing on his head. Chen Fei leisurely sipped his milk tea, too relaxed even to move his chair, exuding an air of absolute confidence. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned dozens of Tier 3 beasts at once. Tier 3, Stage 2 beasts like the Skyfire Beast and Cloudsteel Elephant. Tier 3, Stage 3 beasts like the Frostmoon Beast and Thornblood Tiger. And Tier 3, Stage 4 beasts like the Phantom Bird and Inferno Scorpion Dragon. The crowd instantly fell silent. Even the noise from the neighboring betting arena came to an abrupt halt as everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the swarm of beasts crowding the arena. Even the experienced Hua Ming was speechless. Who could have imagined someone using a mix of B, A, and even S-level Tier 3 beasts as their retinue? Such an overwhelming lineup was truly awe-inspiring. The audience finally snapped out of their stupor, gasping in astonishment. Oh my god, 14 Tier 3 beasts. Is he running a beast companion shop, or what? I thought the Obsidian Rhinoceros was already overpowered, but this is the real deal. Chung Yunhe stood frozen in place. He had always considered himself superior and never admired anyone other than Shenlin. But today, his worldview was completely shattered. He suddenly realized how narrow-minded he had been, thinking geniuses could only reach Shenlin's level. Yet here stood a mere Tier 1 advanced beast tamer, demolishing all his preconceptions with sheer power. From now on, if anyone dared to call him a genius, he would surely take offense. As for Shenlin, he was still reeling from the shock. The beast battle he had envisioned was supposed to be a contest of 3 beast companions. Who could have anticipated facing an entire army of retinue beasts on such a scale? While this might be considered a testament to personal strength, this is just absurd. Shenlin stared at the scene before him, his brows furrowed. 3 against 14? And some of those beasts are already at Tier 3, Level 5. This isn't a competition. It's a slaughter before it even begins. We'll be buried under their skills before we can make a move. Shenlin fixed his gaze on Chen Fei, his tone laced with defiance. I admit you're powerful, and I can concede defeat, but I refuse to accept this. As the top freshman of Lingchuan Academy, I've never felt this stifled. Can we have a proper fight, fair and square? Chen Fei was silent for a moment before retracting the 14 beasts. He responded calmly, as you wish. The moment his words fell, a buzzing sound filled the air. One after another, swarms of third-generation goo insects emerged from the sacred tome space, flooding the sky above the dueling platform. The sheer density of the insects made it impossible to see through the swarm. If the 14 Tier 3 beasts had left the crowd gasping in shock, the emergence of tens of thousands of Tier 3, Level 1 goo insects shattered everyone's understanding of what was possible. Though the insect race was known for its reproductive capabilities, insect cultivators had always been feared. However, the energy and resources required to cultivate such a massive swarm were astronomical, far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could afford. How many mid-grade spirit stones would this take? Billions? This is the definition of a pay-to-win player. The audience buzzed with discussion, every person awestruck by the overwhelming display. Shenlin numbly recalled his 3 beasts. These uniformly glass crystal-type goo insects were far beyond what he could contend with. What terrified him even more was the realization that this was just one of Chen Fei's contracted beasts. What kind of monsters were the other 2? Outmatched? Shenlin had nothing more to say. After handing the soul-suppressing iron to Hua Ming, he silently left with Chung Yunhe and the others. Chen Fei accepted the soul-suppressing iron and 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. He swept his gaze across the crowd and casually asked, "Anyone else want to wager a duel? I don't mind if you're 3 or 4 tiers above me." The audience collectively rolled their eyes at him. Those who had been loudly boasting about ridiculous punishments earlier were now quietly retreating into the crowd, hoping not to be noticed. After returning to the hotel, Chen Fei eagerly summoned Shiyu. He immediately extracted 100,000 slaughter points and began merging the soul prison seal with the soul suppression effect. A new skill, Soul Suppression Cage, was formed a terrifying ability that could drag an enemy's soul into a pitch-black cage. Within the cage, a massive mountain of souls would eternally weigh down on the enemy's spirit, causing instability at best and complete annihilation at worst. At its current mastery level, the skill could imprison a target for 1 second, and was effective against Tier 3, Level 9 beasts and below. This new skill, infused with the power of the soul suppression iron. Not only had control capabilities, but also possessed attack power rivaling that of Soul Slash. Such a powerful skill must be upgraded to its peak, Chen Fei thought. He extracted another 100,000 slaughter points, only to realize that his account balance had dropped to just over 200,000 points. After the upgrade, the control duration of the soul suppression cage extended to 2 seconds, and its attack power became sufficient to threaten Tier 4, Level 1 creatures. As Chi Yu's strength grew, the skill's range would continue to expand. Suddenly remembering the starry tree statue, Chen Fei quickly brought it into the sacred tome space. Xiao Gu carefully cut it open with the crystal blade. Don't damage what's inside, he instructed. Xiao Gu sliced off a thin layer, revealing nothing unusual. After a lengthy process of cutting, they finally discovered a marble-sized object hidden within the statue. Its surface was covered in intricate patterns, resembling the fossilized seal of Chi Yu. The sacred tome identified it as Breath Soil, a level 6 heavenly spiritual earth that could grow infinitely as long as it absorbed spiritual energy. Plants cultivated on it would grow at an accelerated rate, and once the breath soil expanded to a certain extent, it could even release spiritual energy, increasing the surrounding spiritual density. Unlocking the seal required 100,000 slaughter points. Looking at the sacred tome space, which housed 3rd-generation goo worms and Tier 3 beasts captured from the Baiyue Mountains, an idea struck Chen Fei. Since slaughter points were primarily used for himself and the 3 beasts, why not use the breath soil to accelerate their growth? He immediately set to work. After unsealing the breath soil, he designated a 1 kilometer area within the sacred tome space and placed a container holding the breath soil at its center. He then purchased dozens of pots of yuan linggrass and spirit-spitting dragon koi, arranging them around the container along with cultivation tanks. Finally, he scattered starry tree wood chips to create a complete spiritual energy circulation system. The night's efforts left Chen Fei deeply satisfied. He fell into a deep sleep, embracing his 3 beasts, completely unaware that rumors of a young man commanding dozens of Tier 3 beasts had already begun to spread in the outside world. The next day, the conference room buzzed with discussions. Did you hear? Lingchuan Academy's first-year top student, Shun Lin, was defeated by someone in a cross-tire challenge. Tang Jian recounted the story animatedly. Someone controlling dozens of Tier 3 beasts? Why does that sound so familiar? Sukin mused. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned toward the drowsy Chen Fei. It couldn't be him, right? Tang Jian squinted, analyzing. He just broke through to become an advanced beast tamer. How could he capture so many Tier 3 beasts? Besides, they say the person's class obsidian giant rhino was just a subordinate beast. Would Chen Fei really waste his trump card like that? True, Sukin nodded in agreement. Class beasts are extremely rare in Tianqing City. Even with the support of my family, Su Shanhai, I only have 2 class beasts. As they spoke, Sun Chuang, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, walked in with a stack of documents. Hand these out, he said. Let's discuss the draw results. Out of 162 cities, 320 academies are participating. Unfortunately for us, we've been placed in Zone 10, where we'll face Lingchuan Academy. Each division consists of 32 teams, divided into 4 groups. The top team in each group will advance to compete for the division championship. When the draw results were announced, the entire conference room fell silent. They found themselves in the same group as Lingchuan Academy, with a direct confrontation scheduled for the 3rd match. Su Kan and Tang Jian exchanged uneasy glances, their faces pale. They had just been discussing Lingchuan Academy moments ago, only to find out they would be facing them so soon. Both struggled to handle Cheng Yunhe, let alone Shen Lin, who was even stronger. This match seemed utterly hopeless. Sun Chuang rubbed his tired temples, clearly reflecting the sleepless night he had endured over this very issue. Coach, Tang Jian suddenly asked, are the first-year and second-year competitions held separately? If the first years lose but the second years win, how is the overall outcome determined? Sun Chuang turned on the projector and pointed to the point system displayed on the screen. He explained in detail, the competition uses a point system. The first place in a group earns 8 points, the second place gets 7 points, and so on. For example, if the second years take first place in their group and earn 8 points, while the first years come in 5th and earn 4 points, the total would be 12 points. The final outcome is determined by total points. He paused briefly before continuing. So when we face Lingchuan Academy, our priority should be on the second years. As for you first years, instead of fighting a losing battle, it would be better to strategically forfeit and focus your efforts on other matches. Aim for second or third place in the group. There's even a chance to contend for first. Although Tang Jian and the others felt reluctant, after some consideration, they had to admit this was the most pragmatic approach. The meeting lasted until 2 p.m. Afterward, Sun Chuang led the team to the competition venue. To Chen Fei's surprise, the matches for Division 10 were being held at the very gambling arena he had visited the day before, which had been temporarily repurposed due to a lack of available venues. Sun Chuang began announcing the first-year lineup. First, Tang Jian, Advanced Tier 2, Main Attacker. Second, Su Kan, Advanced Tier 2, Main Attacker. Third, Shangguan Shihua, Advanced Tier 1, Main Ice Element. Fourth, Fang Keqian, Intermediate Tier 9, Main Healer and Controller. When it came to the fifth position, Sun Chuang hesitated. He didn't know Chen Fei well enough to accurately gauge his strength. However, as the fourth first-year student to break through to the advanced tier as a beast tamer, Chen Fei's potential could not be ignored. Finally, Sun Chuang decided, fifth, Chen Fei, Advanced Tier 1. He planned to test Chen Fei's capabilities against a weaker opponent in the opening match and replace him immediately if his performance fell short. You'll be working on building team synergy in the meantime, especially you, Chen Fei. Get familiar with your teammates. Understood, coach. Chen Fei replied earnestly. Observing from the sidelines, Su Shanhai nodded quietly. While he could sense that Sun Chuang harbored some biases against Chen Fei, the coach ultimately prioritized the bigger picture when it mattered. If Sun Chuang were to make decisions detrimental to the team's performance, Su Shanhai was prepared to intervene. This allocation is quite reasonable, Tang Jian said with satisfaction. Now, let's see what surprises these kids can bring us. Chen Fei, I haven't seen your other beast companions yet. Why don't you introduce them? The three of them immediately turned their curious gazes toward Chen Fei. Gently, Chen Fei lifted the small creature in his arms and presented it to the group. This is one of them, he said. The four of them scrutinized the seemingly ordinary beast, their brows furrowing slightly. To their eyes, it appeared no different from a common class cat demon found along the roadside. Tang Jian scratched his head and sighed. You better introduce it yourself, he said helplessly. Chen Fei chuckled inwardly. This was exactly the reaction he had anticipated. The beast's disguise, combined with the hidden origin technique, created an almost flawless facade that even a king-level beast tamer would struggle to see through. It's called Wu Yun, Chen Fei explained calmly. It possesses shadow, sand, and sonic attributes, which should help fill some gaps in the team's skill set. The others nodded in agreement. Shadow and sand attributes are definitely missing. This fits perfectly, they remarked. When asked about his other beast companion, Chen Fei chose not to reveal Qiyu for now. As an ancient mythical beast, Qiyu's appearance was far too distinctive, and anyone with knowledge of ancient creatures would instantly recognize its identity. Instead, Chen Fei summoned an class beast controlled by a second-generation parasite from the sacred tome space. It was a graceful-looking monkey, its body covered in striking blue-purple fur, with especially captivating long hair flowing atop its head. Clad in armor etched with shimmering lightning patterns, its blue-violet eyes exuded an aura of majesty. This is the Thunder-Eyed Ape King, with a strength of Tier 3, Level 6, Chen Fei introduced. It has multiple attributes, including lightning, fire, healing, and transformation. Its potential is rated at class, and it has the possibility of advancing to SS class in the future. Chen Fei went on to elaborate on the Ape King's abilities, particularly emphasizing its rare transformation attribute. Similar to the soul-based abilities, this power was exceptionally uncommon. It allowed for temporary changes in size and form, although its duration was shorter than that of a disguise spell. Although the Thunder-Eyed Ape King's true strength was at Tier 3, Level 6, under the concealment of the hidden origin technique, others could only perceive it as Tier 3, Level 1. Impressive, Chen Fei. This Thunder-Eyed Ape King of yours truly has outstanding potential, the group exclaimed with genuine admiration. They were unaware of the true power of the Dark Clouds, but the strength of the Thunder-Eyed Ape King was deeply ingrained in the expertise of those skilled in both lightning and fire. This Ape King not only possessed dual lightning and fire attributes, but also had healing abilities and the supernatural power to enhance its physical body, making it the ideal beast companion. Tang Jian had always been highly cautious of Chen Fei, and now, seeing the Thunder-Eyed Ape King, his judgment of this unfathomable opponent was further solidified. He quickly calculated in his mind, as long as Chen Fei can hold off Cheng Yunhe, we can join forces to deal with Shen Lin, and there's still a chance for victory. With Chen Fei as a powerful trump card, their confidence grew significantly, and they immediately began coordinating their strategies. As night fell, Chen Fei quietly entered the sacred tome space and arrived at the location of the primordial soil. The sight before him filled him with delight. What was once just a small handful of primordial soil had now expanded into a fertile layer over 20 centimeters thick and covering more than 30 square meters, completely surrounding dozens of Yuan spirit herbs. Even more astonishing was that these Yuan spirit herbs had shown remarkable growth in just one day. One of them had even evolved into a Xin spirit herb. This transformation meant its spirit-emitting ability had increased sixfold, instantly skyrocketing its value. The power of the primordial soil is simply incredible. Chen Fei immediately sprang into action, heading straight to the spiritual treasure store to purchase all kinds of spirit-emitting and spirit-gathering rare materials. His goal was crystal clear: to have the primordial soil cover the entire square kilometer space as quickly as possible, hoping it would bring even more surprises. The price of his late-night efforts was evident the next day, as he appeared drained and fatigued, only to be dragged by Tang Jian to the competition venue of the 10th Division. Despite it being only 8 a.m., the spectator stands were already packed to capacity. If not for the no-flee rule in place, even the skies would likely have been crowded with spectators riding their beast companions. Meanwhile, in Baiwei City, Chen Qingyun, Xia Zhixue, Xing Shaoshan, and others were gathered around a large screen watching the live broadcast. The host, Sang Ziliang, announced enthusiastically, "Hello everyone. I'm the host for the 10th Division. Now, let's welcome the 32 participating teams to the arena." Not only them, but Chen Fei's friends, including Zhou Yin and Yang Xian, were also watching the event intently. Even Cheng Jingjing, who rarely showed interest in the 100 Cities tournament, had come to watch. She was teased by Xie, "Aren't you the one who never watches the 100 Cities tournament? Mind your own business." Cheng Jingjing retorted irritably, "Can't I watch my own soldiers in action?" She then shot Xie a smug glance. Xie quietly mused, "When Chen Fei returns, I must find a way to recruit him into the reconnaissance department." Nearby, Xing Shaoshan simply smiled and shook his head at their usual bickering. The competition officially began, and their first opponent was Yinhuang Academy, renowned for its fire element expertise. Fire, being one of the most common elements, had a well-established cultivation system and had produced many powerful practitioners. However, its prevalence also meant fierce competition, with any appearance of a rare flame sparking widespread contention. Among Yinhuang Academy's 15 beast companions, only one wielded a true rare flame. The others relied on ground fire, artificially fused flames, or simply beast flames for support. "Su Kan, your frost dragon is the best choice to counter that blazing firebird with its unique flames," Tang Jian decisively commanded. "In this battle, you take the lead, and well provide support. Every team needs a dedicated commander, and that person is me." Su Kan nodded in agreement. Tang Jian continued issuing tactical instructions. "Everyone else, prioritize control first, then attack the restrained beasts. Chen Fei, use your black cloud to unleash sand-based control and immobilize the ground-level beast horde. I'll have the Jade-Scaled Rock Beast set up shields for everyone." The Jade-Scaled Rock Beast was another one of Tang Jian's steer beast companions. This unique creature originated from a wind elemental beast with Kirin bloodline, whose body turned into a distinctive mineral after its death. It retained its wind elemental traits, allowing it to add an outer layer of wind-based protection to its rock shields, creating dual-layered defenses that significantly reduced the risk of injuries for the team. Chen Fei responded softly, then gave his command. "Black Cloud, amplify the quicksand technique first." The moment Black Cloud's claws touched the ground, the amplification mark activated. The already peak-level quicksand technique was pushed beyond its limits under the effect of the mark. The entire battlefield platform began to writhe violently, with every area rapidly turning to sand. Even the team's own beasts couldn't avoid being affected. "I told you to use the quicksand technique, not to attack your own allies," Tang Jian shouted in frustration. Sun Shuang, a king-level beastmaster, immediately noticed something unusual with his keen observation skills. A single skill causing the entire battlefield to turn into quicksand? How can a level 3 beast achieve that? Even a lower-tier level 4 beast might struggle to pull this off. The host was equally stunned by the astonishing scene. "My goodness, what's happening here? The entire battlefield has been turned into quicksand, and it's affecting both allies and enemies alike. What is going on?" Seeing the situation unfold, Chen Fei realized he had gone too far. The effects of the quicksand technique far exceeded his expectations. He quickly issued commands to Wu Yun, signaling his beast companion to remain still. At this moment, Sun Chuang's attention was entirely captivated by the scene before him. In the center of the arena, apart from 4 flying beasts circling in the air, the remaining 11 beasts were all trapped in the quicksand. Whether they were massive tank-type beasts, speed-focused types, or even element-manipulating ones, they were all sinking deeper and unable to break free. This was no ordinary quicksand. This peak-level quicksand not only had a continuous sinking effect, but also came with a silver thread-like stickiness and an additional 8-fold gravity enhancement. This combination was enough to render Tier 3, Stage 1 beast completely powerless, and even Tier 3, Stage 7 or 8 beasts would find it incredibly difficult to escape. "It's exotic sand, earth-weighted sticky sand," the commentator quickly pointed out. The combination of gravity and sticky quicksand is nearly unbeatable in battles of the same level. The commentator's explanation brought a brief silence to the audience. The students of Yinhuang Academy wore expressions of despair. The fight had lost its meaning. Losing 11 beasts in a single move, with only 4 remaining against 14, left almost no chance of victory. "Just take down that frost dragon and admit defeat," someone murmured, their morale hitting rock bottom. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and others stared at Chen Fei in disbelief. How could someone at Tier 3, Stage 1 achieve this level of power? In the stands, Shun Lin and Cheng Yunha exchanged glances. They quickly attributed this strength to a strong background. After all, exotic sand like earth-weighted sticky sand, even if it appeared at an auction, would be impossible to acquire without tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones or millions of top-grade spirit stones. Its value even surpassed that of an class young beast. Sun Chuang nodded to himself, finally understanding why Su Shanhai held Chen Fei in such high regard. With this level of power, he could dominate opponents of the same tier. As for Chen Fei's arrogance, with such strength, humility would seem disingenuous. Even the exotic flames of the Fire Phoenix, at best, could overwhelm 3 or 4 beasts of the same tier, but they couldn't compare to this overwhelming force. The outcome of the battle was already determined. Shanghai Academy would undoubtedly win. As for the second-year competition, with Xia Zhujun and Bai Yang on the team, they wouldn't even need Jiang Yi to step in to secure victory. Principal's seat. A burst of lively chatter filled the air. Su Laoda, this year's recruits are impressive. Every one of them is a promising talent. But tonight you owe us a feast. Su Shanhai beamed with delight, straightening his posture like a seasoned soldier. All right, tonight's on me. A full banquet of spirit beasts and a table of spiritual plants will cover it all. He glanced around at the retired veterans who had once fought alongside him, feeling particularly cheerful. The shadow of Shanghai Academy's repeated early eliminations in past tournaments had finally lifted. This time, they had achieved a remarkable victory, allowing him to hold his head high. All this fuss over a single win? Is it really worth celebrating? A disdainful snort came from behind. It was Feng Jianan, the principal of Lingchuan Academy, who had long been at odds with Su Shanhai. The two were like fire and water, never mixing. Still smiling, Su Shanhai replied, "I'll admit, we couldn't beat Lingchuan Academy in the past, but this year is different. There's no way Shanghai Academy will lose to you this time." He thought of Chen Fei's astonishing army of 100,000 goo insects, his confidence unwavering. Feng Jianan's expression darkened. Don't think a little earth adhesive sand can solve everything. My academy's Shen Lin isn't someone to be underestimated. Right, not underestimated, just overfed by a few extra pounds of meat. And yet, 2 days ago, he still got overpowered in a lower-tier match. Su Shanhai's sharp tongue clearly had the upper hand. Feng Jian's face turned an ugly shade of green, rendered speechless. After all, it was Shen Lin's humiliating defeat in the arena that had turned him into a laughingstock. Soon, the first round of matches concluded, and the lineup for the top 16 advancing to the top 8 was announced. Shanghai Academy would face Wujing Academy. Ling Qianshan, Ping Liang, the 5 of you are up. Wujing Academy had evidently adjusted their lineup strategically, swapping in 2 substitutes and increasing the proportion of flying beasts to counter the Cloud Sands technique. Their team still maintained a full roster of 15 high-level beastmasters, while Shanghai Academy remained at 14. Chen Fei, can your goo insects still control other beasts like before? Tang Jian couldn't help but ask as they began planning their strategy. Facing this enigmatic teammate, he couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Fei still had plenty of hidden cards up his sleeve. Chen Fei did not deny the statement. With a confident expression, he said, "Of course, there's a way. If they want to use flying types to dominate the battlefield, I have a way to bring them down." With a simple wave of his hand, over a dozen third-generation goo insects instantly appeared in the air. At that moment, the referee's voice announced, "The match officially begins. Go, little ones." Chen Fei commanded. Under the concealment of the Yin Yuan technique's aura, the third-generation goo insects swiftly approached the enemy's flying beasts. Although a few of the goo insects were spotted during the approach, the shield provided by Tang Jian's Jade Lin Rock Beast, combined with their own crystal shields, easily deflected the enemy's attacks. This brief window of opportunity was enough for the third-generation goo insects to accomplish their mission. First, they released an extremely potent toxin. Chen Fei had deliberately refrained from using an incurable poison. Otherwise, these beasts would have been doomed. Next, the insects simultaneously activated pre-prepared gravity crystals, unleashing a peak-level gravitational field 8 times stronger than normal. Flying beasts without specialized training could only meet one fate under such intense gravity. They plummeted to the ground, just like the fallen 3-headed beast from before. Stripped of their aerial advantage and disrupted by the toxin, these beasts became sitting targets, defenseless against their opponents. Shanghai Academy wins. The audience erupted in discussion. What's the deal with this Shanghai Academy? Their techniques are so overwhelming. To drag all the flying beasts to the ground at once brutal. The match ended so quickly, I couldn't even see what happened. Shenlin and Cheng Yunhe gasped, recalling the thousands of goo insects they had seen earlier. A chill ran down their spines at the thought. Tang Jian and the others stood frozen, staring at Chen Fei. You didn't just bring them down. You slammed them into the ground and wiped the floor with them. Honestly, it feels like you could have won this match on your own. He paused, then added, your goo insects, are they shrank? Chen Fei neither confirmed nor denied it, but Tang Jian and the others had already figured it out. This guy has 3 strength beast companions now? Tang Jin muttered, rubbing his temples. I was thinking about challenging you earlier, but now I realize how foolish that idea was. Suddenly, Tang Jin's eyes widened as a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Chen Fei was the one who defeated Shenlin back then? The possibility he had initially dismissed now seemed increasingly plausible as Chen Fei's capabilities became clearer. In the Shanghai Academy's resting area, Sun Chuang re-evaluated Chen Fei. He had originally believed Tang Jian and Su Kan were the strongest contenders this year, but now it was clear that Chen Fei was the true powerhouse. Even in his youth, Sun Chuang would have struggled against such masterful use of goo insects. Zhang Yi's gaze never left Chen Fei. She had only given him a single Goo King heart, yet he had managed to elevate originally rank goo insects to the strength level. This display of strength was nothing short of astonishing. Even Bai Yang, who was usually confident in her abilities, found herself feeling inferior, and her gaze toward Chen Fei shifted from hostility to wariness. If Chen Fei had remained at the skill level he displayed during the last 3-school exchange competition, she wouldn't have taken him seriously at all. But things were different now. Chen Fei's remarkable talent was becoming increasingly apparent, and the stronger he appeared, the less Bai Yang wanted him to get close to Jiang Yi. To secure victory, Jiang Yi finally stepped into the arena. Chen Fei's eyes immediately turned to the center of the field, eager to see what the daughter of King Jiang would bring to the battle. Jiang Yi summoned 2 Scrayed Spirit Beasts, both at the pinnacle of level 3, tier 9. The first was a spectral beast, the same type as King Jiang's own companion. It was clear that under King Jiang's guidance, this beast had avoided many pitfalls. Its soul chain skill had reached its peak, surpassing even King Jiang's spectral beast if they were of the same tier. However, aside from this, its other skills remained at a mastery level, falling short of Chen Fei's expertise and skill proficiency. The second was a Crimson Demon, an extraordinary and unsettling creature. It had a humanoid form, its body glowing with a crimson hue, adorned with devilish horns atop its head, fleshy wings spread wide on its back, and a tail ending in a sharp scythe-like blade. Its face bore a striking resemblance to a human woman, exuding an innate, alluring charm. This Crimson Demon was also at level 3, tier 9, with attributes spanning elemental, demonic, and summoning categories. Though currently classified as grade, it had the potential to ascend to SS grade. Its most powerful skill, demon summoning, had reached its peak, allowing it to summon powerful entities from the demon realm by sacrificing spiritual energy, lifespan, vitality, or precious materials. The more valuable the sacrifice, the stronger the summoned entity. However, given its current level, it could summon demons up to level 4, tier 5 at most, and only for a very brief duration. Its second skill, Dark Invasion, had reached mastery level. This ability created a dark domain infused with demonic energy, depriving opponents of their sight, hearing, and smell for 3 seconds. Chen Fei was utterly astonished. Had never expected Jiang Yi to have formed a contract with a demon. Demons have never been benevolent beings, and they are notoriously hard to control. Generally, only the most ruthless and malevolent individuals choose to form contracts with demons, as their inherently evil nature aligns with that of the demons. However, for someone like Jiang Yi, who exudes righteousness and integrity, to choose to contract with a demon is bewildering, as if the entire world has turned upside down. The Crimson Demon immediately sprang into action, sacrificing half of its spiritual energy without hesitation. A dark red magic circle unfurled on the ground, and from it emerged a towering figure, a 4th level, second-tier skeletal demon embodying necromancy, devouring, and elemental powers. Standing at a massive 4 meters tall, the skeletal demon had the form of a minotaur, gripping a menacing bone axe in its hands. It stood motionless, surrounded by eerie black flames, infernal cold fire. This peculiar fire provided no warmth. Instead, it emanated a bone-chilling cold. Any living being touched by these flames would endure the dual torment of freezing and burning, ultimately perishing in agony. With the support of a peak-level soul chain, the skeletal demon unleashed overwhelming power, leaving a trail of frozen sculptures in its wake. If the previous match had been a one-sided battle akin to first-year students dominating, this was a second-year competitor's nightmare. The students of Wujiang Academy wore expressions of bitter despair, not because they were weak, but because their opponent was absurdly strong. The outcome of the match was a foregone conclusion. Next would be the quarterfinals, where their opponent was Lingchuan Academy. Feng Jianan, lounging smugly with his legs crossed, sneered, "Su Shanhai, it seems your team won't make it any further. Let us end your journey here." Although he acknowledged Chen Fei's strength, he had equal confidence in Shenlin's abilities. As for Jiang Yi's current performance, he deemed it unworthy of concern. Su Shanhai, unfazed by the taunts, responded calmly, "We'll see soon enough." Meanwhile, Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others looked grim. Lingchuan Academy's strength was well known, and they represented the first major hurdle the team had to overcome. Noticing his teammates' unease, Sun Chuang offered a rare, reassuring smile. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Just do your best. This competition isn't only about fighting for resources, but also about identifying your weaknesses through these battles and finding ways to improve. The team members nodded thoughtfully, adjusting their mindsets. Regardless of the outcome, they resolved to give it their all. With this determination, Tang Jian and the others stepped onto the battlefield with firm strides, their fighting spirit soaring higher than ever. We concede. Shen Lin's words dropped like a bombshell at the competition venue. Tang Jian and Sun Chuang widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging incredulous looks. The audience erupted into a buzz of murmurs, their skeptical voices growing louder. Did Lingchuan Academy just forfeit voluntarily? Impossible. Shanghai Academy might have a few strong players, but not enough to force them into surrender. Something fishy is definitely going on here. The recently sparked fighting spirit of Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others was instantly doused by this unexpected announcement. Confused, they looked around, searching for answers. At that moment, Tang Jian noticed the calm, nonchalant expression on Chen Fei's face. A thought struck him: could this guy have known this would happen all along? If he was the one who defeated Shen Lin before, then everything suddenly made sense. Feng Jianan was clearly the angriest person in the room. He shot to his feet and kicked over the stool beside him, initially intending to confront Shen Lin. But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had no choice but to suppress his fury. Shen Lin, do you even know what you're doing? He growled through gritted teeth. Backing down before the fight? This isn't like you at all. I need an explanation. Shen Lin and Cheng Yunhe exchanged bitter looks. Then, turning to Chen Fei, Shen Lin cupped his hands at the seemingly harmless, cat-holding youth. Master, stop hiding. Show our principal your true strength, or we'll never hear the end of it. All eyes followed Shen Lin's gesture. The boy looked unassuming, almost harmless, but his deep, penetrating gaze sent chills down spines. He was none other than the same ruthless figure who, just days ago, had taken down 11 summoned beasts with a single quicksand spell. It was only then that Chen Fei realized something. So the Shen Lin that Sun Chuang and Tang Jian had been mentioning these past few days was actually that bringer of fortune, but he had been too drowsy in class lately, constantly nodding off, and hadn't paid attention to their chatter. You left in such a hurry last time. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. I didn't get a good look at your ghost-cursed raven. Can I touch it? Shen Lin hesitated, eyeing him warily, but soon relaxed. This person was already stronger than him. There was no reason for him to harm the raven. If I let you touch it, will you agree to my request? Sure. Chen Fei nodded without hesitation. Everyone else was utterly baffled by this strange exchange. But in the next moment, when 49 third-level beasts suddenly appeared on the competition field, the whole crowd collectively realized the truth, and the reasons behind everything became crystal clear. Level 3, Stage 3, Abyssal Sea Spider. Level 3, Stage 4, Frosthorn Demon Deer. Level 3, Stage 5, Thunderpeepa Beetle. Chen Fei summoned 49 level 3 beasts in succession, stunning the entire crowd. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others stood frozen in disbelief, while Jiang Yi and Bai Yang in the audience fell into silence. This scene brought back memories: the time when someone forced Tang Jian to concede with 16 level 2 beasts. And now, that same person had shocked everyone again with 49 level 3 beasts. The live stream from Shanghai Academy erupted in excitement. Chen Fei's legendary beast swarm tactic is back, and it's more terrifying than ever. Feng Jianan finally understood why Shen Lin had surrendered so uncharacteristically. It turned out he had already been defeated by Shanghai Academy. Remembering his earlier bold words, Feng Jianan nearly choked in frustration. Su Shanhai seized the moment to twist the knife. Apologies, Principal Feng, but it seems our Shanghai Academy has the upper hand. Amid the laughter of the surrounding principals, Feng Jianan's face turned from ashen to ghostly pale before he was sent to the medical room. Even Sun Chuang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The sheer power of 49 level 3 beasts was enough to dominate the first-year competition. In Sun Chuang's mind, Chen Fei's strength now ranked just behind Jiang Yi. At this moment, however, Chen Fei appeared oddly peculiar. Holding Wu Yun in one arm while gently stroking the ghost-cursed crow, he muttered under his breath. This eerie behavior sent a chill down Shen Lin's spine, filling him with the unsettling suspicion that Chen Fei had sinister plans for his beasts. Miao Wu Yun began its report. The curse of despair can plunge enemies into hopelessness, weakening their combat effectiveness. Change it, Chen Fei decisively ordered. Qiyu already has soul interrogation, so there's no need for overlap. What about the illusory curse? It traps enemies in hallucinations and fear. Next, the silence curse. Chen Fei's eyes lit up with a cunning smile. That's the one. Replace Shadow Bind with it. He quickly analyzed. Shadow Bind may be a control skill, but it's too dependent on the environment and can't stop enemies from using their abilities. With Earthbind Quicksand already in play, its value is even lower. The Silence Curse, on the other hand, directly seals enemy abilities, making it far superior. After completing the skill swap, Chen Fei left without hesitation, leaving the Ghost Curse crow behind, its feathers ruffled and its expression dazed. Master, I'm no longer pure. The cat touched me all over. Hearing the Ghost Curse crow's aggrieved complaint, Shen Lin shivered, goosebumps rising all over his body. That Chen Fei guy must have some peculiar hobby. Geniuses always come with a bit of madness. Shen Lin thought to himself. In the following matches, it was time for the second-year students to compete. The second years from Lingchuan Academy displayed remarkable strength, forcing Bai Yang and Xiazhu Jun to go all out. Even so, they still couldn't push Jiang Yi to summon her third beast companion. At this critical moment, Jiang Yi decisively sacrificed several mid-grade spirit stones and drained all the spiritual energy from the Crimson Demon within her, summoning a level 4 Tier 4 Bloodeye Demon Sovereign. This Demon Sovereign was covered in 36 blood-red eyes, with only a single eye on its face. Its eerie spiral markings were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Despite its unsettling appearance, its power clearly surpassed that of the Bone Demon. When those 36 eyes moved in unison, an illusionary domain instantly unfolded, enveloping all of the opponent's beast companions in its overwhelming power. This move sealed Lingchuan Academy's victory. What an incredible Crimson Demon, able to summon a Tier 4 Demon Sovereign. Tang Jian and Sukin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Senior Jiang Yi truly lives up to her title as the second year's top student. Her strength is likely unmatched by even ordinary Tier 1 or Tier 2 master-level beast tamers. Chen Fei silently nodded in agreement. The summoning ability of the Crimson Demon was indeed formidable. No wonder even demons were willing to form contracts with Jiang Yi. At that moment, Sukin lowered his voice and said, I heard from my grandfather that Senior Jiang Yi has been deliberately suppressing her strength just to gain access to the Lingfu secret realm. Otherwise, she would have already broken through to become a master-level beast tamer. This revelation left everyone around gasping in shock. Even Chen Fei was inwardly stunned, realizing that this was where Jiang Yi's true talent lay. If it hadn't been for the targeted suppression in her previous life, she would undoubtedly have risen to become a king-level beast tamer of unparalleled strength. As Jiang Yi approached, Chen Fei smiled and initiated a conversation. Senior, this Crimson Demon is so cool. Can I take a closer look? Jiang Yi was startled, thinking to herself, something's not right with this guy. Jiang Yi recalled Chen Fei's unusual behavior toward the cursed crow earlier and couldn't help but frown. That almost obsessive attitude instinctively put her on guard. What are you up to? Without a reasonable explanation, don't even think about it, she said firmly, maintaining the same level of vigilance toward Chen Fei as Shen Lin. Chen Fei scratched his head awkwardly when he saw her wary expression. Senior, it's just my first time seeing a demon. I was simply curious, that's all. Just curious? Yeah. Chen Fei nodded repeatedly. If you're curious, head to the largest beast taming exchange center in Imperial City. They've got everything there. Jiang Yi dismissed him outright. Left with no choice, Chen Fei returned to his seat after being shut down. Just as he was about to ask Tang Jian and Sukin beside him, the two interrupted in unison, as if they had preemptively guessed his question. Not happening. No way. Don't even think about it. I haven't even finished my sentence. Chen Fei muttered helplessly. By now, the top 4 teams in the competition had been decided. A rare moment of rest followed after consecutive bursts of skills. Most of the beasts were running low on spiritual energy and required time to recover. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Chuang approached to encourage everyone. Getting this far is already quite an achievement. In previous years, Shanghai Academy never made it past this stage, but with all of you here, I believe we can go even further. He then gave a detailed introduction to their next opponent, Anshan Ridge Academy. Located in the southwest of Daxia, this school is nestled near a vast primeval forest with rugged terrain. Such a challenging environment has forged its students extraordinary resilience and affinity with nature, enabling them to contract a wide variety of wood-type beasts and plant-based creatures. Of particular note was their first-year top student, who possessed an austere soul-devouring demon willow. Although this plant-based creature moved slowly, its countless willow branches could form both defensive barriers and offensive strikes, even draining an opponent's spiritual energy. Additionally, there was a mysterious bug tamer who always wore a cloak and sunglasses, controlling 3 insect-type beasts. Soon, the semifinals began. At the referee's signal, both sides summoned their beasts. The sunglasses-wearing Duanmu Jie removed his glasses, revealing a strange smile. I heard you're a bug tamer too. Care for a onion? Sure thing. Chen Fei responded without hesitation. Finally encountering a genuine insect cultivator, he was eager to test the opponent's true strength. But before that, he quickly summoned 49 third-tier beasts, directing them to assist Tang Jian in battling the soul-devouring demon willow. Duanmu Jie chuckled lightly and said, Brother, you're underestimating me, aren't you? If you can command and control a beast horde, why can't I do the same? With that, he waved his hand and summoned 60 third-tier beasts. Although his beasts outnumbered Chen Fei's, most of them were third-tier level 3 or 4, slightly weaker than Chen Fei's third-tier level 5 beasts. Quality versus quantity. Ultimately, their strengths balanced out. Seeing this, the two simultaneously withdrew their respective beast hordes. Since their forces were evenly matched, there was no need to waste further energy on this. The scene immediately sparked amazement among the spectators. Wow, insect cultivators who can grow to this level are basically like cheat codes, someone exclaimed. But another quickly added, yeah, but how many can actually make it? Without serious resources, this path is nearly impossible. The atmosphere on site grew more electric after all. Witnessing a duel between insect cultivators was a rare event. Since their control over third-tier beast hordes ended in a stalemate, it was time to reveal their true trump cards. Duanmu Jie revealed two types of tiny insects crawling out from his body. The first was a black crawling insectigrade black frost spiders, with a swarm strength of third-tier level 1, indicating that the mother spider had reached at least third-tier level 3. These spiders excelled in laying webs, specializing in control and support. The second was a brown flying insect, resembling a withered leaf, the withered leaf cicada. This second-generation insect not only possessed third-tier level 1 strength, but also had elemental, toxic, mental, and assassin-type attributes. With grade potential, it even had the possibility of evolving to SS grade. They could parasitize and control their targets, draining the victim's life force to enhance their own, a trait strikingly similar to Xiao Gu's developmental path. Finally, there was one more unique type of insect. The third type of insect was completely different from the previous two. Each one stood over 2 meters tall, with a massive build. Their appearance resembled that of rhinoceros beetles, but their heads had a triangular shape. Their bodies shimmered with a bronze-like metallic sheen, and their heavy armor highlighted their formidable defensive capabilities. Due to their enormous size, their numbers were limited. Duanmu Jie could currently summon only 20 of them. These second-generation bronze beetles possessed Tier 3, Level 1 attributes, embodying qualities from elemental, tank, life, and healing categories. With its grade potential, they even had the possibility of advancing to SS grade in the future. This made them not only excellent defensive units, but also endowed them with life and healing abilities, making them the perfect defensive beetles. Duanmu Jie's tactical system was crystal clear. A trinity of tank beetles, control insects, and attack insects, creating a highly adaptable insect army. The 20 bronze beetles formed a frontline formation, thousands of black frost spiders gathered at the rear, and swarms of deadleaf cicada insects hovered in the air, their arrangement resembling that of a real battlefield. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others felt a chill down their spines as they stared at the dense swarm of insects. Their trypophobia almost triggered. They quickly came to a consensus. Chen Fei, he's all yours. Well, deal with the others. Clearly, no one but a powerhouse like Chen Fei was willing to face Duanmu Jie's insect horde. Leave it to me, but you'd better hold your ground, Chen Fei replied, though he seemed utterly uninterested. This insect army had barely over 10,000 members, with a strength level only at Tier 3, Level 1. Their skill proficiency was mediocre at best, mostly at the mastery level, with a few only reaching adept level, and not a single peak level skill among them. Of course, this was understandable after all. Even Zhang Yi's beasts only had 1 or 2 peak level skills, let alone a first-year student like Duanmu Jie. Chen Fei waved his hand, releasing tens of thousands of third-generation Goo insects. They immediately formed 3 ranks. The first row raised crystal shields, the second row prepared to unleash a rain of crystal arrows, and the third row stood ready to act. Duanmu Jie first unleashed a poisonous mist as a test, but it had no effect. The toxins weren't potent enough to threaten the third-generation insects. He quickly adjusted his strategy, commanding the black frost spiders to fire webs in an attempt to entangle the airborne Goo insects. However, the Goo insects retaliated with their own webs, which were even stronger, inadvertently ensnaring some deadleaf cicada insects in the process. At this point, Duanmu Jie's relaxed expression faded. Control tactics and poison had failed, and even parasitic attacks couldn't penetrate the opponent's crystal shields. The situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Let's see how you handle this. Duanmu Jie activated the deadleaf cicada insect's ultimate skill Tremor Wave. This invisible mental shockwave bypassed physical shields to directly attack its target. When the first row of third-generation Goo insects shattered under the impact, Duanmu Jie clenched his fist in excitement, had finally found a weak point. Chen Fei watched Duanmu Jie's attack and responded with a calm smile. It seems your crystalline Goo insects couldn't withstand my strike after all. Although it was his first time encountering such a skill and he didn't have a countermeasure yet, Chen Fei remained composed. I have to admit, that move of yours is quite impressive. He even began entertaining the idea of having Wu Yun replicate this ability. Duanmu Jie, hearing Chen Fei's praise, couldn't help but show a trace of pride on his face. However, in the next moment, Chen Fei's tone shifted. But if you think it's easy to harm them, you're mistaken. Duanmu Jie was about to question him when the scene before him left him stunned. The shattered fragments of the goo insects began to slowly gather in midair and reassemble themselves. It turned out that while the physical bodies of the third-generation goo insects had been broken apart by the shockwave, they hadn't actually died. This was the crystalline regeneration skill they had acquired from the black sticky worm king at work. Duanmu Jie was left speechless, overwhelmed by shock. This meant his tremor wave attack was completely ineffective. And it wasn't just him. The master-level and king-level beast tamers watching from the sidelines were also amazed by this incredible life-restoring ability. In the audience, Sun Chuang witnessed the scene and raised his estimation of Chen Fei to yet another level. Meanwhile, Su Shanhai's gaze turned even more profound. He recalled the fearsome black sticky worm king, with its unpredictable spore abilities, so potent that even Xing Shaoxin's 9-turn crystal snake struggled against it. But now, seeing Chen Fei's displayed power, Su Shanhai felt a glimmer of hope in contending with the black sticky worm king. With that thought, Su Shanhai quietly picked up his phone and left the audience stands. Back on the battlefield, as the third-generation goo insects completed their regeneration and began preparing a crystal arrow barrage, Duanmu Jie could no longer maintain his composure. Staring at the dense swarm of crystalline arrows forming in the sky, not just him, but even the other students from Anshan Ridge Academy felt their scalps tingle, their eyes wide with terror. A single thought echoed collectively in their minds. Oh crap, this is the end? Crystal arrows rained down like a storm, and Duanmu Jie decisively commanded 20 bronze beetles to deploy their shields for defense. Simultaneously, he continuously cast healing skills to enhance his own defenses. The soul-devouring demon Willow also abandoned its attack on Tang Jian and his companions' beasts, focusing instead on erecting a shield to protect its allies' beasts. However, against the ferocious assault of the peak-grade crystal arrows, these defensive measures proved utterly inadequate. The battlefield echoed with thunderous crashes as dust and debris filled the air. When the dust settled, the devastation before them left everyone in shock. Of Duanmu Jie's 20 bronze beetles, only 8 remained intact, while the rest lay shattered across the ground. Witnessing this, Duanmu Jie was on the verge of collapse. Each bronze beetle's cultivation cost nearly 1 million medium-grade spirit stones, and this loss left him in physical pain, gasping for breath. The soul-devouring demon Willow fared no better, with most of its branches broken and rendered incapable of further combat. Although the beasts it shielded were not fatally injured, they were visibly terrified, trembling uncontrollably. What was even more alarming was the sight of half the crystal arrows still hovering in the sky, yet to be fired. This was merely a competition, and Chen Fei had held back, using only half his power, yet the destruction he caused was staggering. Tang Jian, Su Can, and the others exchanged looks of disbelief. This was the second time Chen Fei had defeated his opponents with a single move. Over the past 6 months, his strength had grown at an astonishing rate. While some speculated that his progress was due to training on the front lines, the truth was far from it. For ordinary people, the front lines were indeed a place for honing skills, but for Chen Fei, the front lines were more like an endless treasure trove of resources. Seeing the situation, Anshan Academy immediately conceded defeat. With their main forces crippled, continuing the match was meaningless. Next came the second-year showdown. This match proved far more challenging than anticipated. The first seat of Anshan Academy's second year summoned an S-grade ice crystal overlord turtle. This turtle-like beast, already renowned for its formidable defenses, had its resilience further elevated by its ice crystal bloodline, making its defenses practically impenetrable. Even the level 4 demons summoned by the Crimson Demon could not breach its defenses, leaving everyone in despair at its near-absolute protection. Jiang Yi and her teammates were at a loss, while their opponents, though lacking in offensive power, steadily gained the upper hand thanks to their impenetrable defense. As the tide of victory began to shift toward Anshan Academy, Jiang Yi knew she couldn't afford to delay any longer. Come forth, Celestial Crane. She finally summoned her third beast. The Cloud Celestial Crane was an elegant creature with shimmering, translucent feathers. Its vibrant, multicolored wings, paired with the flowing red plume atop its head, gave it the appearance of a being from a heavenly realm. It was a powerful Tier 3, Level 9 beast, proficient in elemental, binding, sonic, and flight skills. With S-grade potential, it had the future prospect of ascending to the rank of a celestial beast. Its most formidable skill was energy confinement, which could temporarily lock down the activation of a target's skills. Already activated skills would be momentarily suspended, while skills yet to be released would be completely sealed. As Chen Fei carefully examined the skill attributes of the Yunxiao Crane, several key abilities immediately caught his attention. The first was the energy confinement skill. This peak-level ability could restrict skills related to elements, sound waves, and mental powers. However, it had clear limitations. It was ineffective against high-tier attributes such as soul, space, time, and reincarnation. Currently, the skill could only confine the abilities of creatures below level 4, tier 5, for a duration of 2 seconds. Next was the mastery level perception confinement. This skill could not only block the target's perception of their surroundings, but also sever the consciousness link between a beast and its tamer. However, its duration was currently limited to just 3 seconds. The third was the Crane's Soothing Melody, a mastery-level group healing skill. Through the Crane's unique call, it could heal injuries, calm the mind, and alleviate pain, showing particularly remarkable effects in mental healing. Confinement abilities. Chen Fei's eyes lit up instantly. In his understanding, confinement abilities, while slightly weaker than sealing abilities that could lock down entire spaces and cycles of time, were still an extraordinarily rare and valuable attribute. The fact that Jiang Yi was able to form a contract with this Yunxiao crane was likely due to the influence of Jiang Wang's power. Slurp, the sound of someone swallowing their saliva drew Tang Jian's attention. He turned his head to see Chen Fei staring intently at the Yunxiao crane, practically drooling. Remembering Chen Fei's peculiar tendencies, Tang Jian shuddered. This guy was most likely eyeing Senior Zhang's Yunxiao crane. And indeed, he was. To Chen Fei, the confinement skills of the Yunxiao crane were priceless treasures. Energy confinement could not only restrict the energy of skills, but also directly prevent their Yuzha truly formidable ability. Perception confinement was the perfect countermeasure against creatures like the earth-splitting demon worm, not to mention its ability to sever the bond between a beast and its tamer, making it a deadly tool for assassination. If Wu Yun could replicate even one of these skills, it would break through its rank aptitude limit and reach S-rank combat potential. Just as Chen Fei was lost in his delightful fantasies, the battle had escalated into a fierce and intense phase, pulling his attention back to reality. Jiang Yi remained calm and observant, waiting for the moment when her opponent's formation would reveal a flaw. When the opportunity arose, she decisively commanded the Yunxiao Celestial Crane to unleash its energy bind, targeting the most formidable creature on the battlefield, the Celestial Crystal Turtle. The surprise attack was highly effective. The energy bind instantly incapacitated the turtle's ability to channel spiritual energy. Its prized Celestial Crystal Shield and all its tank-type skills vanished in a flash. The massive beast stood motionless, as though frozen in place. Shanghai Academy seized this fleeting opportunity and swiftly adjusted their strategy. Unable to break through the turtle's defenses, they shifted their focus to the other beasts, now vulnerable without its protection. Without the Celestial Crystal Turtle shielding them, the opponent's defensive line crumbled in no time. In the end, Shanghai Academy faced off with 5 beasts against Anshan Ridge Academy's lone remaining Celestial Crystal Turtle. No matter how formidable the turtle was, it stood no chance in a 5-on-1 scenario and was gradually worn down to defeat. Shanghai Academy wins and advances to the final 2. At that moment, Su Shanghai couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. Reaching the top 2 meant securing a spot in the top 20 of the 100 Cities tournament, a feat that filled him with immense pride. "My brothers, tonight we'll add some monkey wine to the feast drink till we drop," he declared boldly. His words immediately lit up everyone's eyes. Monkey wine was a rare treasure worth millions of high-grade spirit stones per pound, something only someone as well-connected as Su Shanhai could provide. This monkey wine was crafted by the Inferno Flame Monkeys, using the extremely rare core flame lotus fruit. Only a race unafraid of magma would dare harvest these scorching fruits. The resulting wine was not only incredibly potent, but also enhanced the drinker's spiritual energy and fire resistance, making it a priceless rarity. Su Shanhai returned to Shanghai Academy's resting area and announced to the team, "Well done, everyone. Tonight, we'll celebrate with a grand feast. As for this afternoon's match for the top spot in the division, don't stress yourselves too much, just do your best." In his view, a small city like Tianqing City reaching this stage was already a tremendous achievement. Advancing further would be an uphill battle. Although Jiang Yi was the daughter of King Jiang was only a rank 2 king-level Beastmaster. In a tournament of this caliber, the descendants of king-level Beastmasters were commonplace. Some competitors even had parents who were dual king-level Beastmasters, giving them an unparalleled advantage from birth. Not to mention the noble families, whose resources and legacies spanning dozens of generations far surpassed anything King Jiang alone could offer. As expected, in the semifinals, Shanghai Academy faced last year's top 10 Team Dragon Academy. This prestigious school only admitted students with dragon-type beasts, whether they were flood dragons, pseudo-dragons, or true dragons. At this stage, Dragon Academy held nothing back, unveiling their trump cards to extraordinarily powerful dragons. One was an S-ranked Chaos Purple Dragon, a level 3, rank 4 pseudo-dragon with rare chaos attributes. It could effortlessly wield elemental skills from the 10 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and ice. The other was a true dragon of the same level as Soaring Heavy Dragon. This combination immediately plunged Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others into despair. The massive dragon clad in silver-gray scales stood imposingly in the arena, its metallic horns gleaming as it exuded an indescribable aura of noble majesty. This gravity affinity dragon, in addition to its mastery over wind, rain, and metal elements, was most fearsome for its absolute control over gravity. As if it were innate, the dragon could manipulate the gravity of any object or creature within its domain at will. Even Chen Fei found himself at a loss against such an opponent. The ongoing battle confirmed this. Wu Yun's signature quicksand technique was dismantled in an instant, Xiao Gu's gravity crystals were rendered completely ineffective, and the crystalline arrows raining down from the sky became as light as feathers. Even the third-generation Goo insects circling in the air were suddenly restrained by an invisible force, unable to spread their wings and take flight. Poison? The chaos purple dragon on the side effortlessly countered either by whipping up fierce winds to disperse the toxic mist or by emitting radiant light to purify the venom. Xiao Gu's proud array of tactics proved utterly useless against these two dragons. Though Chen Fei held the Qi Jade, a trump card capable of countering dragons, he chose to keep it hidden and conceded the match. After all, making it into the top 20 was already a significant achievement, and losing to Dragon Academy was hardly unexpected. Winning, on the other hand, would make this dark horse far too conspicuous, potentially drawing unnecessary attention. The second-year competition also proved no match for Dragon Academy. Despite Jiang Yi's extraordinary strength, the disparity between Xia Zhujun and Bai Yang was evident, and the other two teammates fell far short in skill. In contrast, Dragon Academy's lineup was well-rounded, with every member at least on par with Xia Zhujun, and two of them capable of rivaling Jiang Yi herself. With such a gap in strength, not even Jiang Yi could turn the tide. In the end, Dragon Academy claimed the top spot in the group, with Shanghai Academy securing second place. Both teams advanced to tomorrow's championship battle. For Shanghai Academy, this result had already met their expectations, making the outcome of the next match less significant. Meanwhile, Chen Fei's true purpose for this trip, though assessed the strength of the top talents, was largely fulfilled, and his thoughts had already shifted to the imminent opening of the Lingfu Secret Realm. During the celebratory banquet hosted by Su Shanhai, as the festivities reached their peak, Chen Fei was unexpectedly called outside. Su Shanhai handed a spatial ring to Chen Fei, his movements carrying a sense of solemnity. As I promised before, as long as you participated in the competition, I would personally provide you with a batch of resources. You're only giving this to me because Shanghai Academy achieved results, aren't you? A sly glint flashed in Chen Fei's eyes. How could you say that? Su Shanhai immediately straightened up, his expression serious and indignant. Do you think I, Su Shanhai, am that kind of person? But honestly, are you hiding something from me? How could I? Chen Fei replied, mimicking Su Shanhai's tone. You saw it yourself, me beasts were completely suppressed by those two dragon beasts. Mentioning the two S-grade dragon beasts, a hint of helplessness flashed across Su Shanhai's face. Let alone them, even other top-tier academies might not have been able to handle such creatures. Forget it, let's not dwell on that for now, Su Shanhai said, changing the subject. Let me introduce someone to you. Before his words fully landed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Fei. The newcomer had silver hair cascading to his shoulders, wore a long cyan robe, and exuded an air of refined composure. His sharp yet kind eyes, combined with his unassuming demeanor, gave him an aura of profound wisdom and simplicity. This is my boss, Tuoba Ziyuan. Have you heard of him? Chen Fei froze. This name was all too familiar to him. In the early days of the strange invasions, this man single-handedly saved two major war zones. He was a peerless king-tier beastmaster who controlled space elemental beasts. In the future, he would become one of humanity's key defenders against the 10 evil kings, ultimately perishing alongside the third evil king in a final battle. According to legend, since the third evil king was also adept in spatial abilities, their battle spanned from the spirit beast continent to an alternate dimension, after which neither was ever seen again. Without his sacrifice, the advance of the 10 evil kings would have been far harder to resist. These tales had always been mere hearsay to Chen Fei, yet here he was, standing face-to-face with the legendary figure. What surprised him even more was how composed and scholarly the war god appeared to be. Even the residual drunkenness from the monkey wine in his system seemed to dissipate. So, what do you think of my boss? I told you he'd know who you are. Su Shanhai, usually so authoritative, now seemed like a wide-eyed subordinate in Tuoba Ziyuan's presence. Looks like you were right, Tuoba Ziyuan said as he turned his gaze to Chen Fei. Little Su mentioned that your talent rivals that of Jiang Nan's daughter, but you lack the guidance of a king-tier beastmaster. However, based on what I've seen of your performance in the 100 Cities tournament, you're far from her level. Chen Fei, there's no need to hold back now, Su Shanhai quickly chimed in. Didn't you join the competition for resources? Now my boss can help you. You talk too much. Tuoba Ziyuan scolded with a smile. Su Shanhai chuckled awkwardly and held his tongue. Chen Fei didn't respond immediately, instead weighing his options internally. With the Slaughter Codex in his possession, the resources provided by a King-tier Beastmaster were merely a bonus. But was it worth exposing his trump cards to gain Tuoba Yuan's approval? Sensing Chen Fei's hesitation, Tuoba Yuan spoke calmly, "Little Su, it seems this young man doesn't trust us much. Very well, if you have no interest in this matter, then we'll leave it at that. Still, since fate has brought us together, I'll leave you with something." As his words faded, Tuoba Yuan's figure disappeared, leaving behind a small, floating cubic box suspended in midair. The space barrier is a magical defensive artifact. Once crushed in the face of an insurmountable danger, it forms an impenetrable shield, capable of withstanding the attacks of most Tier 5 beings. However, it is ineffective against spatial, temporal, or ceiling-type assaults. Su Shanhai looked at Chen Fei, his face full of regret. "Chen Fei, you've really missed out on an incredible opportunity this time," he lamented, shaking his head as he explained. The boss had already seen through with Thunder-Eyed Ape King was nothing more than a puppet controlled by parasitic insects. And that cat demon of yours, it's far from ordinary. It possesses the rare bloodline of dual pupils. He wanted to observe your third pet to gauge your true potential. But what did you do? You stayed silent and caused him to lose interest. At this point, Su Shanhai was so frustrated he stomped his feet. It turned out that Tuoba Yuan had always lived a solitary life, with neither heirs nor disciples. If Chen Fei had caught his attention, it would have been an extraordinary opportunity. In the face of Su Shanhai's reproach, Chen Fei remained silent. The regret was there, but it wasn't overwhelming. Without the Slaughter Codex, he would have surely fought hard for this chance. But now, everything had already been set in motion. Forget it, forget it. Let's drink, Su Shanhai said dejectedly, preparing to go back and drown his sorrows with some monkey wine. Chen Fei sincerely thanked the principal for his goodwill. It was at this moment he finally understood why Su Shanhai, a mere grandmaster, could hold onto such a vast enterprise. There was a powerful figure backing him, deterring anyone from making rash moves. During the subsequent 100 Cities tournament, the championship battle captured everyone's attention. Contestants revealed their trump cards one after another, with S-grade beasts making repeated appearances. Abilities such as confinement, beast possession, skill fusion, mirror reflection, and puppet control dazzled the audience, making the tournament far more thrilling than the regional qualifiers. In the end, Taiching Academy of Imperial City claimed the championship. The Dark Horse, Fans Han Academy, secured second place, specializing in dark attributes like demonic, necromantic, zombie, and ghost-type beasts. Dragon Academy took third place, while Shanghai Academy made history by finishing 16th. Winners received various rewards. Shanghai Academy's team members were allowed to select an Scrayed Beast Egg, while teams ranking 4th to 10th received Scrayed Young Beasts and rare treasures. The top 3 teams were granted additional prizes. At the Beast Egg Incubation Center in the Imperial City, Chen Fei was awestruck by the sight before him. 4 to 5,000 Scrayed Beast Eggs neatly arranged, along with over 100 S-grade Beast Eggs. The stark contrast between this and the commotion caused by the rare appearance of a single Scrayed Egg in Tianqing City highlighted the disparity between first-tier and second-tier cities. Each person had only one chance to choose, and once registered, it couldn't be changed. Without hesitation, Chen Fei walked toward the section for assassin-type Beast Eggs. Chen Fei headed straight to the display area for the assassin-type Beast Eggs. He carefully examined each egg, his brows slightly furrowed. Most of these eggs overlapped in abilities with his 3 beasts, rendering them of limited use. The higher quality eggs had likely already been picked out. Finally, his gaze settled on an egg emanating an aura of chaos. Although it wasn't suitable for his own use, this chaos-type beast egg undoubtedly had greater potential than his parents' current beasts and would be an excellent gift for them. After selecting the beast egg, the individual competition quietly commenced. This event was not open to the public and would not be live-streamed. The venue was an artificial secret realm, and the entry requirements were strict. Participants had to be under 20 years old and possess the strength of an advanced beastmaster. All participants, come here to collect your spatial tokens, the organizer's voice announced. If you encounter danger, you may crush the token to teleport out. Remember, you may compete for resources, but malicious killing is strictly prohibited. The competition rules were surprisingly simple. When encountering an opponent, participants could either evade or eliminate them from the secret realm. Once only 100 participants remained, they would be declared the winners. To account for differences in skill levels, first-year and second-year students were assigned to separate secret realms. You 3, be careful, Principal Shanhai specifically instructed Chen Fei, Tang Jian, and Su Ken before they entered. Opportunities are important, but your lives matter more. Chen Fei, look out for the other 2 if you come across them. Understood, Principal. Chen Fei replied solemnly with a nod. As everyone entered the secret realm, an external display screen showed the participant numbers, 966 first years and 2,680 second years. Thousands of fifth-tier surveillance bees equipped with cameras followed, tasked with tracking and recording each participant's experience. The moment Chen Fei stepped into the secret realm, he summoned Goo and Wu Yun, scanning his surroundings warily. The dense forest echoed with the occasional howls of beasts, but no other participants were in sight. He immediately released tens of thousands of third-generation Goo insects, instructing them to spread out and scout the area. However, as soon as the insects took to the air, they attracted a flock of third-tier, level 4 bloodfeather birds. These beasts, known for preying on insect species, swooped in aggressively. Their sudden attack made Chen Fei realize that this secret realm was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Clear the area. With a sharp command from Chen Fei, Goo sprang into action. The flock of bloodfeather birds, thinking they were about to feast, froze in shock. Completely outmatched by Goo, they were wiped out in an instant, all 100 of them. Chen Fei seized the momentum and advanced relentlessly. Whether it was demonic beasts, spiritual plants, or even people he encountered, he showed no mercy. Suddenly, he sensed human presence 2 kilometers to the northeast. Activating his concealment technique, Chen Fei quietly approached. He spotted a man locked in fierce combat with a Tier 3 Level 5 ironclad bear. The bear was guarding a Goo Peony, a succulent spiritual plant of immense value to tank-type and defensive beasts. Chen Fei's eyes gleamed with cunning as he signaled Wu Yun to take action. Shadow stealth was Wu Yun's specialty. It silently crept toward the Goo Peony, deftly plucked the plant in a few swift movements, and withdrew without a sound. Chen Fei quickly stored the Goo Peony in his spatial soil realm, entrusting it to the care of his second-generation Goo insects and Qiyu. The ironclad bear, realizing its treasure had been stolen, erupted in fury. It slammed its paw into the ground, sending cracks spidering outward. The sudden upheaval caught Chen Fei, who was in the midst of battle, completely off guard. His 3 spiritual beasts were already struggling against the ironclad bear in its normal state. Now they were in dire straits. Damn thief, just you wait. Chen Fei cursed, oblivious to the fact that Chen Fei was leisurely perched in a nearby tree, watching the chaos unfold like a spectator. 5 minutes later, Chen Fei finally managed to subdue the ironclad bear. Greed compelled him to stay and harvest materials like the bear's heart. But just as he thought victory was his, Mu Xiang launched a sudden ambush from the shadows. Exhausted and caught off guard, Chen Fei had no choice but to crush his escape token and flee. Mu Xiang wasted no time claiming the spoils of battle. Hand over your loot. This is a robbery. A voice suddenly rang out behind Mu Xiang. When he turned, the sight before him was unforgettably a lone figure commanding a terrifying horde of over 100 Tier 3 beasts, surrounded by an uncountable swarm of Goo insects. The sheer presence was overwhelming. Onlookers were left utterly stunned, gasping in disbelief as they saw the massive army of Tier 3 beasts trailing behind Chen Fei. Whoa, I thought 49 was the limit. This guy actually had more up his sleeve? Over 100 Tier 3 beasts? Who wouldn't break down crying if they ran into that? This Peidoan player is just insane. Standing off to the side, Su Shanhai's face lit up with a knowing smile. This little guy has been hiding his cards too well. I bet even these 100 Tier 3 beasts aren't his full hand. Indeed, the 49 Tier 3 beasts were merely Gu's combat strength when he first advanced to Tier 3, Level 1. Now, Goo had reached Tier 3, Level 7, making it effortless for him to control over 100 Tier 3 beasts below Level 5. In fact, the Sacred Tome space still harbored a group of Tier 3, Level 8 and Level 9 beasts, though Chen Fei had yet to summon them. If he wanted, he could easily have the strength to compete in the second-year tournament. Inside the secret realm, Mu Xiang froze at the sight of this overwhelming force, his face going pale. Boss, can we talk this out? They'll give you all my loot, just let me go. All right? He pleaded miserably. Chen Fei crossed his arms and replied coolly, let's see what you've got. Mu Xiang hurriedly produced a box containing a piece of ordinary violet frost jade, far from the quality of violet frost essence. Half an hour and this is all you've got? Chen Fei's interest waned instantly. Forget it. Just leave. Relieved as if granted a pardon, Mu Xiang immediately crushed his teleportation token and fled. Chen Fei then turned his attention to an ironclad bear, barely clinging to life. After his companion Wu Yun cast a healing spell, the Tier 3, Level 5 beast joined his ranks. Witnessing this, the onlookers outside were even more astonished. So, that's how he expands his army? Just picking them up straight from the secret realm? As time passed, the number of participants in the secret realm plummeted. 921, 845, 633. When the count dropped to 600, the Lord of Imperial City ordered the secret realm's boundaries to shrink and released a batch of corrupted beasts captured from various battle zones. For most first-year students who had never seen real combat, it was time to shed blood for the first time. Among these students, apart from Chen Fei, the strongest individual was only at Tier 3, Level 4. The demonic beasts released this time were meticulously selected, with their strength ranging from Tier 3 Level 5 to Tier 3 Level 7, forcing participants to fight with everything they had. A moment of carelessness could not only cost them a spot in the spirit realm but also their lives. Hua Feng from Nanzhong Academy spotted a fruit radiating a red glow from afar and concluded it was a rare spiritual fruit. He ordered his beast companion to stay alert and cautiously reached out to pluck it. However, the moment his fingers touched the red fruit, he was abruptly teleported out of the secret realm. Is it over already? Are the top 100 all out? Hua Feng looked utterly confused. The people around him shook their heads and explained, there are still 569 people inside the realm. The system detected you were in danger and automatically crushed your token to teleport you out. Danger? I was just picking a fruit. Hua Feng couldn't believe it and felt frustrated at missing the opportunity. Someone immediately pulled up the footage. It showed that at the exact moment Hua Feng was teleported, dozens of hard tentacles suddenly shot up from the ground, snapping shut like a bear trap. If not for the timely teleportation, Hua Feng would have been torn to shreds. A moment later, a monstrous creature resembling a giant starfish emerged from the ground. Its tentacles revealed to be part of its body. The tentacles were covered with suction cups on one side and sharp spikes on the other, with razor-like edges, its entire body a deadly weapon. The enticing red fruit was actually the creature's tongue, designed to lure prey. Only then did Hua Feng realize he had been standing in the monster's mouth the entire time. Cold sweat drenched his back, and he was left speechless. It was a miracle he had survived. This creature was the hunting sandstar, one of the demonic beasts from Zone 3. Meanwhile, Shangguan Hongyu from Shushan Academy encountered the demonic beast of Zone 6, the Bamboo Phantom. This creature could transform into a bamboo forest, launching surprise attacks on anyone who ventured in. The mutated bamboo could stretch or retract at will, as hard as steel or as soft as silk. Thousands of these bamboo stalks could morph into lethal weapons simultaneously. Even with a tank-class beast companion, Shangguan Hongyu couldn't withstand the relentless assault and was ultimately forced to crush his token and retreat. The trials within the secret realm were brutally unforgiving. Participants either had to detect danger in time and escape or be forcibly teleported out, causing their numbers to dwindle rapidly. Very few could directly defeat the demonic beasts. For many who had never been on a battlefield, this was their first experience of the sheer terror of these creatures, leaving them nearly defenseless. Elsewhere, Chen Fei, who was harvesting Shinling grass, suddenly felt the ground tremble and leapt swiftly to the treetops. Moments later, a humanoid monster with 4 arms and 4 legs emerged from the spot where he had just been standing. The creature's head was flat and fan-shaped, resembling the head of a planarian worm, and its entire body was covered in mucus, giving it a disturbingly grotesque appearance. It held 4 chains, one in each of its hands, with the ends of the chains disappearing into the void. This 4-chain vortex beast was immensely powerful, classified as a Level 3, Tier 6 creature. It possessed qualifications in 4 systems: Elemental, Soul, Poison, and Life, with its potential reaching an impressive rank and the possibility of advancing to SS rank. It had mastered 3 advanced skills: Chains of Darkness, which deprived targets of their sensory perception; Chains of Souls, which subjected prey's souls to freezing cold followed by scorching flames; and Chains of Venom, whose spiked links injected a toxic seed that caused blood lotus blooms to erupt from the victim's body until their life force was entirely depleted. The beast's mucus not only allowed it to easily escape physical restraints, but also endowed it with remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of rapidly regrowing severed limbs. Specializing in long-range combat, its 4 eerie chains were its most formidable weapons. However, today, it encountered Chen Fei. All right, everyone, get in there. It dared to ambush me? Let's show it what a proper beatdown feels like. Chen Fei's voice brimmed with fighting spirit. The audience outside the secret realm couldn't help but laugh. Whenever Chen Fei was involved, the tone of the battle always took a wild turn. Opponents that others avoided like the plague somehow became his punching bags. Seeing over 100 Level 3 beasts and a swarm of goo insects suddenly surround it, the 4-chain vortex beast froze in shock. Its usually unstoppable chains went limp on the ground, and its eyes flickered with a look of existential doubt. Xiao Gu immediately translated, "Chen Fei, it says you're not human, that you're a freak who bullies beasts." Chen Fei's veins popped with anger. "You're the one who's not human. Your whole family are freaks. So what if I bully you? Come at me. Bite me. Everyone, take it down. Go all out, no holding back. If anyone goes easy, I'll roast them for dinner tonight." The audience outside the secret realm burst into laughter again. Those who had been teleported out earlier thought the beast was invincible, but when they saw its chains go limp, they realized even monsters could feel fear. After all, fear was just a matter of insufficient firepower. Even the military officials watching were torn between amusement and exasperation. They had intended to teach the rookies a lesson, but Chen Fei had completely derailed the plan. In the eyes of these newcomers, why bother with unknown combat when you could gang up on the enemy? Against demonic beasts, who cared about honor and integrity? In the end, after being thoroughly beaten, the four-chain vortex beast was parasitized by Chen Fei's second-generation Goo insect. This pinnacle-level skill proved unstoppable. The audience outside watched in stunned silence, their jaws practically hitting the floor. A Tier 6 demonic beast can also be parasitized. Shen Lin stared at Chen Fei in disbelief, his heart a mix of shock and despair. Encountering other opponents in the secret realm, he could at least rely on running away to save his life. But against a monstrous opponent like Chen Fei, even escaping was impossible. What a coincidence, Shen classmate. Chen Fei appeared in front of Shen Lin with a cheerful grin. Yeah, what a coincidence, Shen Lin replied with a forced smile, their contrasting expressions forming a stark contrast. Without waiting for a response, Chen Fei slung an arm around Shen Lin's shoulder. Don't look so down. I've been looking for you for ages. Looking for me? Shen Lin turned his head warily, his instincts telling him that Chen Fei definitely had ulterior motives. Sure enough, Chen Fei cut straight to the point. You have a treasure-seeking mouse, right? Let's team up. You find the treasures, and I'll clear the way and protect you. The proposal tempted Shen Lin. In this secret realm teeming with demonic beasts, having a powerhouse like Chen Fei as a bodyguard was indeed an appealing option. How do we split the loot? Shen Lin asked, getting straight to the key issue. Well, Chen Fei raised a finger. You just focus on finding the treasures. I'll handle all the fighting. Since I'm putting in the most effort, a 90-10 split seems fair, don't you think? Shen Lin silently scoffed. It's clearly those Tier 3 beasts fighting each other. What does that have to do with you? But outwardly he simply said, 50-50. No, no, no. Chen Fei shook his head theatrically. Think about it. Without my protection, could you even leave this secret realm safely? Your treasure-seeking mouse would be useless out there, right? The blatant threat darkened Shen Lin's face, and he begrudgingly backed down. 60-40? 80-20. That's daylight robbery. In the end, under Chen Fei's relentless pressure, Shen Lin had no choice but to accept a 70-30 split. With the guidance of the treasure-seeking mouse, the two quickly looted half a mountainside, completely forgetting the original purpose of the competition. Meanwhile, in the City Lord's mansion, the Lord of Emperor City watched the scene unfold, veins bulging in anger. Those two little brats. They're here for the competition, not to strip the place bare. Someone, release a Tier 8 demonic beast, and let's see how long they can keep this up. The treasure-seeking mouse walking ahead suddenly trembled all over, its tail flicking rapidly, showing signs of extreme excitement. What's wrong with it? Chen Fei asked. Every time it gets this excited, it means a priceless treasure is nearby, just like when it found the starry tree statue in your hand last time, Shen Lin explained. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Last time, it was the grade 6 breath soil. Who knows? This time, it might be something even better. Let's go and check it out. The two quickly moved forward and discovered a concealed entrance to a cave. If not for careful observation, the entrance would have been entirely hidden by the surrounding vegetation. A staff member reported to the City Lord immediately. City Lord, those two have discovered one of the spiritual energy supply devices for the secret realm. The City Lord's expression darkened upon hearing this. What are you waiting for? Release the demonic beasts immediately. Understood. Just as Chen Fei and Shen Lin prepared to enter the cave to investigate, rustling sounds emerged from the dense forest, as if some creature was quickly approaching. Retreat, Chen Fei shouted, and the two swiftly moved apart. The next moment, a humanoid demonic beast appeared before them. Its eyes were deep and icy, with two antennae on its head. Two pairs of moth-like wings spread out from its back, its body covered in a yellow powdery substance, and grotesque pustules growing all over. The system displayed: four-winged moth beast, grade 3, tier 8, elemental, support, poison, and flying attributes, S-level aptitude, with potential to advance to SS level. Chen Fei immediately recognized it as one of the minions of the Demon King, the Headless Angel. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Well, let's settle some scores. His fighting spirit surged. Shen Lin, on the other hand, was trembling with fear. Chen Fei, they'll cheer for you from the back. With that, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Chen Fei didn't mind Shen Lin's departure. Instead, he felt relieved with one less concern. At that moment, the four-winged moth beast flapped its wings, releasing yellow dust into the air. Chen Fei immediately commanded Xiao Gu to deploy a crystal shield and ordered a wind elemental beast to disperse the dust. Xiao Gu, release the third-generation bugs. A swarm of third-generation Goo bugs surged out, but the four-winged moth beast wasn't about to back down. The pustules on its body suddenly burst open, releasing countless small moths, each inheriting a portion of its power. Dark Cloud, this is a minion of the Headless Angel. You know what to do. Dark Cloud's eyes flashed with hatred. Meow eliminate. Not yet. Wait until I summon the half-formed Jade Scale. Your silence skill must be coordinated with its use. Meow understood. Chen Fei was carefully looking for the best moment to attack while avoiding surveillance cameras. Meanwhile, the third-generation goo bugs had already begun overwhelming the small moths. Individually, they might not stand a chance, but in groups of 5, 10, or 20, combined with over 100,000 reserves in the Holy Tome space, the odds were in their favor. He quickly devised a strategy, using gravity to seal off the airspace and quicksand techniques to block the ground. However, the four-winged moth beast suddenly performed an unexpected move. It instantly swapped positions with one of the smaller moths, effortlessly evading the 2 layers of blockade nets. This was the unique auxiliary skill of the four-winged moth beast, known as body transfer, coming into play. The mechanics of this skill are quite distinctive. It leaves a mark on its offspring that share the same bloodline, allowing the beast to instantly switch positions with the marked offspring when needed. According to the skill's documentation, this is a specific auxiliary ability unique to insect-type creatures, completely unattainable by other species. At its current mastery level, the maximum transfer distance is 1 kilometer, and each use requires the mark to be reapplied on the target. While this skill is undeniably a life-saving ability, it comes with clear limitations. It requires the presence of insect offspring as targets, and the transfer distance is relatively short. If the distance could be extended to 10 or 20 kilometers, capturing the four-winged moth beast alive would become nearly impossible. Even so, its current performance is already a headache after this sudden transfer. Even Qiyu temporarily lost sight of the target, let alone launching an attack. At this moment, Chen Fei was searching for a new opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, the spectators outside the arena gasped in awe at the display of the four-winged moth beast's abilities. My god, that skill is insane. Swapping positions instantly, who could possibly guard against that? Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Notably, Chen Fei wasn't the only one facing such a formidable opponent. He lay from Dragon Academy, a beast tamer who commanded a flying heavy dragon, and Nangong Xingchen, the top first-year student of Taiching Academy and widely recognized as the strongest first-year, also encountered the four-winged moth beast. Compared to He Lei and Jiang Yi, who respectively owned 1 S-grade and 2 S-grade royal beasts, Nangong Xingchen possessed 2 S-grade beasts, completely outclassing the others in terms of talent. The strength of their opponents varied. He Lei faced a level 3, rank 6 four-winged moth beast. Nangong Xingchen encountered a level 3, rank 7, and Chen Fei confronted the strongest, a level 3, rank 8. While the average viewer, watching through screens, couldn't distinguish the subtle differences in strength among these four-winged moth beasts, the Lord of Imperial City observed everything with sharp clarity. Arms crossed, he watched the contest with great interest, eager to see who would ultimately triumph over their respective adversaries. 3 battles erupted swiftly, each with distinct outcomes. He Lei's skybound heavy dragon displayed its true S-level prowess. Its most unique ability was gravity alteration, a power that directly affected the soul, imprinting a gravitational mark on the enemy's spirit. This made it impossible for the four-winged moth beast to escape control, even as it kept shifting its physical form. Each time, it was relentlessly suppressed by gravity, limiting its ability to fly. This intricate soul-level manipulation far surpassed common techniques like quicksand spells or gravity crystals. However, the four-winged moth beast was still a formidable opponent. Even without its flight abilities, it continued to shift its physical form, and the endless wave of offspring it produced made it difficult for He Lei and his 3 beasts to claim a swift victory. Meanwhile, on Nangong Xingchen's battlefield, the fight was even more intense. His 2 S-level beasts each had unique traits. The Crimson Spirit Raven, imbued with the bloodline of the Golden Crow, wielded a searing crimson flame. Though not yet at the level of the divine Golden Crow fire, this flame ranked 18th among exotic fires, capable of incinerating nearly anything. The Thunder Purple Qilin, inheriting the Qilin bloodline, commanded the 9 Heavens Purple Lightning, a special lightning force that, if further enhanced, could ascend to the level of Heaven's Punishment Lightning. Both of these powers were the bane of demonic entities. The four-winged moth beast's poisonous pollen was instantly reduced to ashes by the Crimson Spirit Raven's flames, and the smaller moths dared not approach. The 9 Heavens Purple Lightning relentlessly pursued its target, forcing the beast to continuously shift its physical form to evade. No wonder he's Nangong Xingchen. The onlookers marveled. The synergy between his 2 S-level beasts is flawless, their ferocious attacks leaving the opponent scrambling to escape. Just as everyone thought the outcome was decided, the tide suddenly turned. The four-winged moth beast let out a piercing screech, and all the smaller moths launched a suicidal charge directly at Nangong Xingchen himself. It was a clear strategy of taking down the leader to end the fight. Nangong Xingchen was well prepared. Beyond the protective flame shield of the Crimson Spirit Raven, he had an S-level 9 Li Demon Turtle guarding him. Despite its ancient bloodline being diluted, this defensive beast had awakened its racial secret skill, the Ninely Shield, capable of summoning a tangible barrier with defensive power surpassing even the immovable strength of the obsidian giant rhinoceros. This defense gave Nangong Xingqian the confidence to let his two S-level beasts attack freely. However, this confidence led him into the opponent's trap. The smaller moths were not blindly charging. Just as they were about to be consumed by the flames, they chose to self-destruct. While the explosion of one or two moths couldn't break through the Ninely Shield, boom! A deafening explosion shook the battlefield as thousands of moths detonated their bodies simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The spectators' hearts collectively tightened. This was the undisputed number one among the first years. Could this really be the end for him? Compared to the crystalline attacks, toxic mist, and parasitic abilities of other insectoids, this kind of mass self-destruction was the deadliest move. Everyone anxiously fixed their eyes on the battlefield. Since Nangong Xingqian had not yet been teleported out, there was still a sliver of hope that he might have survived. As the smoke and dust cleared, the gruesome scene gradually came into view. The Duel Demon turtle appeared weakened, its once impenetrable shell now riddled with cracks. The crowd searched desperately for Nangong Xingqian, only to finally spot the battered youth lying in a deep crater beneath the turtle as it slowly shifted its massive body. Nangong Xingqian's clothes were in tatters, blood streaming from his arm, and traces of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. He gasped for air, clearly in distress. It was only thanks to his quick thinking ordering the Duel Demon turtle to dig a burrow for cover at the last moment that he had narrowly escaped death. This harrowing encounter left Nangong Xingqian unusually cautious, keeping his other two summoned beasts much closer than before. Though he had previously slain beasts ranked at Tier 3 or higher, the relentless nature of this four-winged sky moth beast far exceeded his expectations. For now, he found himself at a loss for an effective strategy to defeat it. The battle reached a stalemate, with the four-winged sky moth beast unable to breach Nangong Xingqian's fortified defenses. The spectators, seeing even Nangong Xingqian pushed to such a dire state, couldn't help but marvel at the beast's terrifying power. Some couldn't help but wonder, if it were them in his place, would they even know how they had died? Since both He Lei and Nangong Xingqian were struggling, the crowd's attention shifted unanimously to Chen Fei's battle, hoping to witness a breakthrough performance from him. When the quicksand technique and gravity crystal proved ineffective against the four-winged moth beast, Chen Fei decisively altered his strategy. He unleashed over 100 level 3 beasts to chase the four-winged moth beast, while he fought and retreated strategically, seemingly exposing himself to danger without the protection of any beasts. The spectators held their breath as the four-winged moth beast immediately employed a similar self-detonation tactic. Thousands of small moths swarmed toward Chen Fei in a fan-shaped formation, ready to detonate at the moment of contact. However, this played right into Chen Fei's plan. Just before the explosion, he used crystal teleportation to transfer himself to the back of the four-winged moth beast. As the beast slowed down to assess Chen Fei's condition, Wu Yun and Qi Yu's coordinated attack began. Wu Yun initiated the Silence Curse, successfully sealing the four-winged moth beast's ability to teleport its body. Following this, the quicksand technique restricted its movements, creating an opportunity for Qi Yu. Qi Yu's soul extraction technique struck with precision, ejecting the beast's soul from its body and trapping it within the soul confinement cage. Seizing this brief moment of control, Chen Fei quickly deployed several level 6 and 7 tier 3 grade parasitic beasts to encircle the four-winged moth beast. At the same time, he sent out 1,000 third-generation goo worms to join the encirclement. He raised his middle finger at the immobilized four-winged moth beast before commanding all the beasts and goo worms to self-detonate simultaneously. A second earth-shattering explosion erupted. When the dust settled, the four-winged moth beast was left in a pitiful state, its antennae severed, 3 of its wings destroyed, and its body battered and broken. Finally, Wu Yun delivered a fatal strike, completely obliterating the physical body of the formidable, corrupted beast. Only then did the spectators fully grasp the entire battle sequence, marveling at the flawless execution of Chen Fei's tactical brilliance. The cheers of the audience erupted in an instant. Amazing! As expected from Chen Fei, the legend, using the opponent's tactics against them. If the enemy can self-destruct, so can Chen Fei's goo insects. Only a species like the Zerg, with such overwhelming reproductive abilities, would dare to self-destruct like this. No way the Crimson Spirit Raven would even consider it. Raising goo insects is truly the way to God. His self-destruction tactic is just unbeatable. Listening to the audience's increasingly off-topic discussions, the military leader couldn't help but rub his forehead. Self-destruction was supposed to be a last resort, yet they made it sound like a standard procedure. The Lord of the Imperial City Tuaba Ziyuan, the war god of the human race, stared at the scene of the four-winged sky moth beast's demise, lost in thought. With his extraordinary eyesight, he had already noticed that Chen Fei had employed some kind of special technique when the sky moth beast froze in place. However, the method had been cleverly concealed. Nangong Xingqian had failed to defeat the four-winged sky moth beast at level 3, tier 7. Yet Chen Fei had managed to decisively kill a level 3, tier 8 opponent. This stark contrast in strength spoke volumes, further solidifying Tuoba Yuan's belief that this young man had even more hidden aces up his sleeve. Xiao Su was right, this kid is far more adept at hiding his strength than I imagined. In truth, today's encounter with the four-winged sky moth beast had been deliberately orchestrated by Tuoba Yuan to test Chen Fei. That was why Nangong Xingqian, He Lei, and Chen Fei had coincidentally crossed paths. From the battle's progression, Chen Fei's composure and unpredictability far exceeded those of the others. Tuoba Yuan speculated that Chen Fei's beast likely possessed a peak-tier skill. Considering that Chen Fei had only been enrolled for a year and awakened his abilities just 8 months ago, reaching such a level was nothing short of astonishing. While he was mulling this over, a subordinate reported, "Lord Tuoba, Chen Fei has entered the spirit energy apparatus cave. Let him proceed," Tuoba Yuan replied calmly. "Intercept the footage inside and do not broadcast it publicly. There's also a level 4, tier 1 guardian beast in there. If he can secure the spirit energy apparatus under such conditions, it's his to keep." After a brief pause, he added, "Also, announce externally that the four-winged sky moth beast Chen Fei encountered was a level 3, tier 6. If any information leaks, I will hold someone accountable." Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Chen Fei cautiously ventured into the cave with his third-generation Goo insect scouting ahead. The journey was uneventful until he reached the end, where he discovered an unusual underground pool. The pool was filled with Earth's spirit crystal dew, rare liquid rich in spirit energy that could accelerate water element beasts' cultivation and even enhance their potential. However, what caught his attention most was the radiant, meteor-like crystal hovering above the pool. A system notification popped up. Innate spirit crystal. Quality, level 5. Effect, can convert spirit stones, spirit herbs, and other spiritual items into 10-fold spirit energy. Note, returns in spirit energy form after 24 hours. Can be upgraded to level 6 innate spirit source, increasing the return rate to 100-fold. This treasure is the perfect match for the breath soil, Chen Fei thought excitedly. No wonder the treasure-seeking mouse found it. Just as he was about to make his move, an unusual creature emerged from the pool. It had a half-human, half-jellyfish form, with a transparent sac filled with blue liquid atop its head, adorned with intricate blue and white patterns. Its torso resembled that of a mermaid but lacked scales, and several jellyfish-like tentacles extended from its sides, each covered in fine, purple barbs. The system displayed, Barbed Water Spirit, level 4, tier 1. Attributes, Elemental, Poison, Nature, Support, Aptitude, Grade, potential up to SS grade. Chen Fei carefully reviewed the ability information of the Thorny Water Spirit and couldn't help but gasp. Skill 1, Vacuum Extraction, Proficiency, Master Level. Effect, drains the air within a 10m, 10m, 10m area, creating a vacuum state. Note, cannot be learned by non-natural types. Skill 2, Anti-Gravity, Proficiency, Master Level. Effect, reverses gravity within a 10m, 10m, 10m space. Note, cannot be learned by non-natural types. This beast, encountered by chance, possessed such terrifying power. More importantly, it had a natural element attribute. In this world, those with natural attributes were considered the darlings of heaven and earth. They could not only control basic elements like water, earth, wood, stone, air, and gravity, but also had the ability to alter and create. Vacuum extraction and anti-gravity were frightening variants of these capabilities. The thought of suddenly losing breathable air in a battle sent chills down Chen Fei's spine. He instinctively stepped back a few paces and warned, "Xiaogu, be ready to use the crystal shuttle at any moment." He had no intention of dying in such a suffocating manner. Chen Fei keenly noticed that since entering the cave, the hornet swarm that had been chasing them earlier hadn't followed. Clearly, there was something special about this place. This unexpected respite gave him room to act, at least without needing to conceal his strength. Without hesitation, he summoned Qiyu. Outside the cave, Tuoba Yuan couldn't see Chen Fei's situation but remained unconcerned. The spatial barrier he had given Chen Fei was enough to ensure his survival. If Chen Fei truly activated the barrier, Tuoba could step in to save him and, at the same time, observe what other hidden abilities Chen Fei might possess. At that moment, the thorny water spirit launched an attack. With a casual wave of its tendrils, Chen Fei and his 3 beasts lost their balance and found themselves suspended upside down in midair, completely disoriented. The sense of security rooted in the ground vanished instantly. What followed was the even deadlier vacuum extraction. A suffocating sensation and overwhelming weakness enveloped them in an instant. Fortunately, the group managed to escape in time using the crystal shuttle. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Having experienced its terrifying power firsthand, Chen Fei was unwilling to take further risks. He immediately commanded, Qiyu, soul separation at maximum power. Though the thorny water spirit was nearly invincible in some aspects, the soul remained a vulnerability for most living beings. A peak-level soul separation would leave Qiyu weakened for a time, but the chance to obtain the innate spiritual crystal was worth the cost. It was crucial for the development of the Shirong. The moment the thorny water spirit soul was blasted out, a notification echoed through the artificial secret realm. The top 100 spots have been determined. Participants will be transported out in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Chen Fei cursed under his breath. Time was running out. Just as he prepared for one last desperate move, the next moment, all 100 participants were transported to the plaza. Chen Fei immediately checked the sacred tome space, a flicker of tension flashing in his eyes. Only after confirming everything was intact did he let out a long sigh of relief and pat his chest. The innate spirit crystal was indeed safely secured. At that moment, the organizer's voice resonated throughout the venue. The individual competition has concluded. Top 100 contestants from both the first-year and second-year categories, please gather here in 2 days. Back at the Shanghai Academy's assembly point, Su Shanhai and Sun Chuang quickly began tallying the list of qualifiers. Among the first years, only Chen Fei and Tang Jian made it through. Su Can narrowly missed the top 100 had he held on for just 2 more minutes. The outcome might have been different. As for the second years, Jiang Yi and Bai Yang successfully qualified, while Xia Zhujun shared a similar fate to Su Can, strong enough but falling short due to a bit of bad luck. Not bad, not bad, Su Shanhai said with a satisfied smile. For qualifiers, this is the best result Shanghai Academy has seen in years. In the past, getting 1 or 2 was considered good, and sometimes we got none at all. Sun Chuang chimed in. All right, the 4 qualifiers should rest well over the next 2 days. Tomorrow, I'll explain the key points about entering the Spirit Mansion secret realm. Everyone else, pack up and prepare to return to Tanqing City. And so, the 100 Cities competition officially came to an end, leaving behind a mix of joy and regret. However, Chen Fei paid no mind to any of this. The moment he entered his room, he eagerly opened the sacred tome space. Meanwhile, in the artificial secret realm, staff members quickly noticed something unusual. The spiritual energy concentration was far below normal levels, a clear sign that the innate spirit crystal had been taken. When this news reached Tuoba Ziyuan, he merely nodded calmly before vanishing into thin-era space warping ability, so routine that the staff were no longer surprised by it. When Tuoba Ziyuan reappeared in the cavern, the scene before him left him speechless. Not only was the innate spirit crystal gone, but the entire area looked as though it had been plundered. The pond of earth spirit dew had been completely drained, and even the rare spiny water spirit was nowhere to be seen. After a long silence, Tuoba Ziyuan let out a faint sigh. This habit of taking everything in sight, did he pick it up from Little Su? In the sacred tome space, Chen Fei quickly carved out an independent area to store the innate spirit crystal, earth spirit dew, and the thorny water spirit. This hasty action ensured the safety of these crucial resources, but also left him facing a thorny problem: the irritable and temperamental thorny water spirit. Watching the spirit baring its teeth at him from across the barrier, Chen Fei furrowed his brows. He didn't dare to recklessly release it into the soil resting space, fearing its destructive tendencies might ruin his painstaking efforts. After careful consideration, he summoned his 3 beasts to prepare for a confrontation before cautiously opening the spatial barrier containing the thorny water spirit. As expected, the thorny water spirit immediately launched an attack, unleashing a barrage of densely packed water arrows. The power of this 4th-level beast's attack was formidable, easily piercing even Xiao Gu's crystal shield. However, within the sacred tome space, Chen Fei held the absolute advantage. He effortlessly constructed a spatial barrier that neutralized the spirit's assault, while allowing his beast skills to penetrate and strike their target. Faced with this one-sided battle, the thorny water spirit flailed its tentacles in frustration. Through Xiao Gu's interpretation, it furiously accused Chen Fei of shamelessness. Chen Fei, unfazed, joked that shamelessness was one of his few strengths. His teasing remark left the thorny water spirit so exasperated that it collapsed onto the ground, seemingly resigned to its fate. Seeing this reaction, Chen Fei softened his tone and conveyed his goodwill through mental communication. I won't harm you or force you into captivity. You're free to return to the artificial secret realm, where the crystals left by Xiao Gu are still available for your use. However, the earth spirit dew and innate spirit crystal must stay here. Of course, you can also choose to remain here. I can show you the soil resting space, and you can decide afterward. A flicker of interest flashed in the thorny water spirit's eyes at his words. After a moment of contemplation and realizing its current predicament, it agreed to take a look. As it stepped into the soil resting space, the sight that greeted it left it in awe. The space, about the size of a football field, had a spiritual energy density 1.5 times that of the outside world, rivaling the artificial secret realm. The area was filled with various spiritual plants and flowers, all thriving under the nourishment of the soil. In a specially carved pond, spirit-spitting dragon carps swam leisurely. But what astonished the thorny water spirit the most was the harmonious coexistence of all kinds of mystical beasts within this space, a rare sight, even in the artificial secret realm. Chen Fei acted swiftly, replacing the pond water with the precious earth spirit crystal dew, while carefully placing the innate spirit crystal above it. Without hesitation, he took out 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, ensuring they continuously nourished the innate spirit crystal. This setup meant that by this time tomorrow, the spiritual energy generated would be equivalent to 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. The transformation of the breath soil was immediate. Under the influence of the innate spirit crystal, it expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Even the thorned water spirit could sense the immense potential of this area. Though still in its infancy, its future growth far surpassed that of an ordinary man-made secret realm. No wonder Chen Fei named this place Breath Soil Sanctuary. After completing the arrangements, Chen Fei turned to the thorned water spirit and said, "If you want to leave, I can send you back any time." The thorned water spirit, however, leapt into the earth spirit crystal dew without hesitation. After a few gurgles, it popped its head out and said indignantly, "You took my home, and now you want to kick me out? Not a chance. This earth spirit crystal dew is mine. Wherever it goes, I go." Humph. Seeing this, Chen Fei chuckled. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. An S-grade thorned water spirit, as a rare nature-type creature, was a valuable companion even if it couldn't form a contract. If, in the future, it was willing to form a bond with his mother, it would provide her with additional security. However, that would have to wait until he became a king-level beast tamer, capable of contracting a fifth beast. The road ahead was still long. Since the thorned water spirit had decided to settle in the breath soil space, Chen Fei naturally intended to collect some rent. He immediately commanded Wu Yun, "Copy the skill." After 11 attempts, exhausting all of Wu Yun's spiritual energy, the vacuum extraction skill was successfully copied, replacing the sound fragmentation skill. Compared to sound fragmentation, which specifically targeted auditory senses, vacuum extraction was both more powerful and versatile. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of third-generation insect troops, far away in the Bayue Mountains, continued to tirelessly accumulate slaughter points. Chen Fei extracted over 200,000 slaughter points for Wu Yun, upgrading both vacuum extraction and silent curse to their peak level. Silent curse now extended its effect to 3 seconds, while vacuum extraction expanded its range to 20 cubic meters and completed the process in just 2 seconds. These two peak-level skills would serve as Wu Yun's new trump cards, though the depletion of slaughter points was once again a pressing concern. At the same time, on a familiar round table, the High Priest, the Disseminator, and others gathered once more. With the 100 Cities tournament concluded, these prodigies were about to enter the Spirit Palace secret realm, ideal opportunity for their plans to unfold. The next day, except for Chen Fei, Tang Jian, Bai Yang, Jiang Yi, and Sun Chuang, everyone else left with Su Shanhai on the swift Shadow Eagle to return to Tianqing City. Before departing, Su Shanhai handed a storage ring to those staying behind. Inside, it was stocked with spirit stones and food to ensure their basic needs were met. Sun Chuang began sharing his experiences with the four. With a serious tone, he said, "The spirit realm's secret territory is rich in resources, but opportunities and dangers always coexist. It is a completely sealed space, and spatial tokens will cease to function. You can only enter and exit through fixed entrances. If you encounter danger, no help can come from the outside." He paused briefly, then continued, "In past years, even geniuses have lost their lives there. So safety must always come first." He went on to explain the different zones within the secret realm, such as the illusion zone, the trial zone, and the spirit plant garden. However, since everyone's entry point varies, his knowledge was limited to certain areas. "That's all for now," Sun Chuang concluded with a reminder. "Use the remaining time wisely. Don't go overboard with leisure. Prepare some life-saving items." After the meeting, Jiang Yi and Bai Yang left separately. Tang Jian turned to Chen Fei and asked, "Do you have any plans?" Seeing Chen Fei shrug, Tang Jian suggested, "How about we visit the spirit treasure shop?" This immediately reminded Chen Fei of Shen Lin. That guy's treasure-seeking mouse was indeed remarkable, capable of uncovering top-tier spirit items like earth essence and spirit crystals. Just then, there was a knock at the door. When Chen Fei opened it, he was surprised to see Shen Lin himself, holding some food. "Speak of the devil," Chen Fei said, astonished. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to propose a partnership," Shen Lin said straightforwardly. "Just like in the artificial secret realm, I'll use my treasure-seeking mouse to locate heavenly treasures, and you handle the combat. After all, we'll not only face guardian beasts, but also fend off second-year students eyeing what we find." Chen Fei nodded in agreement. It was true that in the spirit realm's secret territory, where no rules were enforced, first-year students were often at a disadvantage. Seeking partnerships was a wise move. However, he raised a practical concern. I'm fine with teaming up, but once we're in the secret territory, we'll be scattered. Finding each other won't be easy. I've already thought of that. Shenlin summoned his fragrance fox beast and confidently explained, my fragrance fox beast excels at tracking scents. As long as you carry this special sachet I've prepared, it can sense you within a 10-mile radius. This reminded Chen Fei of something. His eyes lit up as he took out 2 second-generation Goo insects. That's right, Goo insects can also come in handy. These were personally hatched by Xiao Gu. They're closely related by bloodline and have exceptional sensory abilities. He handed a Goo insect to both Shenlin and Tang Jian, his expression serious. Keep these Goo insects safe. As long as you're not too far from me and there's no interference, they can sense the location. Shenlin took the Goo insect, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. This is great. I was worried the sense might get disrupted once we go in. With these Goo insects, it's like an extra layer of insurance. The three of them enjoyed their meal while discussing the details of their plan. Suddenly, Chen Fei looked up and asked, by the way, Shenlin, since you're familiar with the Imperial City, do you know any quick ways to earn spirit stones? Shenlin wasn't surprised by the question. Considering the sheer amount of spirit stones needed to sustain Chen Fei's Goo insects, it made sense. He knew that Chen Fei's shortage of spirit stones wasn't just for buying rare treasures, but also to maintain the Shi-rank space. That place was practically a bottomless pit, though it would undoubtedly yield significant returns in the future. The most legitimate way is through the battle arena, but you'd need someone willing to bet against you, Shenlin replied. Chen Fei shook his head, dismissing the idea. Any other options? Shenlin hesitated for a moment, as if debating whether to speak. Just say it. Don't beat around the bush, Chen Fei urged. All right, then he'll say it. Shenlin opened his phone and pointed at the screen. Look at this. This is the largest ore shop in the Imperial City. They gather ores from all over the country, many of which are uncut. Inside, there could be ancient beast eggs, rare treasures, artifacts, or even corpses. Of course, there could also be nothing. He continued to explain. This gave rise to the stone gambling activity. You pay a certain amount of spirit stones to buy the right to cut open an ore, and whatever you find inside is yours. This shop has the best reputation in the Imperial City. There's never been any talk of tampered ores. Seeing the doubtful look on Chen Fei's face, Shenlin added, some shady shops extract the valuable items from the spirit ores first, and then use special methods to reseal them. Those are called tampered ores. This business can be pretty tricky. Chen Fei seemed deep in thought. Don't you have a treasure-seeking mouse? It should be able to find something good, shouldn't it? Shenlin gave a bitter smile. I've already tried that. It's useless. Every stone gambling hall owner knows how powerful treasure-seeking rats are, so they place restrictions on the stones to prevent them from being investigated. Hearing this, Chen Fei seemed thoughtful. If the treasure-seeking rat doesn't work, could Wu Yun have a solution? Let's go and check it out anyway, Shenlin replied. The three of them immediately set off for the stone gambling hall. When they arrived at the scene, they were stunned by what they saw. People pack the entire venue, leaving barely any room to stand. It's always this lively here, Shenlin remarked. Chen Fei and Tang Jian, however, were unfazed, knowing full well the allure of stone gambling. The chance of uncovering something valuable even once could make people addicted, constantly chasing the next big find. In the center of the venue, on a raised platform, the manager, Zhao Yu, was passionately shouting, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3,680 new spirit stones in stock today. First come, first served. Also, these 10 showcase spirit stones remain untouched. Will anyone dare to amaze us today? Showcase spirit stones? Chen Fei asked with a puzzled expression. Shenlin pointed to several massive stones, each over 2 meters tall, behind Zhao Yu. Those are the ones. Each emits a strong spiritual energy and is priced at 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Someone once found an S-grade beast egg inside one and made a fortune. But others have only found a few ordinary spirit herbs and lost everything. The uncertainty is too great, so most people don't dare to touch them. At that moment, Wu Yun, curled up in Chen Fei's arms, suddenly spoke. Meow. A few of those big stones are surrounded by purple energy. However, the price of 10 million top-grade spirit stones was far beyond what Chen Fei could afford at the moment, so he decided to start with smaller stones. Following Wu Yun's guidance, Chen Fei noticed an oddly shaped stone. Its surface was uneven and unappealing, causing most people to shake their heads and walk away. The price tag read 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, which was significantly cheaper than other stones of similar size. Chen Fei attempted to use the sacred tome to inspect it, but the stone's layers blocked his investigation. Seeing him fixated on the stone, Shenlin couldn't help but advise, you're not seriously thinking about buying that, are you? With a look like that, even if there's something inside, it probably won't be worth much. The value of treasures lies in their quality, not their size, Chen Fei replied. He picked up the stone with one hand and gestured for Tang Jian to grab a smaller, more polished, and evenly colored stone nearby, priced at 1.6 million mid-grade spirit stones. The second stone was merely a decoy. After all, it wouldn't be wise to always uncover something valuable, or the shopkeepers might grow suspicious. Watching the two approach the stone-cutting area with their oars, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Well, look at that, rookies. Picked the ugliest spirit oars they could find. Someone in the crowd chuckled. What do you know? Someone nearby retorted. Judging by their looks, they're probably students, not much money to spend. They're just here to take a gamble. Wait a second. Suddenly, someone recognized Chen Fei. That's this year's hot contender for the 100 Cities tournament. An impressive bug cultivator and a certified big spender. Oh, a bug cultivator? The crowd's interest was immediately piqued. Hey, big guy, just these 2 oars? That's not enough. Why not grab a few more? The atmosphere in the stone gambling arena quickly grew lively. Even those who didn't participate in stone gambling enjoyed the excitement. It was like opening a blind box. No one knew what was inside, and the sense of mystery always sparked curiosity. Chen Fei finally squeezed his way to the cutting platform. I want these 2 spirit oars opened. The stonecutter glanced at the oars. Including the cutting fee, that'll be 3.7 million mid-grade spirit stones. Payment first, then we cut. Without hesitation, Chen Fei pulled out the spirit stones. After all, the money had come from his winnings in the arena. But this casual act only solidified his image as a big spender in the eyes of the onlookers. Start with the smaller one. At Chen Fei's command, the stonecutter summoned his beast companion, the blade ghost mantis. With a sharp swing of its bladed forelimbs, the ghost mantis swiftly sliced through the outer layer of the spirit ore, revealing a jade-like mineral core beneath. Once cleaned, a walnut-sized core was presented to the crowd. The stonecutter handed the core to Chen Fei. The onlookers craned their necks, some even tiptoeing, not wanting to miss the moment. Chen Fei gently opened the core, and a translucent bead emerged, radiating a soft blue-white glow. Isn't that just a moonlight pearl? A disappointed voice rose from the crowd. With that little bit of light element, it's worth, what, maybe 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Total loss. 2 inexperienced don't understand the art of stone gambling. Even Shenlin and Tang Jian showed a hint of regret. Such a beautiful exterior, yet the contents were so mediocre. At that moment, everyone deeply understood the saying, you'll never know what's inside until you open it. Cut the second one. Chen Fei, however, remained unfazed, a confident smile spreading across his face. As the crowd turned their skeptical gazes toward the misshapen spirit ore, Chen Fei knew the real show was just about to begin. The blade mantis swiftly and precisely removed the outer layer of the mineral. Once the surface was stripped away, everyone noticed the core of the spirit stone had an uneven structure. Only part of it had transformed into jade, while the rest remained ordinary rock. Without hesitation, the blade mantis sliced through the rocky portion and continued cutting into the jade section. However, this time was different from before. As soon as it reached halfway, a distinct aura of lightning surged forth, invigorating everyone present. This one's infused with lightning energy. It must be something extraordinary. Lux on this guy's side-striking gold on his second try. I had my doubts about this spirit stone. Never thought it'd have anything inside. Guess I misjudged. With the final slice, the core was revealed, a charred piece of withered wood, its surface etched with markings resembling lightning scars. The unexpected discovery immediately changed the crowd's reactions. I knew with these deformed stones never yield anything good. 2 losses in a row. Guess the kid's luck isn't so great after all. Chen Fei, however, remained calm and composed, carefully examining the withered wood in his hands. As Wu Yun had mentioned, the faint purple aura it emitted was anything but ordinary. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a deeply hidden tinder sprout emerging from a crack in the wood. The system promptly displayed the item's details. 9 Heavens Enlightenment Willow and Nirvana. Attributes: Elemental, Life, Yin-Yang, Support. Grade: SS. Potential: Possible Ascension to Immortal Plant. Note: this willow once faced a tribulation of lightning. Though it failed to overcome it, it preserved its vitality within the withered wood. After countless years, it has begun to sprout anew. A spark of realization lit up in Chen Fei's mind as he grasped the item's true value. This was once a being on the verge of ascension. Although it had failed its tribulation, it now had the chance to be reborn. Without hesitation, he stored the withered wood in his spiritual soil space. The 2 million mid-grade spirit stones he had spent were more than worth it. The onlookers, unaware of its true worth, offered words of consolation. Don't be discouraged, young man. Take it as an expensive lesson. Still planning to go on? They say fortune favors the brave. Maybe the next one will be a hit. Chen Fei responded with a confident smile. Of course, I'm going on. I won't stop until I uncover something truly amazing today. Manager Zhao Yu, sensing an opportunity, brought over refreshments, secretly hoping this wealthy customer would continue his spree. Chen Fei, having already tasted success, was more eager than anyone to keep going. At that moment, Wu Yun alerted him to a spirit stone emitting a faint orange-red glow. When asked, Wu Yun explained the color hierarchy of the energies it observed: gray for ordinary individuals, purple for the strongest. Currently, only Chen Fei and Tuoba's Yuan exhibited purple energy, while others like Jiang Yi and Nangong Xingchen displayed orange-red. Based on this standard, the quality of previously unearthed items became clear. The moonlight pearl corresponded to green energy, the withered wood to blue energy, and the newly sprouted tindershoot had reached the level of purple energy. Wu Yun also mentioned seeing black energy once on a headless angel, though even it couldn't decipher its meaning. Chen Fei promptly chose the oval-shaped spirit stone with the orange-red glow. To avoid drawing attention, he instructed Tang Jian and Xin Lin to each pick a stone, offering to pay for them. Tang Jian's green energy stone yielded a violet mist stone, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to produce spirit liquid. Xin Lin's blue energy stone revealed a merman's tear pearl valued at 3 million. As Chen Fei carried over another oval-shaped spirit stone resembling an egg, the crowd buzzed with speculation. This young man must be loaded. He just dropped 3.2 million like it's nothing. If this one's a dud too, he'll really take a massive loss. Chen Fei chuckled inwardly. The value of the 9 Heavens Enlightenment Willow alone far exceeded that of an S-grade beast egg. Loss? Not a chance. As the blade mantis began cutting into the final spirit stone, the mysterious item radiating orange-red energy was about to reveal its true form. As the stone was being cut halfway, a surge of intense fiery energy suddenly burst forth, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the stone gambling arena. Zhao Yu quickly rushed to the scene and immediately issued an order. Seal the area, don't let the flames escape. Summon the demon flame fire dragon. He knew all too well that powerful flames often possessed intelligence, and without proper control measures, they could easily break free. As one of the 5th-level guardian beasts of the stone gambling arena, the demon flame fire dragon, along with the frost phoenix, was specifically tasked with suppressing such emergencies. The blade ghost mantis also became exceedingly cautious, each cut gentler than the last, fearing that a single misstep might result in being scorched by the flames. Just as the final few cuts were about to be completed, a mass of green flames engulfed the jade-like object and then soared into the air. Although the space had been preemptively secured with a restriction spell, the flames were unwilling to be captured so easily. They rapidly absorbed fire elements from the surrounding air and erupted with a powerful burst. In an instant, the turquoise-green flames filled the entire arena, reducing all the tables, chairs, and furniture to ashes. Fortunately, the demon flame fire dragon promptly deployed a fire shield, protecting everyone present along with the spirit stones. Even so, the intense heat caused everyone to sweat profusely, forcing them to retreat. The fact that this newly emerged flame could hold its own against a 5th-level beast for so long was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Luckily, it had not fully matured and lacked sustained strength. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Eventually, the flames began to contract, transforming into a green fire seed that the demon flame fire dragon firmly grasped in its claws. Zhao Yu then announced, "Congratulations to this customer for obtaining a top-tier treasure. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Earth Sovereign Green Flame, formed from the remains of an Earth Sovereign Fire Qilin. Its grade lies above beast flames, but below exotic flames, approximately at the 3rd to 4th level. With nourishment from other flames, it might even evolve into an exotic flame in the future." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The Earth Sovereign Green Flame's value was equivalent to that of an S to S-grade beast companion, worth at least 6 to 7 million high-grade spirit stones. To have uncovered such a rare treasure with just 3.2 million mid-grade spirit stones was a 20-fold return on investment. Everyone present couldn't help but look on with envy. Zhao Yu continued, "Young man, our Qianlong Spirit Mine Store is willing to offer 8 million high-grade spirit stones to purchase this fire seed. Alternatively, you can choose to store it at our Qianlong Chamber of Commerce headquarters and participate in tomorrow's auction, or keep it for yourself." Though the Earth Sovereign Green Flame was incredibly valuable, it was not practical for Chen Fei. His 3 current beast companions were not fire type, and nurturing a beast flame into an exotic flame was no easy task. It simply wasn't worth the effort for him. Without much hesitation, Chen Fei spoke directly, "Then exchange it for 8 million high-grade spirit stones." This immense fortune was more than enough to fund his continued mining endeavors. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, and a delighted smile spread across his face. To him, there was a high probability that the Earth Emperor's Azure Flame could fetch over 10 million high-grade spirit stones at auction, making this a surefire profitable deal. However, Chen Fei raised his hand to signal, "No rush, manager. I still want to check out some more stones." Deduct the money for future stone cutting directly from this amount. Zhao Yu's smile widened. Of course, no problem at all. Please take your time. Tang Jian and Shun Lin quickly stepped forward, concern written all over their faces. Chen Fei, why not quit while you're ahead? 8 million high-grade spirit stones will last you a long time, Tang Jian advised. Shun Lin nodded in agreement, adding, exactly. Gambling on stones is usually a losing game. Luck doesn't last forever. Chen Fei patted his two friends on the shoulders and winked. Relax, I know what I'm doing. When have you ever seen me take a risk I wasn't confident about? Shun Lin seemed to realize something, and was about to say something when Tang Jian quickly covered his mouth. Chen Fei made a gesture for silence. Some things are better left unsaid. As long as we understand, that's enough. Shun Lin nodded repeatedly, though his eyes still held a trace of shock. All right, let's keep looking at stones, Chen Fei said, skipping over the small spirit mine area this time, as he'd already nearly exhausted the good finds there. His gaze turned toward the medium-sized spirit mine area, where each stone stood over a meter tall and was priced between 1 million and 2 million high-grade spirit stone sand area, far beyond the reach of most. If not for the profits from the Earth Emperor's azure flame, he wouldn't have dared to set his sights here. People nearby began murmuring among themselves. Interesting. This big shot is moving on to the medium-sized spirit mines. I wonder what treasures he'll uncover. Chen Fei wandered the mining area with Wu Yun in his arms. Well, Wu Yun, is there anything top-notch here? He asked. Wu Yun nodded lightly. Meow. It then indicated several spots with orangered auras, and one faint trace of purple aura. Noticing the purple aura, Chen Fei felt a surge of excitement, but didn't head straight for it. Instead, he pretended to stroll casually around the mining area several times before finally approaching the spirit mine in question. He planned to take that piece along with another nearby. Just as he was about to make his move, a rough voice suddenly rang out. Hold on a second, that spirit mine caught my eye too. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. A slightly chubby man, appearing to be in his early 30s, was walking steadily toward them. Dressed in luxurious attire from head to toe, every piece of his outfit exuded wealth and opulence. However, his complexion was somewhat pale, and there were dark circles under his eyes, a clear sign of overindulgence. That's Yuan Kong from the Yuan family, someone in the crowd whispered in astonishment. Chen Fei and Tang Jian instinctively moved closer to Shun Lin, quietly asking about the man's background. A flicker of surprise crossed Shun Lin's eyes as he explained. He's the young master of the Lusha Trading Association. The Lusha Trading Association has always been a rival of the Qinlong Trading Association. The two sides are constantly at odds with each other. I didn't expect Yuan Kong to show up in person today. He's probably here to snatch up the best goods from the shop, leaving the Qinlong Trading Association with no choice but to shut down for the next few days, Shun Lin added. Zhao Yu's face darkened the moment he saw Yuan Kong, but as an ordinary manager, he had no authority to kick him out. Yuan Kong's gaze landed on the spiritual orb by Chen Fei's feet. With a smile, he spoke, Hey there, young man. How about letting me have that piece? The spiritual orb emitted a faint purple aura. Though it wasn't on par with the legendary Jotian Enlightenment Willow, it was still incredibly valuable. Chen Fei flatly refused. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. As he spoke, he prepared to carry the ore to the cutting station. Yuan Kong was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting someone to reject him so directly. Do you even know who I am? I'm just here to gamble on stones. I couldn't care less about who you are, Chen Fei replied with a shake of his head. Interesting, very interesting, Yuan Kong said with a chuckle, clearly amused. Since we're both enthusiasts of stone gambling, let's settle this the proper way. Zhao Yu, what's the protocol in situations like these? Being called out, Zhao Yu had no choice but to step forward and explain the rules. According to the rules of the gambling hall, disputes can be resolved through a betting duel. Each side selects 3 spiritual ores of the same grade, and the one with the higher total value after cutting wins. The winner takes all the gains. Chen Fei sighed helplessly. Gambling duels seemed to be an inescapable part of life in the Imperial City. It looked like there was no avoiding it today. Shall we have a match? Yuan Kong asked with a grin. Let's do it, Chen Fei agreed. Zhao Yu announced the rules. Medium-sized spiritual ores only. Each participant has 10 minutes to make their selections, and no changes are allowed afterward. Let the duel begin. Yuan Kong immediately summoned his tamed Biasta screeched rockback rodent with rocky fins along its back. This type of beast excelled at magnetic field detection, capable of sensing the shapes and energy within spiritual ores. Before long, both sides had chosen 3 spiritual ores each, which were transported to the cutting station. Do you want to go first, or should I? Yuan Kong asked. Since you seem so confident, be my guest, Chen Fei replied. The onlookers crowded around, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the duel. The blade mantis began slicing into Yuan Kong's first spiritual ore. Soon, 5 Scrade Star Eater armored beast eggs emerged, with a total value of 6 million high-grade spiritual stones. As expected of you, Kong. What an impressive start, the crowd exclaimed in amazement. I wonder if that young man will be able to hold his ground? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the second Spirit Mind's prototype was revealed. As soon as the jade-like outer shell was cut open slightly, an intense, bone-chilling cold swept across the entire mining site. Everyone instinctively tightened their clothing, yet the biting cold seemed impossible to resist. Zhao Yu quickly identified the source as an ice crystal-type spirit object and immediately ordered protective measures to be put in place. Just then, a translucent, pink ice crystal broke free from its jade confinement, soaring through the air just like the Earth Emperor's azure flame earlier, before being restrained at the center of the site. Faced with this unusual ice crystal, Zhao Yu found himself unable to recognize it and called upon Kong Simiao, a master spirit treasure researcher from the Spirit Mine shop. After a thorough examination, Kong Simiao explained, "This is an ice crystal formed from the corpse of a cold soul ice shark, a creature of the ocean. Over countless years, it underwent transformation and somehow ended up on land, absorbing the power of extreme cold in a unique environment. This rare ice crystal has reached a level close to that of an exotic ice." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Being near the level of exotic ice meant the crystal was worth at least 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Everyone marveled at Yuan Kong's capabilities and eagerly anticipated what the third spirit mine would unveil. When the third spirit mine was opened, it revealed two ivory tusks intricately adorned with swirling cloud patterns. A faint blue light flowed between the patterns. Kong Simiao immediately leaned in for a closer look, his excitement resembling that of a connoisseur discovering a rare vintage wine. These are the tusks of the ancient Grade 5 Demon King, the cloud-treading mammoth. Kong Simiao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Not only do they hold immense historical research value, but they also contain the energy and legacy left behind by the mammoth at the moment of its death. Whoever possesses a compatible attribute can learn the cloud-treading mammoth's abilities from these tusks, including its renowned multiplication technique. The skill inheritance of an ancient Grade 5 Demon King rivaled the pink ice crystal in value, and the tusks were ultimately priced at 12 million high-grade spirit stones. Altogether, Yuan Kong's 3 spirit mines yielded a staggering total of 28 million high-grade spirit stones, leaving the crowd in awe. The pressure then shifted to Chen Fei. However, when his first spirit mine was fully opened, it revealed nothing more than a single high-quality spirit stone, ordinary in appearance, devoid of distinguishing patterns or auras, as if it were merely a consolation prize. Amid Yuan Kong's mocking laughter and the crowd's pitying sighs, Chen Fei remained steadfast in his trust in Wu Yun's judgment. Determined, he smashed the high-quality spirit stone to pieces in search of something hidden within. Yet, after sifting through the fragments, he found nothing out of the ordinary. A question began to take root in his mind. Could Wu Yun have been wrong this time? The empty high-grade spirit stones left Chen Fei in a brief moment of self-doubt. Seeing his dejected appearance, the people around him sighed in sympathy. Even Tang Jian and Shen Lin stepped forward to try and console him. At that moment, Xiao Gu's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Fei's mind. "Chen Fei, I can sense the presence of the Zerg. Are you sure?" Chen Fei's previously downcast mood was instantly uplifted. "Absolutely. We Zerg have a unique scent. Though, I've never encountered this particular scent before." With Xiao Gu's confirmation, Chen Fei immediately sprang into action. He meticulously examined the outer surface of the larger spirit or pieces he'd previously cut open, instructing the blade mantis to make deeper incisions whenever he found anything suspicious. Nearby, Yuan Kong observed Chen Fei's actions, mistaking them for the desperate struggles of someone on the verge of defeat. Feeling bored, he sighed inwardly. He had anticipated an evenly matched contest, not such a one-sided affair. "Stop wasting your time. Those little chunks won't yield anything valuable," Yuan Kong urged, eager to end the dull competition quickly. Suddenly, Chen Fei's excited voice rang out. "I found it." All eyes turned to the tiny amber stone in Chen Fei's hand, no larger than a pistachio. Among the crowd, Kong Simiao, who had a particular fondness for amber, was the first to step forward. She carefully examined the contents of the amber trio of insect-like creatures, each the size of a mosquito. Their forms resembled dragonflies, their bodies composed entirely of ice crystal, with a semi-transparent, pale blue appearance. "These are ancient triple-turn frost demon Goo," Kong Simiao exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing the puzzled expressions around him, Chen Fei took the initiative to ask, "Elder Kong, what makes the triple-turn frost demon Goo so remarkable?" Kong Simiao took a moment to organize her thoughts before explaining. The term, triple turn, isn't a random designation. It signifies their ability to undergo 3 metamorphoses. The conditions for metamorphosis are much easier to meet compared to evolution, and by their third transformation, they can at least reach S rank. These 3 goo insects encased in the amber are already at S rank, meaning they still have 1 metamorphosis remaining. The crowd collectively gasped. Realizing the implications each of these goo insects had the potential to advance to S rank. That makes them far more valuable than strength beast eggs, someone marveled. After all, with beast eggs, you still have to ensure they actually hatch. Yuan Kong, however, poured cold water on their excitement. Aren't you all overlooking one crucial issue? These goo insects have been trapped in the amber for who knows how many millennia. Are they even still alive? The crowd's enthusiasm dampened at his words, but Chen Fei declared firmly, no, they're still alive. Faced with skeptical looks, Chen Fei took the amber and explained in detail. Amber typically forms from the resin of coniferous trees after being buried for extended periods. Normally, living creatures wouldn't survive inside. However, there are two exceptions. One is when they are sealed intentionally, and the other is when the creatures seal themselves. Besides their triple turn trait, the Frost Demon Goo have another unique ability: they can self-seal in the presence of a natural predator, suppressing both their aura and life force. It's highly likely these goo insects entered the resin of their own accord for self-preservation. Then how do we awaken them? Even Kong Simiao, with her extensive research, humbly sought Chen Fei's guidance. Chen Fei smiled. It's simple. He turned to Yuan Kong. May I borrow that pink ice crystal? Go ahead, Yuan Kong responded with a casual wave. Chen Fei brought the amber close to the pink ice crystal and waited patiently. Within a minute, the goo insects inside the amber began to stir. Triple-turn Frost Demon Goo are fond of cold environments, and they're especially drawn to ice crystals with unique properties. Besides waiting for natural awakening, using ice crystals is the best way to wake them. Manager Zhao, please prepare to contain them. Understood. Zhao Yu nodded. Moments later, two of the Frost Demon Goo emerged from the amber, darting straight toward the pink ice crystal. However, before they could reach their target, Zhao Yu deftly captured them in a crystal containment box. Chen Fei let out a sigh of relief and turned to Kong Simiao. Elder Kong, could you now provide an estimate? How much would a wild, Tier 3, Stage 2 triple-turn Frost Demon Goo be worth? Facing Chen Fei's question, Kong Simiao explained in detail. The goo insect, which had already reached Stage 3, Level 2, was far more valuable than an unhatched beast pet egg. More importantly, these third-turn Frost Demon Goo insects still had the potential for one final transformation, enough to surpass many class beast pets. After a quick calculation, she gave her valuation. A single goo insect is worth 3.5 million upper-grade spirit stones on its own. Including its research value after death, the total price could reach 8 million upper-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei's stone-opening experience this time was full of twists and turns. If not for his persistence, this piece of amber, hidden in the rock's outer layer rather than its jade core, would have slipped through his fingers. With the first spirit mine opened, Chen Fei had gained a slight advantage. Yuan Kong, intrigued, pulled out a dragon bone-carved chair and sat down, stroking the guinea pig beside him while eagerly watching the remaining two spirit mines. The process of opening the second spirit mine went relatively smoothly. Soon, a gourd containing true phoenix nirvana essence was revealed. This water attribute essence, produced during a phoenix's rebirth, was incredibly precious to class avian mystical beasts. Its final estimated value was set at 9 million upper-grade spirit stones, giving Chen Fei a temporary lead of 1 million over Yuan Kong. The last spirit mine was a medium-sized one, with the most intense orangered aura among them. As the blade ghost mantis began cutting, a violent pressure suddenly erupted, forcing everyone present to retreat repeatedly. Even Yuan Kong nearly fell off his chair, while the demon flame fire dragon and the frost ice phoenix were forced to descend, clearly suppressed by some kind of bloodline power. What kind of existence is this? Such terrifying killing intent, the crowd exclaimed. The murderous aura was almost tangible, and before the blade ghost mantis could even make a move, the jade layer had already begun to crack on its own. Suddenly, two beast fangs shot out, releasing an overwhelming wave of murderous energy. Kong Simiao gasped in shock. These are the saber fangs of the ancient Tribulation Lightning Saber-toothed Tiger. Her words left everyone in stunned silence. The Tribulation Lightning Saber-toothed Tiger was an SS-class entity, mastering not ordinary lightning but the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, comparable to Divine Punishment. The two saber fangs in midair formed the shadow of a Tribulation Lightning Saber-toothed Tiger, locking eyes with the furried black cloud beast in Chen Fei's arms. The black cloud beast showed no fear in the face of the shadow. However, when the Tribulation Lightning Saber-toothed Tiger let out a roar and unleashed its full murderous aura, even Chen Fei turned pale and staggered backward under the impact. The black cloud beast was enraged. It had once stared down a headless angel without flinching. How could it fear the remnants of a dead creature? It immediately activated its heavy pupils, gathering purple energy to counterattack, dimming the shadow significantly. If not for the fact that its opponent was merely the remains of a dead creature, even with its heavy pupils, the black cloud beast might not have had the upper hand in this battle. The phantom let out a thunderous roar toward the sky before slowly dissipating, leaving behind only two sharp saber teeth hovering in front of the dark clouds. This strange phenomenon was clearly a sign of recognition. It seems this young man's cat demon is no ordinary one. Kong Simiao, the oldest and most experienced person present, was the first to react. He quickly changed the topic, raising his voice to evaluate. The saber teeth of the Thunderstrike saber-toothed tiger hold special value, especially for the evolution of feline or tiger-type beasts. As a rare SS-class beast, its potential is immense. Originally worth at least 20 million top-grade spirit stones, its value drops to 15 million because it has already recognized an owner, making it less convenient for others to use. Zhao Yu immediately chimed in. Since Mr. Kong has already given his estimate, the total value of this young man's 3 spirit mines is 32 million top-grade spirit stones. This young man wins. As these words fell, the crowd burst into an uproar. Wow, even Yuan Kong lost? Stone gambling is truly unpredictable. This guy's luck is out of this world. The audience murmured and debated in amazement. Yuan Kong, however, began to applaud, a look of admiration on his face. Well, this has been truly entertaining. Not many people can beat me, Yuan Kong. Young man, you are indeed remarkable. According to the rules of the wager, these 3 treasures and that spirit mine are now yours. As the heir to the Lushao Merchant Guild, Yuan Kong was well-versed in social dynamics. A black cat that had earned the recognition of the Thunderstrike saber-toothed tiger was no ordinary creature, and its owner, Chen Fei, was undoubtedly not simple either. Such a person was better befriended than antagonized. Actually, I only invested 4 million top-grade spirit stones to open all the premium ores in this batch of medium-sized spirit mines. I didn't lose a thing, Yuan Kong added, his words carrying a subtle implication. The crowd suddenly realized the truth. Yuan Kong had come to disrupt the event in the first place. Though the process had taken an unexpected turn, his goal had been achieved. The premium ores from this batch of medium-sized spirit mines were now in Chen Fei's hands, leaving the remaining ones with little value. Zhao Yu's expression shifted between gloom and resignation, but he had no choice but to accept the outcome. Just as Yuan Kong was about to leave, Chen Fei suddenly spoke up. Manager Zhao, aside from keeping the saber teeth of the Thunderstrike tiger, I want to pawn the other 5 items at your shop. With the spirit stones I get, I'll open the store's signature spirit mine. At these words, even Yuan Kong, who was about to leave, stopped abruptly in his tracks. I want to open the shop's spirit mines. As soon as Chen Fei spoke, the entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned to him in unison. The decision was so bold that Yuan Kong, who was about to leave, immediately turned back, pulled out his dragon bone chair, and sat down again, eager not to miss the spectacle. Manager Zhao Yu's expression flickered with surprise. These spirit mines, which had long been neglected, finally found a challenger today. He raised his voice and gave the order. Bring out 10 of the shop's spirit mines for Mr. Chen to choose from. Zhao Yu quickly calculated the accounts. The previous 5 items were valued at 45 million top-grade spirit stones. Adding the remaining balance, the total is 50 million top-grade spirit stones. This means Mr. Chen can open 5 of the shop's spirit mines. His tone had shifted to one of respect toward Chen Fei, clearly acknowledging his capabilities. The onlookers erupted in excitement. He can open 5 at once, that's quite a chance, one exclaimed. Exactly. There's a high likelihood for a supreme spiritual treasure to appear. Another chimed in. The crowd was so thrilled it seemed as if they were the ones opening the mines. Amid the clamor, Chen Fei discreetly stored an unopened pale purple spirit mine into his sacred tome space. The 9 Heavens Enlightenment Willow had already turned to charcoal and attracted no attention, but he knew he still needed to be cautious with this one. Dark Cloud. Which ones did you say were shrouded in purple energy? Chen Fei asked quietly. The small creature raised a paw and pointed. Meow, the 2nd, 6th, and 9th ones. Learning that there were only 3, Chen Fei recalculated in his mind. 50 million was clearly too much to wager, so he decided to open just 4 mines, reserving the remaining 10 million to reclaim the 3rd turn Frostfiend Goo. As for the cloud-riding mammoth, the glass rock-type beast egg, and other items, they offered little benefit to his assassin specialization. The Frostfiend Goo was far more valuable, even if it might only serve as a backup or secondary development option. Having made his decision, Chen Fei pretended to hesitate as he strolled among the 10 spirit mines. Finally, he pointed to an orange-eared one. I'll start with this one. Zhao Yu immediately ordered. Summon the Blade Ghost Mantis King. This evolved creature was far more powerful than a regular Blade Ghost Mantis, with antennae resembling a majestic crown. Under its razor-sharp scythe-like claws, the tough spirit mine was quickly split open, revealing a wooden material inside. Standing nearby, Kong Simiao recognized it at once. That's immortal soulwood. It's incredibly beneficial for nurturing and strengthening the soul. If used correctly, this fragment of the immortal soul tree can significantly enhance the power of soul-based abilities for spirit beasts. though it is merely a broken branch rather than a complete tree, making it a one-time consumable item, and is only effective for lower-level soul-based spirit beasts. Being almost useless for a level 5 beast king, it is still valued at 6 million high-grade spirit stones. The others present felt a pang of regret for the loss of 4 million high-grade spirit stones after seeing the results of the first spirit mine. However, this was not unexpected. After all, a so-called treasured mine only offers a slightly higher chance about 10-20 of producing valuable materials. This marginal increase, though, translates to a higher potential payoff. For Chen Fei, however, this fragment of the immortal soul tree held far greater worth than the Earth Emperor's green flame or the pink ice crystal. His life-bound spirit beast, Qiyu, had always lacked the power for a decisive strike. If this fragment were used on the soul-suppressing cage, it would undoubtedly enhance its suppressive force significantly. With this thought, Chen Fei cheerfully stored the immortal soul tree fragment in his sacred tome space. Next came the true treasured mine marked by the violet aura. Following the sequence, Chen Fei chose the second piece. The blade ghost mantis king began slicing it open, one cut after another, but no surge of spiritual energy or unusual phenomenon emerged. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the final result was a single, flawless high-grade spirit stone with no apparent markings or patterns on its surface. The outcome left everyone in shock. A treasured mine yielding nothing but a single high-grade spirit stone? Even after meticulous inspection, with the blade ghost mantis king cutting as thinly as possible, no signs of hidden treasures could be found. However, when Chen Fei picked up the spirit stone, he noticed something unusual. Within the stone, faint, semi-transparent formation patterns could be seen, barely discernible even at close range. These intricate lines appeared naturally formed, as if etched into the stone through some extraordinary method. Suddenly, Chen Fei's consciousness was pulled into a unique environment. He found himself enveloped by an omnipresent sense of danger, with no blind spots. When he attempted to move, a barrage of poison mist and concealed weapons engulfed him. Before he could react, his consciousness was forcibly returned to reality. Had already died once in that mysterious environment. At that moment, information about the spirit stone surfaced in Chen Fei's mind. This was a tenfold ambush formation stone, engraved by a master formation artist for others to study. By channeling spiritual energy into the stone, one could activate a special formation environment. While it inflicted no physical harm, it offered immense value for comprehension and training. The formation stone contained multiple levels of the tenfold ambush formation, from the beginner level 6 directional assassination formation, to the advanced Heavenly Gang 36 directional formation, the expert Earthly Fiend 72 directional formation, the Pinnacle Star Constellation 108 directional formation, and finally the flawless 360-degree kill formation. Most importantly, this assassination formation could not only be studied but also integrated with beast taming abilities. As Chen Fei absorbed this information, he couldn't help but catch his breath. Formation. Chen Fei felt a surge of joy in his heart. In this world, formations were considered rare treasures, and this one was none other than a renowned assassination formation from ancient times. What thrilled him even more was that this formation could seamlessly integrate with his beast taming abilities. He quickly visualized the operation of the formation in his mind, laying it out, infusing the illusory elements of the Qi Jade, combining it with Xiao Gu's toxins, and enhancing it with Wu Yun's various abilities. This combination's destructive power would be enough to strike fear into any opponent. The key point was that this formation could not only be learned by Chen Fei but also improve its proficiency through accumulated kill points. This meant that in the future, his skills would no longer be limited to beast taming combat. He would gain significant combat capabilities himself, even if only in a supporting role, far surpassing his previous limits. No wonder it's from the purple Qi spirit mine, Chen Fei thought to himself as he decisively stored the formation into the sacred codex space. He was well aware that with Kong Simiao's insight, letting him examine it would surely reveal the extraordinary nature of this formation. To divert attention, Chen Fei feigned frustration and grumbled, "Manager Zhao, your store's prized spirit mine is such a scam. It's worse than a medium-sized spirit mine." Zhao Yu was secretly pleased, but maintained a professional smile. "Mr. Chen, you must be joking. Stone gambling always has its risks. Who knows? Perhaps the next one might yield a true treasure. Well, I'll take your word for it." Chen Fei pretended to be annoyed as he pointed to another spirit mine. "Open this one for me." Off to the side, Yuan Kong observed the scene, pondering to himself. With Chen Fei's sharp eye for medium-sized spirit mines, it doesn't make sense for him to repeatedly fail with the store's prized mine. Could he have another agenda? As the spirit mine was gradually shaved down, the faint outline of a sizable object became visible through the jade-like material, radiating spiritual energy. With the final cut, a crystalline box was revealed. Inside it lay a well-preserved ancient male corpse, dressed in traditional garments with hair that appeared lifelike. "Look, there's a red box beneath his head," someone pointed out. Chen Fei turned to Kong Simiao. Elder Kong, how should we handle this situation? Kong Simiao deliberated for a moment. Whether to open it is up to you, but I suggest preserving the integrity of the body. It holds significant historical research value. Understood. Chen Fei nodded. He then instructed everyone to step back and began issuing commands. Wu Yun, create a vacuum. First, form a vacuum around the crystalline box. After breaking the box to retrieve the red container, have Xiaogu reconstruct the crystalline box to ensure the body remains in a vacuum environment at all times. Kong Simiao's eyes lit up instantly, and his gaze toward Chen Fei was filled with admiration. Mr. Chen, your skills are incredible, almost tailor-made for the field of archaeology. Have you ever considered joining an archaeological team? Chen Fei was taken aback by the suggestion. That's a bit sudden. In times of peace, archaeology is indeed a highly respected profession. But right now, I'm sorry, Mr. Kong, that's not where my ambitions lie. Seeing his hesitation, Kong Simiao had no choice but to drop the subject, though he cautiously reminded everyone, step back, everyone. Until we know what's inside the box, it's better to be safe. The crowd retreated as instructed, and the stonecutter signaled for the blade mantis to step forward and open the box. What? You're all just going to stand back and leave all the danger to me? Could you be any more shameless? Grumbled the blade mantis, though it still moved forward to carry out the task. Unexpectedly, the box opened with ease. There was no outburst of mystical energy as legends often described, nor did any danger arise. Inside lay a jade slip, its surface intricately engraved with complex patterns. This type of jade slip, resembling top-grade spirit stones but far more durable, was often used for inscribing formations or recording martial arts inheritances. Chen Fei cautiously extended a wisp of his consciousness into the jade slip, ready to pull back at any sign of danger. However, no threats emerged. Instead, he discovered a martial art inheritance called Beast Mastery Technique. The jade slip revealed its contents in a steady flow. Although humans are physically frail, they have been granted unique talents by the heavens, allowing them to awaken abilities such as beast taming, lightning control, wind manipulation, and soul mastery. More importantly, humans possess the potential for continuous learning and growth. However, those unable to awaken such talents remain at the bottom of the food chain. To address this disparity, a great figure developed this extraordinary martial art. By using the souls of beasts as a foundation and beast blood as a medium, it unlocks the body's constraints, enabling ordinary individuals to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like beasts. This complete beast mastery technique could be cultivated to the king level, its significance far surpassing that of ordinary martial arts. It was considered a vital stepping stone for mortals to ascend to the realm of cultivators. Yet, why had such an important martial art failed to be passed down through the ages? Chen Fei couldn't help but feel a profound curiosity about the events of the ancient past. Lost in thought, Chen Fei's expression intrigued the onlookers, who began speculating about the astonishing revelations he might have found within the jade slip. Zhao Yu quickly instructed, Mr. Kong, please take a look as well. What could this be to surprise Mr. Chen so much? Kong Simiao readily agreed, as he had always been fascinated by rare treasures and historical artifacts. Chen Fei, without hesitation, handed over the jade slip. After all, while it was valuable, it wasn't something essential for someone with his beast-taming talent. As Kong Simiao read through the contents of the jade slip, his expression gradually changed from calm to shocked, and finally to incredulous. The usually composed face now mirrored the same astonishment that Chen Fei had shown moments ago. After a long pause, he finally said in a deep voice, "This is a monumental fortune for humanity." His words left everyone present exchanging bewildered glances. What could possibly elevate an artifact to a significance that Kong would describe as a boon for all of humanity? The crowd began to clamor with questions. At their urging, Kong Simiao gestured for silence and explained, "This spirit stone contains the knowledge of a technique called Beast Spirit Mastery. It allows one to use the soul of a beast as a foundation and blood as a medium to reconstruct the physical body. Do you realize what this means? It means that even ordinary people without beast-taming talent can absorb spiritual energy and cultivate through this method. Universal cultivation." These words sent the room into an uproar. Yuan Kong was the first to react, immediately spotting an opportunity. "Mr. Chen, how about partnering with our Lusha Trade Guild? We can do a 70-30 split, with you taking 70%. Zhao Yu quickly raised the stakes. The Qianlong Commerce Guild is willing to offer 30 million high-grade spirit stones for exclusive sales rights, with the same 70-30 split. The two began arguing fervently, each contacting their respective higher-ups. Upon hearing the news, Yuan Kang's father and the Qianlong Guild president both promised to rush over immediately. Tang Jian and Shen Lin, standing to the side, were left utterly dumbfounded. Shen Lin sighed. No wonder everyone calls him a big shot. He's always involved in earth-shattering matters. Tang Jian felt the gap between himself and Chen Fei was beyond measure. Watching the two merchants grow more heated in their debate, Chen Fei rubbed his temples and interjected, "Gentlemen, this can be discussed in due time. For now, I'd like to open another town-defining spirit mine." With that, the argument ceased instantly. Both Yuan Kong and Zhao Yu understood that the priority now was to see if Chen Fei could work another miracle. The last spirit or revealed a unique dark hue, as deep and enigmatic as the night sky, adorned with specks of star-like brilliance. Such radiant ores often instill a sense of awe and trepidation, as they typically contain meteoric iron. While meteoric iron varies widely in quality, most are only suitable for crafting spiritual artifacts, with some being so difficult to process that their market value remains low. As the blade of the Blade Mantis King cut layer by layer into the ore, the rocky outer shell was peeled away. Just as it was about to reach the jade-like core, an unprecedented surge of violent spiritual energy erupted. The energy swept through the entire spirit or shop like a tidal wave, spilling out into the streets and spreading along the pathways. Passers-by halted in their tracks, stunned by this sudden display of power. Even more astonishingly, the spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, forming a visible beam of light piercing through the clouds. This phenomenon caused an immediate uproar throughout the imperial city. Both the president of the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce and the president of the Lusha Chamber of Commerce, Yuan Kai, were alerted and quickly rushed toward the scene. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ziyuan, sensing the anomaly, cursed under his breath before hurrying toward the source of the beam. Under the impact of this immense spiritual energy, many individuals felt an opportunity for a breakthrough and scrambled to find secluded corners to begin cultivating. Even Chen Fei sensed a breakthrough on the horizon. As the spiritual energy continued to surge, the jade-like core shattered, revealing a perfectly round orb with a deep, night-sky color. The system instantly displayed detailed information. This was an SS-grade Azure Nether Kuran life crystal, originating from a level 9, tier 5 Demon King. It contained a complete inheritance, with devouring type abilities capable of enhancing the evolution of the Nether Crystal Goo King's consumption skill. The moment Chen Fei finished reading the information, an oppressive and suffocating aura descended from above. The ceiling of the spirit or shop collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, two level 5 Demon Kings intervened just in time, reducing the falling debris to dust. As everyone looked up, they saw a massive four-winged Kuan whale hovering above the shop. The crowd was utterly stunned into silence. Even the most talkative onlookers dared not utter a word. At that moment, Tuoba Ziyuan arrived at the scene, promptly sealing off the surrounding space and initiating a conversation with the four-winged Kuan whale. Upon learning that it had come seeking its clan's inheritance, he slightly lowered his guard. In the end, Tuoba Ziyuan seized Chen Fei in one hand, while holding the Azure Nether Kuan crystal in the other. He approached the four-winged Kuan whale, prepared to negotiate a resolution. "Simple, I only want the demon crystal of my kin." The voice of the four-winged whale Kuan was low and resolute. Tuoba Ziyuan, maintaining his composure, calmly explained, "This demon crystal now belongs to this young man, so it requires his consent." He then turned to Chen Fei. "What is your decision?" Under the imposing aura of the two powerful beings, Chen Fei seemed small, yet his voice remained steady and fearless. An SS-grade Azure Nether Kuan, the life crystal of a level 9 tier 5 Demon King, complete with its full inheritance. Such a treasure, what would I gain in return if I handed it over to you? These words caused Tuoba Ziyuan's pupils to contract slightly. Such a precious life crystal could only be described as priceless. No wonder the four-winged whale Kuan had descended in person, breaking precedent. The four-winged whale Kuan was silent for a long moment. It had originally been drawn here by the spiritual energy, never expecting to encounter the crystal of an Azure Nether Kuan, whose bloodline surpassed its own. Finally, it exhaled a pile of rare treasures: Earthshade Demon Stone, Stellar Meteorite Iron, Dragon Scale Fruit, Illusion Breaking Pearl. You may choose 3 among them. In addition, the four-winged whale Kuan continued, "I will grant your clan my mark, which will protect you 3 times from attacks below level 6 tier 5. If I am nearby, I will personally intervene to assist you. This is my utmost sincerity." Tuoba Ziyuan was inwardly astonished. This was equivalent to gaining the protection of a level 8 tier 5 guardian. Chen Fei was also tempted, but he did not agree immediately. "I also need 3 drops of your heart's blood to aid in the evolution of my beast companion." The four-winged whale Kuan pondered briefly before agreeing. "Deal." After the transaction was completed, Chen Fei suddenly asked, "Mighty One, may I touch you? I've never encountered such a powerful being before." This odd request left both the four-winged whale Kuan and Tuoba Ziyuan exchanging perplexed glances, but the whale Kuan still gave its consent. What they didn't know was that Chen Fei was secretly activating his life devour skill. With the heart's blood of the four-winged whale Kuan, his devour skill could evolve further. While the 9 heavens soaring ability was a flight type skill, it wasn't the optimal choice for his beast companion under the current circumstances. Meow, Wu Yun softly reminded, the opponent is too strong, and the spiritual energy used for duplication is only enough for one last attempt. This time, Wu Yun performed the yin-yang amplification. Both the man and the cat were wise enough not to approach the four-winged Jinkuan again, fearing they might provoke its displeasure. They watched as the four-winged Jinkuan soared into the sky, vanishing from sight within moments. The yin-yang amplification, a unique ability of Kun-type mystical beasts, not only includes the power of devouring but also embodies the force of yin and yang. It can imprint the mark of yin and yang into the recipient's body, which can be activated at any time. Once triggered, the reversal of yin-yang forces significantly enhances the power of a specific skill. Even at the entry level, it can boost the next skill's power by 50. Holy crap! Chen Fei was utterly stunned. If the entry level was this powerful, then at its peak, it could likely enhance skill power by over 100. No wonder it's a skill of a level 5, Tier 8 Beast King. Each one is astonishing. Without hesitation, he had Wu Yun replace the previous amplification mark. Chen Fei suddenly turned his gaze toward Tuoba Ziyuan. War God, I've never seen a spatial-type mystical beast before. Can I touch it a couple of times? He thought to himself, if Wu Yun could duplicate a spatial skill, that would be incredible. Tuoba Ziyuan, seeing the eagerness in Chen Fei's eyes and recalling his antics in the artificial secret realm, immediately understood his intentions. Get lost. I have a ton of things to deal with, no time to play with you. With that, he brought Chen Fei back to the ground. Tuoba Ziyuan gathered everyone present. Not a word of what happened today can be leaked. To ensure absolute security, every one of you must swear an oath to heaven and earth, treating this as if it never occurred. I will also arrange for restrictions to be placed on you. If anyone attempts soul interrogation, mind probing, or memory theft on you, we will be notified immediately to ensure your safety. Everyone understood this was for their own good and readily agreed, though they felt a bit regretful that they couldn't boast about the incident. As for you, kid, come with me. Before Chen Fei could respond, Tuoba Ziyuan had already taken him to the spot in the artificial secret realm where the thorny water spirit had once resided. Do you have the thorny water spirit with you? Chen Fei knew he couldn't hide it, so he admitted, yes. Should I release it back? No need. Tuoba Ziyuan fell silent for a moment before saying, it was my son's favorite companion beast. Now that it's with you, it has found a good home. I hope you'll take good care of it. Recalling that Su Shanhai had mentioned Tuoba Ziyuan had no descendants, Chen Fei couldn't help but ask, what about your son? Tuoba Ziyuan looked up at the sky, concealing the sorrow in his eyes. He and his family of 3 went to travel the world, but encountered the mist. His unfinished words carried an indescribable grief. I'm sorry. Chen Fei realized he had touched upon a painful subject. Enough. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Chen Fei was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Wait, there's something important. Seeing Tuoba Ziyuan's curious gaze, he took out a jade slip. This contains the art of spirit taming. It can help ordinary people embark on the path of cultivation. This simple sentence caused a storm of emotions in Tuoba Ziyuan's heart. Chen Fei handed the jade slip to Tuoba Ziyuan with a solemn expression. He had declined the offers from the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce and the Lusha Chamber of Commerce to purchase the spirit mastery technique, instead choosing to hand it over to the military. I think it's more appropriate to entrust this to the military, Chen Fei explained. First, your pricing will be more reasonable, considering most buyers are ordinary people. Second, the military can use this to cultivate a specialized force. Tuoba Ziyuan took the jade slip and fell into contemplation. The sense of duty and selflessness Chen Fei displayed for humanity surprised him. No wonder Su Shanhai held him in such high regard. Talent, ability, and a heart for humanity combined so perfectly. What leader wouldn't value someone like this? After carefully studying the spirit mastery technique twice, Tuoba Ziyuan confirmed its unique value and patted Chen Fei on the shoulder with satisfaction. Good lad, you may enjoy stirring things up, but it's always for the right reasons. I'll take this jade slip. The military will sell it online for 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. As the first level 5 martial art on the spirit continent, the price is quite reasonable. We'll split the revenue 50-50 since maintaining an army isn't easy. He continued, additionally, I'll apply for a special merit award for you, which is even higher than a first-class merit. It has many uses. I'll also secure over 30,000 contribution points for you, and I'll personally add another 20,000. Plus, you'll get a 40% discount on contribution point exchanges. How does that sound? Deal. Chen Fei agreed swiftly. Compared to spirit stones, he valued the high-quality resources the military could provide even more. The top-tier natural treasures were monopolized by major chambers of commerce, leaving only subpar items on the market. But the military was different. It had access to rare resources, even including space-type and ceiling-type beasts, all available for exchange, as long as he had enough contribution points. Seeing Chen Fei agree, Tuoba Ziyuan felt even more pleased. When Su Shanhai had recommended him, Tuoba had only been mildly interested. Now, He was even considering taking Chen Fei as a disciple. However, recalling his son's situation, he suppressed the thought. Supporting Chen Fei from the sidelines, though, was no problem. Take these. Tuoba Ziyuan brought out 2 treasures. I heard your cat demon has gained the recognition of the Tribulation Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger. This Tribulation Stone can help it evolve. And this is an S-grade Dream Goo core, which might be useful for your Goo insects. Chen Fei was stunned. This is? Little Su said you're lacking resources for a king-level beastmaster. Tuoba Ziyuan said with a smile. Well, now you've got them. If you need anything in the future, just come find me. At that moment, Chen Fei was overwhelmed with emotion. Once struggling to survive in the cracks of society, he was now receiving the favor of the war god of humanity. After receiving Tuoba Ziyuan's guidance, Chen Fei left the artificial secret realm. As he tallied up his gains for the day, Chen Fei's heart surged with excitement. Calling it a fruitful harvest would be an understatement. Astonishing was more fitting. The total value of these items was something even a billion upper-grade spirit stones couldn't buy. The first thing Chen Fei did was to carefully plant the 9 Heavens Enlightenment Willow into the fertile soil. He then took out the crystal-clear Earth Spirit Dew and meticulously watered the area around the willow's branches. After completing this step, all he could do was wait for it to grow naturally. Next, he retrieved several critical items. A pair of gleaming saber teeth from a Thunderstrike Saber-Tooth Tiger, a dark purple Catastrophe Stone gifted by Tuoba Ziyuan, and other auxiliary materials. By normal standards, it would take 1 million slaughter points to perfectly evolve the saber teeth, but with the Catastrophe Stone, only 500,000 were required. Even so, this was an astronomical figure for Chen Fei. If it weren't for the ongoing battle among the 100,000 Goo insects in the Baiyue Mountains, he wouldn't have been able to accumulate even the tens of thousands of slaughter points he had now. With no other choice, Chen Fei went to the contribution exchange area and used the 20,000 contribution points Tuoba Ziyuan had given him to trade for some special items. This finally reduced the required slaughter points to a manageable 100,000. Dark Cloud, the evolution process might be very painful. You must hold on. Chen Fei gently reminded. Meow for revenge. A little pain is nothing. Dark Cloud responded with determination. Without further delay, Chen Fei began the evolution ritual. The crimson slaughter points did not directly flow into Dark Cloud's body. Instead, they first enveloped the saber teeth, extracting their essence and legacy, before finally integrating into Dark Cloud. In an instant, blue and purple light surged across Dark Cloud's entire body, crackling with electricity. Meow. Arg. Its agonized cries echoed through the sacred space, and the other beasts, as if sensing its pain, became restless and agitated. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the sky underwent a sudden transformation. Layers of dark clouds rapidly gathered, forming a massive vortex. Passers-by on the streets were struck with panic at the sight. Good heavens, who's attempting a tribulation here? Run for your lives. Don't get struck by lightning. The phenomenon alarmed factions far and wide. King-level beast tamers grew wary, and even hidden figures like the High Priest couldn't conceal their shock. None of them had expected a human to undergo a tribulation, as it was believed that only a king-level beast tamer at the 9th stage pinnacle could face such a challenge. At that moment, the sacred space abruptly ejected Chen Fei and Dark Cloud. When Chen Fei looked up and saw the tribulation clouds above, he was utterly horrified. Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be a perfect evolution? Why is there a tribulation? Fortunately, Tuoba Ziyuan appeared just in time and transported them to a mountaintop outside the city. He had no intention of letting the city, under his protection, suffer destruction from the tribulation lightning. Tuoba Ziyuan quickly layered multiple spatial barriers over the area where Chen Fei and Wu Yun were, ensuring no outsiders could spy on them. Even he appeared uneasy in the face of the tribulation lightning, something he was encountering for the first time in his life. Kid, get away from that cat demon now. Tuoba Ziyuan shouted urgently. Do you want to get struck by lightning too? With your current physical body, you wouldn't even survive one bolt of tribulation lightning. Wu Yun's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation, as if it were a sword embryo being repeatedly hammered and tempered. Its originally petite frame expanded rapidly, soon reaching over 3 meters in height. Though it couldn't rival the colossal size of the ancient saber-toothed tigers, which were over 10 meters long, Wu Yun now exuded an imposing presence. Its jet-black fur gleamed with an even more lustrous sheen, and its canine teeth extended from the corners of its mouth, not as exaggerated as the saber-toothed tigers, but adding a touch of majesty. Most striking of all were its dual purple pupils, now intermingled with shades of blue and white, shining ever more brilliantly. Roar Chen Fei, take Qi Yu and Xiao Gu and leave now. Don't let me drag you down. Wu Yun's voice had shifted from a feline meow to a tiger's roar. It swung its tail swiftly, wrapping it tightly around Chen Fei before hurling him away with force. Wu Yun, hold on. I still have 3 shields from the four-winged whale. Kuni won't let anything happen to you. Chen Fei's words had barely left his mouth when the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended with a deafening crash. It was a blue-purple bolt as thick as a bowl, striking down like the hammer of a thunder god and smashing a deep crater into the ground where Wu Yun stood. Everyone's hearts tensed at the sight. After a moment, Wu Yun shakily climbed out of the pit. Though it struggled to stand, it appeared largely unharmed. A blue-purple lightning mark now adorned its body. Tuoba Ziyuan stopped Chen Fei, who was about to rush forward, and explained, "That was the purple heaven divine lightning. It's the weakest of the tribulation bolts, but it's still not to be underestimated. That blue mark means it will be able to wield the purple heaven divine lightning in the future. How many bolts of tribulation lightning will it have to endure?" Chen Fei asked anxiously. "It's hard to say," Tuoba Ziyuan replied with a shake of his head. "The stronger the innate talent, the more bolts there are. Typically, it's 3, 6, or 9. With its dual pupil beast talents, it will likely face at least 6 bolts." Even as he spoke, the second bolt of tribulation lightning struck. This time, it was a pure white lightning bolt radiating a sacred aura. This was the world-purifying white lightning, which posed little threat to ordinary beings, but was naturally devastating to demons, evil entities, and anything impure. Tuoba Ziyuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he watched the dark clouds absorb the purifying white thunder. This beast had an innate ability to counter the sinister entities lurking within the mist, making his decision to invest in Chen Fei all the more prudent. At that moment, the third tribulation thunder began to brew in the sky. A black lightning bolt, exuding an aura of death, came crashing down. It was the annihilation black thunder. This fearsome heavenly punishment not only obliterated physical bodies, but also shattered souls. Chen Fei reacted instantly. "Chiyu, Soul Guard." At his command, a massive soul bell materialized above the dark clouds. Meanwhile, Gu wasn't to be outdone, swiftly layering crystalline barriers atop the dark clouds. Seizing the moment, Tuoba Ziyuan carefully examined Chen Fei's third contracted beast. It was a fox-shaped creature with twin horns and strange patterns covering its body. He searched his memory for clues, and when he saw the vertical pupil on its forehead open, he was struck with realization this was none other than the legendary, long-extinct ancient dream soul fox. Looking again at the dual-pupiled Wu Yun, the celestial bloodline Goo, and now this mythical fox, Tuoba Ziyuan's heart was awash in shock. If Wu Yun could successfully evolve, it would form a formidable lineup of 1 S-grade and 2 S-grade beasts. What shocked him even more was the discovery that Wu Yun, judging by its mastery of earth-weighted binding sand, had already reached level 3, stage 7. This meant Chen Fei himself was at least a high-level stage 7 beastmaster. For a first-year student to have reached such a level was utterly unheard of. With 3 months left in the academic year, Chen Fei could very well achieve high-level stage 9, rivaling second-year students. This went beyond the scope of genius. This was monstrous talent. Muttering an incredulous absurd, Tuoba Ziyuan immediately instructed the dimensional illusion butterfly to reinforce the spatial barriers and illusions, while mentally commanding the four-winged whale Kuan to guard against prying eyes. The colossal level 5, stage 8 beast had already been observing the tribulation thunder, learning from it to prepare for its own future ordeal. The annihilation black thunder struck with a deafening roar, instantly shattering Gu's crystalline barriers and Yes soul bell. Even the earth-weighted binding sand's defenses crumbled, leaving Wu Yun to crash heavily into a pit, coughing blood, its body battered and bruised. Worst of all, the excruciating pain in its soul caused it to writhe and struggle in the dirt. The four-winged whale Kuan wanted to intervene, but Tuoba Yuan stopped it, reminding the beast that this trial could only be faced by Chen Fei and his contracted beasts. However, even without external help, Yun's injuries were gradually healing. It turned out that as the tribulation thunder descended, Wu Yun had cleverly amplified the effects of yin-yang enhancement onto its stellar healing ability. Under the amplification effect, Wu Yun's injuries healed rapidly. However, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not dissipate and continued brewing new tribulation lightning. Chen Fei's heart sank as Tuoba Yuan's prediction came true. Wu Yun was indeed destined to face at least 6 bolts of tribulation lightning. He could only silently pray that the subsequent strikes would not be overwhelmingly destructive. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest and his entourage had just reached the foot of the mountain. Strangely, although they were right at the base, they couldn't see what was happening on the mountain. The War Drum Master tentatively struck a single beat on his drum, only to find the sound reflected back by some kind of barrier. "It's Tuoba Yuan." The Grand Priest immediately recognized the handiwork. This man controls space elemental beasts and possesses extraordinary power. Even the Lord has praised his talent. This is why we've had to operate in a small city like Tianqing City. With these words, the group finally understood why the Grand Priest was so wary of Tuoba Zhu. "What should we do now?" the War Drum Master asked again. The Grand Priest pondered for a moment before replying. Wait, he explained. These illusions are his warning. If we charge in recklessly, we'll alert him and jeopardize our future plans. No one objected, as the Grand Priest's judgments were always precise and reliable. In the sky, the fourth bolt of tribulation lightning was ready. This lightning was fiery red. Resembling Flamesit was the red lotus karma lightning, specifically aimed at punishing sinners. Tuoba Ziyuan explained that the more unjust killings one had committed, the more powerful this lightning would be. Hearing this, Chen Fei felt a slight relief. It turned out that tribulation lightning served to cleanse the negative aspects of those undergoing it. Fewer the negatives, the easier the tribulation. Tuoba Ziyuan nodded in agreement. According to records, that's correct. The four-winged Jinkuan, which has spent its life wandering the clouds in peace and avoiding worldly disputes, naturally has an easier time enduring the tribulation. His words were clearly meant to reassure the four-winged Jinkuan. He then added, but we, living in a chaotic era, can only prove our path through slaughter. The fifth bolt of gray tribulation lightning soon followed it was the purgatory inner demon lightning, specifically targeting those with deep obsessions, or those who had broken oaths to heaven and earth. Chen Fei's heart tightened again, knowing that Wu Yun harbored significant obsessions. Before they could respond, the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning descended with unprecedented speed. Tuoba Ziyuan explained, this is the mortal world tribulation lightning, designed to test one's attachments to familial love, romantic bonds, and other emotional ties, as well as regrets and hatred in the heart. It seems your obsession with controlling beasts runs as deep as a demon's, which is why these two bolts of lightning descended in quick succession, Tuoba Ziyuan remarked. The dark cloud lying on the ground was lost in profound memories. Before its eyes, the image of the six-winged, headless angel wielding a massive sword was still vivid. In its mind, the familiar scent of jasmine surrounded Ida, scent that belonged to the one it once longed to follow. Yet, in the next moment, it was mercilessly cast into the sewers by that very person, and the girl once again fell lifelessly into a pool of blood. The cruel scene replayed endlessly, like an unending nightmare. The lightning tribulation seized upon this overwhelming obsession and regret, utterly breaking the dark cloud's spirit. In an instant, it found itself in a vast, pure white space, with only a withered tree standing before it. There was nothing else here, a reflection of what it wanted most at that moment, to escape the relentless torment of its memories and simply curl up beneath the tree, waiting for life to fade away. But suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Dark Cloud, wake up. It was the voices of Chen Fei, Qiyu, and Xiao Gu calling to it. We still haven't defeated the headless angel together. I won't let you die before me. You promised to help me search for my people. The dark cloud raised its head abruptly, looking around. Although it saw nothing, the withered tree behind it miraculously began to sprout new buds. The tender green shoots grew rapidly, transforming into glimmering bubbles, each reflecting cherished moments with its companions. Warm memories flashed within those bubbles. The clumsy attempts to catch a black cat, the shared joy of roasted fish, the adventures in searching for the purple chi stone. Gradually, the bubbles burst, transforming into a towering tree. The desolate white space turned into a vibrant, flourishing grassland. At that moment, a radiant white figure descended. The familiar voice sent a shiver through the dark cloud. Dark Cloud. The girl knelt down, gently stroking its head. I never blamed you. You don't need to feel guilty. Though I can no longer walk this path with you. You've found new companions, haven't you? She smiled softly. Let go of your hatred, it's too heavy to carry. Just live well. That's enough. Before her words could fully settle, her figure dissolved, and the white space shattered. Dark Cloud opened its eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. A heart-wrenching roar, followed by a soft, relieved meow, escaped it as its body gradually shrank to its original form. But now, 6 lightning-shaped marks adorned its back. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Chen Fei and Tuoba Ziyuan had just started to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the illusory image of a thunder saber tiger manifest over Dark Cloud. With a resounding roar, the tribulation clouds seemed to be provoked, gathering once more. The 7th lightning bolt was about to strike. Chen Fei stood frozen in shock as he watched the scene unfold before him. What the hell is that saber-toothed tiger doing? Tuoba Ziyuan's expression turned grave as he slowly revealed the secret of the tribulation lightning saber-toothed tiger. As an SS-grade, immensely powerful entity, these beasts, masters of tribulation lightning, were among the most likely to transcend and ascend. However, whenever they neared ascension, they either died unexpectedly or vanished without a trace. There had never been a successful ascension recorded for these tigers. This deep resentment was what fueled the earth-shattering roar from moments ago. Chen Fei suddenly understood. This was indeed a secret from ancient times, and it made sense that he hadn't known about it. At that moment, the seventh strike of tribulation lightning descended with a deafening crash. It was a terrifying sight. The sound wavy-infused lightning condensed into a massive hand, as if carrying the wrath of the heavens, and slammed down toward Wu Yun. Wu Yun desperately reinforced its soundwave barrier, but it shattered like paper. Its body was struck so violently that its internal organs ruptured, and blood spewed out in torrents. Even more horrifying, two more colossal hands followed in quick succession. In its current condition, Wu Yun had no strength left to resist. Without hesitation, Chen Fei crushed the shield of the four-winged whale Kuan. To him, the cost was worth it if it meant saving Yuan's life. At the foot of the mountain, the high priest and others stared in stunned silence. The power of the tribulation lightning was terrifying beyond belief, as if it were determined to drive the one undergoing the tribulation to their death. The sound waves had solidified to the point where they were visible to the naked eye, something far beyond their comprehension. The high priest's mind was filled with questions. By all reasoning, an ascension tribulation should be even more magnificent than this. But if this wasn't an ascension tribulation, what kind of beast could trigger a lightning tribulation of this scale? The unknown sent a chill of unease through him. The four-winged whale Kun's shield indeed played a critical role, barely mitigating the impact of the two sound-wavy-infused lightning strikes. However, the interference only enraged the tribulation clouds, turning them even darker and more menacing, as though they intended to tear the heavens apart. Tuoba Ziyuan urgently shouted, "Chen Fei, stop using the four-winged whale Kun's shield. External forces will only make the tribulation lightning more violent. The tribulation is ultimately a test for the one undergoing it." Reluctantly, Chen Fei withdrew the mark, frustration surging within him at his own lack of strength and the constant restrictions he faced. In that moment, his desire for power burned stronger than ever. The eighth strike of tribulation lightning descended with a thunderous roar. This time, the lightning didn't take the form of ordinary bolts. Instead, it transformed into the shapes of the four divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoisal made of golden lightning, radiating the will of the heavens. This is the four symbols judgment tribulation lightning. Tuoba Ziyuan gasped, his voice trembling. This kind of tribulation, imbued with an undeniable intent of judgment and authority, was far more powerful than anyone could have imagined. Perhaps it was the saber-toothed tiger's furious roar and the shield of the four-winged whale Kun that drew this lightning tribulation. Tuoba Ziyuan hesitated to speak. He knew that many ancient beasts had fallen at this stage when attempting to ascend during their tribulation. Yet, he dared not voice it, fearing it might shake Chen Fei's confidence. However, even without his words, Chen Fei could feel the terrifying power of this tribulation lightning. The simultaneous descent of four SS-class divine beast projections was so overwhelming that even the dark clouds struggled to hold their form. How could one possibly counter such a scenario? "Xiao Gu, I'm afraid this time your descendants will have to pay a heavy price," Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Xiao Gu immediately understood Chen Fei's intention. Though it pained him, there was no time for hesitation. Under his command, hundreds of thousands of third-generation Goo insects poured out from the sacred codex space, densely filling the area. Their sheer number was enough to make it seem as if they could drain a person dry in an instant. This was the culmination of all their efforts during this period. The third-generation Goo insects sprang into action. Instead of merely stacking crystal barriers, they began a process of crystal reformation. Thousands of insects broke apart and reassembled into webs of silk, each web embedded with crystallized energy containing the insect's full power. These webs charged fearlessly toward the divine beasts. The beasts, sensing their dignity being challenged, roared and dove down in fury. At the moment the webs adhered to the divine beast's thunderous projections, Chen Fei gave the order to self-destruct. A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking the ground so violently that the high priest and others at the mountain's base were nearly deafened. Even the city's residents were startled by the commotion. Tens of thousands of third-generation Goo insects detonated around each divine beast, releasing the immense energy stored within their crystals. The resulting force was beyond imagination. The scene left Tuoba Ziyuan utterly shocked. Such an explosion would obliterate any fourth-tier, fifth-grade beast and severely wound even stronger ones. Only fifth-tier beasts might emerge unscathed. What astonished him further was that the explosion managed to shatter one layer of the dimensional phantom butterfly's spatial barrier. A third-tier beast's tribulation lightning capable of breaking through the defenses of a fifth-tier beast king? Tuoba Ziyuan was overwhelmed with disbelief. He hurriedly ordered the dimensional phantom butterfly to reinforce the spatial barrier and summoned all his beasts to shield the area, ensuring that no one could witness the anomalies occurring here. Although the dark clouds were affected by the explosion, they remained largely intact. "Meow, thank you, Big Brother Xiao Gu." Wu Yun expressed its gratitude. Xiao Gu replied with a proud tone, "Since you called me Big Brother, how could I just stand by and watch you die in front of me?" Though he feigned nonchalance, His heart was bleeding. Hundreds of thousands of his offspring had perished in the blast. But this was no time for sorrow, as the tribulation clouds were still brewing. The final strike was imminent. The final tribulation lightning descended, and Chen Fei's heart leapt into his throat. The hundreds of thousands of third-generation goo worms had already been completely expended. The shield of the four-winged whalekun and Tuoba's Yuan's spatial barrier had both failed, leaving him with few options. Was he really going to sacrifice the long-accumulated second-generation goo worms as well? The tribulation clouds churned high in the sky, and after brewing to completion, a brown bolt of lightning silently struck down. Unlike the earlier, overwhelming four symbols judgment lightning, this bolt fell gently like an autumn leaf, yet it carried an oppressive feeling of an impending storm. Tuoba Ziyuan's expression grew grim. Although he had studied various tribulation lightnings in ancient texts, this brown lightning was entirely unheard of, not even recorded in the oldest books. Its nature and target were a complete mystery. Was it aimed at the body, the soul, or inner demons? What was even more terrifying was that the brown lightning passed through all defenses without a sound crystal barriers, heavy earth-binding sands, and even the soul bell, as though these protections didn't exist at all. Even the self-detonation of second-generation worms would likely be powerless to stop it. Tuoba Ziyuan held his breath, focusing intently on this bizarre and unprecedented scene. This was beyond mere strangeness, it was sheer terror. A lightning bolt capable of bypassing all defenses and striking its target directly. What could be more threatening than that? He even doubted whether the dimensional phantom butterfly's spatial barrier could block it, but he dared not try, fearing the lightning might redirect its focus onto him. In this critical moment, Wu Yun sensed the inescapable threat locked onto it. With no way to evade, it could only brace itself to face the attack. At that instant, layers of phantom images appeared around Yuan silhouettes of tribulation lightning saber-toothed tigers. They seemed to have traversed time and space, carrying anger and defiance, determined to shatter the brown lightning. The moment the phantoms collided with the brown lightning, most of the saber-toothed tigers' wills dissipated rapidly. Only the leader of the pack looked back at Wu Yun twice before biting down on the lightning. The brown glow gradually dimmed, but Wu Yun could feel a profound sorrow from the saber-toothed tigers' action's desperate questioning of the heavens. Why had the tribulation lightning saber-toothed tiger race been abandoned? Why were they denied ascension? Yet, there was no response. The now-dimmed lightning ultimately struck Wu Yun, scorching its once sleek fur into charred blackness, resembling the nine heavens' enlightenment willow. As the tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed, Chen Fei and the two beasts rushed to Yuan's side, while Tuoba's Yuan hurriedly commanded his spirit beasts to use healing techniques. However, the injuries inflicted by the tribulation lightning were beyond the reach of ordinary healing abilities. Just as Chen Fei and the two beasts were consumed with worry, Yuan's body suddenly began to emit a radiant glow. The brown lightning coursed along its surface, and in that moment, Chen Fei sensed a surge of vibrant life energy. The charred remnants on Wu Yun's body began to peel away, falling off piece by piece, revealing its true form, a massive figure carrying the power of nine thunders. Mysterious black markings appeared on its ears and fangs, emanating an unprecedentedly powerful aura. Under the dual effects of tribulation lightning and evolution, the energy within Wu Yun had reached its peak, ready to burst forth. However, bound by the unbreakable rule that a beast cannot surpass its master's strength, this power had no outlet. Wu Yun made a decisive move, channeling the surging energy into Chen Fei, Xiao Gu, and Qiyu. This was the legendary phenomenon known as feedback. Earlier, the life crystal of the Qingming Xian Kuan had already paved the way for Chen Fei's breakthrough. Now, with all opportunities converging, the progress of one human and three beasts happened naturally. Chen Fei ascended to an advanced level 8 Beastmaster, while the three beasts simultaneously broke through to level 8 of Tier 3. Hissed, Tuoba Ziyuan inhaled sharply. The feedback from tribulation lightning is truly formidable. This rate of growth has already caught up with second-year students. Chen Fei began examining Wu Yun's latest status. Dual Pupil Tribulation Thunder Tiger. Strength, Tier 3, Level 8. Attributes, Replica Type, Assassin Type, Elemental Type. Aptitude, SS Level. Potential, capable of ascending to Divine Beast status. Skills, 1. Mirror of Replication Proficiency, Peak Level. 2. Tribulation Thunder Mastery Proficiency, Beginner Level. Can condense its own and natural thunder elements to form tribulation thunder for attacks or defensive barriers. Currently available, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Purifying World White Thunder. Note: higher proficiency enables control over more imprinted tribulation thunders. The stronger the power, the closer it approaches the might of true heavenly tribulation. Holy crap! Chen Fei was utterly stunned. Nangong Xingqian's Thunder Purple Qilin, which hadn't even mastered tribulation thunder, was already rated at S level, yet Wu Yun, with its mastery of tribulation thunder, had directly leaped to SS level. Even more astonishing was the evaluation of, capable of ascending to divine beast status, above SS level was a mortal beast, and beyond that lay divine beast. Such potential was completely unprecedented. Tuaba Ziyuan leaned in to take a closer look, incredulous. Chen Fei. It really reached SS level? Yes, this is my first SS level beast. Chen Fei calmly replied to the mentor who had protected him during the tribulation. Damn, that's insane. Tuaba Ziyuan was deeply shaken. It had taken him decades to elevate his dimensional phantom butterfly to SS level, yet Chen Fei had achieved this in less than a year. After a long pause, Tuaba Ziyuan finally sighed softly. Tribulation lightning, as expected. Fail to endure it, and there's only death. Endure it, and it's a rebirth. After surviving this lightning tribulation, Chen Fei's status in Tuoba Ziyuan's heart underwent a significant transformation. Looking at the young man before him, a trace of gratification flickered into Tuoba Ziyuan's eyes. This might be someone who could surpass him in the future. At that thought, an involuntary smile appeared on his lips. With a capable successor, there was still hope for the world. Tuoba Ziyuan waved his hand, commanding his beast companion to erase all traces of this area. However, he deliberately left the spatial barriers and illusions intact. These obstacles could serve as excellent bait to see who else might risk their lives to investigate. Through this, he could also gauge the nature of these people. Your talent is exceedingly rare, Tuoba Ziyuan said, turning to Chen Fei with a hint of emotion in his tone. Even I may not be able to teach you much. I had thought about taking you as a disciple, but now I realize that might have been presumptuous of me. Just follow your own pace, and perhaps you'll surprise us all. As he spoke, he took out a piece of faintly tinted stone, a muted grayish in color. This is my personal communication stone, marked with the sigil of a dimensional phantom butterfly. As long as you're within its transmission range, I can reach you immediately. Thank you, teacher, Chen Fei said sincerely. Over the past few days, everything Tuoba Ziyuan had done for him, especially how he had cared for his emotional state even during the lightning tribulation, had deeply moved him. This heartfelt teacher came from the bottom of his soul. Tuoba Ziyuan froze for a moment, as if it had been a long time since he had been so touched. He patted Chen Fei's shoulder with a sigh. I'm already old. The future depends on young people like you. I hope I live to see the day you truly come into your own. You definitely will. Chen Fei nodded firmly. Today, you helped me through my tribulation. In the future, when the time comes to face the third evil king, I'll give it my all. Back in his room, Chen Fei collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted, hugging his 3 pets close to him. So much had happened today, gambling on spirit stones. The lightning tribulation, it all came too suddenly. Even now, his heart was still pounding. Wu Yun, didn't you turn into a big tiger earlier? How come you're back to being a little kitten now? Chen Fei asked, looking at Wu Yun, who was sprawled on the bed like a puddle. Meow, Wu Yun lazily replied. I can freely switch between the two forms. Oh, that's awesome. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Staying in cat form makes it easier to cuddle you, and turning into a tiger during battle is both intimidating and powerful. Perfect. Meow Wu Yun lifted its head proudly. I'm super strong now. I could take on 10 Xiaogu at once. I'm getting closer and closer to the realm of the headless angel. Xiaogu immediately exploded. What's that supposed to mean? I'm just a unit of measurement for combat strength now? Wu Yun, did you forget you were calling me big brother not long ago? I'm in SS class now, Wu Yun said smugly, and you were just in S class. So, it's only natural that I'm the boss now. Don't get cocky, Xiaogu shot back indignantly. Don't forget, if my million goo bugs all self-destruct at the same time, you wouldn't survive either. At this moment, both Wu Yun and Chen Fei couldn't help but recall the astonishing scene that had played out in their minds, a swarm of hundreds of thousands of third-generation goo insects detonating the thunderous shadows of the 4 divine beasts. If they were to truly face the 4 divine beasts of the same rank, what were their chances of victory? As they pondered, Qiyu suddenly spoke up with a teasing tone. What's there to be so smug about? Before they even self-destruct, I could easily crush your soul. Qiyu, even you're turning against me now? Xiaogu immediately protested. Qiyu, with an expressionless face, responded, because you're way too full of yourself. The remark hit right where it hurt, and Xiaogu's heart almost shattered. It promptly used crystal restructuring to transform itself into an egg-shaped form, muttering, Qiyu, I'm going to draw a circle and curse you. Childish. Qiyu remained as aloof as ever. Watching the playful banter between the 3 beasts, Chen Fei couldn't help but feel his mood lighten. With them by his side, he felt fearless even in the face of the unknown fog. Suddenly, Chen Fei remembered something. Wait, there's still an unopened pale purple chi spirit mine. Without delay, he led the 3 beasts into the sacred tome space. Xiaogu began carefully cutting through it with a crystal blade. Although its speed was much slower compared to the blade ghost mantis, It eventually revealed the object N's idea palm-sized key carved from the main trunk of the samsara cedar. The purpose of the key was unclear, but anything associated with the term samsara was bound to be extraordinary. Chen Fei cautiously placed it in a box for safekeeping. In the following days, he focused on recuperating and conserving his energy in preparation for the Spirit Palace secret realm, while also taking time to study the tenfold ambush killing array. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the high priest and his group were still waiting for results. They had been waiting for most of the day, yet the spatial barrier remained intact. Should we force our way in? The war drummer suggested. Absolutely not. The high priest immediately rejected the idea. Tuoba Ziyuan isn't that simple. If you trigger the spatial barrier, he can instantly teleport over using spatial travel. This is a baiting tactic. Unless one of you is confident in handling his SS-class spatial beast. Silence fell over the group. Every SS-class entity was extraordinary, let alone one with spatial abilities. In the end, though unwilling, the high priest ordered a retreat, determined to plan for a better opportunity in the future. 2 days later, the Spirit Palace secret realm opened. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance to the secret Realma spatial fissure. Standing with his hands behind his back, Tuoba Zuan addressed the group. The team leaders should have already briefed you, so I won't say much. Just one reminder: avoid killing each other. You are the top talents of the human race, meant to fight against the malevolent beasts of the fog, not to engage in internal conflict. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 200 individuals simultaneously entered the spatial fissure. The moment Chen Fei entered the secret realm, he summoned the third-generation Goo insects as if he were in an artificial secret realm. With an ample supply of second-generation Goo insects and millions of high-grade spirit stones, he could hatch 100,000 third-generation Goo insects in a single million-strong insect army was just around the corner. He immediately dispatched the third-generation Goo insects in all directions to search for Tang Jian, Shun Lin, and Jiang Yi. Considering Jiang Yi's considerable strength, he had already given her a second-generation Goo insect the day before to reduce the risk of her being targeted. Surveying his surroundings, the fog here was denser than in artificial secret realms, and the spiritual energy was over 3 times more abundant than in the outside world. Just cultivating here for a week would yield significant progress. However, for someone like Chen Fei, who could enhance his abilities through kill points, staying idle was never an option. As Chen Fei began observing his surroundings, 10 pools of water came into view. This hidden area was not something Sun Chuang had mentioned, but was instead revealed to him by the human race's war god, Tuoba Ziyuan. According to Tuoba Ziyuan, these 10 pools corresponded to the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice. They were not meant for absorbing elemental power but were specifically designed for body tempering, enhancing resistance to various elements. Such a treasure trove was not something Chen Fei would willingly pass up. He planned to collect some of the pool water to take back to the sacred tome space for the 3 beasts to use for bathing in the future. However, just as he was about to act, several pairs of round, bulging eyes suddenly surfaced on the water. Moments later, a strange creature leapt out. This creature resembled a frog but had a row of sharp horns, its entire body covered in gleaming scales, and a tail resembling that of a qilin. Upon seeing its appearance, Chen Fei immediately thought of Paleo, the 4th son of the dragon in Chinese mythology. Suddenly, the gills of these horned frogs all puffed up simultaneously, emitting a peculiar moo-moo sound, remarkably like the bellowing of cows. Just as Chen Fei found the sound intriguing, the situation took a drastic turn. The sound grew louder and louder, akin to the tolling of a massive bell, deafening and overwhelming. In an instant, Xiao Gu's crystal barrier and Wu Yun's soundwave shield shattered under the force. Chen Fei and the 3 beasts were caught off guard and were thrown to the ground by the sound waves. These horned frogs didn't appear to harbor any killing intent. They simply seemed intent on driving the intruders away. Chen Fei got up from the ground, spat out the sand in his mouth, and couldn't resist using the sacred tome to gather information about these creatures. The sacred tome revealed that these dragon-blood horned frogs were the descendants of Paleo. Their strength had reached level 9 of Tier 3, possessing elemental, soundwave, and supportive attributes, with great potential and the possibility of advancing to SS grade in the future. Their most formidable ability was Sonic Impact, capable of producing bell-like reverberations that generated powerful sound waves. Even more terrifying was that when multiple individuals used this skill simultaneously, its power increased exponentially, surpassing the strength of a single user by more than 7-fold. Wu Yun, how about testing the power of your tribulation lightning? Chen Fei suggested. Meow, I've been wanting to try. Wu Yun replied excitedly, raising a paw and then slamming it down. In an instant, several streaks of blue lightning descended from the sky, striking directly into the pools. The electricity surged and churned through the water, and before long, all the dragon blood horned frogs floated belly up. Though they had trained in thunder pools for years and possessed decent lightning resistance, they were merely stunned and not killed. The man and three beasts stared in stunned silence at the scene. Even with the weakest nine heavens divine thunder, without unleashing its full power, the results were already so devastating. There was no denying the terrifying might of Tribulation Lightning. What is Tribulation Lightning? It's something even top-tier 5th-level Demon Kings fear. Chen Fei glanced disdainfully at the group of dragonblood horned frogs before him. These are just first-level little guys under the high dark cloud category. They're nothing I can't handle. As he prepared to collect the body-refining water, a deep and resonant croak suddenly pierced the air. The king of the dragonblood horned frogs, a massive, first-level 4th-tier creature, emerged slowly. However, to Chen Fei's surprise, the formidable Frog King didn't attack. Instead, it immediately prostrated itself on the ground. Croak, honored envoy, we were blind to your greatness and have offended you. The Frog King's voice echoed in Chen Fei's mind. Please accept this Chaos Pearl as a token of our apology. All I ask is that you spare my kin. Chen Fei paused, puzzled. Honored envoy? One who wields Tribulation Lightning is a messenger of the heavens naturally. You are the honored envoy, the Frog King explained. And what is this Chaos Pearl? Chen Fei asked. The 10 pools of water you see before you were formed from the energy leaking out of the Chaos Pearl. As Chen Fei readied his 3rd-generation Goo insect to retrieve the pearl, a sudden sense of danger gripped him. In the blink of an eye, the entire scene was encased in ice, freezing all living creatures in place. A treasure like this? You think a mere first-year student has the right to claim it? A haughty voice rang out. The intruder was Huang Jun, a second-year student from Luo High Academy. Though not as strong as Jiang Yi, he was among the academy's upper echelon. With a casual touch, the frozen figures shattered into powder. Senior, you're truly ruthless, leaving no chance for survival. Chen Fei's voice suddenly called out from behind, startling Huang Jun. Unbeknownst to Huang Jun, the 3rd-generation Goo insect hovering in the sky had already detected his approach. Using the crystalline transfer technique, Chen Fei had ensured that the frozen figure was nothing more than an illusion of air. Huang Jun prepared to unleash his beast's ultimate attack, but he abruptly realized the air around him had been completely drained. Even breathing became impossible. This bizarre vacuum ability was something he had never encountered before, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with confusion. Even though he could hold his breath for a minute, Huang Jun remained composed. Commanding his beast to assault the vacuum barrier, he thought to himself, how could a first-year student's skills possibly defeat me? But Huang Jun's fatal flaw wasn't his strength, it was his deeply ingrained arrogance. From the very beginning, he never regarded Chen Fei as an opponent on equal footing. Little did he know, the moment he launched his ambush, Chen Fei had already laid a series of deadly traps. The vacuum extraction was merely the beginning, as the 9 heavens divine thunder struck down immediately afterward. Its immense power was unbearable even for the dragon-blooded horned frog, let alone a human like Huang Jun. Chen Fei did not stop there. Instead, he instructed Xiao Gu to release an unbeatable poison right away. This toxin, prohibited during the 100 Cities tournament due to rule restrictions, could now be used without restraint. As the spatial environment dissipated and the poisonous mist cleared, 1 human and 3 beasts lay motionless on the ground. Following Chen Fei's subtle signal, Xiao Gu acted decisively. A cold gleam flashed, freezing the target instantly into a crystalline form, which then shattered into scattered starlight. Chen Fei carefully monitored the changes in his kill value and confirmed that eliminating a high-level Tier 9 human had earned him 150 kill points. Although the number wasn't particularly high, it confirmed the opponent's death. The entire process was seamless and flawless. Xiao Gu retrieved Huang Jun's spatial ring and handed it to Chen Fei. Without its owner, the restrictions on the ring naturally lifted. Chen Fei inspected its contents, finding mostly daily necessities and only a sparse collection of rare treasures. While the king of horned frogs praised Chen Fei's strength, Chen Fei had already pocketed the Chaos Orb. He stated plainly that with the Chaos Orb, the energy in the 10 pools would eventually deplete, and asked if the king of horned frogs would be willing to follow him. Chen Fei then tore open a spatial rift, bringing the king of horned frogs into the resting soil space. He transferred the water from the 10 pools into this space and placed the Chaos Orb at the center to maintain energy flow. The king of horned frogs surveyed the surroundings, deeply captivated by the vibrant environment. Fertile soil, lush, spiritual plants, an endless supply of spiritual energy, and a thriving young willow sapling that exuded vitality. After weighing the pros and cons, the king of horned frogs gladly agreed and expressed its gratitude. Chen Fei gave it 10 minutes to prepare before heading toward the spiritual plant garden mentioned by Tuoba Ziyuan. Meanwhile, outside, the high priest confirmed the timing was correct and gave the order to proceed. The weaver, the war drummer, and the insect master joined forces to lift the restrictions. This action sparked a dramatic transformation among the second-year students within the secret realm of the Spirit Palace. The first-ranked Sikong Zinhai and the second-ranked Lu Kai from Fan's Han Academy, who had achieved second place in the 100 Cities competition, suddenly began trembling violently. A surge of dark, malevolent energy erupted from within their bodies. A bizarre parasite emerged from their dantian, traveling through their meridians and eventually invading their brains. In an instant, a glint of bloodlust flickered in their eyes, leaving only one command in their minds: kill all humans. Donggang, the only second-year student from Jinni Academy to enter the Spirit Palace secret realm, was well aware of his limited strength. He had been cautiously avoiding other cultivators. However, fate played a cruel trick, and he ended up crossing paths with Sikong Zenhai. Erase everything I've collected. It's all yours. Please, spare my life. Donggang pleaded, his voice trembling with desperation. Sikong Zenhai nodded expressionlessly. Relieved, Donggang exhaled and began to turn away, only to be suddenly ensnared by chains. Before he could look back, a ghostly green flame struck him in the back, instantly burning his soul to ashes. To Sikong Zenhai, the nod wasn't a sign of mercy but confirmation of his prey's identity, a human, and thus, fit to kill. And so, a bloody massacre unfolded within the Spirit Palace secret realm. Meanwhile, Chen Fei remained completely oblivious to the carnage, fully engrossed in tallying his own kill points. After 2 days of accumulation, coupled with today's gains, his kill points had surpassed the 100,000 mark. Without hesitation, he invested these points into mastering the thunder control of Calamity Clouds. His proficiency skyrocketed from the beginner level to the pinnacle level, unlocking 6 powerful Calamity Thunders: Annihilation Black Thunder, Red Lotus Karma Fire Thunder, Purgatory Heart Demon Thunder, Mortal Tribulation Thunder, Sonic Wave Thunder, and the 4 Symbols Judgment Thunder. However, the last one required flawless level proficiency to wield. While the 4 Symbols Judgment Thunder boasted unparalleled power, it also had an immense energy cost. With Wu Yun's current spiritual energy reserves, it could only be used once. The other Calamity Thunders also required significant energy, demanding careful usage. Nonetheless, their destructive capabilities were extraordinary beasts below Grade 4, Tier 2, without lightning resistance, could be instantly killed. Watching Wu Yun effortlessly defeat foes above its level, Xiaogu and Qi Yu couldn't help but feel envious. Chen Fei, I want to reach SS level 2. I want to dominate everything. Xiaogu exclaimed eagerly. Chen Fei chuckled and lightly knocked Xiaogu on the head. Isn't your self-created spider web explosion already powerful enough? It's practically on par with the 4 Symbols Judgment Thunder. Xiaogu pouted in frustration. But it costs me tens of thousands of offspring and takes so long to prepare. Wu Yun only needs a few seconds. The difference is huge. Alright. During this trip to the Spirit Palace secret realm, we'll prioritize helping you and Qi Yu, Chen Fei reassured him. As they chatted and traveled, they soon arrived at their destination. Before them lay a vast spirit herb garden. Rare spiritual plants such as 9 Suns Purple Bamboo, 7-colored Divine Stoneflower, Immortal Bone Aloe, and Crimson Flame Mushroom were scattered throughout. Every single plant was a Grade 4 or higher treasure, leaving Chen Fei salivating. However, judging by He Lei's demeanor, acquiring these plants wouldn't be easy. Brother He, what a coincidence. Chen Fei greeted. Recognizing Chen Fei, He Lei immediately warned him. Don't enter the spirit herb garden lightly. There's a Grade 4, Tier 9 demon plant guarding it. No one stands a chance. If it's unbeatable, why are you still lingering here? Chen Fei asked curiously. He Lei pointed toward a tree hollow ahead. See that tree hollow? Chen Fei fixed his gaze on the peculiar space before him. Inside is a challenge space with a ranking system. Meet the standards, and you'll earn corresponding rewards. Exactly, He Lei admitted calmly, revealing that his lingering presence here was to give it another try. Chen Fei, ever cautious, sent a 3rd-generation Goo insect in first to scout the area. Shortly after, the information returned by the insect confirmed He Lei's words. Just as Chen Fei was preparing to step in, He Lei suddenly darted ahead and entered the hollow. I'll give it one last shot. He Lei's voice echoed in the air as he disappeared into the tree hollow. Chen Fei didn't rush. He waited patiently, observing the situation. About 10 minutes later, He Lei was ejected from the hollow, clutching a Millennium Stone Vanilla precious treasure, highly beneficial for rock-type beasts. Without hesitation, He Lei swiftly stored the vine in his spatial ring and left the scene without looking back. His hurried departure surprised Chen Fei, but he quickly understood He Lei's reasoning. As a first-year student who had just obtained a valuable item, it was only natural for him to guard against others coveting it. Seeing that He Lei had safely exited and even gained something, Chen Fei decided to give it a try himself. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he set up a few defensive measures around the area before stepping into the tree hollow. As soon as he entered, a stone tablet came into view, engraved with densely packed ranking information. First place, Shangguan Leifeng, 19 years old, potential rating, SSS, 27th level. 33rd place, Nangong Xingchen, 19 years old, potential rating, SS, 24th level. 34th place, Jiang Yi, 20 years old, potential rating, SS, 24th level. 42nd place, He Lei, 19 years old, potential rating, SS, 21st level. Noticing the names of Nangong Xingchen and Jiang Yi, Chen Fei realized they had been here before. Yet, even with their strength, they had not reached the SSS level. The rating system seemed unique, as individuals of varying ages and abilities could achieve similar ratings. Before the trial officially began, the system required him to register his name and age. Chen Fei decided to use his former military codename, Mountain Ghost, and entered 19 years old as his age. As the trial commenced, Chen Fei discovered that each level presented illusionary beasts corresponding to the challenger's strength. Level 1, 3 rank Silverwing Ice Wolves Tier 3, Stage 8. Level 2, 6 Silverwing Ice Wolves. Level 3, 9 Silverwing Ice Wolves. Level 4, 1 rank Golden Horn Beast, 1 rank Thunder Eye Ape, 1 rank Fire Scorpion Spider, combining lightning, gold, and fire attributes. Level 7, 3 rank Illusion Beasts. Level 10, 3 rank, Tier 3, Stage 9 Illusion Beasts. These formidable foes, daunting to ordinary challengers, were no match for Chen Fei's third-generation Goo insects. Even Xiao Gu, his companion, found no need to intervene. Chen Fei breezed through the levels effortlessly, steadily advancing to face higher challenges. Even at Tier 3, Level 9, the three beasts were too lazy to make a move. The crystal arrow rain from the third-generation Goo insects alone was enough to crush their opponents. Advancing effortlessly, Chen Fei finally reached the 21st level, where He Lei had been intercepted. The difficulty of this level spiked, dramatically blocking his way were 2 Tier 4, Level 1 beasts with SS aptitude and 1 with SSS aptitude. Not only was this a cross-dire battle, but the appearance of an SSS aptitude phantom beast explained why He Lei had been stopped here. Wu Yun, let's see the power of your other tribulation lightning. Chen Fei's interest was piqued. He had noticed that in each trial space, spiritual energy and conditions were reset, meaning he could go all out on every level. This was undoubtedly the best place to test tribulation lightning. As Wu Yun drained the last drop of spiritual energy, the sky manifested the thunderous phantoms of the 4 divine beasts, raising its strength to Tier 4, Level 2. The 3 phantom beasts opposite instantly wilted under the pressure bloodline suppression, aptitude dominance, and overwhelming power disparity. Such a gap wasn't merely numbers on paper. Even a Tier 4, Level 5 SS beast might not withstand such an assault. At this moment, Chen Fei suddenly realized something. While others would struggle to handle such a situation even with 3 beasts working together, Wu Yun alone was easily crushing the opposition. The difference in strength was almost absurd. Let's keep going. Wu Yun, meow, let's do this. Xiao Gu, Gu, take them down. Qiyu, a Wu, the last howl made Chen Fei laugh uncontrollably. Where's your dignity? At the 24th level, the challenge consisted of 2 Tier 4, Level 1 beasts with SSS aptitude and 1 Tier 4, Level 2 beast with SS aptitude. This was the same level where Nangong Xingchen and Jiang Yi had been defeated. Even though these phantom beasts fought purely on instinct, the 2 SSS aptitude beasts alone were enough to suppress Nangong Xingchen at his current stage. Yet, they still couldn't stop Wu Yun's advance. At the 27th level, 3 Tier 4, Level 2 beasts with SSS aptitude awaited. This was equivalent to a 5-level gap in strength, a terrifying challenge. In recent years, no one had managed to surpass this before the age of 20. This made Chen Fei wonder if Shangguan Leifeng might not actually belong to this era or this continent. While he mused, Wu Yun had already broken through the level. Chen Fei pressed on. At the 32nd level, he faced 3 Tier 4, Level 3 beasts with SSS aptitude. With the help of the third-generation Goo insects, Wu Yun passed through with ease. The trial at the 36th level was even more severe. 1 beast with celestial aptitude and 2 Tier 4, Level 4 beasts with SSS aptitude. Among them, the Feng Tian Qilin stood out. It possessed sealing, elemental, and flight attributes, with potential rivaling that of divine beasts. Its abilities included a mastery-level spiritual energy seal lasting 3 seconds and a peak-level spatial seal capable of locking down 50 cubic meters of space. Wow! Is this the true terror of a pureblood Qilin? Chen Fei was awestruck by its sheer power. Chen Fei's pupils contracted slightly, stunned by the revelation that Feng Tian Qilin was a celestial beast. The aptitude of a celestial beast. Such a rarity was almost unheard of. What unsettled him even more was the opponent's sealing abilities. Not only could it directly lock down space, but it could also suppress all visible skills. This kind of power was truly terrifying. Weighing his cards in hand, Chen Fei frowned. Among his 3 beasts, only Qiyu's soul and illusion abilities could provide some level of counteraction. As for Wu Yun's Tribulation Lightning, apart from the final invisible strike, all other attacks were visible and likely incapable of breaking through the opponent's spatial seal. Not to mention, the adversary was a formidable level 4, tier 4 entity. This battle requires everything I've got. Chen Fei quickly adjusted his strategy. Xiao Gu, send the swarm airborne and block the skies. From earlier attempts, Chen Fei had already uncovered the unique mechanism of this trial. Self-destructed Goo insects would reset to their peak state upon entering the next level. He immediately commanded Xiao Gu to release both the second and third generations of insects, simultaneously using gravity crystals to limit their flight capabilities. Qiyu, use soul detachment and target Feng Tianqilan directly. However, as soon as the command was issued, Qiyu suffered a double blow. Its spiritual energy was completely sealed, and it endured a mental attack that left its form visibly unstable. Clearly, Feng Tianqilan had already discerned Qiyu's weakness and wasted no time casting its sealing skill on it. Meanwhile, another SS-class beast coordinated with a mental assault. For the first time, Qiyu had no chance to retaliate and was incapacitated before it could even act. Chen Fei was further shaken by Feng Tianqilan's speed. It was as if its moves materialized the moment it willed them, with no delay whatsoever. Seeing Qiyu temporarily out of commission, Chen Fei decisively turned to Wu Yun. Use yin-yang amplification to enhance the four symbols judgment lightning. Though Wu Yun's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the results were immediate. The amplified phantom of the four divine beasts tribulation lightning had reached level 4, tier 3. Even Feng Tianqilan's eyes briefly flickered with a trace of apprehension. However, the hesitation was fleeting. It promptly cast a spatial seal on the four divine beasts' phantom. The physical lightning was effectively countered, and now it was a matter of how much energy the beast could retain after breaking through the spatial lock. Still, unleashing two major abilities in quick succession must have drained Feng Tianqilan's spiritual energy significantly. Chen Fei planned to seize the opportunity for Qiyu to counterattack, but Feng Tianqilan had already anticipated this. Its figure flickered and disappeared into the clouds, skillfully evading Qiyu's targeting. At that moment, Xiao Gu's distressed voice came through the resonance channel. Are you guys done yet? I can't hold on much longer. It turned out that while Chen Fei directed Wu Yun and Qiyu against Feng Tianqilan, Xiao Gu was leading the Goo insect army in a fierce struggle against two other SS-class phantom beasts. One of them, a summoner, had called forth a swarm of moonshade bats, creatures that fed exclusively on flying insects. These bats were not only highly resistant to toxins, but also regarded Goo insects as a delicacy, putting Xiao Gu in a dire situation. Just then, Qiyu finally recovered from its dizziness. Although it was still unable to lock onto Feng Tianqilan, which remained hidden within the clouds. Faced with the dire situation, Qiyu made a swift decision. Instead of waiting for the two SS glass phantoms to launch their attack, he chose to strike first and eliminate them. Unexpectedly, he did not immediately resort to his most threatening skill, soul extraction, but opted for phantom clone instead. Up until now, opponents had either been instantly killed by Xiao Gu, crushed by Wu Yun, or felled by soul-based abilities. This predictable combat pattern had rendered Qiyu's cloning ability almost forgotten. Now, 3 clones, each possessing 60 of his original strength, were formed. Qiyu quickly devised a strategy. 2 clones would each use soul-based abilities to restrain the 2 SS-class phantoms, while the third clone would channel all its power into dream projection, summoning the phantom images of powerful warriors to assist in battle. Meanwhile, Qi's true form held onto soul extraction, like a sword hanging over the Feng Tianqilan, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. This tactical arrangement provided Xiao Gu with a brief respite, though the situation remained perilous. Xiao Gu, self-destruct now, Qiyu commanded. Xiao Gu immediately responded with a resonant Goo. On the battlefield, the third-generation Goo insects tangled with the moon soul bats, while the second-generation Goo insects formed a crystalline net, tightly ensnaring the 2 SS-class phantoms. Amidst the deafening explosions, the forms of the 2 phantoms grew increasingly faint. Only their 4th-grade strength barely kept them from vanishing on the spot. How's the situation, Wu Yun? Qiyu asked. Meow, I can summon a single tribulation lightning strike, but it's not enough to call forth the 4 symbols tribulation lightning. Fortunately, Chen Fei had prepared a substantial reserve of spirit stones to replenish Wu Yun's spiritual energy, giving them a significant advantage over the phantoms. While they couldn't summon the ultimate tribulation lightning, the current situation was sufficient. The ability to penetrate any barrier or seal was something even the Feng Tianqilan would struggle to withstand. Under the psychological pressure of self-destruction, the 2 SS class phantoms began to evade. Xiao Gu seized the opportunity to force them into a gravity field, restricting their movements. At that moment, Wu Yun unleashed the infernal heart demon tribulation lightning. This unique lightning targeted the soul, bypassing even the Feng Tianqilan's seal. The 2 phantoms, gripped by the heart demons of their impending deaths, fell into brief chaos, just as the third-generation Goo insects prepared to self-destruct and take them down. However, the situation took a sudden turn. The Feng Tianqian appeared just in time to seal the two phantoms. This seal not only protected them but also blocked external attacks. As Wu Yun's spiritual energy was depleted and the swarm of Goo insects and moon soul bats perished together, Qi Yu finally found the perfect moment to strike. Soul extraction, soul prison, and soul severance, the three ultimate moves were unleashed in rapid succession. Even the Feng Tianqian had to prepare itself for the onslaught. Qi's soul extraction, capable of transcending 9 tiers, was a force to be reckoned with. The four divine beasts phantoms managed to break through the spatial seal but were already at the end of their strength. Rather than dragging on, they chose to perish alongside the two SS-class phantoms. With that, the phantoms of the four divine beasts dissipated. The swarm of Goo insects was annihilated, and spiritual energy was exhausted. They had nearly lost all their assets. If the Feng Tianqian still had any strength left, the balance of this battle might tip entirely against them. Under the suppression of the soul-sealing mountain, the form of the Feng Tianqian began to fade, becoming semi-transparent and flickering in and out of sight. Chen Fei acted decisively, promptly deploying the entry-level formation he had just mastered in the past 2 days, the tenfold ambush formation. Xiao Gu, set up the formation, Chen Fei commanded. Xiao Gu quickly positioned the formation plates around the Feng Tianqian. Taking advantage of Qi Yu's hard control still being in effect, Chen Fei immediately activated the formation, creating an instant encirclement from 6 directions. From above, unleash crystal arrow rain and dream projection. From below, use heavy earth sand. Chen Fei directed with precision. From the 4 cardinal directions, release all the third-level beasts and 10 brood mother Goo worms. This was an all-or-nothing offensive. Chen Fei poured every ounce of his strength into this attack, even sacrificing the precious 10 brood mother Goo worms without reservation. With a resounding command of explode, all the forces erupted simultaneously. Trial of the 36th level completed. Would you like to proceed to the next level? When these words appeared in the sky, Chen Fei and his 3 beasts collapsed to the ground. The entry-level tenfold ambush formation had drained every last bit of his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly exhausted and unable to move. The 3 beasts were equally worn out, especially Wu Yun, who was on the verge of fainting after using heavy earth sand for the 3rd time. Proceed to the next level. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, Chen Fei resolved to at least take a look at what awaited him on the 37th level. The 37th level presented 2 mythical beasts of immortal potential. One was the Feng Tianqian he had just encountered, and the other was a creature resembling a white cat, even smaller in size than Wu Yun. This white cat had 2 tiny golden horns glimmering atop its head and a pair of pristine white wings adorned with a silvery frost-like sheen. This seemingly harmless little creature was none other than the legendary Brahma jade-faced civet, a formidable beast at the 4th level, Tier 4. It possessed multiple attributes, including imagination, elemental, flight, and support, with the potential to ascend to God Beast status. What astonished Chen Fei the most was its imagination made real ability. So long as its spiritual energy was sufficient, it could manifest anything it envisioned in its mind, be it living beings, weapons, or natural disasters. At peak proficiency, though the manifested entity could not exceed level 4, Tier 8, and the duration of more powerful creations was limited, this controlled summoning ability far surpassed Qi Yu's dream projection and the Crimson Devil's random summons. Gulp, Chen Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. This ability was simply perfect. In battle, it could summon creatures specifically tailored to counter its opponents. For instance, against Qi Yu's soul-based techniques, it could manifest a soulless yet indestructible zombie to counterattack. For soulless creatures, no matter how powerful a soul-based technique might be, it would ultimately be futile. The attacks of Qi Yu might be blocked by a beast with soul-related abilities. If Qi Yu were restrained, the Feng Tianqian would completely break free from its bindings. What's even more astonishing is that the Fanteon jade-faced fox possesses the ability to create something out of nothing, capable of bringing unprecedented beings into existence. These imaginary entities are so unique that even the Slaughter Codex cannot document them, let alone provide strategies to counter them. From this perspective, the Fanteon jade-faced fox is indeed a nemesis of the Slaughter Codex. However, the Fanteon jade-faced fox has its own weaknesses. The creatures it imagines are difficult to control in terms of spiritual energy consumption. Sometimes, it might create an entity so powerful that it exhausts its own spiritual energy, putting itself in danger. Additionally, its physical body is quite fragile, and apart from relying on its imagined creations, it has almost no other effective offensive moves. If it could overcome these flaws, the Fanteon jade-faced fox might ascend to the ranks of divine beasts. What intrigued Chen Fei the most was this imagination into reality ability. Unfortunately, the one before him was merely a phantom beast, rather than a physical entity. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly had Wu Yun replicate this ability. Such a gain would have far exceeded the rewards of risking his life in the secret realm. Thinking of this, Chen Fei couldn't help but sigh with regret. Exit the trial. Faced with a Feng Tian Qilin that was already hard to manage, and now adding a Fantian Jade-faced fox to the mix, the outcome was predictable. When Chen Fei reappeared in front of the stone tablet, the rankings had already changed. The tablet displayed, first place, Shan Gu A, 19 years old, with a potential rating of Transcendent at the 37th level. What exactly was this Transcendent rating? It was perplexing, appearing beyond the SSS grade. At the very moment Chen Fei exited the trial, the most mysterious spiritual mansion within the Lingfu secret realm suddenly shot out a pillar of crimson light into the sky. This unprecedented phenomenon immediately drew everyone's attention. Although the team leaders had never mentioned such an occurrence, everyone rushed in that direction, suspecting that a rare treasure might have emerged. Meanwhile, Chen Fei had obtained a jade token engraved with the character Wan. The stone tablet then displayed. Transcendent achievers may take the jade token to the spirit plant garden and freely pick 3 spirit plants. This reward was undoubtedly far superior to what He Lei had received. In the next moment, Chen Fei found himself in the spirit plant garden, facing a 4th level, 9th rank demon plant. It resembled a one-emetertal radish and used its tendrils as weapons. Behind it, a 2-meter-tall radish-like demon plant was asleep, radiating the aura of a demon king. Even with Tuoba's Yuan's spatial screen and the 4-winged whale Kuan's shield, Chen Fei dared not act recklessly. After inspecting the token, the radish demon plant tossed it back and transmitted a spiritual message. Take good care of this token. With that, it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Although Chen Fei didn't understand the deeper meaning behind its words, he carefully stored the token in his slaughter codex space. Surveying the surrounding spirit plants, Chen Fei began to select carefully. With 3 chances to choose, he needed to make the most of them. Since he could freely choose spiritual plants, Chen Fei naturally aimed for the best. Although the entire spiritual plant garden was filled with countless Tier 4 plants and dozens of Tier 5 plants, there were only 5 Tier 6 plants, each worth a fortune. These 5 were the Phoenix Tree, which could grow into the Phoenix Divine Tree capable of attracting pure-blood phoenixes, the Frost Snow Pine, whose branches and leaves were covered with eternal snow that never melts. Its trunk could be used to forge spiritual tools. Its leaves were as sharp as arrows, and its most precious asset was its millennial fruit, which could grant a creature insight into a frost domain stronger than absolute zero, even freezing space and time. The Dream Mirage Peach Tree, whose flowers could lure creatures into illusions and extract their life essence, and its fruit could enhance illusion and dream-related skills. There were currently 2 fruits hanging on the tree. The Dragon Vein Divine Camphor, which could condense dragon energy over a millennium to create a dragon vein that produced spiritual stones, and the Amethyst Star Core, which was highly beneficial to rock element and crystal element beasts. Faced with the limit of choosing 3, Chen Fei first eliminated the Dragon Vein Divine Camphor, as its effects took a millennium to manifest. Next, he ruled out the Phoenix Tree, as phoenixes did not align with his assassin nature. Ultimately, he selected the Dream Mirage Peach Tree and the Frost Snow Pine. Just as he was about to dig up the Amethyst Star Core, a tremendous force teleported him out, tossing him out of the tree hollow just like He Lei had been. Was that really necessary? So aggressive. Chen Fei couldn't help but grumble. Brother Bai, look at the spiritual plant in his hand. Why does it shine so brilliantly? Someone asked. Bai Yang squinted and observed for a moment. From what I know, that's the Amethyst Star Core, a plant rarely seen even in 10,000 years. It can help crystal element beasts master the power of the Amethyst Profound Crystal. While the Amethyst Profound Crystal isn't as potent as Tier 4 exotic crystals, it's superior to Tier 3 special crystals. Its most unique feature is its active property, allowing its wielder to manipulate crystal structures like puppets for a short time. Hearing this, Chen Fei shook the Amethyst Star Core in his hand and teased. As expected of the Bai King's direct descendant, your knowledge is impressive. Want to take it from me? At the same time, he noticed that Bai Yang had already reached the first stage of the Grandmaster level. This made him realize that since the secret realm didn't restrict breakthroughs, second-year students like Jiang Yi might have also reached the Grandmaster level. If that were the case, Shenlin and Tang Jian could become formidable opponents. With this in mind, Chen Fei decided he needed to find those 2 as soon as possible. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Xiao Gu chuckled softly, a hint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Chen Fei, would you call this entrapment? Chen Fei shrugged indifferently. I've had a grudge with him for a long time. Do you think he'd ever let me off the hook? Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yang's cold laughter rang out. Sometimes, fate really works in mysterious ways. I've been hoping to run into you in the secret realm, just to catch up. I'm not that familiar with you, senior. What exactly do we have to catch up on? Chen Fei feigned confusion. Oh, could it be about senior sister Jiang? At the mention of Jiang Yi, Bai Yang's face darkened instantly, a flash of malice gleaming in his eyes. Since you brought her up, let me make this clear before you die. She's not someone you can covet. Fang Chen, take him down. Got it. Easy enough. Fang Chen stepped forward eagerly. As Bai Yang's newly recruited underling, he had barely made it into the top 100 with the help of a hidden treasure Bai Yang had given him. Having just reached advanced tier 9, his aura was unstable, and he was far from being a match for Jiang Yi. Chen Fei tucked away the amethyst star core, a playful smirk curling his lips. So, senior, are you sure you want to make a move against me? Bai Yang shot him a condescending glance. Fang Chen, stop wasting time and get on with it. Chen Fei waved his hand lightly. If I never see you again, I hope you'll have good mornings, afternoons, and evenings in the underworld. As his words trailed off, he vanished from his spot, teleporting away through a crystal. Tenfold ambush formation. Activate. In an instant, an overwhelming barrage unfolded like an inescapable net. Crystal arrows cascaded from above like a waterfall, while quicksand surged ominously below. To the east, an incurable poison spread. To the south, an entrancing illusion wove its spell. To the west, thunder roared from the heavens, and to the north, venomous insects writhed menacingly. At the heart of the formation, a vacuum force swept outward in all directions. Explosions echoed thunderously, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. Yet Chen Fei remained on high alert, fully aware that Bai Yang was no ordinary opponent. Armed with Tuoba's Yuan's spatial barrier, the shield of the four-winged whale Kuan, and Jiang Nan's soul protection, Bai Yang was prepared for a prolonged battle. Chen Fei, 3 kilometers at your 9 o'clock. The tracking ability of the venomous insects made it nearly impossible for Bai Yang to flee undetected. At that moment, Bai Yang was leaning against a large tree, catching his breath. Relief briefly crossed his face before being replaced by shock. How is this possible? How can a first-year student control a Tier 3, Level 8 beast? The power of these skills rivals that of a Tier 4 beast, especially the 9 Heavens Thunderbolt, which had nearly scared him out of his wits. Fortunately, he had shattered his family's Shadow Escape Talisman into Mia life-saving charm crafted by a Tier 5 Shadow Element Demon King. Fang Chen, who had fallen to the ground, wasn't as fortunate. The Tribulation Lightning had knocked him out cold, leaving only one of his 3 beasts barely clinging to life. Chen Fei, not in a rush to pursue Bai Yang, turned instead toward Fang Chen, ready to bring this battle to an end. Chen Fei followed Xiao Gu once more, using the crystal to return to the tree hollow. Without hesitation, he manipulated the dark clouds, unleashing a catastrophic black lightning bolt that struck down and reduced Fang Chen's still-breathing beast to ashes. Xiao Gu quickly followed, erasing any traces at the scene. When it came to enemies who once sought his life, Chen Fei acted decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Elsewhere, Bai Yang, witnessing the incredible power Chen Fei displayed, instinctively chose to flee for his life. As he ran frantically, he speculated about the sudden surge in Chen Fei's strength. Was it due to some rare elixir? Or had his body been possessed by an ancient demon? Mountain Bull, possess me! Bai Yang shouted, activating his beast's possession skill. The creature transferred part of its power to him, granting him the speed he needed to escape. However, under the omnipresent surveillance of the third-generation Goo worms, Chen Fei and his 3 beasts effortlessly tracked Bai Yang's position. Senior Bai Yang, we meet again. Chen Fei's voice rang out from behind, causing Bai Yang's face to darken instantly. Feigning composure, Bai Yang retorted, Chen Fei, how about we strike a deal? I have the Demon King's shadow escape technique. You can't kill me. Instead of wasting time here, let's call it even. I promise never to trouble you again. Chen Fei smirked disdainfully. Senior, do I look like an idiot to you? If your technique was truly invincible, why would you even bother negotiating with me? No matter how strong shadow escape is, it's not your own power. How many times can you use it? Don't push me, Chen Fei. Bai Yang roared. With the Demon King's shadow escape, I also have the Demon King's killing moves. Then bring it on, Chen Fei said, beckoning him with a finger. Great annihilation technique? Bai Yang shouted, but in the next moment, he crushed a shadow escape talisman and vanished from sight. Though Chen Fei had anticipated this and summoned the shield of the four-winged whale Kuan, his opponent had already fled. Yet under the watchful network of the third-generation Goo worms, Bai Yang had nowhere to hide. Even 5 kilometers away, Chen Fei pursued him relentlessly. Each time Bai Yang thought he was temporarily safe, a divine lightning bolt descended from the heavens without warning, blasting him into the ground. Chen Fei had already used the hidden origin technique to conceal himself and his 3 beasts. He understood that as a scion of a royal beastmaster family, Bai Yang might indeed possess some formidable Demon King techniques. However, without a target to lock onto, even the strongest moves were useless. And so, the game of cat and mouse unfolded in the dense forest. Bai Yang grew increasingly frantic and desperate as he fled. The shadow escape talismans he relied on were rapidly depleting, while Chen Fei, like an unshakable nightmare, stayed relentlessly on his trail. Bai Yang clenched the last shadow escape talisman in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, a figure came into view. It was Lu Kai, the second most powerful individual from Fantian Academy. Bai Yang's eyes lit up as if he had found a glimmer of hope. "Brother Lu," he called out urgently, "I've discovered a secret treasure guarded by a formidable beast. I can't handle it alone. How about we team up? We split the spoils 50-50 afterward." However, beneath these words, Bai Yang was calculating another plan. If he could join forces with Lu Kai to eliminate Chen Fei, the benefits would far surpass any heavenly treasures. Besides, as a member of the team that ranked second in the 100 Cities tournament, Lu Kai's strength should be on par with Chen Fei. Hidden in the shadows, Chen Fei silently observed the scene. He noted that Lu Kai was also at the 4th level, first stage of cultivation. While it wasn't impossible for Chen Fei to take on both of them simultaneously, a single misstep could allow them to escape. As he contemplated his next move, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lu Kai slowly nodded. "All right, I agree. But what?" Bai Yang frowned, sensing that Lu Kai was about to set some conditions. "But first, you can die." Before Bai Yang could react, a series of soul chains materialized and instantly bound him tightly. Bai Yang was stunned, frozen in place. What's going on? Why is everyone so bloodthirsty? He couldn't believe Lu Kai's ruthlessness, which rivaled Jiang Yi's strength. Left with no other choice, Bai Yang crushed his last shadow escape talisman. From the shadows, Chen Fei watched the scene unfold with keen interest. Suddenly, the three beasts spoke in unison. "Meow, there's something wrong with this person's or it's orangered with traces of black. Goo, I sense a similar presence in his mind. Or it seems his soul is being controlled." The simultaneous warnings from the three beasts clearly indicated that something was seriously amiss with Lu Kai. Chen Fei decided to wait and observe further, instructing Xiao Gu to use the crystal to teleport Lu Kai to Bai Yang's location. Seeing that Lu Kai also possessed the ability to traverse with crystals, Bai Yang was on the verge of breaking down. Could he have teamed up with Chen Fei? In despair, he roared, "You've left me no choice." Without a king-level beast's ultimate move, Bai Yang had no option but to use an amplification technique. As energy surged into his body, his power skyrocketed to the 4th level, 4th stage. Such a defiance of the natural order would undoubtedly leave him weakened later, but at this moment, survival was all that mattered. Seven-headed serpent, radiance of the elements. Bai Yang summoned his S-grade beast, the Naga seven-headed serpent. Each of its heads wielded the power of a different element. However, Lu Kai was no ordinary opponent. His ghost-type beast, the Ghost Realm Painter, was already prepared to strike. The Ghost Realm Painter's appearance is unforgettable, draped in a tattered robe that gives him the look of a destitute scholar from ancient times, with a face exuding an eerie ghostly aura. In his right hand, he holds a brush, and in his left, a book. With just a few strokes on the pages to depict a ghostly figure, he can summon it into existence. This targeted summoning ability is somewhat similar to that of the Bantan Jade-Faced Fox, but it has a significant drawback. The painter requires considerable preparation time, and by the time his artwork is complete, the battle is often already over. Because of this limitation, his potential is capped at SS rank, far inferior to the Bantan Jade-Faced Fox. This is why Lu Kai relies on two other beasts to assist him. The Soul-Devouring Demon, which specializes in consuming soul energy to strengthen itself, and the Undead Lich, capable of summoning countless skeletal warriors. While these skeletal warriors are not particularly powerful, they are effective in stalling Bai Yang's three beasts, buying time for the Ghost Realm Painter to complete his drawings. Initially, the Soul-Devouring Demon intended to strike directly at Bai Yang, but its attack was thwarted by a soul-guarding protection left behind by King Jiang. Bai Yang quickly commanded his beasts to counterattack, with the lead role taken by the main head of the Naga seven-headed serpent. Its light elemental attribute proved to be a natural counter to all three of Lu Kai's beasts. Having advanced to level 4, rank 4, Bai Yang demonstrated astonishing strength, not only suppressing Lu Kai but also repeatedly interrupting the Ghost Realm Painter's casting process. Such power would even pose a serious challenge for Chen Fei if he were to face Bai Yang alone. Hiding in the shadows, Chen Fei had no intention of letting Bai Yang dominate the battle so easily. He covertly instructed Qiyu to target the Naga seven-headed serpent. Although Bai Yang and his beasts were protected by soul guardians, illusions could bypass this defense. Qiyu wove a special illusion for the Naga seven-headed serpent, conjuring the image of its nemesis, the Goo bird. This nine-headed flying celestial beast, with its diverse attributes, was a perfect counter to the Naga seven-headed serpent. Coincidentally, the Goo bird was also the very being that had sealed Qiyu long ago. After a million years, Qiyu still vividly remembered its features. As the illusion took hold, the Naga seven-headed serpent froze in place, paralyzed like a mouse confronted by a cat. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Ghost Realm Painter completed a masterpiece, summoning a level 4, rank 5, SS grade entity known as the Paper Soul Guest. This eerie creation had no physical form and was entirely constructed from paper, emanating a faint, unsettling scent of decaying paper. It could split into countless tiny paper figures, each capable of folding and transforming midair into various ghostly creatures or beasts. While their numbers were not as vast as Xiao Gu's insect swarm, they formed instantly and were enveloped in an inextinguishable ghostly flame. The most remarkable feat was when hundreds of these tiny paper figures merged to take on the form of the Goo Hua bird. Just as the Naga seven-headed serpent broke free from the illusion, it was met with the sight of the Goo Hua bird, terrified and disoriented. It mistook this for another illusion and recoiled in panic. Bai Yang trembled with rage. Staring at the scene before him, he roared internally, "Fake! It's fake! That's not a real Goo Hua Niao. Attack now, use all light and ice-type skills to suppress them." Despite the power boost from the Demon King level augmentation, the intensity of the battle was already taking a toll on Bai Yang. However, before they could react, the paper figures launched a deadly assault. Except for the Goo Hua Niao, the rest of the paper figures folded themselves into the size of bees and, like arrows in the dark, darted through every gap, heading straight for Bai Yang and his contracted beasts. In the next moment, explosions erupted one after another. Watching the chaos unfold, Bai Yang let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Why does everyone love using self-destructive attacks? Maybe I should have chosen beasts like Xiao Gu or the Paper Soul Keeper instead? But reality left him no time to dwell on such thoughts. The self-detonating paper bees created the perfect opening for Lu Kai to strike. At that moment, the duration of Bai Yang's Soul Guardian ability ended. Disoriented from the explosions, he failed to summon a second Soul Guardian in time and fell victim to Lu Kai's attack. In mere moments, his soul was consumed entirely by ghostly flames. The Naga seven-headed serpent, though still alive, dared not approach Lu Kai and turned to flee. Lu Kai didn't pursue it. His target was Bai Yang. Meanwhile, Chen Fei stood nearby, busy recording the fight on his phone, thinking to himself, if anyone asks about Bai Yang's death, this video will serve as the perfect evidence. As the battle concluded, Lu Kai picked up Bai Yang's spatial ring. The moment he opened it, a flash of white light shot into his body like lightning. It was the tracking powder of the Linxiang white butterfly. Recognizing the mark, Chen Fei realized that Lu Kai was now under the Bai family's watch. The instant the Paper Soul Keeper dissipated, Chen Fei made his move. Under the cover of the hidden origin technique, dark clouds silently gathered. A powerful, amplified, purifying white thunder struck down directly on Lu Kai's Ghost Realm Painter. The divine thunder, specifically effective against evil entities, shattered the painter's paper and brush and severed one of its arms. If not for the surrounding skeletal remains absorbing part of the attack, the damage would have been far worse. Deprived of its ability to create drawings, the Ghost Realm Painter was no longer a threat. With a single strike, Lu Kai's strongest card was neutralized. At that moment, panic set in. He turned to flee, but there was no way Chen Fei would let such a golden opportunity slip away. Under the purifying force of the pure world white thunder, Lu Kai's two contracted beasts suffered severe injuries, forcing him to urgently recall them into his beast space. Without the protection of his beasts, Lu Kai became an exposed target, completely within Chen Fei's attack range. Qiyu, Soul Interrogation, commanded Chen Fei. This was an ability Qiyu had never used before, but it finally proved useful at this moment. As Lu Kai fell into the interrogation state, Chen Fei seized the opportunity to ask, "Who is the person behind you?" "I don't know." Lu Kai responded in pain. He truly knew nothing about the Weaver, not even having seen their true face. "What are their characteristics?" "A black robe, a mask?" Lu Kai's voice trembled. On the wall, a triangular symbol with an eye in the center. Sensing that Lu Kai's soul was reaching its limit, Chen Fei quickly asked one final question. "What is your mission this time?" To kill everyone in the secret realm?" At that moment, Lu Kai's soul suddenly ignited. This was not due to the pressure of the interrogation, but rather the action of the Weaver, the king-level beastmaster behind him, who had noticed the tampering with the restriction and immediately acted. The method mirrored previous instances, though this time it was slightly less harsh. Although Lu Kai was dead, Chen Fei had obtained critical information. Xikong Zhenhai was one of their allies. As he pieced together the clues, a striking red beam shot into the sky in the distance. This would undoubtedly draw a large crowd, and there was a high chance Xikong Zhenhai would appear there as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Jian was being chased in utter disarray by a swarm of sparrow soul bees. "Xin Lin, you troublemaker." Tang Jian cursed as he ran. "Why did you provoke these sparrow soul bees?" "I just took a bed, that's all," Xin Lin replied innocently. "A bed?" Tang Jian suddenly realized something. "Don't tell me it's made of Xianjin jade?" When he learned that it was indeed a bed crafted from the rare Xianjin jade, only found in the habitat of the black tortoise, Tang Jian grew even more furious. This treasure, capable of enhancing physical strength, was of immeasurable value. Damn it! Tang Jian couldn't help but curse aloud. You stole their treasure off course, they'd fight you to the death. Staring at the endless mountain peaks in the distance, Tang Jian and Shun Lin's eyes grew misty. I miss Chen Fei the boss. Me too. Boss, where are you? Meanwhile, far away, Chen Fei suddenly rubbed his itchy nose. Is someone cursing me? Chen Fei, I can sense the goo insects we sent out, Xiaogu reminded him. Oh, that must be Tang Jian and Shen Lin. Chen Fei immediately grew alert. Let's move. Shun Lin's treasure-seeking mouse might be weak in combat, but its potential is remarkable. Before they even saw anyone, a deafening hum filled the air, as if tens of thousands of third-generation goo insects were swarming at once. Just as Chen Fei was about to evade, Xiao Gus's words stopped him in his tracks. 2 second-generation insects are among the swarm. These two fools dared to provoke Tier 3 Level 5 Sparrow Soul Bees with mere Tier 2 and Tier 3 weaklings? They're courting death. Chen Fei sighed helplessly and had Xiaogu step in. In an instant, a crystalline barrier enveloped Shen Lin and Tang Jian, teleporting them to safety. At the same time, Chen Fei used his hidden origin technique to mask their presence. Without a target, the swarm of Sparrow Soul Bees quickly dispersed. As soon as the duo saw Chen Fei, they clung to his legs. Boss, we finally found you. Please protect us. Looking at their swollen, pig-like faces, Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. If not for the aura of the second-generation goo insects clinging to them, he wouldn't have even recognized who they were. Fortunately, with Wu Yun's healing assistance, the swelling had subsided a little. Boss, this is the protection fee. Shen Lin respectfully handed over the other half of the Xianjin Jade to Chen Fei. Without his help, the two of them would have already met their end. Chen Fei didn't hesitate and stored it directly in the sacred codex space. Boss, your aura feels even more solid than before. Did you break through again? Shen Lin asked curiously. Chen Fei neither confirmed nor denied it, but the two of them already had their answer. They couldn't help but feel envious. In just a short time, the gap in strength between them had widened yet again. The three continued on their journey, scavenging spirit abodes along the way, until they finally reached their destination the next day. What greeted them was a cluster of well-preserved palace buildings, with golden roofs and red doors exuding an ancient charm. The weight of history was palpable. Among the structures, 3 plaques remained legible: Sutra Pavilion, Elixir Workshop, and Dao Transmission Hall. The inscriptions on the other plaques had long since crumbled. Jiang Yi and her group had already been waiting there for some time. She informed Chen Fei that the Dao Transmission Hall was currently inaccessible and suggested they first explore the Sutra Pavilion and Elixir Workshop for opportunities. Chen Fei noticed that she had advanced to Tier 2 of the Master level. He wondered if it was the result of long-term accumulation or a fortuitous encounter. What intrigued him even more was the ever-mysterious Xikong Zhenhai, whose strength now seemed to surpass even Jiang Yi's. What level had he reached? Senior, keep an eye on Xikong Zhenhai, Chen Fei said in a low voice. He might be just like Song Gong. Without needing further explanation, Jiang Yi immediately understood Chen Fei's implication. Her brows furrowed instinctively. Are you sure? Absolutely. Chen Fei's tone was resolute. All right, I'll keep an eye on him, Jiang Yi nodded. I'll also look for some potential allies we can work with. Having gone through the Song Gong incident, Jiang Yi had matured significantly. She deeply understood that good and evil are often just surface-level impressions. Judging someone requires looking beyond their polished exterior to their actions when no one is watching. While she had become more cautious, her trust in Chen Fei's judgment remained unwavering. His foresight during the Song Gong incident, along with what she later heard from Jiang Nan about the front lines, proved that Chen Fei possessed a sharp intuition when it came to assessing people. After exchanging this vital information, Chen Fei, along with Tang Jian and Shen Lin, entered the pill pavilion. Much like the rules of the spirit plantation, obtaining pills here required passing a series of tests. These tests covered various aspects, including knowledge of pharmacology, ingredient combinations, fire control techniques, and pill refinement. Chen Fei quickly realized he was out of his depth. In the mistridden Yuling continent, the inheritance of pill refinement was already scarce, and he had no knowledge in this field. Rather than waste precious time, he decided to seek another path. Shifting his focus, Chen Fei entered the scripture pavilion, only to find that it also had trial assessments. These trials focused on martial arts. What stood out was the time flow within the pavilion. Time moved at a ratio of 1:10 compared to the outside world, meaning 1 day outside equal 10 days inside. Scanning the rankings on the stone tablet. First place, Shangguan Leifeng, 19 years old, potential rating SSS, mastered level 4 martial arts to proficient level in 69 hours. 27th place, Jiang Yi, 20 years old, potential rating SSS, mastered level 3 martial arts to proficient level in 66 hours. 36th place, Nangong Xingchen, 19 years old, potential rating SSS, mastered level 3 martial arts to proficient level in 75 hours. The descendants of these king-level beast tamers were indeed remarkable. It was clear that they had headed straight here upon entering the secret realm. Especially Shangguan Leifeng, ranked first. His reputation was well-deserved. What surprised Chen Fei even more was Jiang Yi's martial arts potential, which seemed to surpass her beast-taming talent. This intrigued him. Being the daughter of King Jiang, she must have had access to numerous martial arts tomes. Perhaps her beast-taming abilities were merely the surface of her strength, while her true trump card lay in martial arts. Upon entering the trial space, Chen Fei discovered that only level 3 and level 4 martial arts were available. The difficulty of level 4 martial arts was significantly higher. Considering his limited martial arts talent, Chen Fei decided to rely on his accumulated slaughter points to aid his training. He set his sights on assassination techniques. Fortunately, the trial space offered a decent selection of assassination martial arts, 12 level 3 techniques and 3 level 4 techniques. Among them, Silent Extinction Needle stood out. It allowed spiritual energy to be condensed into hair-thin needles, which, when combined with specific hidden weapon techniques, could silently claim a life without a trace. Chen Fei meticulously analyzed the characteristics of the 3 martial arts techniques. The Silent Annihilation Needle relied heavily on the use of concealed weapons. With diligent practice, one could master it and achieve significantly enhanced power when paired with the right weapon. Shadow Blade Slash required an innate affinity for shadow manipulation, enabling the wielder to form sharp, precise blades from shadows. As for Puppet Technique, it involved controlling a puppet's every joint using spiritual energy as strings. With advanced skill, one could even manipulate living beings, turning all things into puppets. He quickly ruled out Shadow Blade Slash without a shadow affinity. Pursuing this technique would be as futile as climbing a tree to catch fish. Although the Silent Annihilation Needle appeared straightforward, once its principles were mastered, it allowed for versatile and effective use. The key lay in precision. Without accuracy, even the most potent concealed weapon would be ineffective. Puppet Technique, on the other hand, depended entirely on the puppet's strength. If the puppet was too weak, it would be less practical than Xiao Gu's corpse controlling technique. After weighing his options, Chen Fei chose the Silent Annihilation Needle to avoid overlapping abilities with Xiao Gu. He immediately began studying the martial arts inheritance, extracting spiritual energy as described in the texts. During this process, he discovered that spiritual energy was far from pure. It was riddled with impurities such as malevolent energy, ghostly energy, inner demon energy, and death energy. Absorbing too much of these impurities could hinder future cultivation. More critically, spiritual energy itself came in various types. The 10 elemental energies: azure wood, crimson fire, white metal, black water, and yellow earth, alongside celestial energies like star energy, lunar energy, and solar radiance, as well as yin-yang energy and chaos energy. Each individual's constitution determined which type of energy was most suitable for absorption, allowing it to flow through their dantian, meridians, and limbs, creating a cyclical flow. This was the essence of cultivation. Using white metal spiritual energy as a foundation, Chen Fei began crafting the Silent Annihilation Needle. Much like forging real metal, he compressed and refined the energy repeatedly until it possessed sufficient lethality. This process was mentally exhausting, and it took him a full 64 hours to forge his very first entry-level Silent Annihilation Needle. The speed was far from impressive. Someone like Shangguan Leifeng could have accomplished it in just 24 hours. However, Chen Fei remained undeterred. With a solid foundation in place, all he needed was to invest slaughter points to rapidly advance. With over 10,000 slaughter points at his disposal, he could easily reach the proficient level. At this stage, the Silent Annihilation Needle's capabilities saw a comprehensive upgrade. He could condense a needle in just 1 second, and each needle could leave a tracking mark inside the target. More importantly, the compressed needles could be detonated, delivering an explosion akin to a small bomb, powerful enough to handle third-tier beasts, though still limited against fourth-tier ones. As soon as he grasped these essentials, Chen Fei was abruptly transported back to the outside world, and the rankings on the stone monument began to shift. The first place was taken by Shan Gu, a mere 19 years old. He once again earned a Transcendent Evaluation when he mastered 4th-level martial arts within just 64 hours. Chen Fei was well aware that without the help of the sacred tome, reaching even the proficient level, let alone mastery, would have been an almost impossible task. Suddenly, a jade token appeared out of thin air, engraved with the character Beast. At the same time, a striking yellow beam of light shot out from the Hall of Preaching. Though no one knew where this beam originated, everyone understood that the Hall of Preaching was about to open. This realization kept people from wandering too far, fearing they might miss this rare opportunity. Instead, they busied themselves searching for treasures in the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Chen Fei, who was in the scripture pavilion, was completely unaware of the changes happening outside. He was intently focused on the token in his hand, which granted him the right to choose any inheritance from the scripture pavilion. Adopting the same strategy he had used in the spirit plantation, he decided to go straight for the highest level techniques. Among the 6th level assassination martial arts, the Manju Flowing Cloud Palm required its practitioner to possess water and ice elemental talents, enabling them to control all water elements in nature from mist to droplets and even transform water droplets into sharp arrows capable of piercing stone. More astonishingly, at a certain level of proficiency, one could manipulate the blood within an enemy's body, causing it to coagulate or even explode. Another technique, the Ripple Palm, demanded magnetic talents. It could disrupt the magnetic field within a specific range, using invisible magnetic forces as concealed weapons to silently take lives. Unfortunately, neither of these exceptional techniques aligned with Chen Fei's beast-taming talent. He had no choice but to settle for 5th-level martial arts. However, after extensive searching, he found that either the techniques did not meet his cultivation requirements, or they conflicted with the abilities of his current 3 beasts. At this moment, a set of formation jade slips on a bookshelf in the corner caught his attention. Although his martial arts talents were limited, he showed considerable potential in formations. Moreover, the 10 traps formation he currently relied on consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Even at the entry level, it drained all his energy, and reaching mastery would be disastrous. Finding an alternative formation was an urgent priority. Among the 6th level formations, the yin-yang reversal formation initially disrupted the yin-yang balance within living beings, weakening their strength. At higher levels, it could invert the yin-yang properties of an entire space, causing heaven and earth to reverse, fire and water to swap, and light and darkness to switch places. Another formation, the 100 Ghosts Night Parade, could summon ghostly soldiers and spirits as weapons. With improved cultivation, it could escalate from summoning 3 ghosts to thousands, with the strength of the summoned entities also increasing accordingly. These 2 formations, while requiring yin-yang or ghostly talents for rapid mastery, were not entirely out of reach for Chen Fei. Unlike martial arts, formations did not require the practitioner to internalize the power. Instead, they used formation plates to channel the spiritual energy of the natural world. A lack of corresponding talent would only reduce the efficiency of learning, not render the formations impossible to master. Chen Fei ultimately chose the 100 Ghosts Night Parade formation, a decision that revealed his careful deliberation. Most of the creatures wandering in the mist were ghost-type monsters, and using ghosts to counter ghosts was undoubtedly the best strategy. Although this 6th level formation was not on par with the 8th or 9th level of the ambush from 10 sides formation, it was more than sufficient for his current stage. Once he reached the beginner level, he could rely on accumulated slaughter points to enhance it further. The moment he made his choice, a surge of power transported him out of the Sutra Pavilion. Standing outside, he gazed thoughtfully at the second beam of light above the Tao Transmission Hall. This seemed to confirm his hypothesis. Each time someone obtained a Transcendence potential evaluation, a new beam of light would appear. While this conjecture required further verification, the entire design of the Lingfu secret realm seemed aimed at identifying individuals with extraordinary potential. No wonder most cultivators who entered this place possessed the qualifications to become king-level beast tamers. Following Jiang Yi's guidance, Chen Fei arrived at a side hall and found the mirror that could reveal one's true heart. To his mild surprise, the name at the top of the ranking had changed from Shangguan Leifeng to Cheng Jingjing. It was hard to imagine that his brash superior actually had such a clear life plan. The moment Chen Fei met his reflection in the mirror, his consciousness was drawn into a unique space. Before him appeared a scene of his parents battling the evil king number 9 on the battlefield. Just as they were about to be struck down, the image froze. A line of text appeared in the air. "Do you wish to stop all of this?" Without hesitation, Chen Fei replied, "Yes." The scene resumed, showing him charging into the battlefield and ultimately being slain by the evil king number 9, while his parents were saved. A new question followed. If saving them required sacrificing your own life, would you still make this choice? Or would you prefer to wait until your strength grew and then seek revenge? This dilemma struck at the most vulnerable part of his heart. No wonder Jiang Yi had described this as a trial to discern one's true self. Would he choose to sacrifice himself to save his parents or preserve his life for future vengeance? Genius was indeed precious, but could such a choice ever truly sit well with him? To everyone's surprise, Chen Fei offered a third answer. "I choose to cheat, crush my opponent instantly, and eliminate all danger." The floating text in the air displayed as if speechless at his unconventional response. The scene shifted again. Chen Fei found himself standing at the edge of the mist, with millions of humans behind him and hundreds of thousands of evil creatures before him. A new question arose. If your life could save the lives of millions of humans, would you do it? Chen Fei looked at the scene before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. Another one of these questions? Isn't this just the age-old dilemma? Sacrifice the few, or save the many? Do you really think I can figure this out? He remained firm in his stance. I'll just activate cheat mode and crush those million evil beasts outright. A string of characters slowly appeared in midair. Are you cursing at me now? Before Chen Fei could finish his sentence, a powerful force blasted him out of the mirror space. When he tried to re-enter, he found himself completely barred from entry. Quite the temper, huh? Chen Fei muttered as he walked up to the stone tablet and quickly located his ranking. 69th place, Shanggu A, 19 years old. Potential rating, SSS. Evaluation, strong soul power, unaffected by illusions. Possesses a clear and resolute sense of direction. However, this direction is truly baffling. Either this person has an incomparably strong will, or they are completely insane. Compared to the brief evaluations of others, his evaluation was unusually lengthy. Looks like this mirror has quite the opinion of me, Chen Fei thought to himself. But I'm just being honest. If I've activated cheat mode, why stick to the old ways? Why face those life or death dilemmas? This just proves the cheat isn't strong enough. Not long after, a wooden token appeared before him, engraved with the character Inner Disciple, or something else. The token came with a choice. He could select one piece of level 5 beast material, including bones, inner cores, pelts, fangs, and so on. After careful consideration, Chen Fei ultimately chose the inner core of a ferocious beast, the Fuhu. He had already devised a plan in his mind. Using the celestial soulwood obtained from the spirit mine as the primary material, with this inner core as a supplement. He would then use the purified soul crystal traded from the four-winged whalekun to cleanse the soul impurities from the core, and employ Tianluan Soul Dew as a catalyst to increase the breakthrough rate. Additionally, he planned to invest 50,000 slaughter points to make up for any deficiencies, enabling the Jinhuan prison of his Chiyu to undergo a metamorphosis and upgrade to the flawless level. To amass slaughter points, Chen Fei mobilized the Secret Realm's forces and the third-generation Goo insects of the Baiyue Mountains to join the slaughter. Once the slaughter points reached 50,000, he immediately infused them into the Jinhuan prison of his Chiyu. The resulting enhancement created a disturbance on par with Xiao Gu's evolution. It made sense after all. Even a level 5 Demon King might not possess a flawless level skill. With the Fuhu Soul Suppression Domain upgraded from Pinnacle to Flawless level, it gained 3 major advantages. 1. When activated, the Soul Suppression Domain could directly suppress the souls of beings at level 4, Tier 5 and below, while posing a significant threat to higher level beings. The suppression level would also increase as Chen Fei's strength grew. 2. The Soul Suppression Mountain now carried the ferocious aura and pressure of the Fuhu beast, amplifying its power tenfold. Under full suppression, survival was nearly impossible, and it could absorb scattered remnant souls to further enhance its strength. Additionally, part of the soul power would feed back into Chen Fei, improving his abilities and potential. 3. As long as spiritual energy was sufficient, the soul suppression domain could remain active indefinitely. After reading through the astonishing enhancements, Chen Fei was left speechless with shock. The flawless level of mastery was truly astonishing. Chen Fei stared at the domain ability before him, feeling deeply shaken. From its initial form as a cage to its evolution into a permanent domain, it had not only broken through the constraints of time, but also exhibited the overwhelming power of the tenfold spirit-suppressing mountain, leaving him thoroughly impressed. He could already envision the battlefield. A massive mountain of souls crushing down, instantly shattering the enemy's soul into fragments. Even more terrifying was the fact that this tenfold power was merely the starting point. With every soul fragment absorbed, the suppressive force would grow stronger, its potential seemingly limitless. Only now did Chen Fei grasp the true meaning of flawless level, a perfect ability with no discernible flaws. As this skill advanced, Chiyu had finally gained a true one-hit kill capability. Combined with Wu Yun's Tribulation Lightning and Xiao Gu's Swarm Detonation, Chen Fei's combat power had surpassed that of many predecessors, including his parents, and even his former self from his past life. By the 4th day in the Spirit Palace Secret Realm, Chen Fei had explored numerous trial spaces but had yet to obtain another transcendent grade reward. The Dao Transmission Hall remained tightly sealed, leaving many cultivators restless. Considering the Secret Realm's 7-day time limit and the fact that opportunities were not confined to the Spirit Palace, many, including Xinlin and Tang Jian, had opted to temporarily leave in search of treasures elsewhere. Chen Fei, we've discovered an ancient tomb. With our strength, we can't get through it. Are you interested? Xinlin's invitation immediately caught Chen Fei's attention. An ancient tomb within the Secret Realm was undoubtedly extraordinary. Let's go. With a brief response, Chen Fei followed Xinlin to a bottomless cliff. Grayish-green mist swirled in the air, resembling the gaping maw of a giant beast. The tomb's entrance was located midway along the cliff face, and without the guidance of their treasure-hunting mouse, Xinlin and Tang Jian would never have found such a hidden location. Using flying beasts, the three descended to the entrance, where they found several corpses of blue ghost bats lying on the ground. Upon inspection, Chen Fei noticed that the bats appeared to have died peacefully, but Chi Yu quickly pointed out, their souls have been devoured. This discovery made the trio's expressions grow solemn. Among the 200 participants in the secret realm, those capable of controlling soul-based beasts were extremely rare. Aside from the secretive Chen Fei and the renowned Jiang Yi, there were only 4 others. These included Chen Fei's target, Xikong Jinhai, the deceased Lu Kai, Ji Chunfeng, who possessed an S-grade Amaterasu soul dragon, and the most formidable of them all, Shimin Yun. A prodigy of Taiching Academy, Shimin Yun controlled an SS-grade devouring heaven toad, a creature that combined devouring, soul manipulation, and elemental abilities, making him the undisputed top contender in the 100 Cities tournament. After weighing his options, Chen Fei turned to his companions and said, "You two wait outside. I'll go in deeper and see if I can pick up any spoil." Xin Lin and Tang Jian did not reject Chen Fei's suggestion. They were well aware that with their current abilities, they would only become a burden to Chen Fei. After quickly retreating, the two exchanged a glance. "Old Shun, we really need to work harder," Tang Jian said with a hint of bitterness in his tone. "It's not a good thing to keep dragging down someone like Chen Fei." Xin Lin nodded firmly. "Exactly. If this continues, we'll just be cast aside. He might not even bother with us anymore." A sense of urgency rose within them. If they couldn't even prove their worth in being brought along, it meant the gap between them and Chen Fei had become insurmountable. "I doubt the big guy will come out anytime soon," Shinlin suggested. "How about we look for opportunities elsewhere?" "Sounds good. After all, we've already agreed to regroup at Lingfu later." The two released their treasure-hunting mouse to lead the way as they ventured deeper into the area. Along the way, the mouse displayed unprecedented excitement, even more so than when it had discovered the rare Shirong soil. Observing its eagerness, greed flickered in their eyes. "Hold on!" Shinlin suddenly shouted. Tang Jian snapped out of his thoughts. "What's wrong?" "Something feels off," Shinlin frowned. "My Crow 9 sensed faint traces of a curse in the surroundings. If it hadn't warned me, we might have already fallen into a trap." The ghostly crow, named for the 9 gray feathers atop its head, was highly sensitive to curses. Its warning signified the presence of cursed creatures or rare cursed treasures nearby. "So, what's the plan?" Tang Jian asked in a low voice. "Do we retreat or move forward?" Xin Lin looked down at the treasure-hunting mouse, which was still signaling eagerly. After a brief internal struggle, he made a decisive choice. "Retreat. No treasure is worth losing our lives over." However, despite retreating for what felt like ages, they found themselves circling back to the same spot. An illusion. Realizing this, their hearts sank. "Without Chen Fei, we really are nothing. Even a simple illusion has us completely trapped. Then, we fight." With no way out, they decided to risk it all. For the next hour, they endured one horrifying illusion after another. Grotesque pink skeletons, a cemetery of the undead, a vengeful ghost bride, and a child playing kickball with a severed head. Each scene was more terrifying than the last. Without the guidance of the treasure-hunting mouse, they would have perished long ago. After what felt like an eternity, they suddenly noticed a faint light ahead. Following it through the darkness, they emerged into a village, bathed in soft light, a scene that felt like a glimmer of hope after endless despair. This unexpected discovery left them stunned. The two were puzzled, as there shouldn't be anyone else in the secret realm, yet they found themselves facing a vibrant and lively scene. In the village, men, women, and children were working in the fields, cultivating a peculiar spiritual plant. Nearby, a massive elephant-like creature was gently swinging its trunk, spraying water to help the villagers irrigate their crops. "That's the 8 Immortals Valley," Shinlin suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the plants in the field. Each stalk of this spiritual grain bore 8 leaves, each leaf displaying a different color. Seeing Tang Jian's confused expression, Shinlin explained, "This is a grade 5 and above heavenly spiritual grain." "Oh, I haven't told you yet, this treasure-seeking mouse belonged to my grandfather. He once used it to find a stalk of 8 Immortals grain. After cooking it into porridge and eating it." "And then what happened?" Tang Jian eagerly interrupted. "The 8 Immortals grain can awaken 8 different attributes: bloodline, comprehension, luck, potential, charisma, sensory perception, mental strength, and affinity. One of my grandfather's tamed beasts awakened an ancient bloodline after consuming the porridge made from it." Tang Jian was stunned. "That's incredible. Bloodline isn't even the strongest attribute. If you can enhance potential, you're almost guaranteed to reach the rank of a king-level beast tamer. Boosting luck means everything you do will be twice as effective with half the effort. And as for improving comprehension..." Xin Lin was about to continue when he suddenly noticed that the entrance they had come through had vanished without a trace. As the two hesitated, the villagers' murmurs reached their ears. "It's been ages since we've seen outsiders. Their clothes look so strange. Even their beasts are species we've never seen before." The two carefully observed their surroundings. The clear streams carried warmth, The ripe grains emitted a fragrant aroma, and the passing villagers radiated body heat. Everything felt so real, completely unlike an illusion. Eventually, they found the village chief and inquired about obtaining the 8 immortals' grain. The village chief slowly offered 2 choices. You can either stay in the village forever, never to leave, and be allowed to consume fresh 8 immortals' grain. Or you can undergo the trial left behind by our ancestors. Xinlin and Tang Jian exchanged a glance and, in unison, chose the latter. To catch up with Chen Fei, Xinlin and Tang Jian resolutely entered the mysterious village's trial. Meanwhile, Chen Fei had already ventured deep into the cave. He immediately cast the concealment technique on himself and his 3 beasts, while sending out 10 third-generation insects ahead to scout the path. As he progressed, the cave gradually narrowed, with one side featuring rough cave walls and the other side a deep underground stream. Above the water hung several ancient coffins suspended in midair. This was precisely the spot that had previously scared off Xinlin and Tang Jian. The guardians of these suspended coffins were Tier 6 level 3000 curse corpse demons, creatures capable of absorbing energy from corpses. The stronger the corpse, the stronger they became. However, judging by the potential of these 1000 curse corpse demons, the individuals in the coffins had been rather average in life, failing to pique Chen Fei's interest. Continuing forward, an imposing tomb chamber door came into view. The door, made of sealing mystic stone, stood 7 meters tall and 4 meters wide, specifically designed to block the energy and zombie-type creatures from the tomb. A narrow gap, just wide enough for a person to pass through, had already been opened in the door. Standing before the door, Chen Fei appeared deep in thought, contemplating whether to claim the sealing mystic stone door for himself. Chen Fei, you're like a plague of locusts, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Gu teased. Scram, go away, Chen Fei said, knocking Xiao Gu on the head. What do you know, kid? The fog is crawling with zombie-type and ghost-type entities. This sealing mystic stone is a powerful weapon against them. You hit me again, Xiao Gu cried, clutching his head. What if I turned stupid? You weren't that smart to begin with. Qiyu Wu Yun, don't stop me. I'm taking him down. Qiyu, who was elegantly licking her paws, and Wu Yun, who was perched on Chen Fei's head, replied in unison, we're not stopping you at all. If you've got the guts, go for it. Xiao Gu deflated. You two have 0 teamwork. Chen Fei decided to go in and investigate first. The group advanced along the main path of the tomb chamber, its walls carved with various ghostly figures. A skeletal boat ferrying blurred humanoid forms across the underworld river, rumored to steal souls if stared at for too long, as well as depictions of autumn ghosts, temple ghosts, wandering ghosts, and musician ghosts, among others. In the spirit tamer continent, ghost-type creatures were exceedingly rare. This tomb, adorned with carvings of ghostly beings, clearly did not originate from the spirit tamer continent. It seemed more like a mysterious realm from beyond. Yet, it bore no apparent connection to the spirit palace. Why, then, were the two placed together? The more Chen Fei thought about it, the more he felt this world was riddled with unfathomable mysteries. Suddenly, an eerie melody filled the air. The musician ghost on the wall seemed to come to life, unleashing soundwave attacks through its haunting tune. Wu Yun's eyes snapped open instantly, her movements as swift as lightning. Without hesitation, she cast a sonic barrier and summoned a purifying white thunderbolt, striking precisely at the spot on the mural where the ghostly Qin player resided. Before Chen Fei could utter a word, it was all over. The scorched black marks on the mural replaced the ghostly figure, a clear sign that the malevolent spirit had been completely obliterated by the thunder's force. This scene instantly clarified the true purpose of the murals for Chen Fei were hiding places for ghostly entities, designed to ambush anyone entering the tomb. Wu Yun's purifying white thunder displayed its extraordinary power, rendering the ghosts along their path incapable of threatening Chen Fei. Some were so terrified by the thunder's aura that they dared not make a move. The two proceeded down the main passage and arrived at the first burial chamber. On an unopened coffin lay a lifeless level 4, Tier 2 9-winged centipede, evidently the guardian beast of this chamber. Another 9-winged centipede lunged from a corner, but was effortlessly subdued by Wu Yun. Since the coffin remained untouched by previous intruders, Chen Fei decided to bypass it as well. The site in the second burial chamber made Chen Fei's pupils constrict. A towering bronze tree stood in the center, with several women's heads hanging from its branches. Each head was adorned with a hairpin crafted from green spiral stones, its simple yet elegant design exuding a certain translucence. However, the heads all stared with wide, bulging eyes, as if they had witnessed something unimaginably horrifying before their deaths. Their faces were frozen in expressions of despair and unwillingness, encased in a thin, transparent crystalline layer that preserved their terror for eternity. Chen Fei quickly skirted around this sinister setup, but couldn't resist glancing back as he passed behind the tree. To his shock, all the heads had eerily turned to face him, their fixed gazes seemingly attempting to pull him into an endless abyss. Fleeing hurriedly into the third burial chamber, Chen Fei was surprised to find himself no longer inside the tomb but in a desolate village. In front of the village stretched barren fields, with withered plants that once bore 8 leaves, each displaying a different color. Seeking answers, Chen Fei immediately dispatched more third-generation Goo insects to scout. Soon, the insects relayed their findings. Viewed from above, the entire village formed the shape of a Bagua symbol, with a bone temple standing at its center, housing 2 individuals. The term, Bone Temple, instantly reminded Chen Fei of the structure in the Nine Netherlands, a place of ominous legend. Hurrying to the Bone Temple, Chen Fei found its architecture strikingly similar to that of the Nine Netherlands Temple, a structure built from the white bones of monstrous beasts, with its 4 corners embedded with the skulls of Tao Tai, Hundun, Taowu, and Xiongqi. The eaves resembled eerie squid-like tentacles, and 2 fresh red lanterns hung by the entrance, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Chen Fei peered through the gates of the Bone Temple and saw Ximenling Yun and Ji Chunfeng standing motionless inside, seemingly immersed in some kind of consciousness trial. He decided to wait patiently outside, avoiding any confrontation with the 2 at this moment. 10 minutes later, Ximenling Yun and Ji Chunfeng awoke one after the other, each departing with their own gains. Once they were far enough away, Chen Fei silently stepped into the Bone Temple. The layout before him mirrored the Bone Temple in the Nine Netherlands. An imposing stone tablet stood at the forefront, with solemn ancestral tablets for worship arranged behind it. As he approached the stone tablet, Chen Fei noticed there were only 8 names inscribed on it, indicating that the number of people who had reached this place was extremely limited. The first name was Tuoba Ziyuan, age 20, with a potential rating of Transcendent, granting access to the 18th level of Hell. The tablet also recorded Ximenling Yun in 4th place with an SSS rating, granting access to the 16th level, and Ji Chunfeng in 5th place with an SSS rating, granting access to the 14th level. What surprised Chen Fei even more was seeing Shen Lin and Tang Jian ranked 7th and 8th, with ratings of SS and SS, granting them access to the 12th and 11th levels respectively. Tuoba Ziyuan's Transcendent rating astonished Chen Fei but was not entirely unexpected. As the second human recognized by the Wu Yun Eye to possess purple energy, Tuoba's strength was indeed worthy of such a title. Currently, there were only 3 Transcendent ratings in existence, 2 belonging to himself, and this one to Tuoba Ziyuan, making them all part of his inner circle. However, the presence of Tang Jian and Shen Lin on the ranking was perplexing. They had only reached the tomb's entrance, yet their names appeared here. Even if they had managed to enter, their abilities would make it nearly impossible to contend with the ghosts in the tomb corridor, let alone the 9-winged centipede in the first chamber. Could they have found some other way to access this place? This question would need to be answered later. Using the name Mountain Ghost, Chen Fei entered the trial space. Similar to the spiritual plant garden, each level refreshed his state. The space before him was suffocating, an endless expanse of dark, pitch-black sky devoid of stars or warmth. The ground resembled red-hot iron, glowing with mottled black streaks. Wisps of greenish ghostly energy rose from the earth, blending with the ground's hue to create a chilling atmosphere. This space bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary depiction of Hell. Chen Fei pressed forward. On the first level, the tongue-ripping Hell, a few 3rd-tier, 8th-stage tongue-ripping ghosts posed no challenge. On the second level, the Scissor Hell, 10 3rd-tier, 8th-stage scissor ghosts were easily dispatched by Wu Yun. It wasn't until the 13th level, the Blood Pool Hell, that he encountered some difficulty. Apart from scattered 4th-tier, 1st-stage ghosts, the Blood Pool itself harbored a formidable 4th-tier, 2nd-stage Blood Prison Demon Ghost. This ghost wields the power of blood and can summon even more formidable entities through blood sacrifices. Its most terrifying ability is the Bloodburst technique. Wherever a drop of blood falls, it becomes a site of explosive destruction. Wu Yun fought tirelessly to defeat it, only to witness the Blood Pool Demon Ghost resurrect itself using the power of the Blood Pool, plunging the battle into an endless cycle. In his fury, Wu Yun summoned several massive bolts of purifying world white lightning, obliterating the Blood Pool entirely. This encounter left him with a profound understanding of the perils of the 18th layer of Hell. Without countering attributes, survival was nearly impossible. The 17th layer, the Millstone Hell, was even more treacherous. As soon as Chen Fei stepped into it, he found himself inside an enormous stone mill. Each sweep of the mill carried the impact force of a level 5 Demon King. Even with the combined effort of 3 beasts, they could only dodge in disarray, unable to withstand the crushing force. What made matters worse was the presence of 3 formidable ghost entities he had to face simultaneously. First, an SS-level Puppet Witch Ghost, capable of controlling 9 S-level and Tier 4 level 4 ghost creatures in battle. Second, an SS-level 3-eyed Flame Ghost, wielding the infamous Yellow Springs Ghostfire, ranked prominently on the Unusual Flames list. This fire was as fluid as water, yet devastatingly powerful. Any living being that came into contact with it would feel as though they had plunged into a boiling cauldron. Third, an SS-level Azure Plume Umbrella Ghost, which transformed into an eerie paper umbrella. Its ribs were inlaid with bells, its surface covered in numerous eyes, and beneath it appeared a long-haired woman in ancient attire. Her graceful dance seemed elegant, but as her performance concluded, it would leave viewers entranced, their souls forcibly extracted and absorbed into the umbrella. Even Chi Yi's soul-guarding abilities struggled to fully resist this power. Faced with such a dire situation, Chen Fei decided to have Chi Yu go all out. Amplified by Wu Yun, Chi Yu unleashed the tiger-suppressing soul domain, a pale-colored field that instantly enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Within the domain, the destructive power reached an astonishing Tier 4 level 6, enough to make even Tuoba Yuan gasp in awe. 3 colossal soul mountains descended with a thunderous crash, targeting the 3 ghosts' true forms. The roars of the tiger suppressor carried a powerful sonic binding force, freezing the 3 ghosts in place, helplessly watching as the soul mountains crushed down upon them. With a resounding boom, all 3 ghosts save for the paper umbrella had their physical forms and souls obliterated. Although these were merely illusions, yielding only a few scattered soul fragments, the sheer power of the attack was undeniably awe-inspiring. Off to the side, Xiaogu watched in envy and couldn't help but complain, Chen Fei, Chi Yu, and Wu Yun are all so strong. What about me? What about me? I was the first one to form a contract after all. Chen Fei reassured Xiaogu, saying, right now, there isn't an opportunity that suits you, and forcing it won't help. But once I find the right one, I'll risk my life to secure it for you. I also hope you all grow stronger, because only then can I remain invincible in this world. You said it. Don't forget. Xiaogu huffed a few times before finally letting it go. Watching the ever-improving figures of Chi Yu and Wu Yun, a strong sense of urgency stirred within it. The group of 1 human and 3 beasts continued their journey, arriving at the 18th layer of Hellblade Saw Hell. As soon as they stepped into this layer, an invisible sense of oppression enveloped them. Floating above their heads was a unique presence. A ghost appearing as a scholar in a purple robe, with an angry and imposing expression. This ghost differed greatly from typical apparitions. He carried a massive scythe taller than a person on his shoulder, while a pen floated above his right side and an unfurled scroll hovered above his left. His entire being radiated an aura of majestic dominance. Chen Fei immediately began analyzing the information about this scythe judge ghost. 4th level, 5th rank in strength, possessing triple aptitudes in causality, ghost, and soul systems. His power rivaled that of celestial beasts, with potential to ascend to the Ghost Emperor realm, comparable to the level of divine beasts. The skills he possessed were astonishing. The first, Judgment of Good and Evil, was an advanced version of soul interrogation, capable of exerting even greater pressure on a soul. It could extract even the smallest details unnoticed by the subject, while inflicting minimal damage to the soul. Its proficiency level had already reached mastery. The second skill, Causality Tracking, made Chen Fei exclaim in surprise. No way. Causality system? This was an attribute on par with time and space, one of the top-tier abilities. No wonder even Tuoba Ziyuan had fallen on this level. This skill not only allowed tracking of causality, but could also summon the Brahma Karma Flame, a sacred fire surpassing the common Red Lotus Karma Flame. In a low-level realm like the Spirit Beast continent, sacred flames were practically unheard of. Chen Fei thought to himself, if he could merge sealing, imagination, and causality system skills into Wu Yun, and then add Tuoba Ziyuan's spatial abilities, what an unimaginably powerful being that would be. Alas, such thoughts were merely fantasies. At that moment, the Scythe Judge Ghost let out a roar and immediately activated causality tracking. This mysterious ability was even more elusive than the soul system. While souls, though intangible, could still be perceived by soul-based beings, causality could only be discerned through the different colored threads of karma that revealed a being's past deeds, both good and bad. However, when the Judge Ghost saw the threads of karma surrounding Chen Fei, the entire ghost froze in shock. A typical person would have only a dozen or so karma threads, representing aspects such as virtue and vice, love and hate, gain and loss, fortune and misfortune, and the 3 lifetimes. But the threads around Chen Fei were like a massive ball of yarn, densely tangled with tens of thousands of lines intertwined in a chaotic mess. He alone was entangled in the karmic web of all beings. This discovery left the scythe-wielding Judge Ghost utterly shocked. It desperately tried to discern the threads of karma good and evil attached to Chen Fei, only to find a bewildering contradiction. Acts of immense virtue alongside unfathomable evil. A savior of the world who had also annihilated millions of souls. Such a complex web of karma far exceeded the Judge Ghost's capacity for judgment. What terrified it even more was that merely peering into Chen Fei's karmic threads resulted in the strongest backlash it had ever experienced. Before Chen Fei even made a move, The judge ghost was already coughing up greenish ghostly blood, its once dominant aura now utterly diminished. It seemed like a completely different ghost from its previous imposing self. Gu quickly translated its words. This guy is a monster. How can he possibly possess so many karmic threads? No, this can't be. He's definitely not human. In the end, the judge ghost was completely incinerated by the Brahma fire of karma. Taking advantage of the moment, Qiyu instructed Fu Hu to devour the fragments of the ghost's soul. Chen Fei pondered silently, wondering if his contract with the sacred tome of slaughter was the reason this ghost couldn't deduce his karma. As Chen Fei remained deep in thought, Qi's spiritual voice echoed, I feel my soul energy surging. It seems like I'm about to evolve. Chen Fei quickly checked Qi's status. Evolution imminent. This realization thrilled him. Spontaneous evolution was truly exhilarating. Suddenly, they were transported to the stone stele in the Bone Temple. The stele displayed, first place, Mountain Ghost, 19 years old. Potential rating, Beyond Transcendence. Successfully conquered the 18th layer of Hell. A jade token engraved with the character Zong appeared and, when combined with the previous token, formed the phrase Wan Shou Zong Myriad Beast Sect. Due to the Beyond Transcendence rating, this token could be exchanged for a 7th level spiritual artifact. In the next moment, the Group 1 human and 3 beasts was transported to a massive spiritual artifact storage chamber. The chamber housed tens of thousands of artifacts ranging from level 1 to level 8, leaving Chen Fei in awe. Eagerly, Chen Fei began inspecting the artifacts. 49 6th level artifacts remained, 3 7th level artifacts, and only 1 8th level artifact, the 9 Heavens Mystic Water. According to the information provided by the Sacred Tome, combining the 9 Heavens Mystic Water with Breath Soil could produce 9 Heavens Breath Soil. This rare treasure not only multiplied spiritual energy and increased the probability of spiritual plant evolution, but also served as the minimum standard soil for pure lands, blessed grounds, and celestial realms. Such a priceless treasure left Chen Fei salivating as he proceeded to examine the details of the 7th level artifacts. Chen Fei carefully examined the information on the 3 grade 7 spiritual items: Taisui Sand, Nether Soul Orb, and Radiant Heavenly Flower. The Radiant Heavenly Flower was quickly ruled out, leaving him torn between the Taisui Sand and the Nether Soul Orb. The Taisui Sand, a rare material even among the exotic sands, was extremely scarce across the entire Yuling continent and could greatly enhance Wu Yun's quicksand technique. However, Wu Yun lacked a foundational affinity for the sand attribute, which would limit the full potential of the Taisui Sand. On the other hand, the Nether Soul Orb's attributes aligned perfectly with Qiyu's tiger-subduing soul domain, potentially pushing its abilities to new heights. Yet, Qiyu was already on the verge of evolution, and the extent of improvement the orb could bring remained uncertain. As Chen Fei hesitated, Wu Yun spoke up first. Miao Chen Fei, give it to Qiyu first. I'm already SS ranked, and my main strength lies in my Tribulation Lightning. The quicksand technique is just secondary. Qiyu, on the other hand, might only reach SS rank through natural evolution, but with the soul orb, it could break through even greater limits. Chen Fei gently stroked both Wu Yun and Qiyu, smiling as he said, as long as you're okay with it. We're a team, and anyone growing stronger is a gain for all of us. Meow, exactly. Hell, thank you, Wu Yun. In the corner, Xiao Gu, now in its egg-like form, sulked and doodled circles on the ground. Gu, why is it never my turn to get stronger? The decision was made. Chen Fei chose the Nether Soul Orb. In an instant, they were ejected from the Bone Temple. Consulting the Sacred Codex, they learned that Qiyu's evolution required 100,000 slaughter points, along with the Nether Soul Orb and a peach from the illusory dream Immortal Peach Tree to achieve the perfect grade. Fortunately, the slaughter points accumulated in the secret realm were just enough. Yet, as usual, the points were spent as soon as they were gathered, prompting Chen Fei to sigh at how this resembled an ordinary person's paycheck gone as soon as it arrived due to endless expenses. The evolution presented 11 potential paths: soul, dream, illusion, physical strength, speed, mental power, agility, control, charm, defense, and fox tribe dominion. This revealed Qiyu's hidden talents in mental power and charm, traits deeply rooted in its fox lineage. Ultimately, Chen Fei selected 7 paths: soul, dream, illusion, mental power, control, charm, and fox tribe dominion. These paths focused on long-range control abilities, as he was unwilling to risk Qiyu in close combat with only 1 life to rely on, unlike Xiao Gu, who had a swarm of substitutes at its disposal. As the crimson light flared intensely, Qiyu writhed in agony on the ground, its entire body radiating a blinding glow. The other 2 beasts, having experienced such torment themselves, deeply understood the excruciating pain of bodily destruction and reconstruction, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Qiyu. However, Chen Fei noticed an extraordinary scene. High above in the void, the ethereal silhouette of a majestic dream soul fox loomed, gazing down at Qiyu. When the phantom turned its attention to Chen Fei, It nodded slightly in acknowledgement before dissolving into specks of light. These glowing particles, like fireflies, circled Chiyu and eventually merged into its body. This is the blessing technique, Chen Fei exclaimed in astonishment. This unique ability, once exclusive to powerful ancient beasts, had long vanished from the annals of history. The reason Chiyu was granted this blessing was that the latent imprint of the Dream Soul Fox clan within its body had been awakened. Unlike its previous ascension from a rank to shrank, which merely compensated for its natural deficiencies, this transformation marked a true, perfect evolution, triggering the activation of the ancient imprint. With the blessing technique's support, Chi's suffering subsided, and it peacefully drifted into a deep slumber, leaving the other two beasts envious. As the evolution progressed, Chiyu underwent dramatic changes. Its fur became smoother and shinier, the patterns on its horn grew increasingly intricate and refined, and most strikingly, its single tail split into three. The system immediately displayed its updated attributes. Dream Soul Fox King, 3-tail strength, level 8, tier 3. Soul, illusion, dream, and assassin affinities. Potential, SSS, with the possibility of ascending to a divine beast. Enhanced by the blessing technique, Chi's abilities saw a comprehensive upgrade. The control duration of its soul extraction skill extended to 2 seconds, the usage count doubled to 12, and the backlash was reduced by 20. Each of its 3 tails mastered one domain: soul, dream, and illusion, forming an immense spiritual energy reservoir that increased its energy capacity 6-fold. Additionally, Chiyu gained 2 new soul-based abilities: Soul Devour, which allows it to consume the souls of all beings, and Soul Servant, which enables it to fuse absorbed souls into powerful soul beasts. The power of its subjugating Tiger Soul domain also saw significant enhancement, with the pressure of its soul mountain doubling, the effective range expanding, and the realism of its illusions and dreams improving by 20. As Chen Fei reviewed Chi's detailed information, he couldn't help but marvel. Advancing directly from S rank to SS rank, this rate of evolution was astonishing, rivaling that of Wu Yun. If Wu Yun was unparalleled in replication and thunder manipulation, then Chi's mastery of the soul arts was equally awe-inspiring. After placing the still slumbering Chiyu into the beast space, Chen Fei prepared to leave the ancient tomb, curious to see if the Hall of Enlightenment had been illuminated with new beams of light in response to this extraordinary evaluation. Just as Chen Fei was about to retreat to the second burial chamber, he glanced back and saw that the dilapidated village had vanished into thin air. This eerie phenomenon made him frown, but now was not the time to investigate. It was, after all, a matter of the distant past. Returning to the ancient bronze tree, an unsettling sight sent a shiver down Chen Fei's spine. The faces on the tree all turned toward him in unison. What made the scene even more horrifying was that these heads began to speak. "Let me go. I want to return to the village," one head said, trembling. "Young man, please, help us. Free us from this torment." Before Chen Fei could react, the ancient bronze tree suddenly lashed out. Countless branches shot toward him like sharp swords, aiming directly for his neck, evidently intending to claim his head as part of the tree. Since his opponent struck first, Chen Fei saw no need to hold back. "Wu Yun, strike it down for me." A deafening bolt of purifying white lightning descended, instantly reducing the creature's power from level 4, tier 4, to level 2 or 3. Taking advantage of this, Chiyu activated a small-scale, subjugating Tiger Soul domain, enveloping the entire bronze tree. The tree's spirit was utterly crushed and devoured. The human heads slowly rose into the air, and shadowy human figures materialized beneath them. In unison, they bowed to Chen Fei. "Thank you, benefactor. We owe you our freedom. Finally, we can return to the village. It's been so long since we've tasted the fragrant Bashan Valley rice." Before their voices faded, they transformed into specks of starlight and drifted toward the third burial chamber. Chen Fei sighed softly, understanding that these were merely the lingering regrets of the deceased. Looking down, he noticed several items on the ground: a bronze-green stone hairpin and a few charred seeds. These were likely tokens of gratitude left behind by the spirits. Carefully, he placed them into a red silk box. Then, he dismantled the in-ceiling mystic stone gate. Since he had come this far, he was determined not to miss any opportunity. After leaving the cliff, Chen Fei looked up at the beams of light emanating from the spirit pavilion. He noticed 2 new additions. One was a blue light, as thick as the red and yellow beams. The other was a thinner black light, positioned between the 3 colors, likely formed by their combination. The blue light seemed to signify some change brought about by achieving the Transcendence evaluation. To save time, Chen Fei used the crystal left by Xiao Gu to teleport directly to the Dao Transmission Hall. In front of the hall, dozens of people had already gathered. Those who had achieved an SS level evaluation and obtained an inner disciple token were finally allowed to enter. When the first entrant emerged, the crowd eagerly questioned him about what he had seen inside. "There's only one stone tablet in there," the person replied, but it's much larger and more imposing than the others. On each corner, there's a carving of a Bai Zai. Bai Zai is a mythical creature regarded as a symbol of good fortune. It has 2 horns on its head, a snow-white body, can speak human language, and understands the essence of all things. On the Spirit Realm continent, this magical being has always remained in legend, existing only in ancient texts, with no one ever having seen it with their own eyes. The man continued to explain, the trial of the stone tablet has only one purposito comprehend it. But I was kicked out without even the slightest understanding. As soon as he said this, the crowd broke into an uproar. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, whispering among themselves. How could someone strong enough to achieve an SSS rating fail to grasp even the most basic comprehension? Clearly, this trial was far more challenging than in previous years. Yet, this only fueled everyone's curiosity and determination. They all understood that the more difficult the trial, the greater the potential rewards. However, due to the rule allowing only one person to enter at a time, everyone had to wait patiently. At that moment, Shun Lin and Tang Jian finally arrived at the Spirit Hall. Their clothes were covered in dust and marked with small tears, as if they had just been through a fierce battle. Despite their disheveled appearance, their spirits were high, and their eyes shone with vigor, showing no signs of fatigue. Chen Fei carefully observed them and quickly noticed that their auras were more solidified than before. A breakthrough? The two exchanged a glance and smiled. Shun Lin was the first to speak. I'm now an advanced level 6 beast tamer. Tang Jian immediately followed, and I'm an advanced level 5 beast tamer. Haha, I've finally caught up to you, big shot. Chen Fei didn't dismantle their confidence, responding nonchalantly, almost. In truth, with his ability to suppress a level 6 beast using his 3 spirit beasts, even if the two were given half a year, they would likely struggle to catch up. What kind of opportunity did you encounter to improve so much in such a short time? Chen Fei asked. Hearing this, the two immediately perked up and began recounting their adventure in detail. Xin Lin exclaimed excitedly, big shot. The food cooked in Bashan Valley was unbelievably delicious. Paired with the yolk of the beast eggs, it was so good it felt like I could float away. After eating, I gained a potential attribute boost, and Yaju awakened its ancient bloodline, evolving to SS grade aptitude. Tang Jian added, I received a luck blessing, and my Jade Lin Rock beast gained an intelligence enhancement, also evolving to SS grade aptitude. Unfortunately, the village chief wouldn't let us take Bashan Valley's resources out, saying we'd have to become villagers first. Chen Fei listened quietly, then suddenly asked, did you enter the Bone Temple? The two froze for a moment. Chen Fei then pulled out his phone, showing a photo of the 8 rankings on the stone tablet. Big shot. You've been to that village too? Chen Fei nodded and shook his head thoughtfully. Yes and no. What I saw was a ruined village. The villagers were all dead, and the crops had withered. As he spoke, he took out a red brocade box containing a hairpin made of green spiral jade. The moment they saw the hairpin, Shun Lin and Tang Jian's pupils contracted sharply. Yes, that's it. The women in the village all wore hairpins like this. Chen Fei then retrieved a handful of charred seeds. These are seeds from Bashan Valley, but they've been burned. I'm not sure if they can still grow. What's going on here? The two asked, bewildered. Why did we enter the same place but see completely different things? As the two described the situation, Chen Fei's brow gradually furrowed, and a few possible explanations began to form in his mind. There are only 2 possibilities here, he analyzed in a deep voice. First, what we saw were illusions. However, creating such a realistic illusion would be incredibly difficult. Second, there's a time anomaly in that place. What you encountered was the village at a different point in time, while I saw its current state. The two exchanged glances, both agreeing that the second explanation seemed more plausible. Thinking about the villagers, who had been living simple lives, now facing misfortune, they couldn't help but sigh in unison. Seeing their reactions, Chen Fei thought to himself how naive they were. An innocent man with a treasure invites trouble, he said bluntly. If they can cultivate the 8 immortal valley plants on such a large scale, word will inevitably get out. Countless people, including dangerous individuals, will covet it. Unless there's an unparalleled expert guarding the village year-round, disaster is only a matter of time. The two opened their mouths to argue, but found themselves unable to refute his words. The hall of transmission has already opened, Chen Fei said, turning to leave. Anyone with an inner disciple token can give it a try. Just then, Xiao Gus' message came through. Chen Fei, the second-generation insects report that Jiang Yi is being suppressed by Xikong Zhenhai. The situation is critical. Considering the favor owed to Jiang Wang and his own curiosity about Xikong Zhenhai, Chen Fei immediately made a decision. Xiao Gu, have the second-generation insects prepare for crystal transmission. When Chen Fei arrived at the battlefield, the scene before him was shocking. Jiang Yi had already collapsed unconscious, blood dripping from her mouth. Her 3 contracted beasts were gravely injured. Her celestial crane's leg was broken. The scarlet demon lay motionless on the ground, and only the multicolored soul beast was barely holding on, though it was being relentlessly pushed back under the assault of the deathly soul bird. Qiyu, tiger subduing soul domain. Without hesitation, Chen Fei took action. Qiyu's domain unfolded instantly. This time, there were no elaborate strategies relied solely on overwhelming power to crush the opposition. In no time, every creature, including Jiang Yi's beasts, was subdued, leaving only Xikong Zhenhai conscious. As Chen Fei approached, Xikong Zhenhai stared at him in astonishment. I've never seen you among the second years. Are you a first year? Chen Fei calmly sat down. Correct, but there's no prize for guessing right. At that moment, Qiyu's voice echoed in his mind. This person is protected by the soul of a demon king. I cannot interrogate him. Soul protection? Chen Fei's eyes narrowed. It seemed Xikong Zhenhai's status was indeed far above that of Lu Kai. It would take considerable effort to use the tiger subduing soul domain to eliminate him directly. Chen Fei thought to himself, then changed his strategy. Why not take this opportunity to scare him a bit? The lives of your beasts are all under my control. Now, why don't you tell me what you know? For instance, about the disseminator or the triangular one-eyed mural. Xikong Zhenhai lowered his head in thought for a moment before suddenly looking up with a devilish grin. I acted convincingly, didn't I? Survive this strike, and then we can talk. Before his words had even faded, a mirror materialized out of thin air in front of Xikong Zhenhai. A flash of light streaked across its surface, instantly transporting him and his beasts out of the domain. All that remained was the mirror, which then shattered into countless razor-sharp fragments that shot toward Chen Fei. Simultaneously, hundreds more mirror shards broke through the air from outside, slicing through trees and stones in their path. These soulless fragments were immune to the effects of the tiger's subduing soul domain, and even Qiyu could not suppress them. As the intense whistling of the shards filled the air, Qiyu's domain dissipated. I'm a master-level beast tamer. Did you really think I only had 3 beasts? Xikong Zhenhai let out a laugh that was both triumphant and tinged with humiliation. His 4th beast had long been stationed at a distance, prepared to hunt or respond to emergencies. Moments later, Xikong Zhenhai strolled back leisurely, only to find no trace of Chen Fei's body. Huh, still alive? Hiding in the shadows, Chen Fei exhaled in relief. The moment the mirror appeared, he had ordered Xiao Gu to activate a crystalline barrier and teleport them away. He mused silently. This mirror substitution technique is clearly a mirror-type creature's ability, but there are no such creatures native to the spirit beast continent. This must be an external attributee, a hallmark of the 10th Evil King. Given Xikong Zhenhai's status, this mirror demon was likely prearranged by the 10th Evil King's faction. Now that he had a clearer understanding of his opponent, Chen Fei began his counterattack. He commanded Wu Yun to unleash the 9 Heavens' divine thunder as a probe. The lightning strike left behind only a few mirror shards, indicating that Xikong Zhenhai was controlling the mirror substitute from the shadows. But Chen Fei, ever the strategist, had planned ahead. Upon realizing that soul-based techniques were ineffective, he had instructed Xiao Gu to plant the seeds of an incurable toxin within Xikong Zhenhai's other 3 beasts. While the toxin's effects were limited against ghost-type and undead-type creatures, it served as a tracking marker. The moment these beasts left the beast space, Xiao Gu would be able to pinpoint their exact locations. Chen Fei and Xikong Zhenhai were both hidden in the shadows, locked in a battle of patience. At this moment, Xikong Zhenhai was entirely dependent on the mirror demon for support. Although the mirror demon had limited offensive power, its uniqueness lay in its ability to conceal itself within a self-contained mirrored space, making it difficult for Chen Fei to track. Despite the challenges, Chen Fei remained in control of the situation. After all, Xikong Zhenhai could only passively hide, whereas Chen Fei, a master assassin, possessed the hidden origin technique, which allowed him to blend seamlessly into any environment. Even more advantageous, he commanded a massive swarm of insects. At this point, approximately 500,000 insects surged out from the sacred tome space, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Chen Fei issued precise instructions to Xiao Gu. Position the 3rd-generation insects in a grid formation, spaced 10 meters apart, to monitor every corner of this area spanning several kilometers. Report any anomalies to me immediately. As the swarm spread out, a tightly woven surveillance network covered a 10-kilometer radius, leaving Xikong Zhenhai even more hesitant to make a move. One side waited patiently like a hunter, while the other remained hidden like a turtle in its shell, resulting in a prolonged stalemate that lasted half the day. Seeing that Xikong Zhenhai still refused to reveal himself, Chen Fei put away his chair and initiated a new strategy. Qiyu, deploy your phantom clones. With Qiyu's growth, the number of clones had increased from 3 to 6. Chen Fei then commanded, Wu Yun, enhance Qiyu's tiger suppression soul domain. With the enhancement, Qi Yu's domain expanded to a staggering diameter of 3,000 meters, while each of the 6 clones controlled a domain spanning 1,200 meters. The 7 domains connected seamlessly, forming an immense search net that covered a 10-kilometer area, leaving no room for escape. Hiding within the mirrored space, Xikong Zhenhai observed everything through fragments of broken mirrors, his heart filled with despair. This is absurd. A third-tier beast wielding a flawless level skill? And that cat demon mastering tribulation lightning, what is going on here? The earlier 9 heavens divine thunder had already left him shaken, and now, faced with this sweeping domain formation, he knew that hiding was no longer an option. To hell with it. Xikong Zhenhai resolved himself and activated a king-level amplification technique, boosting the strength of his 4 beasts to the 4th tier, 6th stage. He manipulated the Mirror Maiden to construct a mirror matrix using 999 small mirrors arranged into a square formation. Utilizing the principle of mirror reflection, he redirected the attacks of the other 3 beasts through layer upon layer of refraction, aiming to deliver a deadly long-range strike to Chen Fei. Due to the special amplifying effect of the mirror matrix, each refraction and reflection further enhances the skill's power and range. With the amplified stacking, its might had reached a level comparable to Tier 4, Stage 7. Even Chen Fei dared not face it hidden lightly. Is this guy on something? Chen Fei keenly noticed the anomaly. Since the opponent had revealed his trump card, Chen Fei had his own countermeasure dodging. Xikong Zhenhai was consumed by rage and frustration, roaring, "Come out! Face me hidden if you dare! Aren't you supposed to be strong? Didn't you want to question me? Defeat me, and I'll tell you everything." He followed his outburst with a string of vulgar curses. Hiding in the shadows, Chen Fei casually dug into his ear and chuckled to himself. The filthier the insults, the more evident it was that his opponent had lost composure. He deliberately taunted. "I'm not coming out, what are you going to do about it? Come on, find me, and there might be a reward." With that, he immediately shifted his position and continued provoking. "Once your amplification wears off, I'll take care of you as easily as swatting a mosquito." He changed positions again and continued his verbal assault. "When the amplification's gone, you'll only have the strength of a high-level beast tamer. Anyone could take you down. Is working for that organization really worth it? Why not tell me everything you know? Maybe I'll spare your life." Xikong Zhenhai's eyes were bloodshot, yet he was powerless. Without Qi Yu's invincible and wide-reaching domain skill, he couldn't conduct a sweeping search like Qi Yu. Retreat was his only option. At this moment, he would rather face Ximing Yun than deal with this guerrilla warfare expert. Mirror G, mirror substitute technique. At his command, 9 identical versions of Xikong Zhenhai appeared on the scene and fled in different directions. Chen Fei noticed that the opponent's amplification was about to expire and was preparing to flee. He immediately gave the order, "Xiaogu, have the 3rd-generation insects approach each mirror substitute and self-detonate." A series of explosions erupted, leaving only shattered mirror fragments on the ground. All 9 were decoys. Where was the real body? Under the surveillance of so many 3rd-generation goo insects, it was impossible for him to have truly escaped. The only plausible explanation was that he had concealed himself again, using the mirror substitute technique to create the illusion of an escape. Activating the Tiger Suppression Domain, Chen Fei finally discovered that Xikong Zhenhai was hiding right beneath his feet. It turned out that his opponent had already dug a pit and concealed himself in the main mirror, slipping in while releasing the 9 clones. It was indeed a clever tactic against someone else. He might have succeeded in escaping. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Chen Fei, the swarm, and flawless level skills. If any of these conditions had been absent, he might have escaped, but reality doesn't entertain what-ifs. The backlash from his amplification had left Xikong Zhenhai so weak that he couldn't even muster the strength to run. This time, Chen Fei learned from experience. The moment he captured Xikong Zhenhai, he transferred him to the Sacred Codex space, cutting off any chance of escape completely. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.